Peace fam, we are live. Oh, hold on. Peace fam, we are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Do me a favor, hit that like button and please hit that like button. Also make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. I love y'all. I thank y'all. Hey, I'm back. I'm here. I am here, y'all. I know I'm late. I apologize, but I'm here. And listen, that I'm a piano I just played, that got me all excited and hyped about going to South Africa because we are heading to South Africa and Namibia. Again, we are heading to South Africa and Namibia November 12th through the 21st. Let me pull it up. November 8th through the 21st. I'm sorry. I'll pull 7th through the 21st. Guys, I'm gonna pull everything up. I'm gonna pull up the site. So I'm looking forward to it. We just got back from Senegal, ate some good Senegalese food. If you ask me, my honest opinion, Senegal has the best food in the world. I'm gonna say Senegalese food. When you have Thai food, like if somebody said, Dynish, you know what, Thai is better than Senegalese, I'll let them have that argument. And the reason why I say that, well, the reason why I say Senegalese and Thai is because Senegalese food and Thai, no matter either at a restaurant or at somebody's house, it's been the most consistent food I've tasted. I've never had a bad Thai or Senegalese plate. I've had some bad tacos. I've had some bad soul food. I've had some bad Italian food. But no matter where I eat, I've had bad Nigerian, Ghanaian food. But no matter where I eat, Senegalese or Thai food, it's never been nasty. if you ask me. This is my personal opinion. Some people will disagree, but that's my opinion. Oh, I forgot about Haitian food. Yo, I forgot about Haitian food. Haitian food is delicious too. All right, you got to add Haitian food to the mix as well. I forgot about Larry. Thank you for reminding me about Haitian food. Haitian food is off the chain. Off the chain. I love Haitian food as well. Never had bad Haitian food. But hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. We just got back from Senegal and we are rolling. We are rolling next to Nigeria. Nigeria next month. I'm sorry, not next month, in August. August 3rd to the 12th. August 3rd to the 12th. We are rolling to Nigeria. Jojo, I disagree with Caribbean food. I've had some terrible Caribbean food. And Caribbean food is just not consistent, if you ask me. I've had some bad Caribbean food. Unfortunately. Don't take it personal. But I've had some bad Caribbean food. You know, I don't know. That's just my experience. That's just my experience. But yeah, let me get back to the Danfo.Africa. DANFO dot Africa. Danfo.Africa. We're rolling to Nigeria in August 3rd through the 12th for the Oshun Festival. We're going to Zanzibar Safari Blue September 12th to the 21st. Namibia is November 8th through the 21st. I'm sorry, Zanzibar September 21st to the 30th. Namibia is November 8th through the 21st. That's where we're rolling. Anybody, if you're interested in joining us, please visit Donfo.Africa. Again, if you're interested in joining us, please visit Donfo.Africa to learn more. Love to have you. Love to host you on one of the trips. And in Sierra Leone, September 20th to the 29th. Citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. If you guys, I'm not December 20th to the 29th. Citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. I gotta hop on that. I already have my citizenship, but as far as letting people know that they want their passports and for Sierra Leone, just hit me up. They changed the rules some, but hit me up. Yeah, Wildflower. I was in Senegal. Had a great time in Senegal. We had some challenges though. So usually with Senegal, we start off in Dakar. So if you guys don't know, the airport in Senegal, the main international airport, is right outside of Dakar now. It's like 45 minutes from Dakar. It used to be right smack in the middle of Dakar in a community called Yof. But now it's outside of Dakar. It's like 45 minutes away. But we usually fly in, then we head to Dakar. Then after Dakar, we stay in the car like 4 days. And after Dakar, we go to St. Louis for the Jazz Festival. This time around, we started in St. Louis. So when we arrived at Dakar, we went straight to St. Louis for the Jazz Festival. And unfortunately, the bus app broke down. AC went out. It happens. Now, you don't want it to happen all the time, but this is the first time this happened in Senegal. Usually Sierra Leone has the bad buses. I love Sierra Leone, but sometimes Sierra Leone sometimes has the bad buses. Never had this problem anywhere else. I would say as far as tourism infrastructure as far as buses, hotels, price, everything, East Africa is more prepared. East and South Africa is, as far as tourism infrastructure, is just better. So like Zanzibar, everything is on point. You ain't got to worry about nothing. Sierra Leone, sometimes you might have some challenges. Senegal, this was the first time I had a challenge. But the great thing about when you're with a reputable bus company, they'll send somebody out to come fix the bus immediately, or they'll give you a new bus. In this case, we got the bus back running, made it to St. Louis. St. Louis, we really didn't need the bus at all. And then on the way back, the AC went out, unfortunately. We got to the hotel in the car, but they gave us another bus and everything was cool. But yeah, outside of that, we had a great time, ate great food, had a great time, enjoyed ourselves. It's just, we had a little problem with the buses, with the bus this time. But it is what it is. It's not what's the word I want to use? It's not malicious. Like, I ain't trying to sabotage anybody's trip. It's just, the bus broke down, but they fixed it. AC went out. They temporarily fixed it. Then they gave us another bus, then we went about our day or the rest of our trip. So yeah. So that's what's going on. Please visit Africa. Let's jump into today's topic. Can Black Americans be deported? A lot of fear mongering. You see what's going on right now. And this is what I don't understand. When I travel to a foreign country and my visa says I'm good for 90 days, I realize that after 90 days, man, I'm there illegally and I overstayed my visa. And I understand the consequences of that. So I have two options. I either go try and get my visa extended. If I can't, I leave. If I can't, I gotta go. It's not personable. It's not personal. That's in every country. I've been nearly deported or not allowed to enter a country. What country was it? I was coming from Gambia going to Senegal. And it's crazy, but what they do, even if you have the ECOWAS passport, where's my ECOWAS passport at? Hold on, where's mine? I don't have my ECOWAS passport. Guys, let me get my ECOWAS passport. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So this is my Nigerian passport. This is my U.S. passport, my Nigerian passport. I also have a Sierra Leone passport, which it's around here somewhere. I just got back from Senegal. Where's my Sierra Leone passport at? I have a Sierra Leone passport around here somewhere. I just got to dig for it. It's probably in my drawer. So. But anyways, so this is my Nigerian passport. It's an ECOWAS passport, like my Sierra Leone passport. So if you're traveling in between ECOWAS countries with the ECOWAS passport, you don't need a visa. Also, you don't have to pay anything. But for some reason, what they do when you're at the border, they sometimes try to get you to pay some small. So I was in Gambia, going to Senegal, two ECOWAS countries. And when I got to Senegal, I was going by road. When I got to Senegal, dude was like, he wanted 5,000 sefa. And I told him, look, I got an ECOWAS passport. I shouldn't have to pay anything. He was like, no, 5,000 safer, or you go to Banjul. So I had two options. I either pay the 5,000 or I go back to Banjul. So I just paid the 5,000 and went about my way. Also, in the past, if I've overstayed my tourism visa or I didn't have a visa, that's another story. Before I had my ECOWAS passport, that's another story. I had two options. When they told me where my visa at, I either A, pay to get the visa, or B, I leave. In some places, you'll get locked up. Well, yeah, but see, with the whole ECOWAS thing, when you're traveling by land, every country I've traveled to by road in Africa, even with ECOWAS visa, they want some, you got to pay. That's just what they do. Every single country. And it is what it is. You pay it, you negotiate. Sometimes, so this last trip, I was coming from Nigeria going to Togo by road. And when I got to Togo, they were wanting me to pay 5,000 safer. And I just told them, man, look, I ain't got it. And they were like, okay, go ahead. So sometimes you pay, sometimes you don't. But anyways, if you come into a country, you overstay a visa, you got two options. You either get your paperwork right or you go. And if you don't get your paperwork right and they send those folks after you, why are you surprised? You knew this whole time you had overstayed your visa. You knew you were in the wrong. So why are you surprised that you're getting deported? See, Rokoya, my experience with the Ghana-Togo border, I was extorted at the Ghanaian side, not the Togolese side. It was the Ghanaian side that tried to extort me. But you got two options. You pay the small. You try to talk your way out of paying the small or whatever the fee is, and that's debatable. This with the ECOWAS passport, you're not supposed to pay, but like I said, what I noticed when you're crossing by road when you're crossing by road by land, they make you pay. Them making you pay, is that right? Is that wrong? That's debatable. My thing is, you either pay it, you don't, you got to roll. But what I'm getting to is every country has borders. They defend their borders. They have rules. And it is what it is. Those are the rules. These are the rules to stay in our country. Every country has them. They have borders. So why are we upset that the United States of America is enforcing their immigration laws? Why? Why? Why are we upset? Why are we mad? And Rokoya, here's another one. Rokoya, Ghana, the Ghanaian and Burkina Faso border. They were having issues out there up there. In fact, I want to say at one time they closed the Ghanaian border. The Ghanaian side, they closed the Ghanaian border between Ghana and Burkina Faso. Because I think the people from Burkina Faso were illegally entering, and it was a problem. So they got on the Ghanaian side, they deported them, and they closed the border. This was probably a couple years ago in Ghana, and I talked about this yesterday. They're not Lebanese. I think we call them Lebanese because when we see them, we just say, okay, they're Lebanese. But I think they're from Chad. And the in Rokoya, the shop right over by the African Regent Hotel. The shop right over at by the African Regent Hotel. You know, you walk the bridge over. Like you can walk that bridge over across the highway, and then put you in that shop right parking lot from the African Regent Hotel. And they got those condos that are like shaped like an L. I don't know what it is. They're like shaped like an L. Those condos that are like they're shaped funny. Like you ever play the game Tetris? They're shaped like those Tetris L's. Those condos right across the street from the African Regent Hotel. Then you have the shop right over there. Whenever you go to that shop right, they're not Lebanese. Somebody said they're from Chad. But they're over there begging, and they're aggressive as hell. They will literally grab your hand. Yeah, they deported. That's what I'm saying, Record. They deported them. The Ghanaian government deported them back to Chad or to wherever. But they would be over there begging all the time. Like every time when I would come to Ghana and I would go to that shop, right, they was in the parking lot begging, and they will bum rush you. Are they Fulanis? See, I thought they were Lebanese, but somebody said they're from Chad. Now somebody saying they're from. I don't know. They're not from Ghana. There we go. They ain't Ghana. They overstayed their visa in Ghana. There we go. Right, but again, the Ghanaian government deported them. The Ghanaian government deported them. So why is it an issue when the United States of America wants to deport people here illegally? They're from Chad and Niger. Well, they're from Niger. They have ECOWAS passports. No, Niger is Niger ECOWAS? Hold on, is Niger is Niger part of ECOWAS? I think Niger is part of ECOWAS, or was. Yeah, Niger was part of ECOWAS at one time. You know, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, they left ECOWAS. Yeah, but they got deported. And I want to say, Corey, did those Liberians get, because that they had that Liberian community that the Ghanaian government tore down. Did those Liberians get deported as well in Ghana? So yeah, I mean, countries protect their borders, they enforce their immigration laws across the globe. Now, when it comes to the United States of America, you have a lot of people that want you to get involved with what's going on in LA right now. And I'm telling you, it's not a black issue. Even though we got black brothers and sisters who are immigrating here from the Caribbean and from Africa here to America, this issue is not a black issue. It's a Latino issue. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why it is. If this were all black people being deported, if this were all black people in these detention centers, Maxine Waters, Jessica Crockett, Karen Bass will not be showing up and showing out to these detention centers demanding that you release these black immigrants. They're only doing it because it's the Latinos that are in the detention centers, primarily, predominantly. That's why. When I believe it's Haitians and I think Sudanese. When Haitians lost their was it TPS status? When Haitians lost their TPS status, where was Maxine Waters? Where was Karen Bass? Where was Jasmine Crockett? Where was the Black Caucus? Nowhere to be found. They're only showing up for these Latino, brown immigrants, period. That's what I'm saying. It's not a black issue. And what they're doing to try to convince you to go out there and be a crash test dummy and go riot in LA is they're trying to convince you that black Americans can be deported, and that's a lie. That is a lie. Do not let these folks with their fear mongering and their lying selves lie to you. Black Americans cannot be deported, period. Again, black Americans cannot be deported, period. Abraham Lincoln considered it. He didn't do it. Then they decided that descendants of enslaved Africans were going to be written into the Constitution, and they're going to be as America, even though, of course, due to the history of America, um, because of the history of America, yeah, we weren't treated fully as Americans. What American citizens are being deported? Guys, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. What American citizens are being deported? Call in. What American citizens are being deported? Links in the chat room. Call in. Like I said, there's too much fear mongering going on. What American citizens being? Yeah, that's that fear mongering. But y'all black folks is next. Black folks is next. Black folks is next. No, no, no. Mind your own black business. Okay, here we go. All right, go ahead, Rokoya.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine. How are you?
Sure. I got an echo. Let me get it off here. Okay. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm in Ghana, so I don't have it real life, but I've been watching a lot of the news and stuff, and apparently some American citizens have been caught. They've had I heard about a kid who was born in America who's a citizen by default, and full of people have been caught in either detained or deported or something. So I know it's anecdotal, but there's people have actually been deported, and that's to me, is just testing how applicable these laws can be. So I don't know. I don't think I don't think that yes, they're going to deport Black Americans en masse, but they can deport a Black American if, for whatever reason, the government deems you deportable. They will deport you, and so I'm just saying theoretically that. it is a possibility, but yeah, is it likely? Probably not. So that's my position.
No, so the kids that those so that story about the kids, the parents were here illegally. And so they had an
Okay.
option. They either take the kids with them or put the kids in the foster care system. So the kids went with the parents that were here illegally. That's what happened.
Okay. So that the kids had to go because the parents made the choice to take them, is
Take
what
them
you're saying.
exactly because the parents are being deported.
Well, let's see what others say. I just feel like, it's possible. And while we're waiting to get others, let me share this. This is true life story. I'm going to tell you this. An American was deported to Ghana about 4 or 5 years ago. And I know this story because the immigration person was someone that the director of immigration is somebody I know personally. This was because he was arrested and he claimed to be an American. The American authority said he wasn't American. He couldn't show any proof of identity. They first tried to get him to go to Jamaica. Jamaica said he's not a Jamaican. Guess what? This guy was deported to Ghana. He had no connection to Ghana, but this guy, I don't know what his case was about. He was received in Ghana, and at the time, they were trying to get his identity confirmed so that he would be repatriated back to the US. So I'm just saying that under certain conditions, the government, which is supreme and sovereign, can get you out of here and send you to whatever country they think they should deport you to.
I
This is
gotta
a fact. I'm not
I
making it up.
gotta see more because I mean you just if you have your ID and your paperwork, I mean
Well, I
how
mean, this guy, he was not Ghanaian. He was dark skinned. He looked like he was an African, but this guy didn't even speak like a Ghanaian. But for whatever reason, he was deported, put on a plane, and Jamaica said he wasn't Jamaican, so they didn't receive him. He was dumped in Ghana 5 years ago. I'll get you the details if you want me to. I'll try and get you as much information.
so
So anyway, this
he
is
wasn't an American citizen then.
no, he was, but he couldn't prove it. I
Okay, how
don't
do
know
you not?
whether
I
he
mean,
was.
come on, Rokoya, come on. How can you not prove that you're an American citizen?
Me, but then he couldn't prove he was a Ghanaian either. He didn't speak like a Ghanaian. I actually met the guy. He didn't have a Ghanaian accent. He couldn't, for whatever reason, he told these authorities where he was from and whatever. They put him a plane. He was in Ghana. This is 100% something that I have direct knowledge of,
Rokoya,
but I don't have all the details.
I don't know, Rokoya. That story sounds
Okay,
very, very
okay. Like I
shaky.
said, it's anecdotal, but I have had that encounter where an individual landed in Ghana. The director of immigration, Elizabeth Ajay, at the time was a friend, and I knew what was going on because they were going around country to country. This guy said, "I am not from here. I'm an American." The American said, "Then prove it." I don't know how he couldn't prove his
I
identity.
mean, come
He
on,
was
Rokoya.
put on there. All right,
How do you
all
how
right.
do you
Let's
not
talk
able
to
to prove
somebody
you're
else.
American? It's called
I
an
don't know.
ID. It's called a social security number. It's I mean, come on.
Yeah,
I mean, come
If
on,
you
no,
Rokoya.
you
don't
can
have
get
your
it all.
ID on you, then how do you prove that?
You give him your
I
social
think
security
he
number.
must
You give him
have
your
been
you
picked
get
up.
Cato.
Maybe it was something.
you give him your social
Well, when
security
ICE
number.
is detaining people, they're not actively caring about social security numbers. You
Yes,
gotta stop
listen, this
acting
is
foolish about
true.
this
I'm not
situation.
No, you
making
give
it
them
up.
your
It's
social
so
security
true.
number. But why are they being detained, Cato?
They can
Well,
be
let me do
detained
this.
because they're at a protest, but to pretend like your ID or your social security is going to stop you from being detained by ICE if they want you
well,
is
yeah,
just
if
foolish.
you're well, right, you could be detained, but then you prove that you're here legally and you get released.
Who's processing this release? Who's doing the litigation?
It's ICE.
Like, how long does that process take?
It's quick if you have
It
the
is
right
not a quick
paperwork.
process, Diamond.
If you have the right paperwork, it's quick.
If they're doing a whole flush for a neighborhood and they gather like 100 people, it is not a quick process. Like we got to do a little
Well,
bit
hey
of
man.
research.
Well, it's gonna have to be that
We
way,
gotta
bro.
do a
We
little bit
got
of
too many
research
illegal
before we talk
immigrants, and
so
unfortunately,
confidently.
some legal kids, bro. Unfortunately, some legal citizens, unfortunately, are gonna get caught up. We have to do this, man. I don't care, bro. Like if you got your paperwork, you're good. But if you're
Good.
not, get up out of here. And yes, nothing is perfect, man. There's no perfect system to only round up illegals. Unfortunately, there will be a small percentage of American citizens rounded up. But as long as they got their paperwork, they have nothing to worry about.
They
So
have
that
to worry
these
about
are
sitting
these
in
are
jail
silly
while they're
arguments to get
processed.
black people to be upset about
a
something
lot of
that
this
has
a
nothing to
lot of the
do with
problems
it,
with these
and it's not
conversations is
working.
we let
That's
men
why
come
we're
up
not
here
out on the
and
street
talk
protesting
ignorantly.
for illegal
What you
immigrants.
just said
That's why black
is
folks are
ignorant
sitting at home and just ignoring this because we're not
and
outlined with this.
unintelligent.
And none of these spirit
Hold
tactics,
on,
none of these.
Let me go back in order real quick, guys. Hit the like button again. Please hit that like button, and then let me pass it to let me read the super chat first. Kwame Matarani, Ame Mental Hotep, $1.99. Thank you for $1.99. Holla, repealing the 14th Amendment is already on the table. It's not, but we'll get to that later. Go ahead, Shaw. Mute yourself, Shaw.
Okay. So we should be concerned. I did not, if I were in California, I wouldn't be protesting. Because it takes a lot for me to protest just for any cause, but I wouldn't be protesting, and I don't think that that's necessarily. I'm not against a black person protesting, but I don't think that that should be the concern. Is the protest? The concern should be how the government is moving, because if we did not benefit from the immigration influx, the people that benefit are the people who allow them to come in. This is the business owners, the politicians who are also business owners that need cheap labor. And we're just pawns in the game. So don't get mad at the immigrants. They didn't open up the borders. It's the people who run the country, these oligarchs, these large businesses, these plantations that allow these people to come in because they need cheap labor. So the fight should be against why is the government allowing? What's the reason? First of all, ask the question: what's the intent? There's a reason, and we all know that the reason is cheap labor. So why are you mad at the immigrants? You shouldn't be mad at the immigrants. You should be mad at the people allowing them to come in. And we should be concerned because of the way that they're moving in. First of all, it's a game that they're playing, some type of political game that they're playing, right? Playing to their audience or to the people that elected them. So let's not get caught up in that. But we need to be clear about what the intent of it is, of them allowing it, and the intent of them now trying to mass deport them. And here's the other thing that nobody's dealing with. Well, people are dealing with this. Questions is being, people are making these statements and saying that there's no due process. They're just rounding people up and sending them. And that's the part that we need to be concerned with, because it was some bill that was did not pass, that was introduced, that says that we can send any American that commits a crime to any foreign prison that we want to, something like that. That was a bill. It didn't get any ground, but that's the mindset. That's who we're dealing with. We're dealing with a person who has given amnesty or given pardons to insurrectionists, and the only way you're going to deal with this, and I'll land with this point, is the same way that they did, they meaning the Europeans that were under colonial British rule, is they revolted and took the shit over. So if you don't like what they're doing, right? The people coming in are the way shit is going, you need to take it over, or just be quiet and pick cotton.
All right, go ahead, Robert. Mute yourself, Robert.
Yeah, I just think the idea that Black Americans can be deported is just a ridiculous statement. I think that there may be some immigrants who are behind that notion because they may be experiencing some immigrant anxiety, and they come from nations typically that are rooted in corruption. So they sort of don't believe in the law and order that we have here in this country. So that's really what we're experiencing. They're trying to shed their anxiety onto us because they've immigrated from somewhere else. If you're a Black American, we all know it's very easy to identify yourself. Most of us know our social security numbers by heart. We have identification. We sound like Americans. It's just not even. It's just weird, man. And I passed the mic.
Yeah, it's really easy. You just your social security number, give them your name, full name, where you stay. It's really, I mean, it's really easy. Go ahead, Steven. After Steven is Cato. Go ahead, Steven. Mute yourself, Steven.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon to everyone on the panel. For this conversation, I don't believe that Black Americans can ever get deported because I mean, your family has lived in America for since over like 20, 21 generations, so I don't really see it happening. However, though, to Rukayasa, there might be like a very small, maybe accidental deportation of a black American here and there, but I don't think it'll be that much. I don't even think it'll be much of that issue, but because it'll be more likely to be returned back to America than anything else. So I don't really see it's not really a black American problem, it's more of an immigrant problem. So I don't think black Americans should get themselves involved in something that has nothing to do with them. So that's what I just want to say.
All right, go ahead, Kato.
Yeah.
What's up? Respect to the panel. I think this is like a complicated situation because there's two sides to this coin, and like people are conflating like each side for something that has to be oppositional for each other. First, I'd like to say that a lot of these ethnic groups are conservative and essentially like not everybody, but a lot of people voted for deportation who belong to these ethnic groups. Like a lot of Latinos voted for Trump, a lot of Asians voted for Trump, and like some of this is honestly backlash from the political choices that they've made for themselves. But on the flip side,
If you don't, Kato, if you don't mind me asking, when you say made for themselves, what do you mean?
I mean, there was a huge increase in conservative and Donald Trump support during the last presidential election. Some of these Latinos and Asians definitely voted for Trump, even though they had family members who were illegal.
Right. So do you really? So then I think we're making this equivalent um that the Latinos and the Asians that voted for Trump, they had their f around and find out moment when they knew exactly what they were voting for.
No, no,
Exactly.
that is
I don't see them
that's the flip
crying
coin
with
that I
buyer's
wanted to refer
remorse.
to.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I just think a lot of people are assuming that they have buyer's remorse when that's not the case.
no, I think some of them have buyer's remorse, but I also
Where are
think
they? Where are they? Where are they?
There's gonna be buyer's remorse on both sides. So like I mean, no matter what. So that doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is this idea that all these Latinos have buyer's remorse, I just don't think it's true. It's not the
What
no,
case.
you
I
mean,
don't think.
Dinus? It's no outcry. It's no outcry of buyer's remorse.
Wait, let me finish the
Go
statement
ahead,
because
Kato. Go
I
ahead.
agree with your nuance. That's why I wanted to go to the other side of the coin because I do think that some of the like a lot of the quote unquote innocent people are going to be the most affected by this, and I think that this situation is going to force Asian people and Latino people to really reconsider how they organize and also, honestly, how they've mistreated Black Americans and Black people in general. But on the flip side, in terms of the process of the deportations and the way that this is going about, Donald Trump has constantly been in conflict with his own Supreme Court and his own judges about the deportations. The way that he's going about this is unconstitutional. And a
No, it's
lot of
not.
innocent Americans
We
are
No, it's
going
don't
to
not.
care,
be,
bro.
let
No,
me
it's not.
finish. A lot of innocent Americans and innocent people in general are going to be stuck in jail or in processing centers because increasing the officers does not increase the lawyers for litigation. If you want to deport somebody, you need a lawyer to litigate that deportation. Where are they going? What are the papers? And there has not been an investment in the litigational side of deportation. So all of this is a circus.
Kato, when you say an investment, Kato, you just pick up the phone and find a immigration attorney.
No, I'm talking about on the American side, right? So, like, let's say we want to deport 1,000 bad people, right?
Okay.
Like, we know for a fact that they're bad and they need to leave. There's a litigational process, right? American lawyers will contact the lawyers from the country that we want to deport them from, and we'll establish a process to make sure that they're either shipped or flied out. The Trump administration has not invested in immigration lawyers and immigration judges. We're going to have a stockpile of people who need to
I'm
be
tired of these
processed.
fear mongering tactics, bro.
Boy, I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah. I
about
mean,
It's
Whoa, 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 whoa.
insane, man.
Like
okay.
some of the
God.
shit that comes out of people's mouths is so fucking stupid. Like honestly.
Oh,
I'm
Okay. I
telling
they
you
mean,
about
try and
lawyers.
none
I
of their
mean,
Shut up.
predictions
Shut
ever
up while I'm
come through.
speaking. I'm telling you
Dang.
about lawyers and judges and you're saying
Okay.
I'm fear mongering. Do you not
Yes, you
understand what I'm
are, and
saying?
it's not working against us, bro. We are smarter than
Is
that
this
now,
Toto's
bro.
dumbass?
This is not a
Is
liberal
this
panel,
Toto's
bro.
dumbass?
No, it's not Toto. That is T. Khalid. But let me pass
No,
it to
this is me. And you know what? Shaw ain't even as gay as you fucking faggot.
Oh, hold on.
Yo,
Hey,
when I
yo,
I'm
we
gonna be clear.
not
When I
today.
see you,
Not today. I
Toto,
gotta
in real
pass the
life, I'm gonna
mic.
smack the shit out
Hey,
you.
let me pass
No,
the
no,
mic.
no,
Let me
no.
pass
Let me make it clear, Toto. It's sad that you're a father and you put your life in danger the way you do. But when I see you, I'm gonna smack the shit out you. Just know that.
You gonna
Oh
smack your cheek. You gonna
yeah.
Guys,
smack
it's
your
only
cheeks.
No,
Wednesday.
but I gotta pass it to two Nigel. Go ahead, two Nigel.
Yeah, thank you, Dynasty. Thank you for having me here. And the greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. It's an interesting topic, actually, whether they will start deporting Black America. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. To be madness. Because the moment they start doing that, people like me, I would say it's a good thing because it will wake up the communities very strongly all over the world. But America is not stupid. If they try to do anything like that, it's going to lead to a civil war very quickly. And guess what is going to happen? The Chinese and the Russians will ascend, and they will never let that happen. So, Black Americans can be rest assured that they're not going to go anywhere. Maybe, just maybe, what they could try to do is break the country up, just to it kind of push them to a country that is of less significance, and most of the resources will be on one side. Even that will be very hard. So I don't see that happening. Touching Black Americans right now would be like crazy. There's a reason why Black Americans exist. They would have gotten rid of you guys if they could. They don't want all the trouble. But if they try to do that, in the last 60, 70 years, there has been always this balance of power in the world, whereby if any of the nations that are that are superpowers start a civil war, they will lose their position. So America will never risk that because America will risk the entire European continent and the entire white supremacist controlled world. If America falls, they all fall, and China will rise. So when I look at it, as a domino that Black Americans they are untouchables, and I really wish Black Americans realize their power from that point of view. They are untouchable. If they touch them, they fall. Period. Thank you.
All right, go
They
ahead.
even touching us. This like some of these conversations are so stupid.
Okay, let me pass it to Wildflowers. Wildflowers time. Go ahead, Wildflower.
No, laying on your
Yeah,
stomach
hi
and biting a
panel.
pillow is
How's
stupid.
everyone? Hello, who's speaking? It's me that's talking.
No, go ahead, Wildflower. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Danister. I hope you had a good time in Senegal.
All is
Um,
well.
yeah, so nobody's gonna deport Black Americans. I mean, they can't do that because they made America. I think it will be a very silly idea. And I definitely feel like the Latin community has been pro-Trump, and this is what they voted for. So they need to, sit in that mess. You know what I mean? So I feel like for them to try and call on Black Americans to come and help, I don't agree with that because they'll be the same people that are, thirsting for proximity to whiteness, and that goal that they've been really they've been trying to get to has actually not materialized because they have been reminded that they're just not white enough. So yeah, I definitely don't want Black Americans to get involved. I want them to just sit this out, let them fight it out among themselves. We have enough issues. Black Americans have enough issues on their own. They're trying to get reparations. They built this silly country, to be honest, because these Europeans that are running the administration, they're all like anchor babies. They were just arrived yesterday. Black Americans were there when they were putting the first brick to build the country. So definitely, you're not going anywhere. Let the white wannabes and the proper whites fight it out. I just say let it be. So yeah, that's how I feel.
All right, go ahead, T.
Yeah,
T.
man, we have to stop the fear mongering, man, because these disingenuous arguments about Americans getting round up. There, if unfortunately that nothing is perfect, there's probably
Americans
like
are being rounded up.
1 or 2
Stop sounding fucking stupid.
round up, but it's not big enough to where people are panicking. So,
So
and
first
things
they're
like
not
this,
being rounded up,
unfortunately,
and then it's
things
not
like
big
this
enough to
has
where they're
to
being rounded
happen
up.
because the amount of illegal, uncontrolled immigration into this country. So, unfortunately, these extreme measures have to happen. If we don't want this to happen, we shouldn't have voted in Biden and all these open border Democrats in all of these sanctuary cities. So if this
Republican
is
states
happening,
also have
unfortunately,
immigrants.
the Democrats are the blame for this. Unfortunately, they
Republican
are.
states
They want
also
their
have
they want
immigrants.
their sanctuary cities.
Texas
They
is a
don't even want to work
Republican
with
state.
Trump. So when ICE comes in to a
Texas is a
sanctuary
Republican
city,
state.
they don't want their police department to work with ICE at all. So the Democrats are creating this turmoil. Do not listen, please, black folks. We got to stop listening to these people fear mongers because they want us out on the streets to fight with this, to fight against the Trump administration because they really just hate Trump. All right, let's be real. They just hate Donald Trump, and they hate Donald Trump because he's the only Republican that rules over these liberals with an iron fist. He doesn't care if they whine. He doesn't care if they complain. He doesn't care if they call him racist. He rules them with an iron fist, and he gives them some severe law and order. And liberals aren't used to that. They are
It's
used to
not law and order.
conservatives
We're literally
capitulating.
having
They
riots.
are used to conservatives crying,
Donald
capitulating,
Trump's deportations are
apologizing, and being weak.
unconstitutional.
So
It's
that's why
Supreme
they're so weak, and that's why they are trying to use all this
constitutional.
constitutional stuff because they
Because this
can't
dumbass doesn't know
logically
what
they
constitutional
cannot
means, but he talks so
logically they
confidently.
cannot logically explain to
Donald
you
Trump's
as a
conservative
native born
judges
American. Hey,
ruled
Dennis, can you
against
tell this
him.
guy to shut the hell
Yeah,
up?
yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
because that's what these
No,
liberals
no,
do,
no, no,
man.
no, no, no.
They
Because we're
like
not
to
going to
talk
just
over you.
lie on this panel.
These liberals
Hold
talk
on,
over you.
hold
No,
on.
bro, this ain't CNN.
I apologize. You're right. I'm gonna give you another minute because Kato, don't no one interrupt. See, you got a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is not CNN. The prop man, he almost threw off my point. The problem is liberals cannot make an intelligent argument to native blacks as to why we should be supportive of illegal immigration. So that's why they're using these dumb arguments about the Constitution. We don't care about that. We see how illegal immigration is affecting our communities. We're seeing how we're losing jobs. We're seeing resources being taken away. We're seeing our family members having to deal with drugs and all these gangs coming from illegal immigrants. We don't want none of that. And none of their stupid constitution arguments, all this Trump is fighting the courts and Trump is a white supremacist, is scaring us because the facts on the ground is showing that illegal immigration is not helping us. So that's all I want to say on that.
Can I ask T a
Those are two
question,
separate points.
please?
Dinus, we got
Can
to
I ask
stop
T a
letting
question?
people lie on
No,
this
no,
panel.
yeah. Gotta. T, are you done, T?
I am done, brother.
Can
All
I
right,
ask him a
Can I
question?
say
go
something
ahead,
after
Sean.
the
Whoa,
gentleman, please?
hold on, Sean. Ask your question. I got to pass it to
After.
the Star Wars reporter. Go ahead,
So
Sean.
T, people make the argument that the reason that the immigrants have been allowed to come in is because of cheap labor. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
I would agree with that, man. And I know where you're going. I understand the big businesses are to blame for that. I do understand it's not just illegal immigrant, but I don't care if they're being deported because they are illegal. I don't
And are
care.
the
I'm
big
not going to
But
stand in
businesses
the
it's
way
a
of that.
are the big
Republican. It's just
That's
it's
businesses
what I got to
Republican.
Republicans
say.
and Democrats or just
So yeah,
Democrats?
yeah. No. I will concede to the point before Trump. Yes, I'm in 1,000% agree. I'm not a Bush fan. I'm not a Reagan fan. I'm not a fan. Man, I wasn't gonna vote in 2016 had Trump not won because
But you're
I
making a
was not
bipartisan
impressed
argument
with
though.
any of these. Cause no. Now we see Trump fighting hard
Yeah,
against
yeah.
legal
So
immigration, and we
T,
see liberals pushing back against it.
If I can interject real quick.
Go
So,
ahead. Go ahead.
hold on, Sean. This isn't the. I mean, this is the Republican Party, but this is the Trump Party. So it's completely different.
Yes, but a lot of Republican states have high illegal
I
immigration.
agree
Like
with
we need to
you.
stop acting stupid
I
about
agree
this.
with you,
Florida,
No,
Dennis.
Texas has a bunch of Mexicans.
we know that,
Yeah.
But
and
Republicans are
Border
using
states.
them
okay,
for cheap labor.
we're not denying that. But
No,
now Trump is in
that's
office,
exactly
and he's
what
saying
T
that.
did. When we have these
Dynast,
conversations, we need to
the
fact check
logic
in
is
real
failing
time.
I
here,
don't think you
bro.
understand, T.
Bro, Texas is a border state. You do understand we had open borders under Biden, right? You understand that, right? So,
What
duh,
are
Texas is
open
going to have a
borders?
bunch of legal immigrants. They're going to jump right over the border.
T,
And because of
define
the
open
Biden
borders.
laws, they just
T,
come right in.
define
So what are
open
you talking
borders.
about?
What is an open border?
An open border, they can just jump right over and then claim asylum, and then we put them into this country.
Yeah, that's not
We
how it
can't
works.
just know that is how it works.
You
We
can't
That's
can't just
just
how it
turn
works.
cross the
around
border.
and deport them. You can't. What are you talking about?
You literally
Use
cannot
coyotes to
just
do that
cross
all
the
the time.
border. We have
So
border
so
patrol.
okay. Why is there illegal immigration? Why? So where did that term come from? Illegal immigration. Why is that even a term?
To describe people who have come here without the legal due process.
Oh my lord.
Oh my
And
God.
how are they coming over here? Are they coming through the ports of entry, or are they just crossing the border
The
illegally?
majority of illegal immigrants go through the port of entry
If
and
they're
just
not
stay here.
coming through the port of entry, they are illegal. That's what we're talking about. Why do you think they are talking about ICE? I mean, the Border Patrol under Biden, they were rounding up
The
7,000
majority
people
of
coming
illegal
over here
immigrants
illegally.
here
That's what they're saying. They're crossing the
come
border
here the
illegally.
legal way
They're
and
not
then they
coming through the port of
overstay.
entry. They're not,
They
bro.
they come here
Bro, I'm
legally
talking
and
to
then
an
they
idiot,
Bro,
bro.
overstay.
bro,
To a straight
I
up
got,
get
I,
idiot,
I,
bro.
I,
bro.
I got to
You
pat.
you
Let me
can
pass
look
the
this
mic.
up.
Bro,
This is
One,
what
illegal
I'm
nah,
saying.
immigration
nah,
doesn't
nah,
No,
I
this
exist.
is what I'm saying. These conversations get so stupid
got,
because
I got,
no
I
one
got to
does
pass the
any
mic. I got to
research.
pass the mic. Go ahead, Shaw
You,
supporter. Go ahead.
you know what the confusing part is the confusing part is that you got grown men, you know what I'm saying, cosplaying as women, you know what I'm saying, and then you got black women that sit up here always want to goddamn go against what majority of the black race want for our people. You get what I'm saying? Because if you
Toto,
look
you're
at
a
what's
dad
going
who
on
doesn't
now,
raise your kids. Shut the hell up.
the only people that's
You
out
do not
here
raise your
that sit
kids,
up here
Toto.
goddamn talking about this shit what black
This
people
man
need to
doesn't
do
even
and what
raise his
black people
kids.
that need to do and how scared we need to be. If you ever listen to them talk, Diners, you talking about older black men, older black women, you know what I'm saying, and these sugar boys, you know what I'm saying, that like to hold their ankles and shit, you know what I'm saying, they always
Toto, you
talk
need to worry about raising your
the
kids.
first two or three words,
Toto,
the,
where's your child?
the
Toto, where
first
is
two
your
or
child
three
right now?
words out they mouth is concerned or scared or we got to be worried. No, you need to be worried about that HIV test, bruh. You need to be worried about if you got them miss your prep pills. That's what you need to be worried about. You need to worry about why you want to lay in
Toto,
the
you need
bed
to
with
worry
another
about
man.
raising your
You get what I'm
kids.
saying? Like you want to lay in the bed with a man that ain't your
What are
brother
we
or your
talking about?
cousin. You get what I'm
Toto
saying?
needs to
That's
worry
What's the
about
subject
that's
raising
matter?
his
First,
that's
you're
what
kids.
gonna
you
tell
need.
me
Toto
to
does
That's what
not
you
dissuade
need
raise
to
them
be
his
from the
worried
kids.
border, bro.
about. You get what I'm
What are
saying?
we
And we
talking
all
about?
know. We all know in the black
Toto is an
community
absent
that
father.
we all know in the black community that nobody, even as dysfunctional as we are, we damn sure ain't listening to no faggots. You get what I'm saying? Like
Toto,
we ain't
you
listening
don't
to them
raise
at
your
all.
kids.
We
Like
can't.
we
We got to be nice.
like
We got to be nice.
Toto, Toto,
Got to be
Toto,
nice.
like
Toto does not raise his kids.
all I'm saying is this, Dinus. You can get people that disagree with me,
All I'm saying is you
that
do not
disagree with
raise your
me, don't
kids.
like nothing that I
Why should
say.
we take
But when
advice
you
from a
when you
man who
hear
doesn't
when you
raise
hear
his kids?
when you hear a dude that like
Toto does
other
not
dude
raise his
balls on
kids.
this
You should not be
goddamn
telling men
face,
how to
you
act.
know the
Learn how to raise your
conversation is
kids.
over with right there. You get what I'm
Raise your
saying?
kids first.
So we sit up here and talk about this, Dinah. I travel all
Toto,
over
where are your
Texas,
kids at right
and you can
now?
go to these borders. You go to places like Boca
Toto, where
Chica
are your
and
kids right
places
now?
like Brownsville, Texas, and you can just walk or you can just cross over the border. You get what I'm saying? You can even go up there in Niagara Falls. You can just walk over there in Canada. You get what I'm saying?
Toto's
It's a
kids are
street.
being raised by
It's a
Mexicans
street.
right
It's a
now. A
street that you can
Mexican
go
is
down. It's a
raising
street that
Toto's
you can go
kids.
down that you can go into the port, but it's houses over there where you can just walk through somebody's backyard and be in Canada. Like to sit up down and talk about what Shaw said that it's border patrol. No, it's not enough border patrol to cover all over the borders of the United States. You get what I'm saying?
Bro, you sound like you're
What
having
they
a
saying
stroke.
is that what they're saying is
Yeah, it
that
sounds
now
like you
that
got a
they're
personal
catching them,
problem
like
too.
T.
Because I
Khalid
didn't
said,
mention
like
borders.
when they catching them right now, they
I
ain't
didn't mention
releasing them in the
borders.
United States.
I think
You
he
get what
does
I'm
have
saying?
a
Toto is a
How they
problem.
been
I
maggot,
think
bro.
he's got a
Shut
how they
up
problem
been
and
with
coming
raise your
over the
borders.
border?
kids.
How they been coming over
Right.
the border?
I
You
didn't
They
talking
been
mention
about
coming
raise
over
the
here
borders.
border,
and
raise
then
your
giving
kids,
themselves up.
Toto.
You get what I'm
Toto,
saying?
raise your
So now
kids.
that they ain't giving
Where
themselves
is your
up, you
son?
get what I'm
Can we
saying?
stick to
They
the
got
Toto,
subject
us
where's
taking
matter?
them
your
right
son?
back over to the detention places. They don't build 30,000 cots for them over there to the hey Kato, I didn't say cocks. Just don't get yourself excited. I said cocks, boy, like bed cocks, not
Toto,
boy
I said
cocks. You
raise your
fucking
son.
sissy.
Toto, where's
So,
your son
so
right
this
now?
is the thing. So
Toto,
this is
where's
the
your
thing.
son
So
right
now that
now?
we got these scary ass black people, and
Toto,
then you got
where
then
is
you
your
got a
child
goddamn
right now?
entertainer chick. I told you yesterday that
If
the
your
black
child is
woman
not
is
with
the
its
one,
mother, I'll
and
give you
these sugar
$100.
boys is the one that try to trick somebody to go out there and talking about we next. You know what I'm saying? Only people that listen to The View, only people that listen to CNN, only people that listen to MSNBC will
Toto,
turn
you need
around
to
and try to
listen to your
convince
children
you
and
that
raise
we
them.
next. Like when I go to the border crossing, even me as a convicted felon, they come out there and ask me the same question. I give them my social security number, I give them my
Oh,
birthday,
he's a
I tell them
felon.
what
That's why he's
hospital
so
I
worried
was
about
born
his
at,
booty.
and that's it. You in and out of there.
It all makes sense now.
We all get detained at the border. But you can
Toto's a
prove that
lizard.
shit real quick. You have to you have to fill out a little questionnaire sometimes. You
Yo,
got to put
somebody
down what
mute this
school you
fool. Why
went
we let
to
this
and
dumbass
all this
talk for
stuff
this
like
long?
that.
Let
So
anybody
they
else
want to sit
talk.
up there and act like
Dinus,
it's
it's time to move
caring
on.
or it's hard to
Dinus,
prove
it's time to
yourself
move
as
Serious,
an
on. We let the
serious
American.
stupid men
criminals.
talk
That's
for
the
Can I
too
say
long.
craziest
something,
shit
Somebody
in
else
the
Dennis?
speak.
Can
world.
I say something?
That's the craziest
Well,
shit in
hold
the
on, hold on, hold
world.
on, hold on. One second. Ashawa supporter, you got 30 seconds. No one interrupt. Go ahead, Ashawa. Hustle smart. You
I
got 30.
appreciate that, man. You get what I'm saying? Like
No,
at the
no one interrupt. Go ahead.
got my back and get my trim. I don't know how to do this. That ain't my job. Okay, I just need the back. Just help me out. I got you. I'm finna back in and get it. Okay. So got you covered. So this is the
30
thing though.
seconds up.
So since we have to go through the border process, all you have to do is give them basic information. Basic information, and they verify it right there on the spot. They don't take you nowhere, Dinus. ICE if you can verify your information right then, they will let you go right there. If you can't verify, then they'll detain you and go to a spot for you have to do further investigation. But if you got family members that can verify you or screen, like who don't have a smartphone these days? You get what I'm saying? Like, you know how them faggots got Bumble and all that shit. You know, it's easy to get some type of verification to let somebody know where you are, and somebody can have all the information when everybody in your family is saying the same thing. It's a different from that so quote unquote Maryland man that sent up there talking about gave all the people address in the car. They all gave his address. What type of stupid shit is that? That's the type of shit we
All right,
dealing with.
that's 30
This ain't
seconds,
black.
bro.
This ain't black people
You need to
problem.
clock back
You know what
in.
I'm saying? If these sugar boys want to go out there and
You
do
need
that,
to
let
clock
them
back
go out
into
there. You
work
know what I'm saying? Let them go out
and
there.
call your
You know what I'm
son.
saying? Just take your prep pills with you, sugar boy. And I'll
Clock back
pass the
into
mic.
work and call your son, bro.
Wildflower, you wanted to say something? Then I got to pass the Afrodamus report. Or was it Rokoya?
I'll talk after Wildflower then, or can I say something before?
Hello? Yeah? Is it my
Hold on.
turn to speak?
Let me pass the Wildflower and Afrodamus report, then I'll pass it to you, Rokoya. Go ahead, Wildflower. You got 30
Okay.
seconds. I can pass the Afrodamus report.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel I'm not really too bothered about the deportations because the people that are getting deported are the same people that are very anti-black, even in their home countries. So I feel like to be asking for black Americans to come out and support their troubles is just taking the piss, to be honest. I don't think it's right. I think what black Americans need to do is mind their own business, focus on what they need to be doing, and just let this thing play out. Because these people, if the shoe was on the other foot, they won't care. Because they will feel like they, that they definitely would not care. So definitely, guys, stay out of it. Let them sort this out, and don't be lied to about, oh, you're next. Next where? You built the country. You can't be next when the country's got your sweat, your sweat and tears and blood built the country. So you're not next. This is just a trick to get you guys to come and join them. And once they win whatever they're trying to win, they'll forget about Black Americans' help. Just people are just ungrateful. So do not worry.
Let me pass it to Afrodamus, then Rokoya after him. Go ahead, Afrodamus.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right. I heard someone saying they deported a black American. I call cap on that. A black American cannot be deported. To deport someone, they have to first of all have a country to send them to. I noticed that there's some of even the Africans here who come here and gaslight you, try to convince you that since you most Americans believe Africa is a country, you can just pick anyone and drop them anywhere. Like they can just pick me up and drop me in Ghana or Nigeria. I'm not from there. The only way they would send you to another country is if you file a false asylum claim, which Africans generally tend to do, and put a country they are not from. So, in that case, if that happens, they would drop you there. It's not hard to know if someone is a US citizen or not. And also, Black Americans, if you support this illegal stuff, you are being a traitor to your own country because you're supporting, invaders. These people are, they invaded America. They are flying foreign flags. They are burning up American cities built by Americans by our tax dollars. And I'm a three times voter for Trump. No regrets. I would vote for him again. This idea that Mexicans or Spanish, they have a bias remorse. This is just dumb blacks running with this idea. What everyone heard why what Trump wanted. I originally immigrated here. I don't give a damn about no illegal immigrant. Send them all home, even if they are from Gambia. They don't belong here. Send them out. So there's no bias remorse here. So stop listening to these people gaslight you, come in here lying to you, talking about black American can be deported. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And that faggot that is attacking Ashawo needs to stop. Thank you.
All right,
Yo, Dinus,
guys,
when we
guys,
allow
hit,
Can
people,
I speak
when we
now?
oh
allow
yeah,
It's
yeah,
my
people
yeah.
to
turn.
disrespect other people on the panel like this, you're putting their lives.
all right,
I'm
guys,
just going to
guys,
say something
Recorder,
real
hold on,
quick.
No,
Recorder,
no,
guys, hit the
Dinus,
like button
Dinus,
again, please.
when you allow people,
Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Link us in the chat room again. Hit that like button. Make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Go ahead, Recorder.
Sure, sure. I just wanted to reinforce certain things. I want to also state that yes, indeed. I had stated earlier that it's highly unlikely that African Americans will be deported, but there is always that chance for technicality. So I want to be very clear that my position has not been to say that yes, I mean, clearly this is not the fight of African Americans. I personally look at the position that has been taken on immigration in this country as kind of a bit funny because there are two completely different school of thoughts on the issue. We know that people say that immigrants come here and it impact jobs and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, what you call an illegal alien today, tomorrow could be legal. We know lots and lots of people come into this country. More people come and overstay their visas than people actually cross the borders illegally. A lot of the people that came recently, which we saw very sensationalized reporting in media showing people crossing the borders, that's an anomaly, really more than the real thing. More people come into this country as students, as visitors, and the large proportion of these people, to tell you the gospel's truth, uh, they're not Africans, they're not necessarily Mexicans and South Americans. Many people come from Europe, China, India. India has one of the largest population of people who come in here and overstay visas illegally. So when we talk about these things, let us also be factual. Let's stop going by all the rah, 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 and then all the stuff that the media is showing. There are companies that want these people here. There are companies that at the end of the day, you would have even Republicans vote and say, we're trying to restrict immigration. But in real life, they will increase the H-1B visas. The numbers go up in the same language, in the same year that they're saying we're restricting visas and stuff. They're increasing the number of H-1B visas that can come here. This is a joke that they play on Americans in general because they want to keep profits high. The corporations want to keep labor the profit margins high while the labor costs are low. So one, my position is African Americans, do they need to be worried? Not. They're not going to be. Will there be one chance, two, three ones that go out there? Yes, indeed. And whoever thinks that I'm making up a story about an individual that was deported to Ghana, they don't know what they're talking about. This happened and it's
Record,
real.
Latonya, they're not saying that you made up. They're not
Well,
saying
first of
that you
all,
made up the
hold on, hold on, hold
story.
on, hold on. What,
well,
Mike?
first of
Ghanaian.
Record,
all,
He was not
why
a
do
hold
black
Ghanaian.
people welcome
He
everybody to
was not
on,
a
hold on, Zamir.
Ghanaian. He was not.
Re-
But he from his
Oh,
Ratoya,
because he told you he came from
hold
Why
on,
do black
right.
people welcome
Zamir,
everybody to
hold on,
join
one
them?
mic, Zamir, one mic. Record, we're not saying you made up the story, just the math ain't mathing. That's all.
yeah,
The
Ratoya, they're not
math ain't
saying
what the
that you
story
made
is.
up the story. They're saying that him saying that he couldn't prove that he was American, the story that he told you was a lie, not the story that you heard. You get what I'm saying? because it's impossible for you to be American citizen and you can't prove that within 36 hours. You get what I'm saying? Like you can go to the Social Security office, which is federal. You can go to the Department of Labor. You get what I'm saying? You can go get your Dinah, do you know that you can even use your tax return to show that you're an American citizen?
Well, Shaw, I think
I
you're being.
think
I
that
think. Hold on. I think
guy
you're being.
tried to, but they didn't believe him, I think. I think he
McCoy,
made that.
McCoy, I don't know,
Yeah.
McCoy.
It's not
Yeah,
that they
none of
believe.
us
I
know.
don't know.
Hold
McCoy,
on, Dinah. Let me say this part, Dinah. Hold on,
What
hold on,
does
Dinah.
it make sense?
Hold on, Shaw. McCoy,
Okay,
we ain't
bye.
saying we
Let's
don't
have an
believe you. The story ain't. The story ain't. That story ain't adding up. I
Yeah, it's
mean,
not that we don't believe you. If you,
Shaw, I would say, Shaw, I wouldn't say 36 hours. You can figure that out in an
I'm just
hour.
saying, if you got caught up on a
In an
Friday
hour.
after 6 o'clock,
In
I'm
an
just giving
hour.
it the, I'm just
Dude.
giving it the weekend. I'm giving grace right now. But just record you, it ain't that, it ain't like no African government. If you got these federal ID numbers, they all based on federal ID. So if you put these numbers in any federal ID, it's gonna come up.
Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Zamir. Go ahead, Zamir.
Yeah, what I like to know is why is black people so desperate that they welcome everybody to join them, but they don't really save and help each other? Like, why are they so stupid that they welcome racist people to join them, gay people, immigrants? They welcome everybody to join them, but they don't want to save each other. Why are they so stupid?
Because every race of people want to pat them on the head like a dog. That's all you have to do for black people is to pat them on the head like a dog and rub their chin, and they'll work for you for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? And brag about how many microwaves in the break room.
Right, because there's like millions
Right?
of black people, billions of black people who are rich, but they're not helping their people, but they're helping all these other nations of people.
I think that we're missing a point though, because I think that the what we need to put the context in is this is the United States and how we have been treated, and then currently what they're doing to us now is they they continue to do with us has to do
Yeah, I'm
with
listening.
economics, how we're marginalized and kept out of, this is a form of warfare that they continue to do on us. And the United States have been the continuous place in the Western world, meaning Europe, United States, New Zealand, and Australia, that's the Western world, where we have been off and on with these folks, warring with them, mass terrorism, to just taking people off the street and putting them in jail, even people being charged unfairly, spending wasting time or spending time in jail, innocent. So if you can be put in jail innocently and be in jail for 2-3 years, why? Who's to say that you won't be taken to El Salvador? Or and they're talking about Rwanda and Libya being places where they can take people from the United States and put them there. You don't have to be from a country to be deported by the United States immigration ICE. You don't have to be from that country. A lot of Venezuelans are in El Salvador right now. And what we're saying is that the lack of due process and how they're doing things is an eye opening. We need to be very concerned about that because of what they've done to us in the past and currently doing to us, and where this is going. And it doesn't matter. Don't make this a political argument about the Democrats allowed this and it. No, they all are sharing in the cheap labor because they are the ones that have the money and control most of the stuff.
So we
But
So
you
should be
see,
scared. So we should be
why is
scared, is
it?
what you
no, we
saying?
need to be prepared. We
Nobody's
need to be
telling you to be
preparing
scared. You
ourselves.
gotta
We
listen
need
to
to be
what people are
Okay.
preparing
saying.
ourselves and start realizing and reading the room that this is what's
Shy,
going
shy.
on.
How do we? I'm gonna go with your narrative this time because
No,
you're
I
left
really
in a.
don't.
You're left. I'm gonna go
You
with your
try.
narrative. How
You're a
how
smart
how should we
person,
prepare? How,
Shawo. You're a very smart
how,
person, but you spend too much time with the bullshit. With
okay, I got you. I got you.
Hey,
I got.
hold on, hold
Let me
on.
ask you.
Hold on. What, Mike Zamir? You have a lot of background noise. That's why I keep muting you, Zamir. Like maybe you call it on a different device. All right, go ahead, Shawa.
Okay, let me be smart right now, and that's the smart guy. How should we prepare? You know what I'm saying? Not just vague points, not vague just words. How should we prepare? Tell us, Shy.
preparedness is what many of us have been trying to do We need to be clear about who we are. See, a
Mhm.
lot of the argument and the division that we're having lately is around identity, and this is crucial because if you don't ally with the people who it makes sense to be allies with, and that even includes Mexicans and Chinese and maybe even other Europeans that are uh, of like mind in a sense of more liberal minded, like in Black Lives Matter. That was there were Mexicans involved in that. I don't know to what degree they were involved in that, but many of them stood up for injustice. So I'm saying that making allies, but especially with people who are of African descent, that should be one of the things that you need to be doing. And you also need to be trying to build your economy on your own and not be waiting on reparations. You need to be also getting firearms and trying to organize in your community to protect yourselves from any militia activity that may happen, because this type of environment of fascism and authoritarianism, we could actually not even have a vote. The democracy as we know it could be over or ending, because the majority people, and this includes poor white people as well as wealthy white people, they want to stay in first position. And as the immigrants come in, and that could also be a strategy of part of the Democrats, and I'll say it, part of a strategy that they're playing the people with outnumbering the
You
majority,
double
which is
talking,
white.
bro. At one time you start saying don't make it a political issue, and then the next thing you start talking about goddamn being allied with Democrats and like do you not understand, Shy,
No,
for the
no, I didn't
last
say
60
allies
years?
with them. I
Like
didn't say
like
I didn't say
like
allies with Democrats. I said that the
like
Democrats are playing us in the sense that they may be letting a large amount of non-whites in to switch to influence the vote a certain way. I'm not
Shaw's
allying. I'm
agreeing
not
with
saying we
you.
should ally with that. I'm
what
saying
what
that
what
could be part of
what
their
what I'm
strategy.
saying is, Shy, do you believe in gun restrictions?
Um,
Toto, Shaw's agreeing with you.
I don't, I don't
I,
really.
I I ain't talking to you, ankle grabber. Do you
Uh,
do you do you believe? Do you agree with
Bro, you
guns
just keep putting
restrictions?
your life in risk, bro. Go raise your son.
I don't know. I have to think
Go be
about
a
that.
father.
Now
I don't
think
know.
about it. Now think about it.
You
What you
worried
just
about the
said.
Mexicans.
Now
You
you
need to
think
worry
of you
about your
you
kids.
saying that
I don't know.
we need like we need to get our guns up. But if it's gun restriction, like the white people already got their guns. They already got they plenty of AR-15. Black people vote 82 to 92% for a party that teaches them that having too many guns and having too many bullets is not good. See, the
Toto,
white people.
what you
So
just said
listen,
is
listen
not
what
in
I'm saying,
response
Chop.
to Shaw.
Listen what I'm
Stop
saying, Sean.
speaking so
The white
confidently.
people are stocking up on their guns.
Toto,
Most
you
most white
fat
people
lot
have six and
lizard.
most
That is
white
not
people
what
have six
Shaw
and seven
said.
guns,
Stop
bro.
speaking.
You get what I'm saying? So,
Stop
but
speaking.
black
Toto
people
is
are
not even
scared of
responding to
guns.
what Shaw
Black
said.
people have this thing that all they need is King Jesus. That's
Somebody
the type
mute
of
this
shit.
idiot,
That's the
bro.
type of shit that they sell to us. You get what I'm saying? It's the same way that
Somebody mute this
when that
deadbeat.
boy went in there and killed all them black people in that church
All
in
right, if
goddamn
he keeps
South
saying
Carolina.
funny stuff,
Ain't now black
I'ma
person.
just
Black
speak
people
because we
came
don't got
out the
time for this
church and
stupidity.
started talking about
Too
they
many
need to
people
pray
on this
for them
panel
and they
do not
forgive them.
understand the
You know what I'm saying?
concept of
Nobody
due
talking about going to
process.
get no get
The
back
current
or go
process
get
for
their guns. We
deportation
don't
is
practice gun safety.
unconstitutional.
You get what I'm saying? And the black
If
people
our
that do go
identity and
to
our
the gun
citizenship
ranges,
is
Sean,
based in our
they go out there
constitution,
for show. They go
and
out
we're
there
in
for
an
show. They going
administration
out
that
there
violates the
borrowing guns.
constitution,
They're going out
then
there
our rights
borrowing
are at
bullets.
risk.
You get what I'm saying? Most black people scared
It's
to pull
very
a
clear that
trigger.
Toto
So
doesn't
only
understand
only
this.
people that ain't scared to pull a trigger is the dudes on the streets. That no, we're not teaching our kids to go out there and duck hunt
Toto, you're
and
not
bird
teaching your
hunt.
kids at
We're not
all.
teaching
Toto
them
does
gun
not
safety.
raise his
Most
children.
most black people that own a
Toto's
gun
not
don't
teaching
even
his
know how
kids
to clean
anything.
it.
I don't
Most
know
black
why we
people
let
that own
Toto
a
run the
gun don't know
panel.
how to break down the
It's
gun.
time to move on
Don't
from
know how to
Toto.
keep it safe. Don't know
Time
how
to
to keep
move
it
on from
registered.
Toto.
That's all they do is have it in their
Move
car,
on from this
have it in their
choir
glove
boy.
compartment. So different people, a different ethnicity of people have their ways of practicing gun. Cause they practice the First Amendment. The party that you represent talk about how you can take guns away, and it's too many guns. So if this gonna be
Shaw
a
did not
fight,
say
or
he
we gonna be a
supported the
fight, why
Democrats.
would you represent a party that
You
putting our
cannot
hands
read.
behind
Toto is
our
not
back by
intelligent. Toto,
teaching
shut
us
up.
non-violence
Shut up.
and
We
sit
let
up
this
there and
dude talk
worship God
forever,
and
bro.
judge people
It's
by
the
judging
dumbest
people by
dude
their
we got
character?
speaking for the
So
longest. Shut your fat
I don't know
throated
why he
ass
thought I
up, bro.
said I support Democrats in any way. I didn't. I didn't say that.
No,
That's
no,
because Toto
I'm
doesn't
just talking
listen.
about your talking points. Like not one talking point have you ever said that, hey, you know what, the Republicans are right. Every time you talk, Shy, now you make it a
Dinus,
point,
mute
not to
Toto.
say
We
that
let
you
this dude talk
Democrat,
for
but
far
every
too
point
long.
you make when
Shaw
it comes
literally
to
said we
political,
needed to get our guns up.
you always
What are you
lean
talking about?
Democrat.
No, stop. No, stop speaking.
I've never heard
Stop
you not
speaking
one
so
time
confidently.
lean Republican
Shaw
say,
literally
hey,
said we
I
need to
agree
get our
with this
guns
on
up.
this. I never heard you
Shaw
say that,
literally
Shy.
said we needed more guns and the Democrats were playing us. You
Boy,
did not
nobody, don't
listen.
you see nobody ain't paying attention to you, sugar
I don't
boy?
give a fuck,
Put your
bro.
put
I'm
your
gonna keep
lipstick
speaking.
on
I'm gonna
put
keep.
your lipstick on
And when I see you
in
in
your
New
Louis
York, bro,
Vuitton
it's gonna be
bottoms,
a
bro.
sad day for a
I just know
father.
you wanted my attention so much. I wasn't even paying attention
You
to you,
love to
bro.
put your life at risk,
Sugar
bro.
mama. Sugar
And when
mama,
I
nobody
see
ain't
you in
paying
person,
attention to you.
when I see you in
Hey
person,
man, listen,
I can't wait for you to keep that same energy,
hey,
bro.
I know that you ain't never
I
seen
just
the
want to
dick
make it
you ain't
clear
like,
you
boy.
put your life in danger,
Uh-huh.
bro. If I ever see
Right,
you
right,
in
right.
New
Okay,
York,
hey. All
your
right, yeah,
child's
yeah.
gonna be very
You're a
sad.
gangster. So
You're
you
gonna wish that you was
gangsterlicious.
raising your child, bro.
So that's
Dead
what you
ass.
are. You
If I
gangsterlicious.
see you in New York, I'm gonna make you
Uh-huh.
wish you raised your children.
Okay, I got you. I heard you, sugar mama. You know what I'm
Copy.
saying?
If I
I
ever
heard you,
see
sugar
you in New
mama.
York, just know it's up
Right,
next. I'm
right.
gonna put
Say
all my
it one more
politics,
time, sugar mama,
all
so I
my
can hear you.
ethics. I'm gonna put that shit
Uh-huh.
aside and I'm gonna put you on the floor, bro.
That's on your sexuality. You swear that on your sexuality?
I'll put that on my last name, bro.
But yeah,
You gonna be kissing the
you said
curb
on your last boyfriend.
on my last name,
Your
bro. You
last
don't even raise your
boyfriend?
kids. Toto, where's your son right now? You talking about raising the community? You can't even raise your fucking children. Watch your mouth before I smack the shit out you, bro. Raise your kid.
Do you
Okay,
got your
can we
Toto,
get
where
back to
is
the
your child?
conversation, please? Can we get
do
back
you
to the
Toto, no, 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 no,
conversation?
no, no, because we keep playing around with this shit. Toto,
do
where's
you
your
got
child?
hand on your
Toto,
hips
where is
right
your
now?
child?
This is
I
what
don't have no
messes up
Toto,
kids.
where
his
is your son?
credibility.
I don't
Nobody
have any
takes him
kids.
Toto,
seriously.
where's your child?
I don't have any kids.
Yeah, you said you had a baby mama before. So are you a liar?
No, I was lying.
Okay,
Okay, so
so
can
I'm
we
All
get
giving
back
right,
to
all
the
right, all right, y'all.
nigga.
conversation?
Let's move on. Let me pass it to Shaw. I'm gonna pass it to back to Nigel. Go ahead, Shaw.
We know you ain't got no kids. You can't have kids in the
We
ass.
know women don't want to touch you
Oh man, come
with
on,
your
y'all.
weird pussy ass, bro.
Hold on. Shaw, stop. Yeah, go
Your
ahead,
name
Shaw.
is Toto,
Nigel.
bro. You
Kato, come
fucking
on, man.
pup.
Kato, come on. Go ahead, Shaw. Go ahead, Shaw.
Okay, so anyway, to sum this up again, I'm pretty much said what had to say, which was if we look at history, you got to pay attention to recent history too. And as things were formulating in Germany, right? It was people weren't taking it serious, and then I'm sure black people and other people who weren't Jews, as things progressed, they didn't think they were going to be in the line of fire, and they were cooked in the ovens too, along with the Jews, many blacks that were there. So I'm saying that we're moving into an authoritarian stage, a fascism stage, and that we need to be mindful of that. It doesn't mean you got to go run and protest with the Mexicans. But the thing about those people is that I'm from California. Those people have been there, and more of them have come into there. But those people have been in that area for thousands of years. They've been coming, and even in near San Diego, LA, near San Diego, they come in and out of Tijuana daily. They commute, so this is not no big deal. This is part of their, culture, their geography. They killed a lot of them. The Loney. In fact, I said this in another space. I said that my dance company, African Dance Company, out of respect for the American Indians in the area, we called it Mawikma, because in East Palo Alto, California, it was the Mawikma Indians. Sure, it was a small little tribe of Indians. The larger tribe was the Ohlone in the Bay Area, the Ohlone Indians. They killed most of them. So even though they killed a lot of these people have been traveling back and forth from the Mexico area, the Oaxacans and culture, all of those people, this is their place. So that's another thing that we need to take into consideration when you're making this argument about Mexicans, and it's not just Mexicans though, but migrating back and forth in California. This is these people's place. We lost our community to the Mexican population. We were 80% black. Now it's probably about less than 10%. And it messed up a lot of things for our plans and futures for our people. But the city continues on that we started, mostly black people, probably mostly Mexicans are sitting on the city council. So yeah, that has happened. But you have to understand the bigger picture and know that every 30 years they're going to gentrify us out of these areas to keep us from getting strong and building our institutions. This is what they're going to do. That's war. That's a planned, intentional way of keeping us destabilized, along with putting chemical plants near our communities and putting fucking railways and freeways through our communities all over the country. The same thing, putting crack in our community. This is the war that I'm talking about. And you saying that you don't need to be worried about anything. Well, they don't have to deport us for us to be fucked up by them. They're doing all this other shit to us. And we're acting like that's not what's happening. Like you don't need to worry about immigration. I don't know why black people is worried. You should be concerned and should be doing things, organizing in your community, controlling your grocery stores, putting fit. Now I said this the other day. Put $15 in all of Baltimore, Maryland. You got 500,000 black folks in Baltimore, Maryland. Everybody put $15 into a fund in a year. $15 a month is going to equal something like $48 million. With that money, you can start a grocery store chain throughout the city, and it can go into other places. You got the richest black folks in Bowie, Upper Marlboro, Bowie, PG County, and they have not even dealt with some basic shit. And this is our mindset because we don't control our education, and that's why we think we Indians.
So why you don't think all these rich, black American produce about 133 millionaires every year? We talking about just base millionaires on the lower level. So why you think they ain't doing it then, Shaw?
Because we're miseducated. And 90 years ago, Carter G. Woodson wrote this book, and we read this in the space the other day. One of the first, in this particular chapter, one of the first things he said was, we were taught to despise Africa. We were taught. And this is why people are saying they're not from Africa, look like they straight from Africa, and that they're Indian. Don't know shit about Indian. And if they know they're Indian, then they must know they're not from Africa. Then how come you don't know shit about your culture? You don't
But
practice the
yeah, but
spirituality?
that's not the question though. The question is that why are all these rich ass black people, you get what I'm saying, won't put their money in anything that'll help out other black people, not
because they
Africa.
don't care.
We're miseducated people. That's why
No,
we
these
don't.
rich
So
these rich black people
where's the
have
mis?
education. They
So
just don't
tell me
care.
where the miseducation is for black people, because we support we support Sexy Red, we support
That's what
we
I
support.
mean. That's
So
what I
that was,
mean.
No,
but that's not a
So
mis.
we
But that's
get
not
to be
a
money.
shot.
honest, if we
Shot,
act like these rich educated
that's
black
not a
people don't know
that's
what's
not
up.
a miseducation. That's a preference. It's a preference for you to go and say, you know what? I want to go. I'm either go to this church on Sunday or I'm gonna go to this club on Saturday. That's not miseducation. That's just a
But
choice.
your preferences is based on your education and your
No, I actually
No,
socialization.
agree with
no,
Toto on this point.
no. Hell, that doesn't make no sense. So
Yeah,
that's just like saying,
your preference is based on your
hold on, Sean.
education.
Let me tell you why that doesn't make no sense. That's just like a person that's graduated from high school, top of the class, graduated from college, top of that class, graduated from secondary college, secondary college, higher their class, and then they choose to want to go be a porn star. That's not miseducation, Sean. That's a
No,
choice.
that's a bad analogy though. I would say that
What?
we would choose to emulate white culture, European culture, than look at African culture, for example, because of how we were educated and socialized.
That is not a bad example. That was a perfect example. I'm using it based on what you said about the education. You have people that come from good families, smart people, actors, all rich people that kids decide to go out there and be like, you know what? I want to go see what the hood life about. You get what I'm saying? Like, I give you a prime example. Let's take Michael Irvin's son. You get what I'm saying? That's rich and fuck. You might don't even know who he is, but he tried to be a rapper and claimed that he was poor and he was from the gutter. Go over there and get charged.
Shaw, can I go ahead? But I'll play the actual clip.
I you ignorant man of this Johnny Carson thing right now. I appreciate that. He come from an all pro where he can go in any door. He can go in any step from media to analyst to get in just by his daddy being who he is, living in a 6,000, 7,000 square house where he never had to work a day in his life, but he choose to want to be a gangster rapper talking about killing and robbing. You get what I'm saying? Daddy sent him
Yeah.
to the best schools that you
Toto's right on this
can
one.
buy. Private
That's
school,
part of
private
socializing,
teacher.
though, right? The ideal of the time is the ideal of the ruling people in power. That's part of it. That's why a person would gangbang is because they see it in their environment. They would do
No,
that
he
and say
don't
that.
see it in his
No, I'm saying
environment.
no. In general, I'm saying in general
Oh,
that why
okay.
we would
Hold on.
we would choose to
Let me play it
gangbang.
real quick. Hold on, let me play it real quick.
I got a son. He raps. His rap name is Tut Tarantino. If you ever listen to some of his raps, I'm like, oh my God, where does this come from, son? You grew up in a gated community your whole life, but he's rapping my life because we romanticize and fantasize about that old thug life, ghetto life, and all of that stuff. When I got a son, he raps. His rap name is Tut Tarantino. If you ever listen to some of his raps, I'm like, oh my God, where does this come from, son? You grew up in a gated community your whole life, but he's rapping my life because we romantic. Now you should play the son now, and you understand what the son said.
Let me find it. Hold on. Let me find it. Hold
Yeah,
on.
the son was sitting up talking about, my daddy was lying. It ain't a 12,000 square feet. It
It's
was more like
7,000. It's
9,000 square feet.
79,000.
That's
Hold
what
on.
this clown said. Like now, if you want to say, Shy, that being impressionable, you know what I'm saying, makes people do that, but it's not the education part. Now, if you'd have said this 40, 50 years ago, I would give you that. But these days, they are making a choice. They're making a choice to do this. You get what I'm saying?
No, I gotta find it when he's talking about it. Hold on. I think I found it.
I honestly agree with Toto.
Hold on. Let me play. I don't think he talks about the house. But hold on, let me play this.
So everybody that criticize me, be honest with yourselves, but y'all rebelled against y'all's parents in some type of way. Y'all think because my father won Super Bowls and shit, I'm supposed to be a perfect little, like, bro, come on, bro. I'm a person, you know what I'm saying? I'm a person, man. Yeah. Niggas is lucky y'all got this up out of me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I could be a nigga just leeching off of my dad, not trying to do nothing, but nobody trying to see that. Like, there's a lot of niggas doing whatever the fuck they daddy wanted them to do, and they thinking about how the fuck they gonna get through it. Right. You feel me? Right. I'm happy. Y'all tripping. Straight. I know exactly what I want to do, and I've been knowing exactly what I wanted to do since I was this big. So yeah. It's hard for people to understand, but like, bro, I'm not playing no role, bro. It's not no gimmick, bro. I'm not T.I.'s son, bro. If I was, nigga, I'd be on the internet all day.
But Shaw, I gotta. What I'll do, I'm gonna pass it to T. I'm gonna pass it to T, and then I'm gonna try to find a clip where he's talking about the house was 7,000. Go ahead, T.
Oh, okay, thanks. I had called in because about the topic. Um, so I used to work for immigration. So I'm old. I'm 60. I used to work for immigration, the investigations division under the last term of Clinton, President Bill Clinton, into the first term of Bush. So I worked with the special agents. I wasn't a special agent, but I was a management analyst, and I've been on a couple of, I guess you want to call it like a ride along or whatever. So I've seen the process. There is a process, and so there's no way. Bottom line, I mean, there's no way that a citizen will be deported because the agents they interview, once they pick you up, they interview you. That's the very first thing they do because that starts the process. Well, the arrest starts it, then there's the interview, which helps them to determine whether or not you are a citizen. So let's say they came in, they overstayed their visa, say it was a student visa. They're going to look through the system to see if you're in there. Let's say it was some type of visa that you've overstayed, it expired. So now they know, especially once they got you in the system. So now they know that you're here illegally or undocumented. So they're going to keep you and take you through the rest of the process. Now the immigrant can say, well, I don't want to wait to get a hearing. I'll just go home. Then it goes to a deportation officer that starts the process of meeting with your country's embassy or consulate to hopefully get them, because you have certain countries they don't want you back. So it takes some kind of convincing meetings that the deportation officer does to get them to take their citizen back instead of keeping them here. The ones that want to fight it, they can either be kept basically in a detention center. We used to have jails back then. We had certain jails. We had like a lease or a rent space, if you will, and we would just keep them in the local jail if we had that agreement and we were paying for that space. Um, until they got their hearing and a decision was made.
So
But
is that what ICE is doing now? Are they going through that due process now?
they have to. It's even written. I mean, they're taught that. They go,
But
they go through
Supreme
training.
Court just ordered them to bring the person back because he didn't go through the due process, though.
Well,
And that was just one person. How many other people have not gone through due process? And people are saying lots of them are not going through due process.
So I know this with Trump and how they're just trying to get people out of here. I'm just saying there is a due process.
Right, but
And
that's
if
what we're
you are a
talking about. We're
citizen,
talking
oh, I
about
thought you were
Trump.
talking about if you're a citizen, can I, as a Black American, be deported?
No, we're talking about in general, due process in general, but whoever it is. And if that's the case, like, how they've treated us, because we have not had a total due process. The whole legal system is not a good system that gives fair due process to, and we know that we're victims of it. So if we're not getting fair due process with the system itself, then why should we not be concerned with that? Okay, now they're doing this with the Latino, with the Mexican Latinos. Who's next, or what's next? Because after all, they passed the bill HR 7311 that said that we're countering malign effects of Russian propaganda in Africa and in the diaspora in the United States, meaning that they're going to be monitoring the diaspora. Who's the diaspora? The diaspora is Black people, and it's not just Nigerians or Trinidadians. It's African Americans and everybody who's all Black. That's who they're monitoring. This bill was passed by the House and the Senate 4 years ago. And now look at what's going on. We got Africa Command. We got Africa trying to liberate itself. This is potentially a problem for the United States. As Africa liberates itself, it messes up their interest, because their interest is continue to get the resources out of Africa.
But how
What is
does it
that going to
affect
do?
Black people though?
Because they said that they're going to be monitoring Africans in the diaspora in the United
Okay,
States. That
so
would be
how's that a problem?
Wait,
okay. So
even
that's a
more
problem
than
because COINTEL was a problem, was it not? What did they do with COINTEL? This is just COINTEL again.
Uh,
COINTEL
uh,
Pro.
what's going to change for Black people if they monitor us?
if
Uh,
they're violating the
no, that's a
Constitution and
step,
our
right?
citizenship is a constitutional right, then it is an area of risk.
It's a step, and
Bro,
it's
yeah,
something that we
it's
need to pay
amazing.
attention to.
It's amazing that y'all so hyped up and geeked up on probablys, maybellies,
No, they
theoretically,
also
maybe,
banned
baby.
African
No,
stream.
Hold
hold
on,
on,
what is
child.
confusing? We have
I just listened to
constitutional
you talk.
rights,
I just
but
listened
the
to you talk for
Constitution is
two
being
2 minutes,
violated.
bro.
So
I
there
just
is a worry
listened to
for
you talk for
African
2 or 3
Americans.
minutes, and most of your conversation was about probably, maybe, and theoretically, and what maybe come next, maybe, baby. None of that is concrete. Like the thing about it is y'all like fear mongering prophets or something. You get what I'm
Nobody is
saying?
fear mongering. We're making
Yes, she is. If you telling
observations.
people, child, if you literally telling people what they need to be concerned and worried about, that is fear mongering.
Why?
No, fear mongering is making fear out of nowhere. What we're saying is that people's constitutional rights are
Why
being
nobody ain't
violated.
listen to you,
Right.
ankle
No,
grabber?
he's right. He's
Exactly. You don't
right.
want to listen because
Nobody
you're
ain't
too
listening. You
direct to
the only
understand
people
the
scared.
argument with your dumb ass,
Only people
and
is
you a
scared is y'all
shitty
pillow
deadbeat
biters.
dad. You
Y'all
can't
pillow
raise your
biters.
son.
Y'all
You can't
pillow
raise your
biters
son. How
and
are you gonna
women.
raise the
Y'all the
community?
only ones that
God
scared. You know what I'm saying?
damn,
Like
while I speak,
Diners
this
could do
maggot,
100
this
shows
maggot is
and
always on top of.
only gay people and women come up here and talk about being scared. I ain't
You're
never heard
so
not one.
concerned
I
about
ain't
gay
never
people.
heard not
Down
one
low.
straight man
Are you
come up
down
here and
low?
say they were scared. Hey,
That's
Toto,
what I'm
are
Diners.
you
beginning to
down low?
think.
Because you
Diners.
seem very
Yeah,
worried
that's what
Diners.
about
I'm
gay
beginning to
people.
think,
Hey,
that he's
Diners.
homophobic because he's got some internal
Hey,
issues with
Diners.
it.
Yeah,
Oh,
nah. This
that's
dude
why
Hey,
is
he
low
Diners,
keeps
key
bringing it up.
have you ever
That's
This is
why
a
he
heard a
keeps
bisexual
straight
king
bringing it
right
man
up.
here.
come up here and start
Only
talking
people
about
who
what we need to be
always bring
scared
shit
about
up
in the
like
black
Dinus,
that
can you
community?
mute
got
him while I speak?
issues, got internal issues, got
How
All right,
many
so
blatant
let me.
homosexuality going
straight
on.
black men have you heard come on this channel and tell black men or black people what they need to be scared about?
Martin Luther King Jr. did it. Malcolm X did it. Like, what the fuck are you
And
talking about,
then
Toto?
they
Can
all
I
go back to
respond,
pseudo
please?
history and try to get, but it's just amazing. You know what
Can
I'm
It's
I
saying? And there's
amazing
only
how
respond?
you
one
fuck up
All
the
right,
party.
so no,
And
no, no,
it's
no,
Can
no,
I
only,
because I'm
respond?
gonna make my point
it's
because
just,
this idiot
Hello?
always.
Hello?
Hold on, go on, Mike. Go ahead, Miss T. Go ahead, T.
So I'm a woman. I'm not afraid. You have a
thank
birth
you, Miss T.
certificate. You have a birth certificate, right? You if you have a birth certificate that shows that you were born here in the United States, you're covered by the 14th Amendment. Um,
What about people that have citizenship, that they weren't born here, but they got citizenship and they got other legal
that were
rights to be here?
naturalized. That were naturalized. Then
Yeah.
they'll have
Wait,
then they'll show that paper, but that'll come up in the
so,
system.
guys, we are walking around the
That
conversation.
nat-
All right, the Donald Trump's
No.
administration has
Yeah,
not.
well, let T finish. Go ahead, T.
So that will come up in the system. If you've been through the immigration process, they have access to all of those records. They even have access to any arrest that you've had because they're law enforcement. ICE now the ICE agents. It wasn't ICE when I worked in the headquarters for immigration investigations. But I have a birth certificate. um you have people here, when my mother's still alive, you have there's people here still to vouch for you. There are black agents, even though it's overwhelmingly white male. Still, it looks like when I see it on TV, a lot of Latino special agents, and then the third group would be black males, who are very protective, I might say, at least back then, of black folks. But if you have your birth certificate, um, don't be afraid.
Right. We
You'll
hear
be
that.
No,
okay.
But
what
that's
I'm
not the
saying,
total
T, is if
point
we have to
though.
process like
God damn,
200,000.
let the ladies speak. We know
She
y'all in
finished.
competition.
She
We know
finished. She
y'all in
finished.
T,
competition with the
shut
She
the
ladies,
fuck
but
finished.
let her
up,
speak, bro.
Toto.
God
Toto, you
damn.
are always in. Anyway,
Man,
T,
let the
what I'm
ladies
saying is
speak.
if we have to
We know
process
you in
200,000
complete.
people's
Guys,
We know
conversations,
you in complete
and we know
competition.
part of the process
Hold
is
on.
litigation.
Hold on. T, T? If you, go ahead,
Yeah.
T.
I mean, I'm done unless there's any more questions. I just
Yeah,
wanted to give. I
yes,
had
I
the
have a question for
background.
T.
We knew you were done, and that's why
They ain't
shout
got
when
no
you
que-
got
they,
I have a
issues.
hey
question for
Miss T,
T.
they ain't got no
Thank
question
you
for
for
you.
your
Yes,
input,
They
I do.
in
sister.
So
Thank you for your
competition with
part of
input.
you.
the
They
part of the
want to know
It
where
really
deportation
doesn't
process,
they
have to
want to
do
know what
with
color. They want
part
to
of
know
the
where you
a
get your
birth
deportation
eyelashes
certificate.
process
from.
Doesn't have to do
They
with
involves
want to know
what's
where you.
going
lawyers
They
on
want to know where
now
you get your.
with
They
ICE and
want
the
to know
way
where
that
you
they're
get your
we have
moving,
makeup
not
that
from.
they're
You know
invested
what I'm
not
saying?
following due
How
enough
you put
money
process.
your
to
base
increase.
on?
It really
How
doesn't
you
have
put your
anything to do with a birth
mascara
So
on,
who is
man?
certificate.
overseeing the litigational process for these millions of deportees?
Oh,
Bruh, Cato. Who cares? They're here illegal. We don't.
Like,
Who
like
cares?
honestly, Dinus, you're too
Damn.
intelligent for that reply.
Oh
Like that
my
wasn't an
god, man.
Dinus, that wasn't an intelligent reply
Hey,
at
hey,
all.
hey, hey,
But
Kato, won't
that's
you
what
go?
white
That
Won't
people
you?
wasn't
say
that
about
wasn't
black
an
people. Who
intelligent
cares
reply at
that black
all.
people are being railroaded into the industrial prison complex? So what? Who cares?
Railroaded
Especially if you're a
how?
business owner.
No, they do this shit because they don't have an intelligent response.
Railroaded
The
how?
actual answer is they're just hateful dumbasses who don't have any actual solution, so they just want
Hey,
to talk
hey,
out their
hey,
ass.
hey, Y'all
Central Park
tough sugar.
Five,
Hey,
Central
y'all
Park, whatever
tough
that
sugar
was.
boys, man. Go to the detention
Shut up,
center.
you fat piece of
Let
candy.
Latinos have their way with
You
you.
little candy
Hold on.
toucher.
Mike? Central Park 5 was a railroad. Their parents told them to admit to a crime they didn't do. You need to be mad at the parents.
No, Dinus.
No, Dinus.
You're trying
No,
to snake
we
away from
don't
the
buy that.
conversation.
I saw the
That's what
documentary.
happened. The parents, you do
No,
not have a
no,
reply
no.
to the fact that the
They
lawyers
were
and judges
forced
have
and
not been
pressured
investigated.
into that situation. They did not.
Diners. Facts
If you
are
don't have
never
anything intelligent to say to that, then you
facts
could
are
just not
never
reply.
facts when it comes to sugar boys. They already confused in the brain. They want to be a woman. They competing
You
against
don't
Miss
have any
T.
credibility in
Raise your
South Bro.
kids, bro. You a deadbeat
Miss
dad.
Bro,
T
your
start
credibility
talking,
is
You
shot,
are a
Miss
bro.
T
deadbeat
start
dad.
talking, boy, they want to
We
fight.
These
You get what I'm saying?
dudes don't know what the fuck they're talking
want to move
about.
on from you.
They just want to sound
All right,
intelligent, but they're
but
not
hold on,
intelligent.
One mic. So, Shaw, Central Park 5, the parents told them to admit to a crime they didn't do.
The parents may have done that. Now, what I remember from watching the documentary is they were given a choice. They were forced into a choice of saying, if you take a plea bargain, then you'll get this much time. If you don't, you'll get this much time. They had a legal aid attorney. They didn't have, so when you are faced with that kind of thing, Dinus, that is so, the way you're saying that
Boy,
is like,
I ain't never heard no
I
tap
have a
dancing
question,
like
wow,
this
Shaw.
in
Dinus, I
my
can't
Dinus,
believe
I
you're
life.
saying
respect you,
that.
I
Dinus. You
Their
ran away from
parents
my
told
comment.
them to do
Boy,
that.
they
Come
got
on,
more
Dinus.
Dinus,
I
you
have a
excuses.
ran
question.
away
That
from
is
Boy,
my
very
comment. I'm calling you
mischaracterizing what
out,
happened.
Dinus. You did not have a
Excuses.
reply for my comment, so you brought up the Central
Well,
Park
hold on.
5.
No, I didn't bring it up. Shaw brought up the Central Park 5, but what was your
I
comment?
brought it up.
My
Yeah.
comment was if you truly care about deportation, you would invest in the ICE lawyers and judges who help facilitate the deportation. We have only increased the ICE police. That is not an increase in the lawyers who actually process deportation. So we're
Okay,
going to
hold
have
on.
Can I tell you why?
Hold on. One mic. That's a T question. T work. Go ahead, T.
So back when, again, so it's the late 90s into the early 2000s when I worked there, we had estimated a little over 12,000 people, 12 million people were here illegally. But because of where I worked headquarters right under the guy that's equivalent to Holman's position, heading of ICE. I saw the numbers of our agents. We had right under 1,000. We had 900 and some odd agents, special agents. How are you gonna round up 12 million people with 900 agents? It's impossible.
You're
So you
not.
have to increase. So now that there's exponentially more people here undocumented, you have to increase the number of agents. It's the ICE agents who are responsible for identifying and arresting people who are here undocumented. Basically illegal. The law still says illegal alien.
But
They,
you're
Wait,
mhm.
but yeah, that's
you're
not
not
fully addressing my point.
you're
Man,
I'm
not
let
talking
gonna
about
the
the
do it.
lady
ICE
speak,
officers.
man.
I'm
God
talking
damn.
about
Let the
I'm
lady
talking
finish
about
saying
the
what she's
Lord.
saying.
Dinus, you
But
need to
y'all
learn
ready
how to
attack,
mute. You need
y'all
to
ready
learn how
They
to
don't
mute
have
attack
enough
her.
her, snatch
lawyers.
Toto is
her hair.
derailing the
Y'all
conversation.
want to
I don't
take
know
her
why we
skin
let this
off.
child run the panel.
One mic. Go ahead, T. Go ahead, T.
Are you asking why don't we have enough
Dinus, how are you going to mute
lawyers?
me when it's my question?
God dang, man. I'm trying to hear
Well,
T. Gosh,
well, one
Dinus, it's
thing.
my question.
God
I'm
damn,
sorry.
man.
What's your
Oh,
question
man.
again? Then you said I didn't
And let me
answer it.
explain my question.
Arcado, what's your question?
I said the lawyers and judges specifically. There has not been an increase in lawyers and judges. So even if we round up 2 million people, we can't process 2 million people because we do not have enough lawyers and judges.
So
What is your response to that?
I would agree with the judges. I'm hoping that they recognize that since this is all an operation to rectify what happened under Biden, that they will start hiring more judges. I mean, I have a cousin who wants to be an immigration judge. I need to check with him and see if if he's looking at his application regarding that. But I agree. So that is a question mark, but that is something that I would think that they are aware of in order to expedite as many people who are here illegally, to expedite their removal out of our country.
You inferred that Biden is the one who did it. The
Well, I'm
12
just
million.
saying the open door. Oh no. So that 12 million, we had only estimated 12 million back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Right.
So now you know that number is totally blown out of the
Right.
water.
So then the
But
question I have is, why aren't the people that are hiring these people and paying these people, why aren't there laws or fines against these people that are
They
hiring
are
these
fine. They
people?
do give them
so
fines.
But it's
there's
not substantial.
mhm.
It's not
Well,
working.
now see,
Dinah,
what see
you
this?
need to
See this?
start
Dinah,
Hey,
muting Toto.
no. Let T answer. Go ahead, T.
So that has always been the problem, and the problem is, of course, when you got money, you can pay the politicians to do your bidding, and so it's a problem on both sides. It's the Democrats and the Republicans. You know, who's paying them to keep their seat in office. It costs money to run for office. You pay me, I'll try to do your bidding, but that is a problem. I mean, they do actually with Seek. I know back then when I worked for immigration, we hear the immigrants say that they were told to come to the country. There was a job waiting for them, either some meat packing company, or some type of industry job. But these companies were advertising to these people to come. They want the cheap labor. So I mean, yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, the companies, they need to be penalized, and I'm not sure if that's happening because they're
But
going
we
to keep
also
coming.
shouldn't
If
care
there's
that
a
they are
job
getting
for them, they're going
deported,
to keep
right?
coming.
She's not done. Go ahead, T.
I'm just saying, if there's a job for them, they're going to keep coming. I'm done.
But
All
like,
right,
if
And
let
what
me
this
I'm saying is
policy
that
if
we
hey,
Donald
also
Trump and
shouldn't
Trump
care that
cared
they're
about
getting deported.
deportation, they
hold
would
on.
have increased the budget for it.
Let me pass it to T. Khalid. Go ahead, T. Khalid.
they're
No,
literally
no, I'm just
fine.
saying because yeah, the businesses, but I think because what black people who hate Trump like to do is deflect. Though we don't care. We know the businesses need to be punished, but still, all the black people listening is that we don't care they're getting deported. Period. Yes, the businesses are wrong. Yes, yes, but prior to Trump, before he took office, the Republicans and Democrats are wrong. But we don't care if they're getting deported, and we're also not going to be out on the streets marching for them. Period. Because even if they did come from bad faith companies, it's still a net negative for black people. There's no upside or positive for African Americans to be in support of this. So regardless of all that nonsense, I don't care if there's not enough judges. This is still in the beginning of
They
Trump's
can't be
term.
deported
All that
without
can
the judges.
change. All that can change.
They
We
cannot be
don't
deported
care. We're
without
not
judges.
going
Right.
to
You
attack
don't
Trump.
care because
We're
you're
not
stupid.
protesting
They can't
against
be
Donald Trump.
deported without
We
the
are going
judges.
to
Do
continue
you
to
Right.
point
understand the
the
English coming
finger.
out my mouth?
We're going to
You cannot
no, I don't,
deport
because you
without a
sound
judge.
stupid.
You
So
cannot
we are
deport
going to
without a judge.
continue to point the finger at the
You cannot
Democrats
deport
who are
without a
Dennis,
judge.
just think about this. The entire liberal party right now
You
across the
cannot
country,
deport
in
without a judge and
Not
a
LA,
a
lawyer.
party
in
issue.
Dallas, in Chicago, in New York, are they protesting on behalf of legal American citizens and what's happening to us? No, they're literally protesting for citizens who, excuse me, illegal immigrants who don't belong in this country.
You
Okay,
cannot deport
And
illegal
one has to
immigrants
ask,
without the
let me ask
where
approval
is
you a
of a
all of
question.
this
judge
money?
and
Why are
lawyers.
they getting all this support? Just think about it, Dinah. Would any other country
Hell no.
allow like
T.
foreign people that got no right to be there to protest and then burn their flag, and then I'm
Yeah,
supposed to feel sorry for these people?
but
Because
can
I
you
see,
don't
just
feel
don't
finish
sorry
No
forget,
for
one
if
them.
is
they just
asking
You're
you to
waving
leaving this
feel
another
sorry.
country
country,
This
flag,
then
panel
you
waving
doesn't
burn my
another
understand.
flag,
country
and then
You
I'm
flag.
supposed to
cannot be
be
deported
I'm supposed to love you.
without
Get
a
your ass
judge.
up out of here. Take your ass to
Hey,
okay.
your
Dinah.
country.
Hey,
So
Dinah,
T,
did
so
you
you
get the
Do
text
basically
you
message?
saying
understand
Did you
that?
get the
that the
text
Do you
message I
businesses are
sent
understand that
wrong.
you
you?
cannot be deported without a judge?
Okay, we got that point though. We got it.
No,
So,
because
but
Hey,
my
Dinah, did you
question
get
y'all,
the
to
y'all,
text
T,
y'all
message?
haven't understood it.
my
Because if you
question to
say
Yeah,
I
T
yeah,
don't
yeah.
is,
care about judges
I
and
got the
lawyers,
text. I got
but
the
I
how
care
can
about
you?
deportation, they
I'm
won't be
talking.
deported without a judge and a
I'm
lawyer.
talking.
Okay, we hear that though. You make the
I'm talking. Yeah, I got the text message to Shaw supporter. I got it.
And see, this is what I'm saying about when they make these claims. What they do is they just throw. It's like throwing gelatin at the
Nobody
wall and
is
see if it
throwing
sticks.
shit.
You get what I'm
They will
saying?
not be
So
deported
so this
without
is
a
this is the
judge.
funny part.
If
So when
you
you
care
bring up a
about
narrative, they just pushing
deportation,
they
you would
just pushing
invest
the
what
in judges
happens?
goalposts
and
because
When
lawyers.
they
we get,
said that it was
let's
a
due
fine. All these
process.
like some
Will you
companies,
care
Dinah,
then?
they rather pay the fine. You get what I'm saying? Because the profits is still more than the fine. But the point that they don't
Toto, do
get
you
fined is
understand we
not even the
cannot
pay. That
deport
just told
them
you for
without
itself.
judges and
So there you
lawyers?
go. with them bringing up stuff like these companies or whatever. And on top of that, it's a difference between it's a difference between 27 million illegal immigrants that some goddamn jobs about picking fruit or working in a chicken house. There ain't that many jobs in the world. You can
It
look at
is.
Yeah, we got
It
we got so
is.
many
you can look at
dumbasses
how
It
many
here.
jobs
is.
that you can
It
look at how
is.
many
That's
We're
why I
talking
jobs.
keep
about
telling
pizza
Hey,
Dinah,
guys,
parlors.
you need
can
to
I
We're
finish?
stop
talking
Can I
using the
about
finish, bro?
intelligent people
Can
as
I
restaurants,
finish,
all the
man?
small
also.
businesses. We're
You
talking
Can I
about
cannot
the
finish?
deport
restaurants.
people
How many
without a
restaurants do we have in the
judge.
United
You
States?
cannot
Because
deport people
you
without a
got
How
the
many
gay
judge.
restaurants do we
choir.
have
You
in the United
You
cannot
got the
States?
gay
deport
choir
people
singing at the
without a
same
judge.
time.
There's
You get
not
what I'm saying?
enough
You can't even
judges
hear
to
it.
How
deport
Like
many
all of these
at
people
people.
in
least
this
y'all
You
gay
country?
people
cannot
can
deport
stick
people
together. You get what
without
I'm
a
saying? And not
judge.
talk at the
There's
same
not enough
time, man.
judges
You know what
to
I'm saying?
deport
I
all of these
I
understand the
people.
rainbow come with
I
different
I,
colors,
You
but
cannot
I
god
have
deport
a
dang it.
all these
response.
people without investing in judges and
This
I
lawyers.
have a
shit is
response to
amazing.
that. I have a
You
response to
cannot
that.
deport all of these people.
I have a response to the judge thing. So there is expedited removal, meaning I can wait you out. So if I got you locked up in detention, and it's over, I think it was it 35 or 45 days. Let's say now we're on 90 days and you haven't seen a judge, but you're still locked up in detention. I've already told you that you can volunteer to go back home, and I will help you get back home. I'm talking about ICE. They can take you through the deportation process. So it's up to the immigrant. Do you want to wait it out to see a judge, or do you want to volunteer and say, okay, I'll go back home, send me home, and then they'll put them through the deportation process.
And then
How
they can
about we
come
deal
back.
with
I mean,
the
I
impetus
completely
of the
agree. I'm
problem?
just saying, if you actually care about deportation, you would invest in the lawyers and judges who help facilitate it. As
Yeah,
it
we
Okay.
don't
stands,
care. We
And
Okay.
don't
unless
care.
they
and
We
have a
don't
bunch
sit
care.
of
back and watch
voluntary
them get
We
deportations,
don't
deported and
care.
not care.
have a
We
bunch of
Angela
don't
will
care.
people
also
in
sit
holding
back and
cells
watch them get
who aren't
deported
being
and not
processed.
We
care.
But
don't
do you
You
care
care.
don't
about
care
black
because you
people's
don't
due
understand how
process?
it
We
Do
works.
you
don't
care
care.
about black people having
You
due
We don't
don't care
care.
process?
because you
Exactly.
don't
We don't
Because
We
understand how
care,
it
the
don't
thing
bro.
works.
care.
is,
We
I
don't
understand
care,
that you
bro.
don't know
if
what
you
you're
We
talking
allow
don't
about,
this,
care.
but
if
I'm
you
going to
allow
keep
this
We
repeating what
laws
I'm
don't
to be
saying.
That's
care.
why
These
Trump
promulgated,
won
people
the
will not
popular
be
vote
Yeah,
deported
we
because
without
don't
a
we
care.
don't
judge.
care.
I'm not gonna
They
hardly
will
hear
not be
y'all.
deported without a judge's approval.
We
Okay,
That is
don't
it.
That's
so
care.
why Trump won
do
the
we care
popular
Exactly.
about
vote
black
because
They're
we
people's
not going to
don't
due
leave.
care.
They're going to
process?
stay in America. We're
We
going to
don't
detain
care.
them and they're going to
Do we
stay in
care about
America
black
We
because
people's
don't
there's
due
care.
nobody to
They can
process?
process
sit
it.
enough. I
Panel,
And
do
you're
we
tell
care
just
about black people's
I
due
tell
that
you
process?
what.
statement
I
so you
tell you
can
Black
what.
people
promote me.
are
But I'm just
okay,
going to
bro.
keep saying it until you
Do we care
dumbasses
about
I
black
understand.
tell
people's
you
due
You
what.
cannot be
process?
deported without a
Won't you?
lawyer and a judge.
Oh,
You
okay.
Do
would
we
We
not
care
be
can
about
keep
black
your
deported
people's due
without a
time,
Black
little
lawyer
boy.
people
and a
process?
will be
judge.
fine.
Do we care about black people's due process? Because
No, we don't care.
if we do,
No, we don't care.
I know you
You
Yo,
don't,
know you
get them
don't
No,
care,
hookers
we
you
don't
back
care.
maggot.
because
too.
you spent a large early
Yeah,
part of your life doing illegal shit. So maybe that's why
right.
you don't
Toto
care.
doesn't even raise his
Right,
kids.
Yeah, we
Why would he
don't
care
care.
about the
Hey,
black
get them liberal
community?
black folks out of here
right.
too.
I'm not
Toto does
liberal.
not raise his
I'm
kids. He
not
will not
liberal.
raise the community.
I don't have any
I'm not
kids.
liberal.
Yes, you do.
Uh,
You said you did, bro.
I lied.
I don't care.
well,
Oh, okay.
we don't
Same
care
way you
about
don't
your.
care. You're a deadbeat
Yeah,
dad.
I don't care.
You're a deadbeat dad.
So the problem is, y'all, if we allow not due process
No,
to not happen with these people,
no. Hey, hey, hey.
then
No,
why are you talking over me, sir?
your
Let me make
daddy
my
is
point.
ashamed of you, boy.
Then the thing
Your daddy
is,
is ashamed
then
of
It's
you,
the
very
boy.
thing
clear you
is,
grew up without a dad.
I
then the
guarantee
thing
your daddy is
is,
ashamed of you. He
You
then
probably
the
probably
play
thing
came
nice.
out of
He probably
is,
Michigan.
play nice in your face, but
okay,
your dad is
so
ashamed of you,
this
boy.
is not a serious conversation, and
You're an
the
ankle
Dinus,
intelligent
grabber. You
the
know what I'm
Ashawo
lack
has
saying?
of
gone.
muting
We've had
Cowboy
Toto
the
is part of
ignorant
grab
the
you,
reason why
boy.
the
Ashawo
panel
here.
You
behaves it
pit
does.
ass
The
motherfucker.
intelligent
You
Ashawo
know
is
This
what I'm
man
saying?
gone,
needs to
and
be
the
muted.
ignorant
I don't know if
Ashawo
he's
Y'all
against
some
you.
is here.
goddamn, y'all some ankle
Yo,
grab. Y'all
Dinus,
still
Tell
The
let
way
listen
you
the
to
the
let him
ignorant
ignorant
just
roll.
Ashawo
run
to go
about
like
and
away
derail the
like
conversation
listen
is
to the
the
gay
crazy.
intelligent
choir.
Ashawo to
Listen to
have
the gay
conversation that's
choir.
You
constructive.
sound like you
Listen
used
to
to be
the
a
gay
choir boy.
choir.
Can we ask
Listen to
the
that gay
Adonis,
choir,
listen to
the
bro.
The
The
ignorant
main
brother,
point
preacher?
man.
is
all right,
The way
y'all, all
he
right,
these
y'all.
is,
One,
illegal
listen,
one
I'm
mic,
out of
one,
immigrants
here.
will
Hold on,
not
one
be
mic.
deported without being
What,
processed
what
by lawyers
mic?
and judges.
Well, Mike, hey, Shaw, I'm not gonna conflate Black American issues with anything illegal immigrant. I'm not going to.
They always try to bring
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Anytime you talk
No,
about another group of people,
nobody is
All right.
they
conflating. I'm
always
But
saying
try to
but
if you
bring
want
black people
but
illegal
into it.
immigrants
but
to
if we
leave the
look at
country,
if we look at what the
lawyers and
administration is
judges
doing.
need
Okay, I'm
to
gonna let you
litigate
talk.
the
Go ahead.
process, and
I'll
there are
let you
not
talk.
enough lawyers and judges. Do
All
you
right.
guys
So if
understand
you,
that?
I understand that. Now, if you look at what the administration has been
Boy, both of
doing,
y'all sisters
right?
interrupting each other,
So
man. Y'all need to work together. Y'all
if
need to
you
work
look at
Yo,
together,
keep
man.
my
Y'all need to be
dick out your
unity.
if you
mouth,
look
bro.
Y'all need to be
if you look at
one. Y'all need to be
Dick
one with
out
y'all
your
can I
mouth.
sisterness.
respond
Sucking
to
my dick,
You
Dinah's
know what I'm
bro.
piece?
saying?
May I
Get a
respond to
Y'all,
Dynas,
parachute
please?
y'all need to be
before
worried
you
what
May
break
I
y'all
your
think
legs,
respond?
bro.
nigga.
Get a
Can
parachute
the
before you
ignorant
break your
Y'all
legs and
Ashawo
die
told
in
me
my
please
that
state,
go?
bro.
Hold on, one mic. Go ahead, Shaw. Go ahead, Shaw.
So if we look at the what in a time that Trump has been in office this term, right? And we look at the things that he's doing. There's a lot of things that he's doing that is not so much orthodox is the word. Yeah, orthodox is the word. It's not pointing to democracy in the sense of what we know. It's really pointing more toward authoritarianism and
Like what?
fascism.
Give me an example.
Ooh, scary.
Hold on, give me an example.
Saying that the white South Africans are being genocided and lying about that, showing a videotape, embarrassing the person, the president, and then allowing what's that boy Musk to do the shit that he did with the government.
Unconstitutional
Ooh,
deportation.
we love
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
bro.
Unconstitutional.
but that wasn't voted. That wasn't deemed unconstitutional. Am I wrong?
They're challenging some
The
of that
tariffs are
legally.
Oh my God,
unconstitutional,
There's
man.
and
legal.
some
There's
of the
legal.
Hey,
deportations are unconstitutional.
me and Shaw. Was it deemed unconstitutional? Yes or no?
Some of it is being challenged. Yes, it's being
Okay, being
challenged that it is
challenged,
unconstitutional in the courts.
being challenged. But I know
Yeah.
some of it came. I know the majority of it came back that it wasn't unconstitutional.
Okay, I could see that and agree with that, but some of it was not, and
But
well, it hasn't been determined yet, but they're
right,
going to be litigating it.
right. So
The
again, when you
Supreme Court has
say,
already come against Donald Trump in some cases.
Hold on. So when you say he's being authoritative, an authoritarian, he has to go through an actual process, or things could be rebutted or challenged. How's that being authoritarian?
Because he's not following the motherfucking rules.
Oh
Like,
my God, bro.
like when
He's
you,
following,
for example,
hold on, hold on, Shaw. He is following the rules because they could raise it up to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court decides.
And the
right. So the
Supreme Court
Supreme
has
Court
ruled
did
against him
decide.
on multiple
They
issues.
did decide it and ordered him to bring the person back, and they
Like,
didn't
why are
do
we
it
acting
until.
ignorant about this? This was a
Right,
stupid question.
exactly. And he
And this
brought the
is what the
This was
Negro
honestly a
worried
stupid
about an
question.
illegal being deported? Boy,
I know.
And
No,
Dynas,
it's
that's
not.
these
It's
you are
bigger
that's
more
these
than that.
informed
senses,
than you're
bro.
letting on.
It's bigger
That's
than
these
that.
senses, man.
It's bigger than
That,
that. And that's what I'm
that's these
saying. That
Donald
this is
senses,
Trump
bigger
has
man.
than
These
just
already
senses always
disagreed with
deportation.
his
trying to
Supreme Court
attach
This
something
has
else.
to
justices
do with
multiple
They
times.
try
fascism.
to attach black people to everything. You
This has
start,
to do
No,
hey,
no,
Tolu, you
Dynas,
no,
start
if
talking
you are
about going to
so
the
no,
store.
no,
confident,
They're
no.
gonna
go
attach
to
black people
Google
to that.
and show
You
up
go to
on
the
the
mall,
chat
they're gonna
and the
try to attach
panel
black people to
the
that. They're
Supreme
gonna try to
Court's
attach
ruling
black
against
people to
Donald Trump.
every talking point.
No, I'm saying that we as a people are on the underside of things. We've been marginalized. We've been treated wrong in the system. They have not followed due process with us in a lot of cases. They have terrorized us. They have bombed us. They have done all the land that we were supposed to get. We didn't get the fucking land that we were supposed to get. They gave it to immigrants coming
What does
over
this
here.
have to do with
They
these
have done.
immigrants getting their ass up
Yeah,
out of
that's
here?
what I'm
It
saying.
What
What's
does
has
that
a
have to
lot
do
to
with
do
this?
with it
What's that got
because
to do with illegal immigrants?
historically,
Dynas, you're using
because
selective articles.
historically
I'm
we have
not.
gotten
Look
the
up the
bad end of the
Supreme
stick,
Court
and
ruling
now
against
we're
Donald
coming
Trump
to
on
a
that
situation where they're
deportation.
giving
Oh my
people the
God,
bad end of the stick.
y'all
What's
sisters
gonna come
goddamn
for us
talking at the
next?
same time. We can't hear you.
What?
Goddamn, one of y'all sisters
Okay,
talking at
hold on,
one
hold on,
time.
hold on, hold on. What, Mike? So, U.S. court pauses ruling allowing Venezuelans to challenge deportation to El Salvador. So, I mean, again, the court said that.
Dynas, you're using selective articles. Look up
Okay,
the ruling
so what
against
article?
Donald.
So, what article you want me to pull up?
I'll send
He
it
wants you
directly
to
to
go to
you.
sugarboy.org.
Not only did the Supreme Court go
Can
against
you
his
bring
recent
back the
tariffs, but they
intelligent
went against
Ashawo,
that
please?
illegal deportation. And I don't
Bring
know
the
why you're acting
intelligent
like you don't know
Ashawo.
that, Dynas.
Put the link in the private chat.
I will.
Leave the ignorant Ashawo home.
Oh shit, he trying to go in your DM. That's how it starts. These sugar boys, man, are diabolical, bro. You know what I'm saying? And
Dynas, I don't know
they
why you
work
let
in
this
tandem.
crackhead crack his teeth
No,
so much on his panel.
Cato. Send me the article, Cato. Send me
I'm
the
going to send you the
article.
article right
Nah,
now. You
he too
probably
big.
already read it.
He too busy with his hands on his hip. He can't keep his hands on the hip and send a message at the same time. It's
It's not
impossible.
funny, Ashawo. You're not
Hey,
funny.
no.
No, no,
It would
you're
be
not
not
funny.
funny if I wasn't telling the
And
truth.
your
I tell you
credibility
what.
your
I
credibility
tell you what.
is
How
dwindling
about you?
by the
How about you
day.
go to the
Your
detention center
credibility
since you
is
love them
dwindling by the
Latinos so
way. I
much?
got a
How
I got
about
an
you go
iPhone
over there and lay
16 and
down
I
and
got a
let them
good
have
Dynas,
their
mic.
why
way
do
You're
you
with
not
you?
not
gonna
mute
overtalk
Colo?
me, sir.
How do you?
Dinus, why do
Won't you
you
just
not
go
You're
and let
not
them
gonna
have their way
overtalk
with
me.
you? You know
You
what
mute
got
I'm
a
saying?
all
new
of
phone.
You'll
Clubhouse
be
so we
right
can
there.
focus.
And my
That's
mic is
right where you
big.
would want to be.
Right. My mic is
Go play
big.
in their hair.
You sound
Go
Dinus,
there
ignorant.
and
why do
lay
you
down and let
not
them
You
have
mute
their
sound
way with you,
Clubhouse?
stupid.
sugar boy.
You sound stupid.
Yeah.
Okay? You
Uh-huh.
do. And you sound
Uh-huh.
like you got some issues too, because you're
Right,
the
right.
only
No,
only
no, let
alleged
me tell you something. Let me
heterosexual
tell you
male,
something. You
right?
thinking that
Allegedly,
you thinking
you're
that
a
you're a
heterosexual
woman.
male.
You thinking that
Allegedly.
you're a woman is an
Allegedly,
issue,
you're
bro.
a heterosexual male, but
You thinking
I
that
think
you
that you
are
got
a
some other shit going
woman
on
is
because you keep
confusing.
bringing up homosexuality.
You
Why?
thinking
Why are
that you're
you
a
fixed
woman is
on that?
because at
Why
the
are you
end of the
fixed on
day,
homosexuality, sir?
Even though
I
Diners
think
let
we're talking about
anybody
a
come on
subject
this
matter.
channel and
I
talk,
need you
we
to I need
don't
you
no black person,
to
man
let the
or
ignorant
female, but sit
Ashawo
up there and listen
go
to
and
any
let
type
the
of sissy
intelligent
talking about
Ashawo
nation building.
comment
You cannot
intelligently.
Dinus,
nation
why
Can
do
you
you
build
do that?
allow
laying on top
Toto
of
to
another
Ashawo?
derail
man.
the panel?
Ashawo, can you
You
bring the
Dinus,
cannot
can you
mute
bring the
talk
Toto.
about
intelligent
nation
Ashawo
building
back?
as laying
Can you
on
Because
bring back
you were
laying in the
muting me
bed with
during my
another
own
man, bro.
question,
can
Dinus.
you bring
You get
back
what
the
I'm
Toto, I'm
saying?
giving you a
intelligent
chance.
Ashawo?
What, Mike? So can you, Kato, can you send me the link, please, in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
private chat?
I'm looking right now. It's just hard to pay attention when we got this dumbass yelling. Mute him.
Hey,
You
put
muted
them
me while I was
tampons in
asking
your
my
ear.
literal question. Mute
Put the
Toto.
tampons in your ear. How about you do that? Talking about you can't focus. If you can focus on another man on top of you, you can focus on sending a
Why
message
are
in the
you
back
so
channel.
Again,
focused on
you have
Dinus? This
Yeah,
is
homosexual
exactly what I'm
issues. You're
talking about.
that's
Why
what
do
concerned
you
you
with
allow
do.
this
you're
behavior to
concerned
happen?
with some
That's
man
what
being
you
on another
do.
man.
You know what I'm saying? Like
You got latent
you know what
homosexual
the good thing,
tendencies. It may not even
what
be
the good
latent.
thing about Dynasty is
Would you keep your personal
he
business to
let y'all
yourself,
sugar
sir?
boys come
We
over
don't
here and
care about
expose y'allself,
your
bro.
sexuality,
Nobody gonna
sir.
pay no attention to
No, we
y'all.
don't care
Ain't
about your
nobody gonna follow
sexuality.
you.
You're
Ain't nobody gonna
fixed.
follow y'all. Ain't nobody
Right.
gonna piss on
You're
y'all if you was
fixed on
burning. You
somebody's
get what I'm saying?
sexuality. I think you
I
got a
ain't even a
personal
Christian.
issue.
I
I
ain't
think
even
you
a
got a
Christian.
personal
But
issue you need to deal
based
with,
on the
sir.
white Jesus that y'all
I
love
think
so
you need to
much, you're
deal with a
Here's the
personal
abomination.
issue,
problem.
sir.
Based on the religion
Based
that
on
y'all love
based
so
on
Dinus,
much, you're
mute.
you sound
abomination.
Dinus, are
You
you
get what I'm
afraid to
saying?
mute
I
bring
would
the
Toto?
never,
intelligent Ashawo.
never take offense to that.
Dinus, are you
Pause,
afraid to mute
pause,
Toto? Is Toto paying you or something?
Can I speak?
pause. Yeah,
Can I speak?
is that
Thank you.
Wildfire? Who's speaking?
Yeah, can I
Wildfire?
speak?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I am hearing what the other gentlemen are saying regarding due process. You know, obviously, I'm not in support of illegal immigration into the USA, but if if people start saying, yeah, throw them out, you know, you're kind of setting a precedent in a way that when it gets to you, if you're saying, let's forget the rules, these people are here illegally, which a lot of them are, but there's a reason why there's laws in place that even though these people are illegals, they are still entitled to due process. And if Black Americans are seen as going, yeah, you know, get rid of them, no laws needs to be followed, what will happen next time when the white supremacists are picking on our people, Black American people? And then we'll be the same one that was saying, oh, no need for due process, and they could use that against Black Americans. And do you remember that time we're getting rid of the Mexicans and you were all cheering like we weren't following due process? What's the issue now? So we just have to be mindful that this can turn around in a different way. And yes, I do understand the high feelings that Latinos are not exactly Black friendly people. But the issue is, it's about following the law, whether we like people or not. It's really important to say, this is the law of the land. You guys are here illegally and we're going to go through the process. But the current administration does not seem to care about the rule of law, which makes Donald Trump extremely dangerous.
So
Yeah,
you saying Donald Trump is not following the law?
they're not. They're getting rid
He's
of people
not. It's
that
not
due
up to me.
process.
So hold on, Wildfire. Let me follow your point. So if he's not following the law, then why hasn't the Congress or Senate or anybody brought him up on impeachment charges or anything?
They
If he's not
have.
following the law,
They have. You're
I
stupid.
think that process is going to be starting, but you can see
oh,
from the
it's gonna be
beginning.
some. Boy, y'all,
They have
hold
already
it. You
called
know
for
what?
it. Stop
Hey,
speaking so
Dinah, you know what the
confidently. They
crazy
have
thing
already
that I
tried to
noticed
indict
about
him.
black
They have
people?
already
Black
talked
people are
about
prophets.
impeaching him. What are you
Black
talking
people
about?
know
Shut the fuck
everything
up.
that's gonna
Shut the
happen,
The
fuck
thing
that's
up. They've
is,
finna
already
happen,
talked about it.
that's when to happen,
And
the
what
that's
thing
happened
gonna
the
is,
first
happen,
they're
it's
not
gonna
term?
happen in
following.
10
What
They've
came
days.
what he did
already
the
Like,
first
talked
term?
about
like
it.
black people know
Can I say
everything,
something,
What happened the
bro.
Ashao?
first term?
I have always respected
Already
America
talked
because
about it.
they seemed to be a country of law, even though a lot of the time Black Americans weren't given due process, and that was injustice. But now they're actually being very blatant. Yes, they're picking on the illegals, and everybody's cheering, and I'm cheering too. But you know what? Eventually, this can turn around to Black Americans too, because they will move
How can
into.
it turn around? No, no,
No,
no. Say
it could be.
how can it turn around?
It
Say
could
it.
be another issue that comes up, which there will always be issues that we don't know yet. And they'll be like, oh, we're
Oh,
not
okay.
following,
No,
we're not,
So you
no.
speak.
we're
There's
not
there's
following due process.
there's
You were
no
happy to
way in
support,
it's
we were kicking the immigrants
So
out,
it
the
could be an
illegals.
issue.
We,
So you don't know the issue,
it's
but it
about
there's
could be an
no
standing for the
there's
issue.
no
rule
way
of
in
law.
issue.
Whether we like the illegals or
Man, this
not,
is
the
what I be
law is
talking
the
about,
law.
bro.
Right. You're
It's
right,
that
Whether we
sister.
like
feeling.
the illegals
Yeah,
or not, the law is the
yeah,
law. And I'm
yeah.
kind of
It
worried for
always
the
can be an
You're
US
you're
is
issue.
where it's
100% right,
going.
sister.
So
I'm worried
100%.
about where America's
so
going.
hold on,
And I really wish
Wallflower.
you guys
So
well.
it can
But
only turn
America's
around and
meant to
affect
set an
black people, not
example.
nobody
But
else.
you're
Only
shouting.
black people.
How are
I
black
know
people
you're worried.
affected now?
There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with caring about Black Americans. What I'm saying is we need to be about the law. And now, even though the people you don't like are getting railroaded and thrown out, but eventually that kind of dismissing of the law can turn around and affect you guys as well.
Oh,
But
Just
it's
okay,
in my
already it
thoughts, I'm
already
saying.
hold on
affects
to
us
that point right
adversely.
there, Wallflower.
But it
Hold on.
already
So you
affects us
saying that it can
adversely.
only turn around and hurt black people, no other group of people, but it can turn around and hurt us.
No, it's already hurting us though. As a
No, no,
people,
no.
we
Dine,
we
I'm
suffer
Dine.
asking her a
adversely.
question. I'm asking a real woman,
In another way, I'm
not
saying
boys that
in
pretend to be
another
women.
way, in another way, it might not be
Huh?
immigration issues, it could be other issues. So I would just
So
say
what
be
I'm saying is
careful
you
what
keep
you're cheering for.
no
Yes, it's fine to cheer
Wildflower.
that
You
that
keep
illegal
saying that it
Mexicans
can
are not getting due
specifically
process.
come
That
back
is
and
what
Toto
is
hurt
calling
going
us.
us
on
gay
So
and
down
he's
I'm
here.
out of
asking
here
you a
But
yelling at
another
us.
question. Can
time,
it
Dinus,
come
I
back
shared
and
the
American
only
article.
hurt
You need to
black
mute
Americans
people?
are
Toto.
Or
not
can it
being
come
Dinus,
back and
I
inclusive.
hurt
shared the
everybody?
That's all
article.
I'm
You need to
saying.
mute Toto.
I think he's a
I don't know if
homosexual.
Toto's seeing you or something, but you let him speak way
hold
too
on.
much.
One mic. But so I'm reading this article, but then the article I just sent you seems like it kind of superseded this ruling. Am I wrong?
They paused the process. They appealed it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
I mean,
then, so this,
you can appeal what the Supreme Court says.
right. But I'm saying, so this is so
Dinus, you're
this.
running away.
God, you're
Read the
not gonna
first paragraph. Read the first
You're
paragraph.
not gonna
I
talk
told
over
you
me.
something wrong
You're
with
not
him, bro.
gonna talk over me. Just be quiet. So what I'm saying is the article that I showed previously, this article right here is kind of null and void now.
Read the second paragraph of that article.
In an apparent 7-2 ruling, the
7-2
High Court
ruling.
found that Trump administration did not give a group of Venezuelan detainees proper notice in time to appeal the removal under the Alien Enemies Act. But then
Thank you. I don't know why we trying to circle jerk or like pussyfoot around that.
You ain't gonna talk over me. But the article I just read pretty much said that this right here it doesn't matter anymore.
No, they're appealing the process. It's not that it doesn't matter anymore.
Let me pull up the article I just had. Hold on, give me a second.
Well, when you don't agree with them, boy, these sugar boys come out with their nails out. You get what I'm saying? Like
No, we
it
don't get
just
what you're
shocks
Well,
me.
no,
saying.
you just like to ride
Okay.
Dinus's
It
dick.
We
just
don't get
shocks
what you're
me.
saying.
Whoa, hold on. Okay, so this is from June 10th, which was yesterday, I believe. All right, so that ruling was from May that you sent me. This article right here this just was recent from yesterday. U.S. court pauses ruling allowing Venezuelans to challenge deportation to El Salvador.
Come on with something sassy, sugar boy.
But is that the same?
I already said that they appealed it, but the Supreme Court said 7-2. We just read it.
Yeah, but it's back on pause now.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court already stated they thought it was unconstitutional.
I understand, but now it has to go back to the Supreme Court, and it's on pause.
My statement was that his own conservative Supreme Court thinks it's unconstitutional, and you
Yeah,
have
but
yet
it
to
doesn't
provide
matter.
proof
But it
otherwise.
doesn't matter right now because the court.
Again,
paused
Dinus, yeah,
it.
you don't have a reply for that.
I got that. It doesn't matter because the court just paused it.
They paused it so that he can litigate it, but his own Supreme
Oh
Court ruled against it.
Oh man, dude, it
Hey,
don't matter.
Dinah, let me
It don't
tell you. Let me
matter.
tell you what happened,
Dinus,
Dinah.
I don't know why you're acting
They
confused.
doing it.
Bring
They
up the
doing
other
the
article
same.
and read the second paragraph again.
I'm not acting anything. All I'm saying is the court paused it, so it
Dinus,
don't
yes
matter.
or no? In a 7-2 ruling, the Supreme Court said it was illegal. Yes or no?
No, they didn't say it was illegal. What they did was they said that part of the way that they brought where they brought it in now was not the way that should have been brought. So they sent it back to
Yeah,
the
not
lower
the
court
way.
for them to do it.
Illegal.
Now,
I don't know
hold
why
on.
you
Let me
guys
see. That
act
was
dumb
saying,
about this
Daddy.
last week.
They
I
didn't
need
think that I
I
knew
need
about
a
this.
I
seven
don't know.
two reading.
I just
I
hold
need
on,
you to
hold on,
explain to me
hold
what's
on.
confusing about that.
No. We're gonna talk to T because T actually worked for immigration. T, you still there?
Yeah, that's you running. I
I'm not
sent you an
T.
article. It's a 7-2 ruling.
Okay, so how am I
I'm
running on
talking
the?
to you, Dynas. I'm not talking to
Oh
T.
my good man, good.
Well, I told you something wrong with it. He aggressive
Bro,
sugar boy too.
homophobe,
He
Hold
pipe
on.
aggressive.
down.
That's
Hold
some
on.
aggressive sentences, bro.
Dynas, you need to
Homophobe,
stop muting me
pipe
and mute
down.
Toto.
Everybody, be quiet. T is the immigration professional on this call because she worked for immigration.
Dynas, does that change the article ruling?
Oh my good T. Are
That's
you
that
there?
aggressive. That's that
Exactly.
aggressive fake feminism.
It's
T.
aggressive, but it's feminine. You sound like a dumbass.
But
That's that
T.
aggressive.
Dynas, you
That's
wouldn't be
that
having these
aggressive
problems if you
estrogen.
muted Toto. I don't know if he's paying you or something, but this is ridiculous.
He's not paying me anything. All I'm saying is the shit got paused. Yes, you're right. The Supreme
Thank
Court
you.
came with a
I don't
ruling,
know what was so hard about saying that.
it's on pause right now. So what does it matter? You can't stop
So
Trump.
My exact statement was his own Supreme Court ruled against him. You asked for proof. I gave it to you.
Right, but it's on pause.
Which
So
means
it
what?
don't matter.
It being on
My
pause means
statement was
what?
the Supreme Court ruled against him, which you just said you agreed to. That's my only point. I do
Right,
not know why you let Toto run his mouth like a dumbass
So
instead
being
of
on
make
pause
intelligent
means what
statements.
though?
You
but it's
mute
on
them while they're
pause.
making it.
What does that mean? It's
U.S.
on
court
pause.
pauses ruling
Hey,
allowed.
Donnie, you know how simple these sugar boys' argument is. They're just like
Homophobe,
saying that it's
homophobe. Can you
raining
please
outside,
bring the
Exactly.
and then it
Dynas,
intelligent
why do
stopped
you
Ashawo
allow
raining.
back?
Toto
And
to
then they
speak his
Can
way
you
tell
to
you,
the
please
but
panel?
bring
wasn't it
the
raining?
intelligent
Wasn't it raining
Ashawo
earlier
back?
though? I
We
want you
want
to admit
him.
that
Because
it was
Dynas,
We
you,
don't
raining.
you
want
can
the
mute
Not
me,
that
but
ignorant
you
it's
can't
not
mute
homophobe.
that it's
Toto for
still
calling
raining.
Ashawo.
other
You
black
get what I'm
people
We want
saying?
gay.
the
Not the
intelligent
not that
I'm
Ashawo.
it's
not
still
talking to T. I'm
raining,
talking
bro.
to Dynas. I'm
Man,
talking to the head of this panel. Why do you
Oh,
allow that
it's
behavior?
just it's just
hold
stupid,
on.
bro. It's a stupid ass argument.
Let me read the article.
Yeah.
June 10th, Reuters, a U.S. appeals court on Tuesday temporarily paused the judge's ruling holding that hundreds of Venezuelans the Trump administration deported to El Salvador under an 18th century wartime law must be given a chance to challenge the detentions.
Yep.
A three-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit issued an administrative stay to give itself more time to consider an appeal filed by the government earlier on Tuesday.
Right.
Based U.S.
Now,
District Judge.
now what?
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
it's
Go ahead,
not
Donnie.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
over.
Let me finish reading the article. Washington-based U.S. District Judge James Boasberg on June 4th also ruled that the Trump administration must facilitate their legal challenges though he stopped short of expressly ordering the government to bring the Venezuelan migrants currently being held at a Megan prison in El Salvador back to the U.S. Boasberg, an appointee of Democratic President Barack Obama, gave the government 1 week to detail how it will facilitate the deportees' challenges known as habeas corpus petitions. The Venezuelans were deported in March after President Donald Trump, a Republican, invoked the 1798 Aliens Enemies Act to swiftly deport alleged members of the Tren de Aragua gang. See, that's what I'm saying. Why are we defending these thugs and
But
gang?
it's
Dynas,
amazing.
why are you running away from the
It's
conversation?
amazing.
Oh my God!
Hey,
Like,
Dinus,
why do you keep running?
Can
I
I
can
get
tell that
60
both you
seconds?
and Toto
Can I
aren't
get
confident on this point.
Let me finish. The swiftly deport alleged members of the Tren de Aragua gang without going through normal immigration procedures. The appellate court panel that paused Boasberg's ruling included U.S. Circuit Judges Gregory Casas, Naomi Rao, and Justin Walker, all of whom appointed to the court by Trump during his first term in office. The American Civil Liberties Union, which represents the Venezuelans in the case, did not respond immediately to a request for comment.
Right.
I'm shocked that you siding with these white boys, and you know how they move and what they've done to
I'm
us
not
as a people.
shocked based on all the
You're siding with them.
So, I should side with the gang members, the El Salvadorian gang.
No,
No, Dynas, you should address the
you
point that
should
I'm making
side.
directly
You
to
should
you and
side
stop
with what
running
makes
away from it.
sense. You
The
should side
Supreme
with what
Court
makes
What
ruled
sense.
makes
against
sense is
Trump.
okay.
That's
To
Listen,
it.
me, what makes sense
Stop running.
hold on.
is that if they do that to them,
I'm talking, Shaw. If Black Americans right now we could go to Ghana, if Bloods and Crips, if Black Americans from say Compton, Bloods and Crips were to go to Ghana right now and start gang banging, I'm not going to support these clowns' due process. Kick them
At
out.
all.
at all. This shit is crazy. I don't
Yeah,
give
but
a
I'm not
damn
saying
about
So
that
you
this.
see
though.
how we just moved the field post.
Right,
This
you
conversation
did.
began with whether or not it's
When
constitutional. I
when
proved that, and now you're jumping who?
Boy,
No,
every time they talk, they move the goalposts.
we're not
Guys, you
talking
can be
I
about
sent
talking,
you an
you can be
blood
article
and
talking
Crips
about
directly
going to
anything,
addressing
Dinah.
your
and they go
We're
to
question.
talking
talking
about
about
Dinus, I
1940.
we're
keep
They
talking
go to
about
asking
talking
these
you,
about
white
why do you
white
allow
1960.
Toto
supremacists.
You
to
can you
derail the
can talk
panel
about
and
something
you
of
have
the
not
day, Dinah.
responded yet?
You talk about
I'm not
something
talking to
today, they
nobody
go to
but
talk
Dinus
about
right now.
1936. That's all y'all been doing is moving the goalposts. You know
Can
what
you
I'm saying?
bring
Because y'all sisters. That's how y'all talk.
Why do we allow this man to derail the
You know what the
can
one
conversation?
you
thing, you know what the one thing
can
that
you
All
I
right, so
agree
bring
I'm
with
gonna just
back
y'all
start
about.
talking
intelligent
because we're just gonna
Y'all
let
Ashawo?
Toto
do
talk and then
act
everybody
like
can be
Can you bring
quiet
I
back
do
the
and we're not
agree.
gonna
intelligent
get any
Ashawo?
new information.
I do agree with
Supreme
y'all
Court
that
and
y'all do
multiple
act
judges
like women
have
and
ruled
y'all don't
against
take
Donald Trump
accountability.
in
I will
multiple
give y'all that
scenarios.
much credit.
I've shared 4 articles with Dinus. Would you mind sharing the other articles?
I agree with that.
No, he's
I
Because we're
not
agree
not
with
going to
that
afraid,
do
part
that.
right?
of
He's
it.
not going to do
We
that.
want to have an intelligent conversation and
No,
we're
he
not afraid to
doesn't.
have it.
He wants
Show the
the
rest of the
ignorant
articles that I
Ashawo.
sent you.
You
If you
No,
can't
feel
he
that's
have
so
no
doesn't.
confident.
He
intelligent
Okay,
doesn't.
so
conversation and
He
like a
wants
male
to. He
boy
wants to
Share the
band.
throw
rest of the articles that I
pejoratives.
sent you.
He
I
wants to
must,
try to use insults and throw
no,
pejoratives
no,
because he has
let's
nothing substantive to say.
okay, so now you brought the terrors. We're sticking to immigration. We
Oh
can
my God.
No,
You
no,
talking
no,
about
no, Dinus.
goalposts.
My
That,
entire
that,
point was
hey,
that
pull up that
both me
goalpost
and
again,
Shah's point
Dinus.
was that
Pull up
Donald
that
Trump has been
goalpost
moving
again, Dinus.
unconstitutionally, which is why Black Americans should be afraid. So if you're not afraid of the
Dinus, they
conversation,
just
you'll read the
accuse you of
articles.
they just accuse you of Bush
No,
moving the goalposts,
he's just gonna
and now
try
Because
this
to
that's
clown
exactly what
talking
intelligently
Dinus
about
is doing. I'm
terror.
not
he's
afraid to
just
call
gonna
out
try to
Dinus.
throw
This clown is talking about
jokes.
You
terror,
and
bro.
Dinus are holding hands right now.
You can't make this shit up. You
Okay,
can't make
anyway.
this
So
Bro,
ass
but
get
shit
Dinus,
Dinus's
up.
dick out your mouth.
So what I was saying,
Oh my
Dinus, is that
God, bro.
you can't compare the Crips and Bloods going to Ghana with white
Oh my
supremacy, which is a system that permeates throughout the world that we're
what?
dealing with. We're dealing with a
Oh
system
my God, bro. Good
of Europeans that are
Lord,
in
man.
control, Dinus. That's what we're
So
talking
okay,
about.
okay. So
Yeah,
so
my point is
oh,
Donald Trump
so,
does not care about the
I
Constitution,
got it. I'm
and
asking
he is
Shaw.
willing to violate Black people's
I'm
constitutional rights.
asking Shaw a question. So Shaw, coming into a country illegally, gang banging, selling dope, sex trafficking, and then getting kicked out instead of El Salvador is white supremacy?
The sister that you're deferring to, the sister who is working with an agency that does that kind of work. She said that they have been getting invites. These are the people that are inviting these people into work for free labor. Then
So
you
there
want to
is
turn around and use
Shaw,
them as a
Shaw, you're all over the Shaw again.
no. No, wait.
Shaw,
Listen,
Dinus,
All
you're
over
all
listen.
over the
it.
Let me
He
place.
tell
wants
her
us to
first.
care
You
about the
introduced a
reason
new
he's being
topic.
Did the
deported.
sister? Did the
Stay on
sister not
topic,
say that?
Dinus.
No,
Stay
no,
on
listen,
topic.
Shaw, listen. I'm going to repeat my question again. Let's stay on topic. All right, Shaw, let me unmute you. Coming into a country illegally, gang banging, selling dope, participating in sex trafficking, getting caught, and getting deported getting deported to El Salvador is white supremacy?
If those were the only people that were being deported, I would
Oh
say
my goodness.
right.
Oh.
No, this
Well,
how
I
I'm
tell you,
answering it though.
man.
Dinus, he never
If
said
those
that. Why are you
people,
running away from the topic
Yes,
and
he
wait,
making
wants
a
so
us
new
let
to
me
question?
answer.
ignore the
Let me
illegal
Both you and
answer.
immigrants
Toto
and
are on the
focus
same
on
shit.
Trump.
Why are you afraid of the
Can I answer,
conversation? You're
please?
too
Like,
Can I
it's
intelligent.
answer, Dinus?
embarrassing, bro. It's
Can I answer,
embarrassing how
Dinus,
weak,
please?
man.
May I please answer, Dinus? So, Dinus, I can't answer yes or no to that. I got to answer it like, if those are the people, the only people that are being deported, then okay, yes, but they still need to follow the law or get rid of the law. That needs to happen. But
Shaw, he don't
yes,
care
Bro,
about the
we
but
truth.
don't
it
care about
appears,
that, bro.
but it
Shaw,
What
they
appears.
do
what
not
you
care
liberals
about the truth.
Okay,
understand,
that's
bro?
They
fine.
do
That's
not
fine.
care
We
They don't
about
voted
care
for
about it.
facts.
Trump for
Using
But
decades.
logic
Do you
and
not understand that?
rationality is
the
not
You
going
people
to
are
work
liberals
for
being
do
you.
the
swung
legal
into that
Just
argument
group.
troll them
of
back.
to
Dinus
deport
isn't
illegal
serious about this
immigration,
conversation.
and it's not working.
One
We don't
second.
care, bro. We're still gonna vote for another.
Hold
Right.
on. I'm
But
asking
you
this.
will care when they
Hold on,
start doing.
gosh, I don't care if you're here illegally. You have no rights. I don't care. Sit them out.
Yeah, but there's a illegal.
Oh man,
They're
Get they
illegal.
country
no,
ass
no,
out of
They're illegal
here.
in
Adonis does not
California,
care
though.
about the
it's
facts.
just
Get
the
they country
entitlement.
ass out of here, you
Adonis,
fucking sissy.
who do you think? Who could you?
Shot. I just the entitlement. Imagine I go to a foreign country illegally and then the man writes that shit. No, it don't work like that. Get him out of here. And then you want to sell dope and terrorize the community? Go do
Dynasty,
that
what
shit
does this
back
have to
home.
do with
The
due
country
process being
allows you
violated?
to
We
come in
don't
and work
care
for
about
free,
that,
and then you
bro.
go back. You know what migrant workers are, Dinah?
Exactly. If you don't care, just say you don't care, but don't act like we're
You
the
know what
ones wilding
you
out.
know
'Cause you
migrant
sound
workers are
stupid.
illegal?
I don't
You
care.
know
I
migrant
told you
workers
I
are
don't care.
illegal?
Excuse me?
You know migrant workers are illegal? Migrant
Okay, and
workers.
listen, if you get caught, you get caught.
But they're not getting caught because they allow them to come in and work and pick that
Who cares?
food.
No,
It
Dinah,
don't
And
okay.
then
do
they
you
go back
not
home.
care
Okay,
about
okay, listen,
Donald Trump
that's
violating
They
the
allow it.
Constitution?
one mic. That's
The
equivalent.
conversation.
That's
Dinah,
equivalent.
do you
Hold on,
not care that Donald Trump is violating?
you're not talking over me. That's equivalent to, a shower supporter works at the grocery store. He hooks me up with a bunch of groceries. I walk out, I don't pay for it, I get caught, and I want to play the victim. I mean, come on, who cares?
A shower supporter. I don't understand what you just said.
That's a shower supporter, Hustle Smart. That's the name he goes by right now.
Oh, okay. So he goes.
So say a shower supporter works at Kroger. He said, you know what, Dinus, man, come up here. I got you, man. I'm gonna hook you up with a bunch of groceries. I got you. Just walk in and walk out. I get caught. How am I the victim?
Okay, so then what about the person who's selling you the groceries?
So if you are coming to a country illegally, I don't care who invites you, you get caught. It's what it is.
Yeah, but they're getting paid though by these
It
people.
don't matter, man. You get caught.
It does matter.
Oh my God.
Shaw, he's not trying to listen to reason. Like, we
Because
need to start responding to this dumbass
so
question.
you're saying that the people that bring them in and pay them, the people that say, "Come on, I got something for you," are not culpable.
They get fined.
But they're not getting fined.
How do you know?
The sister that works with the agency just said it, and we all know that all these.
She didn't know what she was talking about.
Of course she doesn't.
So first she knew what she was talking about, now she doesn't. Y'all need to stop having these dumbass
appreciate them
conversations.
pushing themselves in the hole.
Let's
Go
return
ahead
back
and
to
put
the
the
original
facts up,
conversation.
Dinus.
This entire
Go ahead
topic
and
was
put the
fucking
facts up,
stupid.
Dinus.
That's your
That
response.
was a
They get
dumb
fined.
question.
You know how
Go
many
ahead and
Mexicans?
That wasn't even what we
just
were
because
talking
she
about.
works for immigration don't mean she know
You know
every
how
rule
many?
of the government.
You know how
That's
many
so stupid.
restaurants? You know how many restaurants they have in New York where you see most of them are Latino people, and I'm not talking about.
Bro, if they are illegal, they get caught. It is what it
Okay,
is.
but then why aren't they being? You can go to those restaurants at any time and check on any of those people at any time, and find that probably most of them are illegal. That's not happening. Why haven't they been doing that since time immemorial? Why haven't they been doing that?
Sometimes people don't enforce rules. Sometimes people do.
Okay, so then if they don't enforce the rules and they know that motherfuckers is here working illegally, what does that tell you?
They don't tell you shit.
That tells you they're culpable too.
They're
No,
not
that
looking to
don't.
make
Some
intelligent
administrative.
does.
Hold on, Dinus.
They're
Hold on,
looking a
Dinus.
blind eye
Hold on,
to
hey,
it.
Dinus.
Stop trying to have an intelligent
Dinus, can I get
conversation with
30
us.
seconds, please, man? Can I get 30 seconds?
Can you
Listen,
say
some
something intelligent
administration,
though? Can you say
Damn,
some
you
something
asking
intelligent?
Dinus for
administration,
30 seconds?
The
Are y'all dating
some
intelligent
or something?
administration
Are we gonna get
for
the
certain
intelligent
laws,
Dinus,
and
so you're
some
gonna give
of
him
them
30
don't.
seconds?
It's just
Are we
as
gonna get
simple
the
as that.
intelligent or shower?
It's just
Or
as
are we gonna
simple as
get the
that.
ignorant or shower?
It's simple as that. You get what I'm
Shower,
saying?
you want Dinus to give you 30
Y'all
seconds?
need to stop y'all need to stop
30
being
seconds
bottom
to do
boys,
what?
bro. And
What
that
y'all trying to
bottom
do with
boy
these 30
energy
seconds?
coming out of y'all, bro. It's just ridiculous.
I think
Like,
you're a
Get
no,
off of
bottom
even
boy.
Dinus' dick,
read
bro.
the chat. Just
I
read the
think
chat.
So
you're a bottom
Nobody is
boy.
on
back to
y'all.
the main point,
Nobody
since
is
you're not
on
going to
y'all
say anything
faggot
intelligent.
You're a
sides, bro.
bottom boy, and anybody
The
in this
current
chat that
Nobody is
administration
on
for you.
y'all
is
side,
violating the
bro. That's the funny
Constitution.
part.
If
Y'all sit
Donald
up here
Trump is willing to
y'all
violate
sit
the
up here
Constitution
represent
against
for people that
Harvard,
don't give a
violate
fuck
the
about you,
Constitution for
and
tax,
nobody's on y'all
violate the
side. Y'all just a
Constitution to
bunch of
deport people
faggots, bro.
legally,
And
he
you
will
know what? That's one
definitely
thing I
violate the
like. One
Constitution
thing I
to
like
hurt
about y'all,
black people. And I don't know why
y'all
this
loud and
dumbass,
faggoty just like women.
large-necked,
Y'all
deadbeat
loud
dad
and with
keeps
full of
talking
empathy,
so
just like
confidently.
females.
Guys,
But if
one
he
mic.
ever comes to New York, he's gonna have a problem if I'm aware of it.
One mic. Let me play this. Let me play this news clip.
Just announced it's levying more than $8 million in fines on local businesses for employment violations. Fox 31's Nicole Fierro is on it this afternoon, working to track down the businesses and learn more about this. Nicole?
Yeah, I said that it has 3 businesses that it's notified its intent to charge millions of dollars in fines. These are local businesses, and this happened after a workplace audit. A new social media post from ICE identifies 3 companies U.S. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement notified that it intends to issue millions of dollars of fines due to illegal alien employment violations. We tried going to these businesses to learn their side, starting with CCS Facility Services, which provides janitorial and facility maintenance services to Denver and surrounding areas, where we were told a board meeting was going on and someone would have to get back to us. ICE said it's levying more than $6 million in fines against CCS after finding 100% substantive violation rate and evidence of knowingly hiring and employing at least 87 unauthorized workers. The next 2 are listed under different company names, PBC and Green Management Denver. When we went to addresses listed on the Secretary of State's website for the companies, both have signs for CCS listed.
Investigating businesses that employ illegal immigration has been going on for decades. It has happened through every presidential administration.
John Fabricatori, former field office director for ICE, breaks down the process for us.
They performed an I-9 audit in which they found, multiple social security number probably mismatches and no matches.
He says ICE Homeland Security Investigations announces there is going to be an I-9 audit, giving companies notice.
Also, they can use E-Verify, and work directly with ICE to ensure that those that they're employing are authorized.
How do they find which businesses to audit?
Some of these businesses may have been audited in the past and had employed people that were unauthorized to work. So that is something that they could be looking at. But every single business is subject to having their I-9s audited.
That was Nicole Fierro reporting. ICE also tells us Homeland Security investigations use a 3-prong approach to worksite enforcement. These inspections and civil fines are step 1. Step 2 goes into the arrest of employers and unauthorized workers. And 3, outreach through what is called the Image Program. We have more on that, and I'll put any response.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So that's 3 businesses, and that's
Oh man.
No, it's a start.
Why are you running away from my
it's a token.
point?
I'm not
why do you
running
start
away for
talking
the
about
past
it?
5-6 minutes.
What am I running away from? What am I running away from?
You're running. Yeah, I'm not talking to nobody else on the panel but you, Dynas.
Go ahead.
Shut your
Don't move
sis
it,
ass
Shad. Don't
up,
move it.
boy.
See, I'm talking to you, Dynas. I
Go
said
ahead.
that Donald Trump was moving unconstitutionally. He's violating people's rights, so black people are at risk as well. What is your response?
He's not. He's not.
I just sent you an article. It's not up for debate. Are
He's
you
not.
going to
He's
address?
not.
Are you going to address what I said or not? Or are you going to run away?
It went to the Supreme Court, and then now it just got put on a stay. So what are you talking about?
I think you and Toto need to sit on a tree branch together.
Okay. All right. All right.
Y'all are both kissing ass. That's not a direct
Hey,
response to what I said.
won't you get his phone number, then you can argue with him offline,
So a
sister
shower.
boy.
Do you know what fascism is? A shower.
No, I know what moving the goalpost is. I know what Dinah just showed you proof. You
No,
said that they
I know.
wasn't
I
getting
showed you
fined.
proof
I just
that
know what that is, and that's all
proof.
y'all been
That's
doing.
proof of
Like
3
it'll be,
And y'all been
businesses.
like
running ever
it
since.
would be an honest
There's
thing
a
if you
7
admit, like, hey,
Of 3
I was
businesses.
with a
wrong. Let me
conservative
move on
court.
to the next thing. But
Okay.
y'all don't even do that.
Conservative
Y'all don't
court.
even do that. Y'all
Investigating
just move
Donald
on to
Trump.
the next thing.
And all you two have been doing is making excuses.
We're not making excuses. I'm just
We
That's
don't,
exactly what you are,
That-
Dynas.
bro,
That's
why do
proof.
you think we voted for Trump?
That's
Just out of
proof of 3.
curiosity, do you think we voted for Trump so
Because
we can
you're a
just follow the
dumbass.
law and just be
Because you're
polite
playing the
I think
and
political
you
progress
game.
voted for
through
Trump
due
because you're a
process?
dumbass. And I
Bro,
think
okay,
Dynas did
then
it to
we'll
be
be done.
spiteful.
But bro, the American people are done with your side, bro. We don't care about
What
you.
is my side? What
We're
is my
done with
side?
you, bro. We
What
need
is my
something to be
side?
done
What is my
now. We don't
side?
care about due
What is
process.
my side?
And all
Are
this,
you
I want to be on court
pro-black or
side.
Side.
And
pro-American?
I want to explain the law. We don't give a shit,
Are you
bro. We
pro-black or
don't care.
pro-American? Are you pro-black or
I'm
pro-American?
anti-faggot, nigga.
You pro dumbass.
well, hold on.
And your teeth are going to be on the
You're
concrete when I see you in New
anti-faggot.
York.
What about
Are you a homophobe?
Hold on. A shower. That's a $10 fine. A shower.
Finally, Dynas.
That's a $10
You've been
fine.
letting him say the F word for like the past 6 or 7 episodes. What's going on?
Well, I mean, the N word is, we have an N word tariff. He knows the shower. That's a $10.
And the F, no, Dynas, you putting people's life in jeopardy by allowing them to talk to other people like
Whose
this.
life's in jeopardy?
Toto, if he says that to the wrong person, he's going to get hurt. I don't know why you think it's okay to allow other black men to call each other the F word on their panel. I'm talking to you. Why do you allow that?
Whose life's in jeopardy?
If I see Toto, I'm going to fuck him up in New York.
Okay.
That's already case point.
I
Why do you allow disrespect to occur on the panel from Toto? Stop running away from that question.
Because you're a fucking faggot, boy.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Keep that same energy because I don't want to feel
You're
bad
a
when I fuck
fucking
you up.
faggot. I'm gonna keep that energy every time you breathe. You're abomination.
I don't give a shit, but when I'm done with you, you won't be breathing.
I gotta move both of y'all. Go, Anthony Jones. Go ahead.
Hey, did you get it, Dynas?
I got your fine. Yes, go ahead.
For sure.
Go ahead.
And it was worth it to
Dinus, you
call
ain't
that
mute him.
faggot
Mute
that
both
too.
of us.
Y'all, come on, y'all. Anthony Jones. Go ahead, Anthony.
Mute both of us.
How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Listen, I'm gonna make a disclaimer, man. For my dude Toto, man, you come to New York, man. I got your back, man. I got 1,000 Jamaicans watching your back, son. Don't
He
listen to
ain't
this.
got shit, bro. When you come to New
Don't
York,
listen.
I'm violating this shit. It
Don't
better not
listen
be
to
So
this.
public.
you're
Don't listen
saying
to
you
this
agree
dude,
with
man.
him? What do you agree with him about,
Nah, I'm
though?
gonna violate this dude.
All right.
Toto,
Seriously,
it better not be
serious talk,
public.
You
serious
got his
talk,
back
If
because
I
you
see
agree
you
with
on
him.
serious talk,
Dynas's live
serious talk.
stream,
What do
I'm
you
coming
agree
to
with
the
him
Let me
live
talk.
about?
stream
Let
and I'm
me
fucking
talk.
you
Let
up.
me talk. Let me
You got
talk.
his
Have some
back.
respect. Have some respect. Serious talk, man. You know what
Respect,
I'm saying?
motherfucker. You came in here saying you got his back.
All
Then he's
right, all
talking
right, all
Yeah,
shit.
right, all
Anthony, you
right.
in New York, so we can meet each other too.
Bro,
If you got
okay,
his back.
all right. Meet me on 139th and Broadway, man.
Okay, I'll come.
Hey, y'all,
What,
nah,
All
what day next week?
right,
What day
besides
next
Now,
that,
week?
there you
besides
go.
that,
You better bring your
Now you
son,
got a
because I'll
fight.
smack the shit out you too.
serious talk,
With
Now
your
you
serious
got
old
a
talk.
ass.
fight.
we ain't doing
Y'all
that.
need to stop
139th and
acting like y'all
Broadway.
tough. Half of y'all old as fuck, bro.
Not on my show. Y'all ain't
139th and
on my
Broadway.
not on
Dinus, you're
the show.
culpable. You
I'll see you
allowed his
next
bullshit
Wednesday.
to go on,
Hold on.
Dinus.
Well, yeah, listen. Go.
Calm that shit down,
One
Anthony.
mic. Anthony, you got a minute. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony.
All right, I just want to say, man, listen, man. It's the same storyline every time you have these panels, man. Dudes always want to talk about white supremacy, fearmonger black people, man. That's not the topic, man. You know what I'm saying? Stick to the topic, man. Ain't nobody doing nothing to black Americans, man. You know what I'm saying? If the white man is your boogeyman, go deal with the white man, yo. You got so many opportunities. You want to take the white man to war, take him to war, man. But all this jibber jabbing, talking about, oh yeah, Trump is going to do this to the black people. Trump ain't doing nothing, man. Let him do what he got to do. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, everybody on this panel, most of the people on the panel is America first, man. You know what I'm saying? If Trump wants to kick out the legal immigrants, let him kick them out, man. Ain't no due process, man. You had your due process when you crossed over here illegally, man. That's the bottom
Preach.
line, man.
It- it's
Why y'all going around the merry-go-round and want to go around the mulberry bush making excuses, man? You know what I'm saying?
because they've
Stop fear.
attacked. They've
Stop.
Ain't
attacked black
nobody making
culture.
excuses. You don't
They've
care about
attacked
the law, so
All
just
right,
the
shut the
all
African
right.
fuck up
American
while the
All right,
position.
intelligent
that's
people
good.
speak.
God damn, boy, these faggots, boy, they sing at
Yo,
the same time.
Find him again,
Man.
Dinus. Find him
Toto, keep
again.
that same energy, bro. I'm
Dinus.
glad you in Atlanta.
Find him again,
And I remember
Dinus.
you said 139th Street and Broadway. Too many of these men talk too confidently.
Are
Right,
you
and
gonna
they're
have
gonna
on
It's
they're
gonna
gonna
boy
be
be
a
shit.
clothes
live
or you
stream and
gonna
my
have on
hands are gonna
girl
be on your
clothes?
fucking face, bro.
Hey, are you
Listen,
gonna have on boy
listen,
clothes or
nah,
girl clothes?
listen,
I gotta move both of y'all. Go ahead, Anthony.
listen. I'm not about that life, man. I'm not about that life, man. You wanna stay on here and you know what I'm saying, talk tough or whatever. I'm not about that, man. You play the
Then
tough
shut
part,
up
man.
about it. Don't say you got 1,000 Jamaicans, because I will pull up to 139th Street and
I
Broadway
will,
Oh
and beat
man,
your
bro.
y'all,
motherfucking
come
ass.
on, man.
You
Let the
better
man
bring.
finish. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony.
He like the gay
I'm
Superman.
gonna beat your old ass.
Oh Lord, go ahead, Anthony.
I don't know how old this dude think, man.
You sound like
You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
47, bro.
you
I will
talking
break your
shit.
fucking.
Kato,
So
y'all, let the man Anthony. You got a minute. Go ahead, man. I got past the collar. Go ahead,
He
Anthony.
want to
Yeah,
sit in your lap, Anthony.
pass it to Carla. Pass it to Carla.
No,
Pass it.
Anthony. You done? Anthony, you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm
All right,
done.
let me read these super chats. JC Inc. Thank you for $1.99 holla. I can't believe black people are still supporting liberals. United's one. Thank you for $1.99 holla. Laughing my ass off. Simp is flaming them. United's one. Thank you for $1.99 holla. Simp is cooking these gender benders. All right, go ahead, college Jonas. Jonathan. Go ahead, college.
What's going on, Dinus? What's those police and everybody else on the platform?
Hey, first thing first, man. Colin Jennison got a great show. He go live about 8 or 9 o'clock every night, 4-5 hours. He just like Dinus. He let anybody come on the chat. You know what I'm saying? To come on and talk. You know what I'm saying? We need to come over here. We need to support like-minded people, even with different views. So y'all check out the Colin Nation show. You know what I'm saying? Every night, and y'all come over there and get your lesson. Go ahead, Colin.
can you
Yeah,
shut
which
the fuck
and
up and
also
let
I
Kyla
thank
speak,
you. Like,
please?
I had look, the show's growing. I got 100 subscribers in one day. I was like, wow. I was like, so we're growing. I thank all the audience and everything. I never thought beyond my wildest dreams I'd be able to do anything with YouTube because I never liked YouTube. Whatever. Anyway, about this topic, look, 70% of the American public strongly support what Donald Trump is doing, you know? And also, people don't have to understand something. People do not care about the whining, the complaining, the boo-hoo, ha-ha, things like that. Them days are over, right? This is the way it is. I hate to hurt people's feelings, right? Black America, you only have one chance. You need to build what you know, build what you want, get back to traditional values in Black America, build Black America because nobody cares about you, you know? Illegal immigrants, you need to take that offer, take that $1,000, get the hell out of here because nobody gives a fuck about you, right? Uh, no offense, but LGBTQ, look, nobody wants men and women's sports. Nobody wants to see a gay commercial on TV. If the equality you think you're going to have and everything, you guys are riding on with Obama, Biden, all that, them things are over. Because people think the price is too high. You literally got million people here fighting with the friggin' law for. I would look in a million years, you would never see black people doing something like that. Bombing. Can you imagine what would happen if those were black people or even Haitians that did that? There'd be blood in the streets. So bottom line is this: the people are saying people in this country have said they had enough. You broke into the country illegally. You had people out there, Diners, that are mad because the government's no longer illegals that were no longer paying for their college tuition. They're mad. They're so entitled. They get friggin' housing, hotels, all stuff like that. And the thing, the black community put a lot of money into Chicago's bonds and everything, municipal bonds and tax base, all be eaten up by illegal aliens. You think that's fair? Black people strongly support, not because we are racist or anything like that, because we see this is just simply not right. You go come into somebody else's country. Now, another bigger problem is this: we have to look at the fact that America is responsible for a lot of stuff. That the reason why, because countries like Honduras, Guatemala, a lot of poverty down there. And you have the United Fruit Company and all these people meddling in Central America for generations. Everyone knew this was going to happen, right? These people have no infrastructure, no nothing, so they feel desperate enough to come hundreds of miles to American border. That being said, what to do about that, I have no idea. But the whole thing is this: if America is going to remain a republic, or what America do is just say, you know something, let's forget being a republic, right? That means get rid of, abolish the IRS, buy us all the stuff that binds us and everything, and just let anybody come over here and everything. You think that's feasible, Shah? Millions of people just come over here, and when they didn't put nothing into Social Security but collect Social Security, you got to work 10 quarters, 40 quarters to get Social Security. That means you put something in to Medicare. I'm dealing with people right now, right? They're like, well, geez,
They take
I work
advantage, but
35,
you
I work
ask
37 quarters. I can't get Medicare, right? I got clients like that, right?
right,
But yeah,
but
you got people coming across the border, right?
right,
Illegally
but
getting Medicare. They didn't pay
yeah.
anything into it. You
Okay,
think that's
but
fair?
at the same, no, I think it is fair because if you go over to those
Oh
countries,
my God. I don't
if
believe
you,
I do
well,
not believe
Kala, you just said it though.
I do
You
not
said
believe what
that
you
they
just
go
said.
over and take the people's resources, create a fucking
Hold on. Do you have any
support
evidence of
the.
that?
You just said it.
No, I'm
You
saying
said
America.
that they
Hold on.
have
I
America
said,
has gone into the
yeah,
Central
but
and
hold on.
South
But that
American
doesn't look.
countries
But two wrongs
have
don't
taken
make a right.
advantage of
Hold
the
up.
countries, have created disarray and poverty in these places where those people, if they had their own resources and was selling their own shit, they wouldn't even have to come here. You said that.
So,
And that's what.
I agree. But I'm saying, no,
They
I
right.
agree.
So well, because of that, they come here because they're starving and in poverty, and they want to try to have a
Hold on.
better life. And
Hold on.
this is why Africans come over
Shot,
here too.
Let me respond to you, bro. Okay, I understand that, right? But every last decision that happened, you have to have people sign. Remember in the movie Sinners, they said, "Are you gonna let me in?" Remember that part when the vampire tried to get in? Are you gonna invite me in? Every last single bad deal in Central America is because they invited Wall Street banks,
Like Africa
businesses
too.
in.
And
Yeah,
the
so
same
the
thing you
bottom
can
line,
say about
so
Africa,
yeah, so
right?
Africa's the same
So
way.
they set
You
up
invite,
these.
you invite Shell
Now,
Oil
but
in, you
tell it
invite.
completely though. Tell it completely because the people are not inviting them in. It is these motherfuckers that they find and they get a crooked
No, no,
person,
no, no,
set them
no.
up,
Look,
put them in
tell me why
power.
Paul. Then tell me why Paul Biya is.
That's a perfect example of somebody that was propped up by the Western world to take advantage of the people and become an oligarch. That happens all over the world. And you're
Yeah, I know.
acting
I
like
know
the
that.
people support
The
that.
whole thing is this:
But you
the
make it
people
sound like
go
the
along with it.
people actually voted that person to take advantage of their country and their
Well,
resources.
when they see massive celebrations out there, and when people start criticizing these countries, they rally behind them. They rally behind their corrupt leaders. You know, I see it all the time. They'll rally behind people that's actually thieving from them, right? Because out of tribalism. You
You can
know.
tell Shy ain't never been to Africa.
So it's the truth, brother. I'm
Nobody's
not trying to
listening
get
to
into
you,
all that
bro.
stuff like that with you, but I'm telling you right now, we feel for the people in Africa, Central America, stuff like that, right? But at some
Oh,
point in time, when you're having your little fiestas and everything like that, and also just like in Mexico, people say, "Oh, the cartels." Yeah, but when the cartels are giving block parties, parades, and sponsoring weddings, and you're going there and aiding and abetting it, you're culpable too. The Mexican people are culpable too. You know, so and we live in a time of responsibility. That's the age that we're in right now.
so Africans are
Responsibility.
culpable too. Anything you can say about the South Americans, you can apply it to Africans
Oh
too.
yeah,
So you're
Africans are
saying
definitely
Africans are
culpable in that
culpable
shit. Yeah,
for what? For Paul Biya and
yeah, because the bottom line is you
Blaise
ask most
Compaore.
Cameroonians,
They're culpable for Blaise Compaore and for Mobutu. No, they're
yeah,
not. No, they're not.
yo, look,
They're not culpable.
Yes,
yo,
they
son,
are. Yes,
No,
they
they're
are.
not.
Yes, they are.
Then
Yes,
you're
they are.
culpable for you're
Yes, they
culpable
are.
for everything that happened to you in this country. For after
yeah, for
slavery,
the most part, yeah,
everything that
Black
happened
America.
after
I got a
slavery,
PhD
you're
in
culpable.
Negroology.
You're
So
All
culpable
right.
for the
Let me
Red
let me
Summer.
let me ask
You're
you a
But
question.
culpable
y'all ain't.
for
Sean,
My
let me
thing
ask
is,
people
bro.
had a chance back then.
Reconstruction.
Sean, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Whose fault is it that black people was in slavery? Whose fault is it?
It's mostly white people's fault.
So wait.
Mostly, not solely,
Somebody.
not solely,
Wait.
but mostly.
Hold on. If somebody kick in your door, rape you and your family, and traffic off your children, man, that's the person that kicks in your door. That's their fault. That's not your fault for not protecting your family and your having an awareness to know where the
It
enemy is coming from and always be vigilant.
No,
That's
it
not
And
isn't.
your fault.
also,
No, it's
Shy,
not
right?
my fault. No,
Black
it's not
help
Yes,
my
it
black
fault that
is,
people had
man.
a
somebody.
chance.
It's
No,
called. It's called. It's called. It's called
Why are you
having
blaming the
power.
I'm
It's
victim?
called.
blaming the
It's
person who
called having
is
power.
fucked up and
It's
sick.
called
It's
having
not my fault
power.
that there's sick people
It's
in the world
called.
that use all their resources, everything to war on motherfuckers, to
Well, that's the
take
Anthony,
way
man,
shit.
you
that's the way
trying
That's
to
not my
human
fault that
nature.
they're
Black
like
It's
people
that.
called human nature,
that's
man. It's
black
called
people
human
Anthony.
No, it's
nature.
fault.
not. It's not our
When
human
Hey,
nature.
Somebody
Anthony,
It's
you
needs to
trying to
European
respond
have
like
a
a
human
white man.
nature.
That's what
conversation.
a white
You're
person
trying
will
to be
say.
Hey man,
logical
You
with a
one
sound like
mic,
a
People
bro.
white
coward.
Y'all
boy.
in
can't. Y'all can't.
You
criminality.
sound
Y'all
like a
grown
white
me.
boy.
Y'all
That's who you
grown as
People
are.
in
hell, and y'all
people
talking
in
over
here
each
are
other, bro.
defending
One mic, bro.
criminality and sounding like white men. I can't
No, the
believe
bottom line
this.
sound like white men, but the bottom line is this: Africans are the only people that never conquered nobody. You know that's the problem. Everybody
No,
else,
we did.
Genghis
We did
Khan,
through
all the people
education and
conquering people,
civilizing.
they had
We
what they want.
did.
Yeah, yeah,
We
but hold on,
sent in. We
hold on, you
taught the
benefit
world.
from the
We didn't
civilization.
have to use violence
Hold
to
on, yo,
conquer the
hold on.
world.
Right.
Hey,
Look
hey,
at what
We
happened
one
in
didn't
mic,
have to
bro.
Spain.
use
One mic,
violence.
bro.
We
Look at
Y'all
what
used
got to
to
happened in
stop
take the
talking
Spain.
over each
world.
Look at
other.
what happened in Spain with the Moors. How we did that. We didn't
We
go over there and
civilized
just
and
The
educated the
Moors were
world
genocide
not
from
them.
black, bro.
Kemet to the
Moors were not
Moors. We
black,
never
bro.
The
used
Moors were
violence. It's not in
black.
our nature.
The Moors were
Hey,
not
The
black,
Anthony,
bro.
Moors
you
were
having
black
these
and they
There's two
were
conversations
types
with
of Moor.
it
No,
was
there's
it
y'all having
was
two
these
types of
mixed.
conversations
Moors.
with
Hold on,
cowards,
there's
man.
Laos and
You
It
there's
having
was
it with
America.
mixed.
The
coward
Moors
We
are
gay
the Moors
dudes
civilized
are
the
the
and
different
Europeans.
kinds.
scary
You
ass
have white
women.
Moors and you have black Moors. The black Moors were convert slaves. That's
Right.
all I'm
No,
saying.
no, no, not in the beginning. Not in the beginning.
Yeah, they
The
were.
blacks were
People
in
making
charge.
mythological
The blacks
history up,
were in
man.
charge in the beginning. I just finished watching Robin Walker's whole fucking lecture on
Oh
that.
Lord,
Did
So
yeah, oh
not
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
clear. And
That's
didn't the
if you're a
Spanish
better
kick
That's
historian
one
than
the
source,
him,
Spanish
though.
kicked y'all out, right? The
if you're
Spanish
a
kicked
better
them all out,
historian
right?
We
than Robin
conquered.
The
Walker,
Spanish
We
kicked them all
educated
out,
I'd
the
right?
like to see
world.
it.
We
The
healed
Spanish
the
kicked them all
world.
out, didn't they?
We didn't behave like the
After
800
Europeans.
years,
700
Somebody
years,
in here
after
was
Why
800
sounding
y'all
like a
keep
years,
white
doing
the
this,
man.
bro?
Spanish
Y'all
kicked
are
out the
grown as
Moors, right?
hell
Someone in
talking
here was
over each other,
defending
bro.
criminality, saying if I break down your door, it's your fault. That's exactly how white people talk when I corner them down. They say they defend their violence towards the world. It's because you guys are weak. Just because we're strong.
Listen,
Somebody
nobody's
in here was
listening to
sounding
you,
like a
lady.
white person, and it's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
Victimization is always going to be
Nobody's
the victim.
listening
That's
to
those
you,
are
lady.
white boy talking points.
Hey, may y'all speak?
But nobody don't listen to no coward ass faggots and no scary ass women.
Hey, may y'all speak?
Exactly.
$10, Dinus. $10.
Hey man,
I
I'll
tell you
speak.
what,
Is the flow clear?
kick in my door, and I'm gonna show you what it is. I ain't finna goddamn sit up there and blame the person that kick it in my door.
No,
Somebody
it's
kick it in my
blaming
door.
the victim.
Somebody kick it
If
in my door.
if
Give me an
if
opportunity
someone
to
robs my
defend
phone, it's
myself.
my fault for
When
having
those
my phone out. No,
white
do
people
not be
came
a
onto them
thief.
shores,
No,
if
you're
the
sounding
African
like you're a
people
white
would have took
person. The
their
white people have
spears
gotten to
that
your
they
Yeah,
hurt
I'm
mind.
gonna
each
invite you
other
to
You're
bed.
with and
inside
stuck
your
those
mind. You
spears
need
up
to
them
free
white
your
people's
mind
ass,
from
we
them.
would have a whole
If
different
someone takes
story.
my
But
phone
like
and
I
robs
said
it, it's
before,
my
the
fault.
African is
You're
a regular
blaming the
coward.
victim.
They
You're
produce
blaming the
cowards
Exactly,
and they
victim.
got
This is
exactly.
coward
typical
ass
white
women.
male
And
talking
this the
point.
reason why you don't
You
never
have
let
become
women
white.
sit
You've
up
been
and
around
talk
them
to
too
women
long. You
about
have
men
just become
protecting
like
themselves,
them. I
Anthony.
pray for you
This is
that
the
your
you
black
pray.
self
No, you
returns
can't
to
pray for
you.
me. I tell you what. I tell you what. Fuck you and God. Don't pray for me. I
Oh,
don't
he's
need. I
hurt.
don't need to get strict.
You have
I don't
become
Look,
believe in
look
none of
one.
at
that stuff.
You
I
he
tell
sounding
you
lost
like
what.
it.
them. This
I
is
tell
what
you what.
happens when
Pray
you
for
need to pray
yourself.
to
He's
your
crashing
enemy.
out.
That's what you do.
I gotta pass the mic. Yolamede, go ahead.
Talking about
Look,
praying for
nah,
people,
well,
You
white
crashed
folks.
out,
hey,
bro.
hey, bro, check it out, check it out, check it out. All right, so I feel what Brother Anthony is saying and where he coming from. My only problem is, bro, everybody that got that sentiment, bro, they not standing on it for real. Like everybody take the accountability with the accountability, but if the action don't follow that. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we supposed to defend ourselves, but ain't nobody taking them measures. Ain't nobody really trying to go up against that beast. What they do is that they really trying to side with them on the low. You got all these black conservatives. Like, what is a black conservative? What are you conserving? Like, if you
Exactly.
conserving the
What are
status
you
quo,
trying
like
to conserve? The
it
status
don't
quo
make
when
no
the
sense.
white man is on
No,
And,
top.
that's not what I'm talking about.
no,
I'm
but
talking
I'm
about
not saying you. No,
I'm
I'm just
talking
talking
about
about from the
I'm talking
accountability
about
standpoint.
Colin
You
said
right
that
about
we're
that.
conservative.
I'm talking
You.
about I'm talking about prevention is better than the cure, man.
No,
Black
that's
people,
facts.
black.
Hey, bro, I'm
Okay,
not finished speaking
wait,
though,
hold on.
brother. I'm
All
not
right,
finished speaking though.
family, go.
But so what I'm talking about as far as yeah, we take accountability. Prevention is always the cure. If you're not secure at the end of the day, as a man, you're responsible for securing your area and your terrain and your family. But at the end of the day, if we finna take that on, we gotta take that on in real time, in real life. We can't be sitting on here just say we not gonna blame the white man, but then every time we get on here, we blaming our people, but then we not finna make the change in the community with that. And we say we make these little steps, but we not really organizing for real. And if we do, it's in our little quadrants. So I mean, like, yeah, it's cool to say it to take accountability on the internet, but bro, if your actions in real life don't reflect that, bro, then you just talking and you really doing what they doing on the other side, or what you complaining about.
I
Listen,
That's
agree.
what everybody
I
come on here and
totally
do it
agree.
for. That's what
I
everybody's doing.
understand. I understand what you're saying, but you have brothers on here that's coming up on here that's still blaming the white man, but they're not doing nothing to solve that problem, man.
Not
No,
one
no, you
thing.
don't know.
No, you
No,
right.
no,
You right.
no.
It's
You don't.
all I'm saying is the dichotomy is the same thing. It's different polarities of it. You got one side that's blaming the white man, which is rightfully so, but then you got on the other hand that's not blaming the white man,
Okay,
which is
but
also rightfully
And,
so.
and you don't know what
What's
we're
a
good.
black
individually doing.
conservatives
Hold
do
on, hold on,
to
hold on,
hold
hold on,
white
hold on.
men
You don't know what.
accountable?
Hold on, hold
I
on. You don't know what.
understand
Excuse me. Let me say
conservatives.
this.
It's all
Let me say
about
this.
protecting the
Hold
status
on,
quo
hold
with
on.
the
No,
You
white
and I
man.
agree with that
You
too,
need to
you
brother.
don't
know
know
I
what
that.
agree
we're
with
Know
that
better.
too. A
I'm
lot,
just
individually
a lot of
doing.
stating
them is
that a
a lot of
fact.
them is scared.
Let Yolamede finish. Go ahead.
A lot of them is really scared, bro. A lot of quote unquote black conservatives is really scared and traitorous people, but they want to hide under the gills of quote unquote accountability so they can just align with their master and seem tough. But they really just as cowardly as the left leaning
Exactly.
liberals that's the
Facts.
feminists. So,
And you
but
don't know
my
what
thing
we're
is,
individually doing, right? You got
what,
people in here
hey,
mischaracterizing,
brother,
calling
I'm
people
not
all
finished
kinds of stuff.
speaking, bro. Why y'all keep stepping
Oh,
on it,
because you
bro?
came to a cadence, bro. I thought you were
I know
done.
I didn't. You not even let
Okay,
me finish the
go
syllable.
ahead.
When I stop,
Go
bro, I'm gonna
ahead.
say you could speak, bro.
Oh, okay. Because people don't always say you can speak when they're done. They just stop.
Every time I'm on here,
Shut
I
your
do it, bro.
faggot ass up, boy.
Bro, let's calm it down. Let him
That's
speak.
$10.
But like I said,
Go work in a gay club and get it.
look,
And so you don't know what
my
people are. You
last
don't
point, and
know
I'm gonna
what
land
people
on
are
this,
doing
bro.
and what people are. And when you allow a person to do that, it breaks the conversation. This brother want to talk.
I tell you what,
But
go to a faggot stream
Bro, let
then.
him speak,
Oh,
bro.
you're crashed out, bro. you crashed out. You must have been triggered. Somebody said something that triggered
They
you.
got
Go ahead,
plenty.
bro.
They got plenty of
Give him
faggot
a.
streams on in
I'm
the
trying to
internet.
Yeah,
let him
you
finish.
Go
you've been
over there.
triggered.
Speak.
You've been triggered.
No, you've
All
been
right, so my
violated.
last point that I'm gonna make, that I'm gonna land, bro, is it's hilarious, bro, that we talking about this illegal immigrants, bro. The only illegal immigrants over here for real is the Europeans, bro. They just got the military and everything to
See,
back
that's the
every treaty that they
problem. That's
created
the
initially, bro,
problem.
was to break it. My
Let him
thing is,
finish.
bro, me personally, I'm not with the illegal immigration, legal immigration, bro. If they can get over here and they let them do it, just finesse it, bro. It is,
Bro, that's the
it's
problem,
deleterious.
man.
It's
That
That's
no,
the
I'm
shit
saying,
sounds
bro.
problem.
stupid as fuck, bro.
That's
Not,
the
Shit
not,
sounds
problem,
bro,
They
man.
said let
look,
Man,
them
you
do it.
stupid. You
bro.
stupid like the rest of them. You might as well
Brandon,
be
you are
gay
Really,
too.
No,
you
he
interrupting.
said
really
Nah,
let
think
bro,
like
bro,
them
that.
listen,
do
bro,
it.
listen, bro. You
But nobody
entitled to
want to
your
listen to that
opinion.
stupid ass shit.
No,
Let him
you
finish.
entitled to your opinion. They at the end, bro. This they stuff at the end of the day, bro. If they want to come over here, bro, and do what they
This
do,
ain't
this
their
them,
shit,
Whoa,
man.
whoa,
This is
whoa,
not
whoa,
their
whoa, whoa,
shit,
hold
Let
on,
bro.
him
man.
This
hold on,
it,
finish.
bro.
hold on,
This is
hold on, hold on, hold on,
they was here before
hold on,
anybody else over here was here,
hold on.
bro.
Yeah, man, but he said they stuff. What do you mean it's they stuff?
I'm saying this they like the people that's coming over here, the Aztecs, the Mixtecs, bro. The descendants of them.
Hey,
That's this they land,
This
bro.
ain't
what
their
Aztecs
country,
coming
man.
over
Get out
here?
of here with
Nah,
that,
bro.
What
man.
Aztecs are
Bro.
coming
They
over
was
here?
over here before anybody else was over here, bro.
What Aztecs are coming over here?
It's
The
a lot of
Aztecs,
them.
The Mexican indigenous
The
people.
the
Oaxacans, the
Mixtecs from the
Aztecs,
Aztecs, they
the
are coming in.
Mayans.
Aztec.
Y'all believe
Bro,
in
yeah, bro,
California
the
used to
descent,
be
the descendant, bro,
Mexico.
the descendants of the
But
Aztecs
he said no
are Chihuahua.
Aztecs, man.
California used to be
The
Yeah, that's what I'm
Aztecs
Mexico.
are
saying.
coming back to their land,
Y'all don't know
though.
history? Y'all don't
This
know
ain't no
history.
So wait,
Aztecs.
Bro, it
Y'all don't
is,
know that
bro.
California used to be
Mexico's an
Mexico?
indigenous country?
Nahua.
Mexico's an indigenous country?
Hold
No,
on,
it isn't.
Mexico's an
No,
indigenous
no, it's
country?
not. It's not
Bro,
indigenous.
Feed into the
Mexico is a
Aztecs
Spanish
now, bro.
territory.
hold on. Mexico is a Spanish colony. What are you talking about?
Right, but those.
I'm talking about the people. I'm not saying the jurisdiction of the land, bro.
You
I'm talking
just
about the
said
people that make
Mexico's
up
an
the.
indigenous country. That's what you just
Bro,
said.
I
That's
didn't
what the
say that.
brother
I'm
said.
talking about the people, bro. I didn't say Mexico's no indigenous country, bro. You obviously not listening to what I'm
Hold
saying, bro.
up, help
No,
me out.
he's trying to put
Hold
that
on,
on
but
you.
help me out. Please help me out.
It's the Aztecs, the Mixtecs, the
Hold on, help me out. So you're saying Aztecs are in California? Just help me out.
no. I'm talking about the descendants of the people. That's all that. Like you got to
You
you,
said
bro.
Aztecs. You said
All
this
right,
is they.
all right. So let me give you
What
another specific tribe. Let me give you another specific tribe. You got the Rara Muri, the Zapotec, the Mixtec. You all of that little man
Oaxacans,
Mexicali, all that little area, bro, over
Oaxacans.
there, bro. They was over
Hey,
and they
what
was
tribe you
always
from,
it
bro?
was
What tribe you from? What
it
tribe you
was
from?
always migrating, bro.
Bro, what tribe are you from,
Bro. I'm
though?
not saying that's
Bro,
me.
no.
That
Yeah. I'm just trying to get clarity. So you're saying the Zapotecs were in California? Hello? Hello?
Exactly. Crickets.
That's that
Crickets.
Indian. That's that Indian Navajo chief
Yeah. Are
Wi-Fi.
you
Yo,
hold
The
on. So are you
Oaxacans
The
were.
Nahua were in California.
hold on? Are you
The Oaxacans
yeah.
were. The Oaxacans were.
I know. When?
They were near in Tijuana. They got Oaxacans in Tijuana and in areas like San Diego,
I'm
Los
asking,
Angeles.
were they in California?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nahua people
Yes.
were
Prove
in
it.
California.
Yes,
Prove it.
they
these are
were.
the
Yes, they
same.
were.
Hold on. Send me the proof that Watkins were in California.
Oaxacans.
Send me the proof that they were in California.
These are the same. These are the same brothers who ain't got
Coward.
no smoke for the Arabs that done took over the whole of
Coward.
North Africa, man. The whole of North Africa. That ain't stolen land, but America's stolen land. Nah, shit, they can't get this shit back. They can't get it back, man. They can't get it back. Sorry,
What do you mean get it back?
It
We
ain't
don't
sorry,
have
yours
they
it.
can't get
anyway.
it back.
How do you
Black
benefit?
Americans
How do
do
your
not
people
control the
benefit
United
from
States.
motherfucking California and the land in
Oh my
California? How do your
God,
people,
We
man.
gonna benefit.
how
We
do
here
50
now, man.
million
We here
people,
now.
your
We
people,
here now.
benefit from any of this?
Why don't you go kick out
You
them
act like
Arabs
this
in
is
North
your
Africa, man?
shit. You act like
When
you're
you
a
Because
when
we
full
in
you
the
kick
citizen
United
out
and you
when
States,
you
benefit from
Anthony.
everything. You don't.
when you
You're
Anthony,
kick
we're in
out
the
them
United States.
marginalized.
Arabs,
Like,
We are
what are you
when you
You're
working
kick
talking
on
out
that.
them
you're
We're
Arabs,
working on
ostracized,
that.
This conversation
marginalized,
is
y'all
and
so
can't even
stupid.
kick out
fucked
the white
up.
people in South Africa. You can't even kick out the white people in South Africa, but you're
What do
talking
your
about
people
American stolen
benefit in
land.
We're
America?
Black
But you
Americans. What
talking
does that
about
What
have
do
to
your
do
American
with it?
people
stolen land,
benefit in
man.
Black
We're Black
America?
Americans.
I gotta mute everybody. But Shaw, seriously, help me out. Just send me some information that Aztecs or Oaxacans Mexicans and Zapotecs were in California. That's all. Just help me out there. Let's start there. I'm learning something new.
I mean,
Man,
like we're trying to run away from the main
Are you
point
me lady?
is that there are Native
Whoever made
Americans from
that
California who
comment.
cannot migrate back.
Whoever made that comment.
Hey, Dinas, you could tell he was coming with. He was just finna tell you what tribe he from. This motherfucker sit up there like as a black person, sit up there and say, "Well, man, let as many of them come in that they can. Let them finesse it." Like, do you understand how ignorant that is? Like, no, not 11 million. Let 22 million come in. Let 33 million come in. Let me remind y'all. Let me remind y'all one more time. It's only 400,000 black kids that are born every year. Only 400,000. But you got these clowns and you got these faggots up here that don't want no kids that sit up and tell you that it's okay for them to
That's a
let
fee.
2.75 million illegals that ready to come over here, pregnant, ready to fuck, ready to populate 2.75 million every year for the last 4 years, Diners. That's 11 million. That's 11 million that they can account for, Diners. That's 11 million that they can put a finger on. We only
That's not what people
kicking
are
out,
saying.
we only kicking out 400,000 babies a year. And y'all got these goddamn dudes up here that want to cosplay as women. You know what I'm saying? You got coward ass black women that are the worst. The two sets of people that is the worst. We're talking about black nationhood is black women and goddamn faggots. And we all know we don't
They
listen to women
don't
for the
even
most
raise their
part,
Sounds
kids.
but
You
we
ignorant as
don't
damn
raise
hell.
sure
your
ain't listening
kids.
to
You
no
cannot
faggot.
speak
Sounds
for the black
stupid.
I just
community.
hold
Like
on. Yeah,
totally
I
stupid.
got. Let me pass
Oshawo
the
does
mic.
not
No, hold
raise
on.
his kids.
Let me pass the mic. But I'm gonna pass
Hey,
it.
y'all got cut.
Hold on. Whoa. Do me a favor, Yolamede. I'm gonna pass it to Truth Teller. Send me the information where Watkins and Aztecs were in
I ain't
California.
mention Noah Watkins,
Okay, well,
but
Aztecs.
I'm saying I'm.
I'm just asking. We said that they're coming back for the stuff. I just want to know who was here and what. That's
I
No,
all.
sent it
I'm
to you,
saying that
Dinus.
they was in the
Wait,
American. They was
I
in the
sent
The
it to
man
you.
American.
said, the man said,
Wait,
send
wait.
it.
Bro,
I
y'all,
sent it
I
to
can't even explain it, bro. Y'all steady. Why y'all be doing this, bro? Y'all, I'm grown men. Y'all don't got no discipline. I'm just gonna yield the mic,
I'm on
bro.
your side with this
When
issue,
it's
bro.
quiet, I'll speak, bro. I'll speak later.
I'm
Whoever's gonna
making your
speak next,
point.
speak, bro.
I just sent to Dinus that several distinct indigenous groups inhabited what is now Mexico and California before European colonization. In Mexico, these include the Nahua, the Purepecha, the Mixtecs, the Ramuri, the Totonacs, the
Which I
Otomi
mentioned.
peoples. Those are the ones. Now, I had Oaxacans in my community. They said that they were always migrating between, like San Diego, Los Angeles area, and Mexico, historically. So I sent that to your text message, Dinus.
Okay, go ahead, Truth Teller.
Hey, what up, y'all? I've been listening the whole time. I'm a little confused. So, and I don't. If I'm gonna ask just a couple questions to get some clarification, and I'll make my statement, and y'all do y'all thing. So, are the people arguing for illegal immigrants to have a process, or we shouldn't kick them out? Are y'all ancestors from this country?
Yes, my ancestors came from Africa and went through chattel slavery into this country, and I'm here. And I'm
Good.
arguing, and I think we're all arguing that we need to pay attention to how they're dealing with this whole process of moving these illegal immigrants out, and that if they're obfuscating the law and they're following due process, that means that things can change for everybody in this country, especially us being at the bottom of the thing
It
Well,
and
ain't
hold
no
on.
already
So,
we. You
well,
don't
and
hold
speak
on,
for
hold
already.
on,
we.
hold on before y'all go in. So, have you studied the history of our people in this country?
Yes,
So you are aware of everything that they doing right now that them people are complaining about. They've done to us for the last 200 years.
yes.
So what are we supposed to worry about them for again?
Because this is this is another stepped up version of this shit is going into some
How
other
is it
shit.
step?
Let
How
me
is it
tell you
stepped
how.
up? Yeah.
First of all, what we call the political process that we are participating in now, to me, is not really effective in a sense that it's more of a get people in active in politics
and keep them distracted from what's really going on. And what's really going on is that the people with money influence the politics, and they're the ones who allow these people to come in so that they can have cheap labor for their businesses, their companies. Everybody agrees, everybody on this panel, since I've been on here for 3 hours, have agreed with that point. That it is
Yes.
that okay, so if they're playing political games, which partly it is political games, what's potentially going to happen and what is looking like is we're moving into a fascist state. That's not even potential. We're moving in more into fascism because of Donald
Hold
Trump.
Well,
on.
hold on.
And
Let him
and
finish.
I'm the
let me
Let him
host.
let me
finish.
let me
Let
let me
him
land.
finish.
I'm the
Let me
Let him
host.
finish.
I'm the
Oh,
host.
sorry, my man. Sorry. Go
I'm the
ahead.
host.
I
Okay.
apologize.
Now, when you get done, expand on what fascism is, because I just hear this word.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that honestly.
Okay. When I get done, I'm gonna tell you what
Hold on, Truth Teller. Truth Teller, I have to mute you because you got a bunch of wind in the background. Go ahead, Shaw.
just this last little point, and that authoritarianism. I'm going to define that too. I'm going to Google both of those, and after I finish, authoritarianism and fascism. We need to know what those are so that we can move properly, or at least be
Oh my
aware,
God.
right? That we're moving into that type of a state right now because of the way that he's moving, and by the way that he's handling this immigration stuff. It's how for me. It's how the process of how it's being handled, and other things that they have been doing are also signs about how this is becoming more of a fascist state and authoritarian state. I'll land right there, and I'm
All right,
gonna.
so Shaw. So my
So
question
I
would
do
be,
want to ask you. Hold on. Oh,
hold on,
sorry. Go
Truth.
ahead. Yeah,
So
yeah,
Shaw,
yeah.
and then we're really for Truth Teller and Shaw. So my question would be, because I don't know much about the history of fascism. I mean, I do somewhat, I don't. So under fascism, like, is there a Supreme Court? Are there lower court districts that could rule and on certain actions that the president makes? You know, are there the House, the Senate, and other fascist
Right.
governments?
The checks and balances that
Right,
Diners,
right,
I
right.
get what you're
So
saying.
that's my question, Shaw. When I hear this fascism thrown around, and
Yeah.
then there's the Supreme Court, there's the other courts, whatever they're called, and other fascist authoritarian societies, did that exist? All right, go ahead, Shaw, and go ahead, Truth.
He has no idea. He
Go
just
ahead.
throwing out
Well,
words.
I
They
was just
just
gonna
throwing
say
out
to his
words.
reference.
Hold on, Shaw.
Yeah.
Can you guys
Go ahead.
hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh
Okay.
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Sorry, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
go on
Shaw.
mute.
Definition: Fascism is a far-right authoritarian and ultra-nationalist political ideology and a movement. It is characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized control, militarism, suppression of opposition, and belief in a natural social hierarchy.
Okay, so this,
If we are
so
not, if that ain't, if that
That
ain't,
sound like every European government in real history.
if that ain't what we're moving into, and
guys, hold on. So, Shaw, my
Well,
question is, with the Supreme Court, with all these other courts, with these checks and balances, with Democrat, Republican, are we in a fascist society?
The House
yes,
and the
we're
Senate.
moving. Yes, we are moving into that because of the fact that he is going against. They ordered him to bring the motherfucker back, and they
Man,
waited
oh
for.
my God, bro.
No, they did.
Can you
Shaw,
shut the fuck up, Ashawo?
hold on,
Why
Shaw.
this faggot keep
can I
talking
get
about
in?
these legals?
Hold on.
So with them,
Let me.
with them
Knock him
ordering him
down.
to.
One mic, Shaw. I just read where the other court said that it's on hold.
No, understand that, Adonis. What I'm
So what do
saying
you
is
mean?
that.
So what do you mean you understand
So
that?
so what I'm saying is this: when they first ordered him to do it, he should have done it then. How long did it
No,
take for that to happen?
because you can appeal it, and that's what he did. And the courts came back and said
How long did
he
it take
didn't
him to
have to.
appeal it?
It doesn't matter, Shaw. It
It
doesn't matter
does because he
that.
didn't follow the
Oh man,
order right away.
but
Hold
it's
on, because
Told you,
before
bro.
y'all, well, hold on,
Some
before
He
you
does
didn't
get
not
lost,
care
before
about
y'all
he
get
didn't
lost in
follow
the
the order.
sauce,
When they
I have
I
a
ordered
told you
him,
question.
about
he
these
didn't follow the
faggots,
hold
order
bro.
right
on.
away.
Can I just ask a
democracy
question? I got the
with
wind blowing and stuff.
fascism.
Yeah, go ahead, Truth Teller.
So, so your description of what fascism is, I heard you say it a few times. You read it. When have black people in this country not faced that?
Okay, I agree with you 100%. All I'm
So
saying
if
is
you do,
that
so hold on,
so
wait. If you do agree with me, why in God's green earth do you care so much about the fascism these people are gonna face when they here in the wrong to begin with?
no, it's not about them. You're wrong. You missing the point. It's not about them. It's about us. Because if they do
Right, but
that to
if
them, If they do,
But
if they get
they
away
already
with
doing
this,
it to us.
okay, no, they're not. They're going to do it even more to us.
No, they not.
They're
They can't do
no,
anything worse
they're
to
going to
us
do
than
it to
they
not
already
only
have.
us. They're going to do it
See,
to
this is the
everybody.
bull.
That
It
Hold on.
can
See,
means
definitely get
that
this is
worse.
means
I don't know why Negroes act like it can't get
yeah.
worse.
Well, hold on, hold on,
That
you
is
y'all.
know
so
what worse
weird.
Worse
Who
is
has
Tulsa,
had it?
Oklahoma.
Who put that? No, worse is Wilmington, Delaware.
Right,
But we've
right.
had
I agree.
elected officials and they wiped all of them out and stuck
Right.
white people in the next day. So I'm
Yes.
trying to figure out how it could get worse for us than it's
No.
already been when it ain't never
Okay.
been this bad for anybody else.
But guess what? It can be back to that again. It can go back to what happened
My,
in
bro,
Wilmington,
bro, but my thing is, bro,
North
if it could go
Carolina.
back to that, brother, coming on the internet and complaining about it not for to do something, you better go pick up a gun if you really
Right.
think that,
I
bro.
agree with that
We
too.
keep talking about picking up guns. We won't even acknowledge the problem, and that's the problem
No,
with
this
Right.
black
We're
no, it
not
ain't
Americans.
nobody.
acknowledging the
No, no. The,
problem.
You
the
can't
thing
They
is, bro,
acknowledge
keep
yeah,
that.
saying that this
y'all,
is
bro,
the
it's a
Mexican
common,
thing.
theme. It's a
Better
common
than
theme
hitting
with people.
somebody
I'm not
No.
gonna
else
say
right
y'all
now.
left leaning, but it get a little left leaning sentiments when what y'all saying. I'm
We
not
keep
gonna
talking about
ascribe that
left
You're
and
ideology
making
to
it
right.
y'all.
about
No,
Mexican
they
It
immigrants.
does.
faggots, man. They
It does.
faggots.
You're making
I
it
run
about
the
What I'm
Mexican
argument
saying is,
immigrants.
on this
brother.
chat
What I'm
before. I'm
saying
for
is,
the
brother,
black people's party.
you can't on one end say that the European is this oppressive for us, and he's not gonna follow his own laws. He's a tyrant, and we under fascism, bro. And then on one end, you trying to appeal to him morally, which is politically
Who's appealing
on a
to him?
justice level, bro.
Nobody's
It
appealing to
Who's
white
don't work.
people.
appealing to
We're
him?
talking to black
No,
people right
I'm
now.
saying
Nobody in
complaining
there's
about it,
appealing to them though.
saying going through the court system again, bro. You're not finna go through the court system
I'm
to do
not
nothing with
saying
this
that.
beast.
We're
Power is
not that.
power, bro. If you
I'm not
don't got
saying
it, you
that.
don't got it.
No one's
But
saying
I'm
that.
not
Hold
saying
on.
that
I
though.
don't need, he's not. I don't think he's saying that, but I find it very hilarious that if black people have been going through this and worse this whole
Yeah.
time, why suddenly because of these folks we got to be scared it's gonna get worse for
We're not
us?
Oh, it's
living in
gonna get
Jim
worse. It's
Crow.
gonna get worse.
We're
That's
not
how these
living
faggots
in
Can I
be
Jim
can I
talking,
say
bro.
Crow.
can I say
These
We're
something real
not
quick?
faggots
Can
are
living
I say
in
something real
cowards,
Tulsa,
quick?
bro.
Oklahoma, or
Can I say
Wilmington, North Carolina. We're not living in Jim Crow. We're not.
Hey,
The
Donis, can
faggots,
I
can I
the
come in,
say
faggots
Donis?
are
can I say
Oh yeah,
cowards,
something real
bro.
quick?
yeah. I
But
forgot.
we could be.
Hold on. Truth teller, are you done? Because I got Elvis. I forgot about Elvis. Truth teller, you there?
Yeah,
These
yeah. I'm
faggots are
done. I'm done.
cowards.
All right, go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Donis, and hello to the panel and hello to the chat. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. I think I'm agreeing with what Shai is saying because, and you asked a question to answer your question. Yes, there was a Supreme Court in Germany, in fascist Germany, called the Reichsgericht, which is the imperial court. The thing about, fascism and people who are exhibiting fascistic tendencies, it's not going to just creep up on you real fast. It's a slow creep.
Elvis, if you don't mind me asking real quick, just got a question. How many opposing parties were there doing fascist Germany or whatever?
I mean, if you want to make it a trivia, I can answer your questions, but let me just make my
There was
point
at
and
least three during
I'll answer your
Hitler's
question. There was
re-election.
communism at the time of Hitler, and that was their main opponent, and they went against the communists, and they killed a lot of them and put them
So
in
so Trump
concentration
Trump is
camps.
Hitler. Trump is Hitler.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me just finish the statement. The thing with fascism is that it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to creep. And the worst thing with fascism is that they're going to take more and more rights, and it
Well,
become.
Elvis, I'm sorry. I just got another question. Now, but Nazi Germany, they were socialists, right?
Oh, yeah. That's read the definition of
No,
fascism.
but I'm asking, they were socialists, right?
No, not socialism as you think. It's not left wing socialism. It's right wing nationalism. That's what Nazi Germany was. It's a misnomer because when you hear National Socialist Party, you think that it's left wing socialism. That's the confusion. But you have to research it yourself, Dinus. But let me just make my point, and I'll pass the mic. Look, the thing with immigration for me, it's not that I don't think that people should be deported. It should be, but it's a legal conclusion to determine if somebody is in the country illegally, and you can't do that arbitrarily by just catching them and deporting them. You have to go through the court system. A judge has to
They
confirm.
was
Sometimes a
at the
jury.
court, brother.
One second, please. A judge has to confirm this person is in the country illegally, and they should be deported. We had a case in point with Abrego Garcia, who the Supreme Court, which is a conservative leaning Supreme Court, had told the president and his government that they had to facilitate his return because he was deported illegally. And as at that time, he hadn't committed any crime, even though he had been arrested, like Hustle Smart said a few weeks ago, for domestic abuse, but he had never been convicted of a crime. So he wasn't supposed to be deported, and that's why the Trump administration.
What did the appeal court say after that?
Well, I don't. You said that they put it on hold, fine, but now the Trump administration said that they could bring him back because now they got a case against him that they can try him for. So they went back and brought him back. You know, so now that they can try him for facilitating illegal migrants or whatever. But my point here is you got to be mindful. We're black folks in this country, and for me as an immigrant, if you think that your voting rights are not going to be curtailed after immigrants leave this country or the illegals leave this country, and other things that affect black people and the historical fights that black people have won in this country are not going to erode under a fascistic government, you're sadly mistaken. I get it.
But
We
it's,
want to
but
be
it's
on
not, but
a.
it's not a
God, bro.
fascist government.
It's
Somebody
going to
ask
happen, brother.
Elvis,
Believe
So
me.
when
so
They
so
are.
It's
so
going to
our
It's
voting
a
happen.
rights.
process.
So
No, no,
our
no,
voting
no,
somebody
rights
no,
being
ask
it's not,
curtailed.
Elvis
I'm gonna just
when
tell
are
you right
they
now,
leaving?
I
they've
have a
been
question.
in
it's
process,
not
and
a
most of them aren't smart
fascistic
enough to understand
government.
it.
Go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead, Elvis.
Right. So my point here is, look, I'm not trying to scare anybody, right? But you have to be smart enough to understand. Yes, this is your side, and you want to win political arguments. I get it, but you have to look deeper. You have to look at the historical context. Italy, Germany, Argentina under Pinochet, all of these fascist governments, how they start and how they end. And people have been saying that people way smarter than you and I have been saying that these guys are exhibiting fascistic tendencies. And it's not that they're going to, do away
And
with.
Elvis, they also said that with the polls that Kamala was going to win. So I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, those are prediction. These are analysis are from very smart people who are historians, who are lawyers, who know what fascism looks like, and they saw some tendencies in Trump even during his
Oh my
first term.
God, bro.
And
Hey,
smart people
you
will
know the funny
understand that.
part
So,
about this
so
is that
hold on one second, Ashar. 1 second. So Elvis, when people are losing their jobs because they wouldn't get the jab, would that be considered fascism?
No, that was a
no,
government policy that was even implemented under Trump. Trump himself told people to take the vaccine. He took it and he broadcasted it
nah, you're
No,
that it
that's
dancing
was
what he
around the
said.
necessary.
question. You're dancing
He
around the
took he
question,
took the
Elvis.
vaccine. There are certain
No,
things.
you're dancing around
One
the
sec,
Be
question,
one
Elvis.
quiet. Be
second,
quiet.
hustle
Be
smart.
quiet.
I don't want to argue with people, right? Even
No,
with
you ain't
polio,
answered
right?
the question.
Be
You
quiet.
didn't
Be
answer the question
quiet.
that he
I
Be
hear
asked
you,
you.
brother.
quiet, bro.
I hear you. 1 second. Even with polio, right? When many people
Oh my
were getting
God,
polio,
bro.
I mean, bro, relax,
He
right?
can't
Because you
control
ain't
This
himself.
answered
is
the
a
question.
nat.
He
He
asked
can't
you a
control
One
direct,
himself.
he asked
second,
you a
hustle
Bro,
smart.
direct
shut
question,
up,
and you
bro.
talking
Shut your
about
One,
childish
polo.
ass
hustle
up.
Control
smart. I hear you,
yourself.
bro.
Like that's that dumb
Control
shit, bro.
yourself, bro.
Fine,
That's
That's
fine.
all.
I
That
hear
dumb
you,
shit.
right?
mute this
That's why
dude.
that's
But
why
Somebody
when
you
it
get
comes
that's why you
to
get kicked off of every panel. Cause
control
you
yourself,
hustle
bro.
dishonest.
Mute
smart,
him.
bro, it's
You
fine.
can't
You
I
just
hear
control
you.
yourself.
dishonest, bro. You disingenuous
I
when you
hear you.
dishonest.
I'm
Quiet,
not. I don't want
Elvis.
to
You've
argue
been
with you,
with.
bro. Let me
It
just
ain't
make
no
my point, and
argument. That's the truth.
We're
Quiet.
just
Let
gonna
him
fine,
finish.
ignore
He
him.
was
fine. You're
almost
right.
We're
You're
gonna
finished.
right.
ignore that
Let me
man.
just make the
He
point, and I'll
was
pass the
almost
mic. One
finished.
last
Let
thing,
him
right?
finish. He was almost finished.
So, Diners, when it comes to national health issues, that's a national security threat because it has the propensity to kill people in the country. So the government will make a declaration or even a policy that it's imperative that most citizens, usually not all, but most citizens have to get vaccinated in order to have herd immunity so that that virus spreading is contained. So that was something that happened under Trump through his medical advisors, and they knew that it was imperative that a lot of people get the vaccine. That's why the president, people in his cabinet, publicly went out and took the jab to make sure that people who supported them and who had skepticism about the vaccine had got vaccinated. This is not a
That
conspiracy.
happened under Trump. That
It
happened under
happened.
Trump.
Trump took the
Man,
jab. He came up and said that
that's
it's safe,
dishonest.
That happened
it's
under Trump.
perfectly safe.
That's why he
Yes, he took the
disingenuous.
jab. A lot of Republicans were
Be quiet,
Dinus asked
disappointed,
please.
him,
Can
when
you
but he
Dinus
sit
asked
definitely
him
down,
took the
please?
jab
about getting it,
You're
and
how
he
not
you
pointed
keep your
out
allowed
that
to
the
job,
say
vaccine is
nothing.
safe for
both
Both
everybody
your
to
how
take
you
it for their
keep
policies,
your
safety.
it's all
job. And
right.
those policies
But I'll
was not
pass the
under
mic.
Trump.
People
It's
want to
all right.
argue.
It's
I'm
all
not
right,
in the
man.
arguing mood.
Just
That
I'll
ain't
ignore
no
pass
him.
the mic,
argument.
Diners.
Can
You
you
Thank
just
you.
can you shut the
wrong.
fuck up? Thank you.
You
Go ahead
just
and finish,
wrong. Shut
Elvis.
up, you fucking
Finish,
faggot.
Elvis.
No, no, I'm good.
No,
I'm good.
listen,
I
you
passed the
and
mic. I'm not in the
look,
arguing
you
mood. I
listen
think I
to
made my
him.
point.
And then,
Yes,
and
Elvis,
listen,
Can
but
we
we
act
nobody
like
listen
understand.
to no
adults,
You're
man?
faggots.
Can
you're
we act like
triggered.
adults, please, bro? We grown as hell on
Listen
here.
to
You're
no faggots,
triggered.
no
You're
matter what.
triggered.
Somebody,
You're
There's a
Can
triggered.
we
somebody,
act
No,
like
you're a
adults
somebody,
on here? We
faggot.
grown
You're a
as
No,
hell,
you
faggot.
bro.
are.
Come on,
somebody
listen to
I
asked
no
think
Elvis.
you
Dave
really
dudes,
are.
bro.
Somebody,
pushing
I
somebody
think you
asked
want to
Elvis
be,
when
and you
when
don't
is
know
he
that
leaving?
you are.
Hold
Hold
president
on, Dynasty's
using
talking.
his executive
One
power.
mic. Actually, the mandate came under Biden.
Exactly.
Thank you, man. Thank
Uh,
you,
Who enforced the
thank
mandate?
you,
it came under Biden.
Who
thank
who
you, man.
enforced that mandate?
In September 2021, President Joe Biden announced that federal government would take steps to mandate COVID-19 vaccination for certain entities under the authority of the federal government or federal agency.
Exactly.
And who enforced the mandate?
That's under Biden.
Biden, you stupid.
Biden.
Sissy.
Who
Trump
actually
enforced it as well.
implemented the
Oh
mandate?
my
Who forced
God,
you
bro.
guys to get vaccines? And it
Otherwise, he
I'm
would
wasn't
have
telling you,
lifted
boy,
it.
President.
these faggots, bro. These
It was
But
faggots
what?
out
16.
Bro,
It
here.
was the Trump
the
Dinas,
administration.
entire
Exactly.
discourse is
You
childish,
always
bro.
say the
Because
F
it's
word
like
when you ran out
the
of shit
Dinas,
to
there were
partisan stuff
say.
six.
don't matter.
Down
Dinas,
Somebody
to
there
the
were
asked
16
somebody
the
asked
opposition
Elvis
forces
executive
in
when he
Nazi
leaving,
office
man.
Germany.
that forced
Elvis,
you
Can
when he
I?
guys
leaving,
Listen
man?
to these
formally
faggots
to
talking
get
at
the
the same
Dinas, there were
time.
vaccine,
Hey,
which
16.
can
would
I give
not
a?
have happened if
Yeah, if
Donald
it
went
went to
against
Biden.
it. That's not up for
Well, hold
debate.
on. Can I give a old man disposition on something I heard him say when he was just explaining that? I'm taking some serious offense from some of my immigrant brethren that come over here and make it seem like we the same when y'all get here, when y'all want something from us. But
Yep.
when y'all don't want to be together with
Nah,
us, you separate. I'm not
no,
Yep.
cool with
no.
that
We're not having that
because
argument, brother.
hold
We're
on,
not having that
ain't no
You
argument.
don't
argument.
tell
Let,
me
let,
Hey,
what
let,
to
I'm
let him
talk
talking.
finish.
about.
Let him
Hey,
hold
hey,
on one
hey,
mic.
hey, hey, I'm
Let him
talking.
finish.
I'm
Let him
talking.
finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
I don't care. Ain't no argument because I live in Florida. I'm from New York. Y'all not telling me nothing about ignorant immigrants that I don't know. I know exactly how they act when they're around, when they don't feel like they need nothing, when they feel like they're better than us. I know what that look like.
Preach.
I know when they say Sapo say Nabule. They Haitian. They Jamaican. I also remember long enough when Haitians pretended to be Jamaicans. I know Jamaicans that still call people Yankees. I know these people. I know Puerto Ricans. I moved to Florida. There was a black Cuban that told me he wasn't black. The nigga cursed me out.
Oh, true,
So y'all
true,
ain't
true.
y'all
Hey,
ain't
hey.
telling me nothing. I don't know. So what I'm trying to say is I
$10.
don't appreciate when people come over here, and I understand you do have an immigrant perspective, and I like to hear it sometimes. But when you're telling us to make decisions based on your perspective, I have a serious problem.
I don't think
Yeah,
they
but he's
doing that
still here
though.
though. Ask him when he
Yeah.
leaving, man.
No, it's
Oh,
Ask
I
him
black
could
when
I
he
have.
leaving.
don't, I
Right, we
don't
don't
think
have to do
nobody
all of
in here
that.
Listen,
We
doing
don't have
that.
to do all of that.
it's the
It's
fastest
just that
country. When are
More
you
you
black
telling
leaving?
us.
Americans are in
But
agreement that
hold
this
on,
is a
hold on.
problem
We're
than
having a
not.
He's
conversation,
just
brother.
he's just
Anybody can,
telling. He's
brother.
just
We're having
telling
a
us
conversation among
what we
black
should.
people. This is
Right, he's
black
just
people
But
telling
we're
us
black
talking.
Americans.
what he
God's
think
black
we should be
This
Americans.
is black
fearful
I'm
of.
people
black
I get it.
talking.
American.
I get it.
Can I just
Ramon,
I
Yeah, but
get
he's
it.
please.
so
We're
he's so
talking about
afraid.
immigrants, are we not?
I get it. But
We're not
but
talking
listen.
about immigrants.
He's
Hold
so
on, y'all.
afraid, but he's
Hold
still
on.
here though. He's
Hold
so
on, y'all.
afraid, but he's still here. He's
Hold
still
on,
here,
y'all.
but
We
he's
don't,
so
we don't gotta
afraid.
go there. All
But
I'm
you went
saying
there
is,
though.
no, I didn't go there to embarrass anybody. All I'm saying is know your place. None of us go to some
No,
other
no,
people.
no. That
Nobody
no,
goes.
no,
We
no, no,
listen. You don't see black Americans
no.
going to other people's
I
countries
do.
and
I
then
do.
and then telling them how they should run their
No,
country.
I go
And
Bro,
into
then
yeah, bro,
social
yeah,
media.
they do, bro. Black
that
Americans do
who
I
do
go
that,
into
bro.
social
who
media and
show
other
me.
black people's
Bro, that's
conversations
a
and
common
tell
thing about
Show
them
me.
Americans,
whatever I
period.
want to fucking tell them.
Wait. Hold
That's
on.
a common
Now
theme
we're
about
gonna move on
Americans,
Hold
to a
on,
period, bro.
topic.
hold
This
on. Let me
topic is an
verify. Let me
unintelligent
verify
topic.
We're in
real
social
quick for y'all.
media, sir.
We need to
So
move back
hold
to
on.
talking about Donald
Hold
Trump being fascistic. That was the real
hold
point.
Now,
So are you
bro, let the
telling
man
you
talk.
you telling me there are Americans that immigrate to another country, become citizens or green card holders in those countries, and they can sit there and say how the elected officials and how the voters should vote in those countries?
Preach.
I
That's what you're
mean, I'm
telling
not
me?
gonna say that per se. I'm not gonna
Well,
be
yes.
So then
disingenuous and
If
what?
you're a
say yes to
citizen
So
of
that
a
then,
because
so
country,
then
you
what are we
have the
talking
right
I'm
to
not
about?
speak
qualified to
freely.
answer that, to
So,
be
then- so,
honest
You
then,
with
so
have
you.
the
then what are
right
we?
to
So then
exhibit
what?
political
I
position
said,
because
but
you're a
hold on,
citizen
hold
of a
on.
nation, brother.
That's true. That's true. But what I'm trying to
Elvis, where
understand
you
is
leaving,
why would
Elvis?
he be
Where
in
you
a
leaving?
circle? Why would he be in a circle of black people telling us? Because I
Preach.
heard a couple of them say, "Well, we should do and we don't do this and criticizing our culture. I'm trying to figure
Brother, we
out
got people in
Brother,
the
but that's
UK.
why would you
emotional,
do
brother.
that?
Right.
That's
No, this
emotional though.
Why would
Because
you do that?
conversation is
Because we
if
got
emotional.
you
people in the
We're
UK
objectively
not
in here.
look at the
I'm
state of
only
we are
I'm
not
only
here to be your
talking about what
therapist.
happened. I'm only talking about what happened on this panel.
Yeah,
nah,
we
So
but
got
bro,
people
I
from
Yeah,
hear
no,
what
no,
you're
we are
UK.
saying.
talking
objectively,
about Donald
if
Trump being
We got black
fascistic,
people from all
and the
over in
Boy,
here.
conversation is
shut
going
y'all
towards
Yeah, I
that.
faggot ass
understand.
up
I'm
and
not.
let
I'm not
Tanaja
saying
speak,
First
that.
of all,
man.
we
I'm not.
we were
Listen.
pretending like
I
there weren't
was.
elections in Germany while Hitler was around.
Ashawo,
So
God
you're
you're
an
damn, shut your
election
homosexual.
Germany.
faggot ass up,
Nobody's
You're
Kato, and
talking
let
about
Tanaja
Germany.
speak.
I just
Nobody's.
homosexual.
want to know.
Nobody's
I
You
just
talking
suck,
about
want to know,
Germany, my
you
man.
fucking
man.
You
pillow
can have
I
a
biter,
just
And
don't
faggot.
believe in
maybe we
you.
Get
need to
your
go to
sick
go
ass
democratic
up
socialist
government
and
lifestyle.
let a
is
heterosexual
dictatorship.
It's all
man
right.
Constricting,
talk.
I know you
constricting,
want
and
to
Y'all been
change.
talking for too
sexuality.
long.
I
I'm
think we
just
need to look
saying.
closer to
Y'all fucking
Hold on,
sexuality.
faggots
y'all.
been talking for too long.
I gotta read the
Toto,
super
all you
chat.
do is talk out of your
I
ass,
gotta
bro.
read
Shut the
this.
fuck up.
I gotta read the super chat. T. Khalid, thank you for the $20 holla. Salute to Diners for the diverse views. Go ahead, to
Yeah,
Niger. Go ahead.
thank you for that. Yeah, I think the point that the United States can become fascist, um, I don't know why people find it strange, as if history hasn't suggested that nations change their behavior, and the fact that officially it may not be called fascism in America, but it was fascist towards black people. Let's face it, and because just because you have a fascist state doesn't necessarily mean it's fascist towards every group in the country. It might be fascist towards a specific group of people that even when they pass laws, they don't fulfill it. It just turns out that even most laws in America is
To
based on
Niger,
political reason.
if I can interject real quick, this is the issue and why this argument is somewhat disingenuous. When people were getting fired, right, for not acknowledging biological men and calling them women, but for not referring to biological men as women, where was the fascism argument? The same thing with the COVID jab. I
You
mean,
can argue that's
So that
fascism
is why
too.
people turned against it. Now people turned against it. By and large, majority of people are against it because they don't like the idea of being
no,
forced to behave a
but
certain way.
not, you don't
But Dinus,
understand.
you can
There was
argue
a
that's
time
fascism
if
too.
you
No
did
one's
not
denying
You're
that.
conflating some other issue
you're
though.
talking over me. You're talking over. There was a time to Naja, if you did not refer to a biological man, if he thought in his head that he was a woman, you could get fired and let go.
Yeah, but what does that tell you? Things can change. That is the point.
But
Some other
that, but
person
that
is
was, but that was under the Democrats, and for some reason, this whole
who is. I
fascism
never said
argument.
Republicans
Democrats were
called
not
it
fascists.
fascism.
I never said
Republicans
Democrats were
called
not
it fascistic.
fascist. We are talking about how it may affect this in the black community. The point is that what Trump is doing, maybe, and as a matter of fact, it's going to get worse. Let's face it, it's going to get worse. If
Yeah.
America is going to get past what it's going through right now, it's going to get worse. And if anybody's trying to pretend as if it's not, then they need to check the numbers. If you look at the way Trump behaved in his first term and what he's doing now, you can see clearly the pattern of behavior
What
that
is
they
he?
want to.
What you, Nigel? What are you doing?
Okay, let me tell you what he's doing. He basically wants to extend the power of the majority group in that country, the dominant culture. He wants to extend their power as long as possible while the other population is growing in that country. That is exactly what he's doing. The way he's appeal court judges
It's in the powerhouse, to Nigel.
by ensuring that their people are the ones in positions of power. If you look at the Supreme Court judges and his appeal court judges, all the judges is appointed. Everything is about young white people holding these positions.
So hold on, to Nigel. When Obama had the opportunity to do it, why didn't he do it?
Obama did. Obama redressed it. Obama redressed it to an extent. If you look at the numbers, Obama appointed far more diverse group.
Again, under the Supreme, when he had this, Obama could have had the opportunity to put all these people in the Supreme Court. He didn't.
What does that have to do with Tunai just saying though?
Because he had
there's two
no,
black
that's
people on the
Obama.
It has
Supreme
nothing
Court.
to do with what he's
That's what
saying, and we're
Obama
gonna ignore
did.
that point,
That's
Dinus.
Y'all reduce
that's not what
everything
Donald
to a
Trump is
partisan
doing.
debate, bro.
There's
Tunai,
two
don't even
black
reply
people
to
That's
on the
what
that.
Trump is
Supreme Court.
doing. That's what Obama did. That's not what Donald
It
Trump
has
is
nothing to
doing.
do with what we're talking about right now. We're
Right.
gonna move on from that
There
question.
are two
Shut
black
your
people
faggot
on the
ass up,
Supreme
boy.
Court. There are
There's
two black people on the
Toto, you
Supreme
Yeah,
Court.
very safe in
no,
Atlanta. I'm
I've
glad.
done bad. In time, what is going to happen is that you're going to be seeing it manifest. And the funny thing is that many of
Oh,
us,
okay.
let me finish my point. The funny thing is that many of us are just sitting and watching it. You are watching the dominant culture reassert itself and trying to take control of the country, and you pretend as if you can't see it. Sooner or later, when they get what they want enough and the world changes, look at the way the world is going right now, it's about to experience a change. If this will withdraw what it means to be the human rights and all the rest of it, guess what could happen again? They could do whatever they like with you. And if you think they were powerful before, now they're even more powerful. So the idea that things cannot change and turn nasty, I'm not under any illusion. If you look at what is going on in Israel right now, there's one group that is experiencing democracy, the other group is experiencing fascism. It's just like that. It can happen
Nobody
again.
cares about
Oh my
Israel and
God, bro.
Palestine, man. What are you talking
No,
about,
it can
man?
Are
happen
you
Two
anywhere.
retarded?
Niger.
He
They
just
do
God
used
not
that
care
out
damn.
as an
about
example,
logic.
bro.
They're
Y'all
not trying to
get with
be
this linear
rational.
thinking,
It
bro.
can,
Y'all
They
not
don't
even
care about
listening
the
to the
facts.
man.
it's happened before in this same country that you pretend. You know, America has been democracy from the beginning, but yes, some people experience
Have
fascism.
you
Hey,
guys ever heard
when
about
is
the
it gonna
saying
happen?
that
When is it gonna
when
happen
they
to
came for
Niger?
my
When is it gonna
when they
happen?
came
I
for my
can tell you that
neighbors,
America is
I
going to
said
have a lot of.
nothing because it
I can
wasn't
tell
The
you
me.
fact that
that
we got to
mark my
explain to
words
black
today. Mark my
men
words today.
that the
America is going to
United States
experience
Yeah,
a
wouldn't
people
lot of
enslave
always have a
troubles.
black people.
tendency to sit back because it's not affecting them,
When
and
is
then
it
when
gonna
when it
happen?
does
Hey,
Why
affect
do
them,
we
only,
have to
everybody else that
explain
only,
could
to you
only
protect
why a
them
country
fast
that
talking
has
is
already
genocided
been
happening. I
Native
taken
just want to
out.
know when
Americans
is it gonna
and
happen.
enslaved black
America
people
is going to
would not be a
experience a
bad
I
lot.
thing?
just want people to keep their
Everybody's
head on a
talking at the same
swivel
time.
and be a
No,
student of history
Oh,
no,
okay.
and see the
Okay.
tendency
No,
they
of
don't
These
fascism
listen,
are
that's
these
they
creeping
are
say
up.
that
real
black
men.
people are
These are
right now in
boys
Africa.
they
masquerading
master
as
good
Black
now.
men.
people are being
They
enslaved
master
right
good
now in
now.
Africa, man. Black people are being enslaved right now on their own continent, man. And y'all people talking
What does
about
that have
getting
to do with the
America,
current
What is that?
America,
conversation,
Yeah,
man.
bro,
Anthony?
you tweaking, bro.
You
What
just
do
be
that got to
talking
do with
out
what
of
he's
your
saying,
ass,
though?
bro.
No,
This
because
country
we talking
enslaved
Boy,
black
y'all
everybody
are
people.
a
being
bunch
It
of
genocided
protected,
cowards,
man.
Native
bro.
Americans, and you
Bro,
think
what
it
are
won't
you
slide
talking
into
about cowards?
fascism?
But
Are
you
you
over
fucking
you
Y'all
over
stupid?
a
here
bunch
defending
of
talking
Stop
about
speaking
I
people.
cowards.
don't
so
No,
think
the
I don't
white
confidently.
think
man
Know
I
can't
don't
do that
think
yourself.
no
I
more.
don't
The
think
white
black
man
Y'all
can't
people
do that no
cowards
more.
as
I
You
don't
fuck.
sound
think
goofy
black
as
people
hell,
in
Boy,
bro.
Africa
y'all
is
He
going
the
always
going
same
to
white
scared,
man he
man.
combat
was
I'm
50
talking
years
about
African
ago.
scared of
American
everything,
people, man.
man.
Let
But
us
Man,
ain't
ask
no
only stuff
Ken.
that
scared.
y'all ain't
Ain't
scared
nobody
of.
scared, bro.
I don't know
If
why
you
we
gotta
need
Hey,
to
tell
understand
me
what's gonna
what,
explain
happen.
tell me
that a
something
But
that
you
country
gotta
y'all
be
ain't
built off of
scared
prepared.
of.
slavery and genocide
Man, get your
might
goof
turn
ass out of here.
fascistic.
All I
That's
It
hear
a
is what
sounds
what
y'all
you
fucking
back up
scared
stupid.
early.
of, bro.
It
All
ain't
I
no
hear about what y'all scared
nobody
of.
said you scared of
I
nothing.
just
But you
ain't never heard. I just ain't never
Nobody's
heard black
scared of
men
nothing.
talk
Nobody's
about what
scared of
they
nothing. We're
scared
just
of.
not
They
stupid.
nobody
scared
said
of
So
they
what's
scared of
we'll
finna
get
nothing.
back
happen,
to
what's
the
going to
original
happen,
talking
what
I
point.
heard
might
black men say
happen,
what they
this
scared of.
probably happen.
It's
It's
that
gonna
white
So
happen.
boy.
that
This
Donald
They
gonna
Trump's
scared of
happen
that
around
white
the
movement
boy. That's
corner.
what they
This
scared
gonna
of.
happen when you go up the street,
seems
All right,
Anthony.
one
interesting.
at
This
a
gonna
time, one
happen
at
when
a
you
That's
go
what they
time,
go
one
scared
at
of
a
around
is
the
that
time,
white
corner.
We
boy.
are
one at
This
a
gonna
time.
currently
happen
in a
next week.
fascist
This
state.
gonna happen next
But
month.
what
This
Donald Trump
gonna
is
happen
doing
tomorrow.
is he is
This gonna creep
eroding our
in. This
democratic
gonna seep in.
process
All this
so that the
shit, bro.
people who come
It just
after
shocks
him
me,
No,
man.
will
I
violate the
can give you a
Constitution.
timeline. I think in the
First
next
of
10
all,
years, you're going to see
we're
some
talking
serious
about
changes in America. You're going to see
So
some
it's gonna
serious
be
changes.
10
Just like the
years.
we're
United
talking
Kingdom.
about a
Tonight,
10
president
years,
tonight,
it's
who
gonna
led an
it's already
tonight,
insurrection.
started. It's already
tonight,
You think
started. You are
Donald
going to see
Trump, who
significant
led
tonight,
an
changes in America.
insurrection, wouldn't
What
violate the
about
Hey,
the
so when
what
Constitution?
did
about the
Jesus?
slavery?
Hey,
We're
tonight,
What
already
when
about the
did
slavery in
Jesus
leaning
ever
into
Africa?
a
die?
fascistic state. Donald
Man,
Trump has
60
been threatening
years
to
ago,
run for a
60
third
years ago,
term.
they could just come and
Tonight,
hang you by a
Hey,
tree,
when
brother.
did
It
can
ain't
I ask
Jesus
it ain't
ever
tonight
that
a
die?
long
question?
ago.
I'm gonna just keep
Hold on,
talking
y'all.
until
Y'all
Hold
it
on,
don't
gets
hold on,
understand
quiet.
that
hold on.
beast, man. Y'all don't
Let
really
me ask.
understand that beast. That's
Between
the
the
thing, bro. Y'all
insurrection,
think that
Let
beast
me
never
ask
changed,
tariffs,
bro. The
Tunaja.
beast is still the
Let me
beast.
ask
deportations,
Tunaja a question. Let me ask
defunding
Tunaja a
all of the
question.
Black American
Let me ask
supported
Tunaja a
programs.
question. What about the slavery that's happening in Africa right now, man?
That's not what we're talking about. We're gonna
Come
ignore
on.
that. That's a stupid
All right, right. We're gonna
We're
ignore it.
talking
Yeah,
about
you're right.
America
You're
right
absolutely
now.
right. You're
I just
absolutely
I
right.
Donald
just
Let's
want
Trump
worry.
to
led an
Let's worry about the slavery
insurrection.
in America. Let's worry
He's
about
trying
the
to
slavery in
deport
America.
people
You're
without
right.
due process. He's trying to defund the African American Museum. He's trying to put terrorists that are
Shut your
What
faggot
the
unconstitutional
ass
hell
into
with
up,
that?
place.
man.
Hey,
Nobody
hey,
how,
want
hey,
to
hey,
how
hear
Because
can
that
hey,
you
you're
shit.
an
not
Shut your
just
ignorant.
fucking
ignore these
sucking
things?
And
How
that's
can you
pussy.
because
ignore
you're a
these
You
things?
fucking
dumbass.
sugar
You're
boy.
fucking stupid.
You
And
fucking
you
sugar
speak
boy.
confidently.
Hey,
And you
grab
need to
your
let the
anchor,
men who are
sugar boy.
actually educated
Grab
and
your
know what
anchor,
they're
sugar
talking
boy. Don't
about
always hear that
speak. But
sissy
I'm gonna
shit.
keep talking. I'm gonna just keep talking
Nobody,
until it's quiet.
nobody
You
listen
guys
to
do
any
not know
gay
what you're
man
talking about.
talking about
You do not
nothing.
understand the legal
The
process,
only
and you
people that
don't
want to
care
listen to
about the
a
legal
gay man
process.
talk is a
So it
gay
shows that
woman.
you don't
That's your
actually
best
care about
friend.
what's
So
going
what you
on.
gonna talk to a
You
gay?
But
don't
What you
care
gonna
about the
talk to
black
a black
community.
they
woman?
I'm
had
gonna keep
They're the
they
talking
only
had
too.
a
people that want to
legal
listen to that
Raising
process.
faggot shit.
They
Toto
already
can't
had a
raise his
legal
kids to
process, brother. They
Only
already had a
black
legal
women
process.
will listen to
I don't
y'all
know why we
faggots.
have this little circle jerk with the black
They
Only
community
already had
black
about
they,
whether or
they
women
not
already
Donald
will
had
Trump
a
is a
listen to
legal
threat to
that
black
process,
faggot
Americans.
shit, boy.
It is not up
Don't
for
y'all
debate.
understand that?
Donald Trump's
brother.
administration
They
is a
already
Only
had a
threat
legal
to
black
African
process.
women
Americans.
listen to
I'm
your
gonna just keep
faggot
talking
Shut
shit.
until
your
it gets
ass
quiet
up,
because you guys aren't saying
Ashamo.
anything factual.
Goddamn fags and trans and goddamn
Shut your
third
ass up,
degree
Ashamo.
sisters.
Toto, I
You
can
dig
tell
what
that
I'm
you're
saying?
Faggot
feminine
ass
because
Like
you
shit.
nobody
you
listen to
feel way
faggots.
too comfortable insulting
Like
men, Toto. I can
nobody
tell that you
listens
grew
to
up feminine
faggots, man.
because I
Why
know
you
you don't
think
have that
nobody
same
ain't
energy
paying
in
you
the
no
streets.
attention? You don't get no respect over here.
Toto,
You
I
know what I'm
better
saying?
not
Both of
ever
y'all are
catch you
embarrassment to your
in dating
father.
a
Danis live
homosexual.
stream
Both of
in New
y'all
York
are
City.
embarrassment to your
Shower, you're a
father.
homosexual.
Both of
You're
y'all is
obsessed with
You're a
homosexuality.
maggot.
to your
And if I ever
goddamn
You're
catch you in the
obsessed with
ancestors,
city,
man.
I'm putting
homosexuality.
my boot to your face. I'm
Both of
taking a
y'all
video.
are
I'm gonna send it
embarrassments,
to
man.
Dynas so he can live
Y'all
stream
You're
it.
sit up there
obsessed with
competing.
Just
You
homosexuality,
understand
sir.
that.
you can't build no nation with no
So
faggots.
You're
All
you
right.
obsessed
You
Let's
don't
with
can't
even
let's
talk
raise a
go
about
let's
kid.
all
nation
calm
building
down.
with no faggots.
So
Hey,
All right.
folks,
Let's
as I
calm
was
can we
down. Let's
can
saying,
calm
put
bro.
down.
ourselves like
Let's
grown
calm
men
down
on
now.
here,
As what I was
please?
saying,
Nobody.
Donald Trump led
Let's
an
calm
Nobody
down.
insurrection.
listen to
Let's
it.
calm
And you
down,
can
man.
tell only the
That
faggots
are
keeping Donald Trump name in
unconstitutional
their mouth.
for
Hold on. What
black people.
insurrection did he lead? Did he lead?
Dynas, that's a dumbass question. I'm not
What
even gonna acknowledge
insurrection did
it.
he lead? Was he
Dynas,
found
I'm not even gonna
was
acknowledge
he
that
found was
dumbass
he
question.
found guilty of leading an
Anyway, so Donald Trump led an insurrection. He's doing
Oh my God, where was he
international
charged?
terrorists that are
Where was he charged with
unconstitutional.
insurrection?
He's
Where
deporting
was he
what
people
charged with
without
it?
due process, and he's
Where was
trying
he
to
charged
defund
with
programs
insurrection?
that help black
Explain
people. I
explain
don't
Where
this
know
was
due
he
why you
process
charged
thing,
can't
with
man.
see why
insurrection?
this is us
Can you
Why are we
explain
leading
this
into
pretending
due
as if he
tragedy.
process?
didn't do that? We
When
know he
was
did
he
It's
that. Now,
charged
why
because
with
do we do all these
insurrection?
things
Can
that
you
we are
Black
doing?
explain this due
America
He
process?
did.
is people
What is
like
He
due
got
what
pulled
Oslo.
off.
what do you
And
mean by
honestly,
due
when
process?
Dynas makes excuses, he's part of the problem
When
too.
was he charged with
What do you
This
mean
insurrection?
is
by
a
due
very
process?
obvious conversation.
Oh,
What do
y'all
you
be
mean by
tweaking.
due
When was he
process?
I'm not
charged
with
with
that left stuff
What
insurrection?
do you
though
mean
either,
by
but
due
y'all be
process?
tweaking with
Y'all
that
keep
Trump shit,
saying
bro.
left stuff. You're just
What do you mean by due
uneducated.
process? Hold on. What do you
You
mean by
are
due process?
uneducated. That's it.
What do you
You
mean by
didn't
due
read because you
process?
didn't care, so shut the fuck up while I speak.
What do you
Can
mean by
we
due
stop
process?
cussing
What do you
and
mean?
doing with the
We
ad
posted the
hominems and
Yeah,
support
article.
cause
ourselves like men,
I
please?
posted
this
I
dude is
posted the
really this
article.
dude
You
is
can
really
read
Like
the
that?
triggered, man.
article in the chat.
Yeah, brother.
Unless you pay
Cussing
unless you
and
pay
ad
me for my
homs, bro.
time,
That's
I'm
not
not going to
necessary,
explain it
brother.
again. Donald Trump
Yo,
led an insurrection.
That's that
dude
He's
is
doing
faggot
the biggest
energy,
international
man.
this,
He
terrorists
aggressive
this
punk,
that
dude
are
is the
bro.
against
biggest
He
international
national
aggressive
channel,
laws.
man.
punk.
He's
That's
defunding
that's
programs
that
for black
aggressive
people,
punk.
and he's
He
deporting
want
people
he want to
without
fight everybody.
process.
Yeah,
You
I don't know
just
how
we
want
know
one
why
to
that
Moses
is,
man,
cut
man.
that with
Moses
a
man,
We know what
knife.
that
Moses
is,
man.
man.
Hold on here, hold on
Continue
here.
his
How
administration
can somebody
and
be
think that
attacking
he's
the black
moving in a
community like defunding
non-fascistic
something?
way.
No, sorry, Kato. No, let's make this clear. How can somebody be defunding something that affects the black community and we just act as if that's controversial?
What is he
Why is it
defunding? What is he
controversial?
defunding? What is
I
he
think Kato
defunding?
is referring to
He's trying to
this.
defund the African
Tell
American
me what is he
Museum,
defunding?
specific
Nobody
programs
cares
that help
about the
black
African
Americans.
American Museum.
Man, come
Nobody
Exactly.
on
You
with
cares
that
don't care
about
about
African
the
black
American Museum,
Americans.
African
brother. Come
American
on, bro.
Anthony,
Museum.
Anthony, are you
Hold
black
on.
American? Anthony, pause. Anthony, are you black? Are you black American?
Man, shut
I'm
your
black.
sis ass
Anthony,
up.
are you a black American?
Hey,
Man, we
do
don't
you
need no
identify as
museums,
a man
man.
or a
Anthony,
woman?
are you a black
Oh my
American?
God.
Do you
We don't need
Yeah,
no
identify
more
as a
yeah,
He's
we
man
not a
black
or a
black
woman?
Americans,
American.
man. I'm a black
Exactly.
American.
He
I'm a
doesn't
Was
know
black
you
your. You
American.
don't
born
care about our
was
I'm a
you
history.
black
You're
born a
We
man
American.
Bayesian.
don't
or a
need no
woman?
more museums,
Anthony, I'm
brother.
pretty sure you're Bayesian.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Man,
That's
fuck
all I'm
the
saying, man.
museum.
Anthony's
We
not a
don't
black
need no more
American. He's
museums,
masquerading
brother.
as a black American.
Okay,
Let the black
Hey,
American speak.
do you know why they want the museum so they can go in
Let
there
the
and
black
arrest
American
somebody in the
speak
dark?
about our
Shower is
history.
gone.
I'm not
Man,
And
nobody
interested
don't
Kato,
give
can
a
you
damn about
call
no
can
in
you
your
call
museum.
the
opinion about
intelligent a
my
Yeah, brother.
shower?
people's
I ain't
history.
gonna lie, brother. Kato, you sounding like a Democrat right now, brother. I'm gonna
Yeah,
just
he's
keep
you
a
it
can't eat
100.
no
faggot.
damn museum. You
I
can't
sound like
eat
a
no damn
Democrat because I
museum.
care about the African American
He's a
You
Museum.
can't
faggot.
speak
Yeah,
and shit
brother.
That's
against
a
That
no
I
damn
mean,
dumbass
museum.
statement. That's a
but
dumbass
I'm saying
statement. A lot because
that's
of black men
minuscule
here,
and
y'all say
compared to
dumbass
to
shit.
real problems, brother. Like the other stuff you were saying, I could feel you, but the museum, that's just symbolic stuff, brother.
It was just one
That's
example. I
that
said he's
faggotry.
defunding multiple programs that help black Americans.
Yeah,
Like
it's
this
worth
whole
checking.
conversation is honestly
Name another
fucking
program.
stupid.
Name another
He led
program.
an
Name another
insurrection.
program.
Shut up. He
Name.
led an insurrection. He
When was
supports
he
That's a
people
charged
program.
with?
without due
When was he
process.
charged with insurrection, faggot?
He's trying
That's
to
a
deport.
program.
He's trying to deport student
When was he?
protesters.
When was he
Yeah,
charged with
deport them
He's
all,
doing
man.
insurrection,
Deport
tariffs
faggot?
them
that
all,
will
yeah.
cause a
Deport them all,
recession
man. If you
to
going to school
anybody
here,
with a
you
brain
shouldn't be
and
protesting.
When
anybody
was
that's
If
he
you go to school
educated.
charged?
here, you shouldn't
This
be
is us
protesting.
moving
Deport
towards
them all, man.
fascism. I'm gonna just keep
When
Deport
was
them
talking
he
damn
charged
confidently
with
protesters, yeah.
because none of
insurrection?
you guys have addressed what I said.
No, but Kato, one by
And
one.
Dinas, you
No,
specifically have been
Kato,
running away from my comments this
Kato,
entire panel.
I'm asking a question. When was the charge with the insurrection, leading the insurrection?
We saw him lead an insurrection. Like we don't
Kato,
need a
Oh my!
charge.
when was he charged with leading an
He
insurrection?
said, did Donald Trump? Do you want to bring up a video of Donald Trump saying the election was fake?
When was he charged?
I don't need a charge. We were there.
Oh
Oh,
He's
Lord,
okay.
he said the
Oh,
election
okay.
was fake.
So,
man.
hey, Dinus, ain't it
No,
funny how they
Dinas,
was
since you're
talking
so
about all this
confident,
due process,
since you're
and
so confident,
now you ain't got to
put
be
up a video
charged.
of Donald
Now
Trump
you ain't got
saying
to
the
be charged.
election was rigged. Since you're so confident, Dinus.
No, you
Hillary
ain't got to
Clinton
be
said the
charged
election
to
was
be
rigged.
calling
Dinus,
Hillary
I'm not
somebody
Clinton
talking
said
to
that
something.
same
anybody else
thing.
but Dinus, because Dinus, you've been doing
Hillary
this on the
Clinton said
panel
that
all
same
day,
Yeah.
thing.
acting like you don't know what's up.
When was he charged, Kato? That's all I'm asking.
Dinus, I'm asking you a
Hillary
question. I
Clinton
didn't
said
say
the
he was
same
formally
thing.
charged of insurrection. I said he
Hillary
said
Clinton said the same thing.
rigged.
Hillary Clinton
I
said the
mean, but
same thing.
okay,
Election was
Kato,
rigged.
with
Yeah.
that being said, we could say Kamala Harris led the riots in Minneapolis from Atlanta to LA after George
No,
Floyd.
no, we cannot. There has never been a president whose constituents have run into the White House. Name one, Dinus.
Kato, but okay,
That's a stupid comment. We saw
Kato,
this man get live on television
when was
and
he
say the
charged
election
for
was rigged,
leading
and then a
insurrection?
bunch of white people infiltrated
Yeah.
the White House. Yes or
And
no?
how is that insurrection?
Yes
How is
or
that
no?
insurrection?
Yes or no,
How is
Dinus?
that
I'm not talking to
insurrection?
anybody but Dinus. I'm talking
How
to
is
you,
that
Dinus.
insurrection?
When
Dinus,
did
I'm talking to
Donald
you.
Trump lead an insurrection?
Dinus, did Donald
Hold on,
Trump
let me. Hold on,
say
we'll
the
play the
election was
video.
rigged? Yes or no?
We'll play the video. Hold on, we'll play the
I'm
video.
only talking to Dinus right now.
We're
Dinus,
gonna, we're gonna play the
Dinus,
video.
what did Mike Pence say about
No,
Donald
go, hey,
Trump?
go find your manhood.
Dinus, what did
Shut
Mike
your
Pence say
stupid
about
ass
Donald
up.
brother,
Trump?
Find
brother,
your
he finna
manhood,
play
you
a video
fucking
to answer your
faggot.
Shut your
question. I don't
ignorant,
think he's finna
stupid
answer
ass
it
up.
directly.
I
This what the
thought you had some
faggots do. They
intelligence.
act like
I
I'm
women.
not
thought
even
you
gonna
had
There's
some
no
respond
intelligence. You
accountability.
don't.
because Donus
There is no
Sometimes he
Zero.
be asking these
intelligent
fake
shower.
intellectual questions. That wasn't a smart question, Dinus. I'm gonna be straight
Oh,
up.
nothing ain't
I mean,
smart.
no, it is smart.
It wasn't smart
So
at all,
so
bro.
lay in the bed with a man is
You need
smart.
to shut the fuck up, a
So
shower. You ain't
laying
got
in the
nothing
bed
to
with another
say.
man is smart, sugar
You have
boy.
nothing substantive to say, sir,
Dinus, I
to
need
add to
you
the
to explain.
Like
conversation.
nobody
Dinus,
listen to
I
y'all,
need you
bro.
to explain to
Nobody's
me
listening to
why
you,
Mike Pence
fool.
did not support Donald Trump for his second term.
It doesn't matter. He
No,
won.
no, Dinus, since you know so much, right? Explain to the
It
audience
doesn't
why Mike
matter. He
Pence
won.
did not
He
support Donald
won.
Trump for his second term.
It doesn't matter. He won.
So you don't know. You
He
don't know. Just say
won.
that. Dinus, just say you don't know.
It doesn't
So
matter.
you
He
don't
won.
know.
Like it's
Mike Pence,
water under a bridge. It doesn't
you can
matter.
look it up on Google. Mike Pence said that Donald Trump tried to fix the election. And when he refused to fix the election, Donald Trump tried to hurt him.
Oh my God. How
You
did
can look
Donald
it up.
Trump try to hurt him? How did Donald Trump try to hurt him, you faggot?
I'm
You
not trying to
butt
hear your
hurt
opinions.
faggot?
Dinus,
You,
look up
you
Mike
loose
Pence's
booty
Oh,
faggot.
man.
How
Dinus,
did Donald Trump
look
try to
up
hurt him?
Mike
How did
Pence's
he try to
statements
hurt
You
him?
on
allow
Donald
him to
Trump.
say this stupid shit?
Oh no, this is the dude. How did he try to hurt him?
You don't need to look it up on Google. Look up
How?
Mike Pence's
How
statement
did he
on
try
Donald
to
Trump.
hurt
How
him?
did he try to hurt him?
Look
How
it
did
up.
he hurt
So
him?
we would have been better off with Kamala Harris then. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
We'd have been
You
better
guys
off
need
with
to
Kamala
listen to the
Harris.
English coming out of my mouth. We would be better with anyone who doesn't lead an insurrection.
He didn't lead. He
We
didn't lead
we would
Oh
have been
my
better off with
God,
Kamala
bro.
Harris.
These
Yes or
the.
no?
fucking
We
faggots,
would have been
bro.
better with Eric Adams.
Oh
We
my
would have been better
God,
with
these
no
faggots,
president than
bro.
Donald.
Yeah.
But anybody but Donald Trump, right?
Anybody.
Come
Yes,
on,
literally
man.
anybody
Damn,
but
yeah.
Donald.
So it
Man,
Even
could have
if
been
it's
all
a
a
them
it could
crackers
have
are
Republican.
the
been a
same,
it could have
man.
been it could have been a tuna fish than Donald Trump, right?
I think Dinus would be a better president than Donald.
Boy, shut your sis
Y'all
ass
be
up,
reading,
boy.
y'all be reading too much into the presidency,
Boy,
bro.
you start, boy,
Right.
you.
I
No,
I
agree with
think,
you,
the
brother.
issue is you
The
dudes
man is
don't
doing it.
read
The
at
man is
all.
doing it. The
man, you
man
know
is
Man,
what?
it
Why
doing a
ain't
did
no
great
Mike
job.
don't
Pence
read. It's
not
The man
support
is
priorities,
doing a
Donald
bro.
great
Trump?
job. Bro.
It's
The
because
man is
No, I
doing a
don't,
great
bro. I
job.
don't. I don't
you
support
don't
no
have any.
crackers,
Y'all
bro.
need
They
to
is what
shut
they
the fuck
is,
up if you
bro.
don't know what
Everything
you're
is
talking
Donald
about.
Trump.
Nah,
Everything
bro.
is
It's not no.
Donald
Up
Don't
Trump.
know
if you
what you
don't
Donald
know
talking
what
Trump
you're
about. You.
talking
sleeping in
about.
my bed.
It's
Donald
Shut
Trump
up
stole my
if you
money.
don't know
Donald
what
Trump
you're
wrecked
talking
my
about.
car. My car ain't working because
Why
of
did the
Donald
McCain
Trump.
family support
My
Kamala
horn
Harris?
ain't working because of Donald
Why did the
Trump. Donald
McCain
Trump
family
gonna
support
steal black
Kamala
people,
Harris?
and he gonna put
Donald
them to
Trump said
work.
the election was rigged.
Oh
He
my
lied
God.
about it. There was not a peaceful transfer of power
How was it?
because
How was
people
it?
literally
Bro,
invaded the
what's the problem
Capitol
Can
with
you shut
and
the
okay?
fuck
cops got
up?
hurt and
That's
people died.
Shawool.
What's really your
You
problem
really
with Donald
are
Trump,
getting
man?
on
What's really
people's
your
Man,
problem
nerves
with
here.
Donald Trump,
man,
man?
man, you
What's
know,
My
really
hey,
your
problem
man,
with
you
problem?
know
Donald
what
Trump is
though?
he's a
Don't
racist
nobody
bigot.
love white men
He's a
more than
racist.
faggot
Okay,
black men.
okay.
It's the
So
faggot black
so
This
men.
is
Biden
what
was
the
a
Your
black man on
mama,
this
racist
your
bigot.
mama's a
ain't got shit to
faggot. How
say.
about that?
Biden was a
She
racist
How about
should
your
bigot, man.
be.
mother?
Biden
Dinus, you've
wasn't a
been
racist
How
real
about your
bigot.
quiet
She
about
mother? Is
my
she a
should
statement.
be.
faggot? How about
She was
Biden,
your
born with
daddy? Is your daddy
estrogen.
a
Biden
faggot?
wasn't a racist
You
bigot.
trying to make
Huh?
yourself have estrogen.
How about your children? Are they
You trying
faggots?
to, I don't have any kids.
Dinus,
Hey
is this
man,
what
come
you
on. We
want?
not doing this, man. We
No,
not
but
Biden
that's
doing
was
what
this,
the
man. We
host
Biden
is
grown
wasn't a
men,
allowing.
racist
bro.
bigot.
Let me
We
The
back
host
grown
is
men,
allowing
bro.
it, so let's go there. That's what the
Do
host
We
is
y'all,
grown
do
allowing.
men,
y'all
man.
want
We
kids?
not doing this.
Right.
You
I
can't
don't
make
like
no
doing
jelly
it. I think it's
babies.
disrespectful. I think it's
Two,
stupid.
You and Kato
I think
cannot
you should
make
shut the
kids.
fuck up,
No, but wait,
You
Ashawo,
and
this the
Kato
so we
thing.
can have
cannot
a
make kids
conversation
no
Y'all ain't,
matter
here.
how
y'all ain't
hard
say,
y'all
I think
y'all
try.
so.
ain't
We
say
can have a
nothing.
conversation. You already got
Y'all
fined
ain't say,
$10.
y'all wasn't saying
Like
nothing when
You
this dude
already
was
you and
got
trying to
Kato
fight
fined
me
ten
though.
cannot make
dollars.
kids no matter what.
You already got fined ten
When this
dollars.
dude was trying to
You
fight
and
me, y'all ain't say
you
nothing though, man.
Hold
When he
on.
was
yeah.
trying to fight me, y'all ain't
I
say
wasn't up
nothing, man.
here, brother. I wasn't up
And
here.
Anthony, you can
You feel me?
get
I
your
would have chatted
dumbass
with
This
you,
dude
statements.
though.
I
said he
remember
was
you said
gonna whip my ass,
139th Street
man.
and
The
Broadway,
This
right?
dude,
disrespect
Man,
is
come on, for
139th
like
Street and
beyond
these
Broadway.
old as
childish.
hell. This is childish,
Anthony, I'm
bro.
talking to you.
Right? It is
This
You
childish.
said
childish as hell,
139th Street and
bro.
Childish as
Broadway, right?
fuck.
yeah,
But
yeah.
if Dynasty,
Don't make
you're
me make
gonna
an
allow
example
it,
out of
then
you.
we go
You,
there,
you still
right?
gonna whip my ass? You still go?
Don't make me make an example out of you. I'm dead serious.
And I don't
Alright,
need to
family.
get
Too
you
many of the men
physically.
on this
My
panel
fault.
are
My fault.
too
I'm sorry,
Hey,
man.
can
I'm
we
disrespectful.
sorry.
stop with
I
I'm
the
will
ad
sorry, man.
On
hominems?
that
Can we start
Dynasty,
with the
finish the
cussing and start with
dynasty.
the
see, and
internet
that's where
threats, man?
you
Come
you're
on,
gonna
man.
It's
catch
not an internet
Osogbo,
threat. I'm
Osogbo,
in
Only
Brooklyn.
faggots sit up and make
Dynasty. The
threats
Cuban
over
Anthony,
the
say
internet.
you
Osogbo.
from New York.
That's
We can meet on
negativity,
139th
and
Street
you
and Broadway.
and
And I
you
want to see you
through
say that shit
karma,
to my
Dynasty,
face.
are gonna catch Osogbo for
What you
allowing
gonna
this
have on?
bullshit.
What you gonna have on? Boy clothes or girl clothes?
And that's just karma. That ain't got nothing to do with nobody
When
but your
somebody
own
meet
Hold
up,
on,
when
you
karma
keep
somebody
talking the way
when you
you
gonna
do.
meet
for
Somebody's
up
gonna
with
put you
them,
in
allowing
a
this
casket.
bullshit.
when you gonna meet up with them, what you
You
gonna
gonna be
have on?
6 feet
Boy
under the
clothes or girl
mosquito,
clothes?
bro.
Man, I ain't coming outside for this fool, man. I can
Yeah,
finish
you
this
better
shit.
stay inside, bro.
He want to have
Stay inside.
Anthony. He
I'm
want
dead
to have a
serious.
dance battle. He want to have a dance battle with you, man.
The only
I don't know what he want to have, but I ain't
Anthony's
coming
afraid of
outside for
me to
this fool.
me. Anthony, you're afraid of me. Just say that.
He
Stop
want
pretending like
to.
you're not afraid. Both you and
He
Toto are
want. He,
afraid.
Brother,
he want.
brother, brother, brother. You come on, brother. Can we
No, ain't no
stop,
brother.
please,
I don't
bro?
know
This really
why
getting
Donis thinks
irritating,
it's
brother.
okay
He
No,
to
wants
allow
you to buy
black
Ashanti,
his
men to get
dinner,
on this
Ashawo
man.
is
panel
Just
running
buy him
and
from
call
the
me a
something to eat,
faggot.
instigating
man.
You want to
bullshit.
call me a faggot? I'm gonna put you on the ground.
Man, buy him. I
Stand by
And
called you a
fuck
that.
you.
faggot,
And
faggot.
Anthony, you
He's
said you
gonna
was
put
gonna
you on
help
the
this
I
dude
ground
with a
called
and
you a
thousand
fuck you.
faggot,
Jamaicans.
you
I'm
fucking
gonna pull up
faggot.
on you
Bruh,
with some
bruh,
Jamaicans.
bruh,
We'll see who
bruh.
knows more
I'm not coming
Jamaican.
outside, man. I'm not coming
Anthony,
outside,
yeah, you
bro. I'm
better
not
stay
coming
inside, bro,
outside, bro.
Can we
and
get
keep
back
that
to
I'm
tough
not
talk to
coming
yourself.
Hey,
outside,
Anthony,
bro.
don't come
I
Cause I'm
ain't
gonna put
coming
outside,
it on
bro.
outside, man.
video.
can we get back to the
Anthony, I will
conversation,
have you on
please?
video.
I know I'm not
Okay,
coming
He
okay,
gonna
okay,
put
outside.
you
okay.
I'm
on
scared, man. I'm
he
scared,
gonna
man.
put you
You
on
got me
let me
shook,
just add
man.
something.
video.
Let me just add something that maybe you guys want to know about. I think there was something the Trump administration did this year that they stopped recruitment into the top engineering firms and into the military of black people into the military. And this organization has generated a lot of top African Americans in the military and in the STEM this area. We're talking about generals, lieutenant generals, admirals, people like that, and he stopped it from happening. And in other words, the black Americans that are emerging through that pipeline now has been seized, and it will reduce their presence at the top echelon. This is what I'm talking about, that they are trying to take control of their country back from the minorities. Basically, that's what is going on.
Too
And this
Nigel,
is
too Nigel,
for a
too
black
Nigel.
person, these things you have to
We
be
need to
watching
worry
what is
about. We
going on.
need to worry about
It's not
trauma, man.
it's not
What
about
about
Democrats
trauma,
or
man?
Republicans.
Let him
It's
finish.
about the
Let him finish.
community. It's not about Democrats or
Donis, you have
this
yet to play
Republicans. It's
the
about the
Let him
video
community.
finish,
of
You have,
bro.
you
Let
Donis
have,
him
saying the
finish.
election is
Let him
rigged.
okay,
finish. Let him
Hey,
I
for
can
we
finish.
start
get,
reading.
hey, but it
Let
gotta be
him
I can start
respectful,
reading.
me and
See,
for like we
Now
can't be interrupting
these
each
dudes
other with
ain't
the
respectful,
internet.
right.
which is why they
It's
getting
no
Damn.
smacked. A lot of
decorum,
you guys
brother.
want to talk on this panel
Let me read
Nah,
the
and,
but
and
you
bring
but
up
you
reason why
items.
stepping
Trump
on me
is
every
this
time he
thing.
I'm gonna show you
talk.
some military shit.
Yeah,
No,
because this
you
is very,
steady
very serious.
Can
It's
interrupting
you let
people,
not
Tunaja
brother.
military.
Because part of
can
the
you let
problem is
Tunaja
black
finish,
men have
please?
gotten way too flagrant with the
Can,
way we speak to each other.
can we let Tunaja finish, please?
So this is not about Democrats or
Y'all faggots
Republicans.
need to shut up.
Let's not make it about Democrats or Republicans. Both sides are just bad. Let's face it. This idea that one side is better for us is a mistaken concept, because both sides have targeted the community in the past anyway. So the point is that if they are targeting things that are enabling Black Americans to emerge. Recently, we were talking about this Black general that was part of the military in the AFRICOM. That is, yeah, we take it for granted that that is showing up now. But if they start blocking all these routes, you find out that there will be less and less and less. And when that happens, guess what is going to start happening? The
What's
community
gonna
is going
happen
to start
tonight?
losing leverage. No, because this
Oh,
is
okay.
matter. It matters, and because if you look at the names of the people that have emerged from that institution, that connection that they have with the military, that pipeline, quite a lot of top officials. But nobody seems to be small from there, and they cut it off.
We don't care tonight. So you said 10
You
years
should
is gonna
care.
happen,
You should
right?
care.
Stop.
10 years. You
That is
say
quite
10
serious.
years, right?
Stop.
Tunaja, you gotta
We're
stop
sick of your
expecting
You say
stupid shit,
intelligence
you
from
man.
these
say 10
dumbass
years,
Grow
people.
the
right?
fuck up
These
so we can
people are
have an
not
intelligent
educated
We're
enough.
talking
conversation.
about top people here.
They're
You
not
and
masculine
Kato
enough.
cannot have kids, man, but y'all can try as hard as y'all want to.
Next.
Toto, you don't
Y'all
raise your
faggots
kids.
can
Toto,
try,
you have
man.
never raised your kids.
Next.
Toto,
Y'all
raise your
faggots
kids.
can't produce nothing. That's
Bro,
why y'all
bro.
come on these panels.
Toto,
That's
Cato,
why
raise your
y'all come
kids.
on these
don't
panel with
engage
straight
with
Toto,
that.
black
raise your
people.
kids.
You guys
Toto,
Go
when
on
are
all
you
the
gonna
go
raise
on
your
the
Don't
kids?
engage
faggot
with that.
panel.
Toto, give me
Go
your
to
baby
the
mama's
faggot
number so
panel
I can
where you
raise
can
your
be
kids for you.
accepted. Go over there to the faggots and be accepted.
Toto, give me your
Ant
baby
don't wanna
mama's number so
wanna
I can
fight you.
raise
What
your
Ant
kids
don't
for
wanna
what
meet
you.
up
what
with you
what
with no
you not just
lipstick
what you
and
not just
You're
what
the
purse.
you not
Give me
just
your
homosexual,
baby
sir.
mama's
Anthony don't
number.
wanna
just
meet up
You're
with
what you
you.
obsessed
not
with
Give
just
me your
homosexuals.
baby
you not just
mama's
You're the
number, Toto.
homosexual.
That's all I want to hear.
hold on a second.
Anthony don't wanna meet up with you with
What
no
you not
pocketbook
just
and no
what
purse and
you
no
not just
lipstick.
Tunaja, what
You
you not
sound
understanding?
intimidated.
What you not understanding, no matter what type of programs, you know what I'm saying, you think Donald Trump taking away, it's not gonna stop black people from rising in the military, man. That's what we've been doing since the military was established, since country was established, man. You're
Wow,
not
keep
gonna
taking that for
you not
granted now. You'll find out sooner or later.
Rising in the
That
military.
Keep
was
So
a
taking
you
that for
you like
stupid
granted.
statement.
black people in the
okay,
military,
rising in
right?
the military,
And
not right.
you like that?
Brother, I was in the
No,
military, man.
Anthony,
What's
you're
your
So
saying a
so
problem,
bunch
you
man?
of
know
dumb
you
shit,
so
all
you
right?
like it though.
Black people
What's the
rising and
problem,
us
man?
making observations of what's wrong with the country are two separate fucking
Okay, but
things.
all right,
Right.
the
It's
brother
two
asked me a
separate
question.
things.
The brother
That's
asked
like
We're
me a
you.
rising
question.
in the
No, no, no,
police
no, no, no.
The
department,
That's
brother
like
sir.
you
asked
saying
me a
Martin Luther
question.
King shouldn't have complained about racism.
All right, hold on.
We're rising in
Let's
the
Should
get.
Martin
police
Luther King
department.
not
Boy,
said
oh
anything
my
about
All right,
racism?
God,
can
bro.
I answer
These
his question?
goddamn sugar boys.
Can I answer his question? Can I answer his question? I actually agree with people being in the military. If they don't think it's for them, it's not for them, man. It's not a problem with that, man. It's not for everybody,
Anthony,
man.
should Martin Luther King not have talked about racism?
I'm not Martin Luther King, man. I can't tell him
No,
what
do
to
you
do, man.
think it was bad strategically for Martin Luther King to speak out against
Man,
racism?
shut your faggot
For what?
ass up,
All right, hold
Kato.
on.
Nobody's
Let me
talking to you,
answer. Let me
Toto.
let me answer,
Anthony,
man.
I'm talking to you and
Shut
you
your shut
only.
your
Do
dick
Was it
sucking
bad for
ass
do
Martin
up,
Luther
faggot.
King to talk against racism?
Boy, nobody ain't talking to you, faggot. 1 minute you
Why
was
do you
talking
keep
about fighting
answering
them.
I
for
mean,
Anthony? Are
1
you
minute
his
you was talking
boyfriend?
about fighting them and
Toto, are
kidnapping.
you
Now
his
you want to answer
boyfriend?
the question.
hold on.
Oh,
No,
Toto
no,
got a
it
Fucking
was
different
it
faggot.
on the
wasn't it
panel.
wasn't it wasn't a bad thing for him to talk about racism. What's the next question?
Okay, so then how come every time the black Americans on this panel complain about white racism, you guys got excuses?
Because that's not your biggest issue, man.
Is it or is it not true?
What do you mean
That's not
your?
your biggest
We're
issue,
not
man.
What do you
saying it's
mean
the
your
biggest
biggest
issue. We're
issue?
making observations.
Are you black?
Y'all ain't
Okay,
a
wait,
part of
wait,
it.
wait.
Y'all ain't
Hold on a
black
second.
I'm
Hold
either.
on
You
a
black
said
second.
American.
Hold
yours,
on a
so
Y'all ain't
second.
you're
black.
not
Anthony is
black.
not
Hold on.
black
Let me answer the
American. He's
question. Let me answer
mixed.
the
Y'all ain't
question. Let
black
me answer the
either. Y'all
question.
ain't black.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the
Y'all
question. 'Cause
LGBT faggots.
yesterday, Dinus played a video of Joe Biden says, "Listen, man, the white man is going to be a minority by 2040. You're going to have to start working with these Latinos. So if white man is about to be diminished in 2040, is the white man still going to be your problem in 15 years from now?
Is the white boy the
Who is
problem
our
in South
problem right
Africa?
now, Anthony?
Wait,
Who is
wait,
the
listen to
number
this.
one? Who
Is
are
the
the
white boy
top
the
two
problem in
problems for
South
the black
Africa?
community?
Is the white boy the
Hey,
problem in South Africa?
Anthony,
And he's only
Anthony,
10%,
It's
hey,
white
10%
Anthony,
of the
Americans and it's
hey,
population.
Look,
Anthony.
the,
You
the
don't
white
find
boy
it
is the
funny?
biggest problem on
Is
planet
the
Hey,
Earth.
white boy the
Anthony.
It's white
population problem
Americans
in
and
South
black
Africa?
Americans.
He's
Those are the
only
two
Hey,
biggest
8%.
Anthony,
issues.
don't you find it funny when you start talking about something they telling you to talk about right now, but when you ask them something, they go back 50,
Exactly,
60
I'm
exactly,
years.
not talking
They
about
go
exactly.
back 50,
Man,
60
50
I'm
years
I
and
talking
sent
start
you an
back,
talking
bro.
about
article
shit.
from last
I'm
That's
talking
that
month.
back
You just
right
faggot
can't
now
shit,
and
stupid
bro.
going
read.
forward.
They some
The,
faggots. They like
I
the
ain't
women,
white
bro.
boy
I'm
not
not
finna
playing the
change
They
his
video of
nature,
they
Donald
brother.
want
Trump.
to be women so
Okay,
bad,
all
bro.
right.
It's
Y'all
The
keep
white
The
man,
running
white
the
boy
away
white
not
from the
man,
finna
the
change
entire
his
white
nature,
man,
panel.
brother.
the white
Nobody
man,
With your
cares about
tails
you, Kato.
the
behind your
white man
legs.
is
You're a
Nobody
black
triggers
skinned
on
the white.
bullshit
All
maggot.
right,
you're
hold on,
saying,
hold on, hold on,
Ashawo.
hold on,
You a
hold
black
on. I'm gonna
skinned
answer the question.
maggot, Toto.
I'm
And
gonna
when I
answer the
see you,
question.
I'ma
I'm
step
gonna
on
answer the
you.
question. I'm
Hey
gonna answer the
man, stop
question.
speaking taking
The
over
white
people,
man,
man. Come on.
the white man is the problem right now. What's the solution right now?
We got to organize and get rid of
How
their
the
ass.
white man is a problem and organize against it.
We got to get rid of their ass. Period.
Okay, so we
you just
got
have to
so
That's
we
blame
got
not
to
the
go to
something
war.
actors.
I
So we
would
got to
say
go to
on
war with
on
the
a
white
You don't
man
you
That's
then,
don't
not
you
what
right?
I'm
don't have to go
Anthony.
to
That's not what I
war.
said. That's not what
You don't
I
have to
said.
go to
Eventually,
war.
eventually, it's got to happen, brother. So
Anthony, I'm
They
saying
could
we
decide
have
to
to
do whatever they want to
acknowledge the
do,
way
but
that white people use the system to put us down and organize against it. Is that not a reasonable statement?
You put
Yeah,
your
that's
own
the
self down,
brother.
faggot.
That's a reasonable statement, but we not getting nowhere by complaining about the white man, yo.
How
yeah,
do we know what
we're
I
not
agree
issues
with
just
to
that.
Because
fix
complaining.
if we
the
don't
what is
fact
complain
complaining
and
There
make
are
about?
the
people that
fact
are
of the
opposition?
doing
matter,
things,
the
people
fact
that
of the
have
matter.
been doing
Hey,
things.
Anthony,
Anthony, if it was up
Anthony.
to you, we would just be
Okay,
silent and do
who
nothing.
owns
Anthony, you
who owns
don't
let me
protest,
ask you a
you
question. Let
don't
me ask you a
vote.
question, brother.
Anthony, what do
Let
you
me
do
ask
for
you
the
a
black
question.
community?
All right, you brother, you from New York. Let me ask you a question. Who owns the majority of the stores in New York City, man? In the black neighborhood, who owns the majority of the stores?
The corner stores?
The
Gonna say
corner stores,
Asians.
the grocery stores, every single store in New York City on one block radius, man. Who owns most of the stores, yeah?
Like Arabs,
Asians.
Latinos, and Asians.
Okay, so how is the white man our problem right now, man?
Oh my God! Seriously,
Who's
is
who's
that you carry
defunding
out
the
your
education in
analysis?
New York?
And,
Yeah,
and
that
and it's not about the white people being
No,
the
All right.
problem.
Anthony, who
It's
is
about
defunding
being
education
organized
in New
to
York?
survive. See, sorry. It's not about the white man being the problem. It's about being able to navigate your way in this situation that is going on in the country. Because it's not if there's something going on around you, you don't pretend as if it's not happening. If it's a white man, if it's a Latino or
What are
Hispanic,
you
you
talking
still
about
have to
tonight? We
respond.
know it's
No,
happening. We don't give
yeah,
a
but
fuck.
They don't
We
know
know
what's
no,
what
hold
happening.
on,
They
happened.
don't know what's
We
going to
we
hold on.
happen.
know.
And Anthony,
We don't
You
you
care
know
can't
what
what?
just
happened to us.
Address my
Can you allow him to speak,
Sim.
please?
You can't just
We
say
don't give a fuck about
you don't
Latinos.
care.
We're not trying to
Can you
maneuver
shut the
You
fuck
nothing.
see
up,
what you are
We
doing
please?
now.
want
You
to
see
get
what you are
out the
doing
way
again.
Keith,
and let
stop
them
twerking
It's
your
decide
not
lips.
our
about
matter.
Toto,
not
stop
caring. It's
We
twerking
not
your lips.
don't
about
give a
not
fuck
caring.
about now one of them
All you do is
No.
Latinos.
Calm down. It's not
stop
about not
talking.
caring. It's about how we should act.
It
Because
ain't we gonna
if you don't
act like we
act,
don't see it, like we
you don't
don't care.
okay
That's what
okay
we're gonna act
see
like. We
I
gonna
see
we gonna
No,
let the
that's what you're gonna
faggots
hustle
and
act
the
like.
women complain about it.
That's what
That's
you're gonna
The
it.
act like.
problem with the
Now
black
let me tell you,
community
hey
is
Tunaja,
people
let me
like
tell you
hustle.
Toto.
something that's funny. Let me tell
Toto
you
No,
and
something that's
Donald
don't
funny.
Trump
tell
share
us
the
Let
that.
me
exact
tell you
same
something.
type
Let
of
me tell you
problem.
We
something
don't
that's
want to
funny,
hear you talk
Tunaja.
because you're
He
not
was
And
just
saying
for real,
sitting
anything
up
of
here
and for
substance.
talking
real,
about.
Substance.
real
He was
shit.
just
People
sitting up
like
here
Sir,
Toto,
talking
y'all
about.
need
we
to
He
get
want
with
the
want to
Keith.
beat the
intelligent
shit out of
Ashawo to come back.
Anthony,
That's where we
We
but
don't
need
then
to
want
when
the
it
get.
comes to
ignorant
white
one.
people,
And
he
you've been
want
Beating
to
giving
black
talk
us
to
men that
them,
ignorant
aren't on
and he want
coke
to have a
Ashawo
and
and
conversation
Toto
with
his
them.
using the
latent
So
house
when
as
it
deception
comes to
leverage.
that has
Anthony,
nothing to
he want to
say
meet up
anything
with
We're
him
gonna
but
and
bring it
fight him.
back. I'm
political
gonna bring
That's
back
them
that
shenanigans.
type of
faggots,
like
bro.
God
That's what we
body,
don't want.
Let me tell
5% type of
let me tell
vibe.
the brother
That's them
And if
the
you're
faggots
brother
not
for
on
you,
That's
bro.
coke,
what we
you're
That's
gonna
let
why
don't
me
be
they
tell
in
want.
the
the
brother
universal
from New
hate
discussion.
York.
down.
Okay, all right, the brother from New York. Right now you got a Muslim dude that's running for mayor.
So
Does
What
does
does
he
that
have
have to do with what I'm saying?
does, does he have a black agenda going on?
Nah, I
This
mean he
this
doesn't have
this
a explicitly. Yeah, nah. He's a
okay,
socialist
so
Democrat.
how is the white man our problem in New York City particularly? Yeah? How is the white man our problem, man?
but did they say white man
The
is your
majority,
problem?
whoa, whoa, whoa.
When we got
The
people like
majority of
AOC
mayors
and
from
people
New
like
York
this
and governors from New York are white. So until recently, until Eric Adams, it's been white people. That was a stupid question.
I think
He's not even the mayor yet. This
I
Muslim
think
dude hasn't even been
also
elected
smart.
mayor. So what are you
I'm
Also
talking
not
about?
saying he's the mayor yet, man. I'm
also
saying
So then what does that have to do
he's
with the
getting a
topic?
lot of support, right? He's getting a
Hey,
lot of support. That's what I'm
brother
saying.
Anthony, bro, it ain't no avoiding that beast, brother. I know you trying to be pragmatic.
Anthony,
It
No,
ain't
no,
what
no,
no
is
no,
the
no.
avoiding that
I'm
race
not
beast.
of
saying.
every other
I'm not
mayor
saying
of
we
New
gotta
York?
avoid that
Anthony,
beast.
what is the race of de Blasio?
De Blasio Italian.
So he's
He's white.
white.
Okay, married to
Okay,
a black woman.
what was the race of Bloomberg?
Okay, but why did people vote for
Also, why
De
are we asking
Blasio?
stupid fucking
Why
questions?
did black people vote for De Blasio? Because he was married to
What
a
race
black
is
woman, right?
Cuomo? What race
he's
is
white now.
Cuomo?
He's white. They were all
Well,
white.
this shit is
Exactly. You
stupid
So
as
asking
what?
fuck,
stupid
bro.
questions, bro. Move on. What's the next topic?
This shit
So
is, no, no. The
also
topic
was saying
is that
No,
the
no, the
topic
my
is
topic
that
is here comes some stupid
two
shit. He
men
about to
can't
hold
make
on
a
say.
a
He
minute.
about to
baby.
say some ignorant, stupid shit.
That's the
And we're tired
That's
of
the
it.
topic. Two
That's the
men can't
topic.
Like
make
I
a
said,
baby.
Stupid.
part of the black
But that
agenda
is not the
needs to be
topic now. The
getting
Bunch
black
topic
of
is
men on
about
faggots.
code.
how you
Bunch
deal with
of
all these
And this
problems
faggots.
is
that are
not some
occurring
fake
now.
gangster shit. This is personal. It's not because I'm a gangster. It's because I
Okay,
take
but
this personally. When I
the
see
point,
certain
what I,
individuals, we're gonna have a
the reason,
specific type of
Boy,
conversation.
you ain't gonna do shit. You gonna do the
the
same thing
As
reason
that
why,
you
long
do
as
to
you in
white
Atlanta,
people.
I probably won't. But
the
when
You
I
gonna
reason
see
do
you
why,
the
in
the
same
person,
reason
thing
why,
that you do to
I'm gonna
white
set
hold
people.
on a
I'm
second,
gonna
hold
set
on a
aside my
second.
politics.
reason
You're
the
gonna
Set
do
reason
the
aside my
why
same
morals for you,
thing
bro.
that you do to white
the
people.
I
reason
hope
why
you're
I
not a
meant
father
the
because
You're
I'm
reason
gonna
gonna
why
do the
violate this
same
shit.
thing that you're gonna do to.
hold
Well,
on a
I know
second.
your father is embarrassed.
Hold on a
Your
second. Hold on a second.
abomination.
The
You're gonna get
reason why
violated, bro.
the reason
No,
why
you
I mentioned
already
some of
been
these things,
violated. Did your
the
daddy
re,
Okay,
violate
all right.
you?
the
I'm gonna do
reason
the
why
same
I
shit to you
That's
then.
why.
hold
That's
on a
why
second.
you're a
Hold on a
faggot.
second.
I'm gonna do the same
Hold on.
shit to you, Toto.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This
Hey,
the thing that
go do it to your
this
hoe ass mama.
this the thing
Hey
I don't
man,
think
we
y'all.
gotta stop
This the
this,
thing.
brother. Like, what
All
is
right.
this,
Let me
bro?
let me just say
Fuck
something
that
real quick.
bitch.
Now this is what
This,
happens when we
this,
let black men call each other
all right.
faggot.
Just
Like, how would you
hold
react if
on a
somebody
second.
called you a
Nah,
Hold
we
on
faggot
a
in
gotta
your
second.
face?
All
stop
are faggots.
engaging with it. You
All
know,
right.
bro.
All right.
I'm
Just
just telling the truth.
let me make a point. Let me make a point.
I mean, I
This the
don't
thing
like dudes. Clearly, you
this the
do.
this the thing I'm trying to tell you and Shah and to Naja, man. You know what I'm saying? Black people are the ones that's voting for these policies that's disenfranchising black people, man. And that's what y'all not understanding, man. While you fighting against the white man, did you not have 92% of black people on the Democrats voting for these policies that's disenfranchising us, man? That's the
The,
whole problem,
the
man.
There is nobody.
Republicans
And if
and
you
the
want,
Whoever you
Democrats,
vote,
the
they will still
Republicans and the
disenfranchise
Democrats
us
both do
anyway. So
not
what
care
does it
about
matter?
black people. Anthony, you and I have had this conversation already, and I said we need a black people's party. So I don't know why you keep
Exactly.
acting like I'm a
Exactly.
Democrat. I'm not a Democrat.
We don't
I'm
need
Exactly.
just
no
okay,
saying
black
but
we
people
need a
party with
black
no
before
people's
faggots
party.
in it. We don't need
before
no
you
party
get a
with no faggots. It
before
won't be no
before
faggots allowed.
be,
Why are you
before
What
you
in
y'all
get a
here?
faggots
before
gonna start up y'all own shit?
Why are
this
you
the
in
thing you're
here?
not understanding, man. Before
And
you
y'all
get
can
a
play
black
the village people and dance
Let
before
around and
Anthony
shit.
speak.
be,
Shut your
before
faggot
you get
ass
a
up,
black
boy.
before you
Somebody
get a
hurt his
black people's
feelings.
party, before you get a black people's party, you need to go and have your economics within the neighborhood, man. This is the problem, man. We don't have no funding, man. If we don't have no money, we can't have no party, man. That's the
But we do
point, man.
we
We
do
don't
have
I
money.
don't need any money to walk outside and
All
talk to
right.
my neighbors
Okay.
Oh
about their
my
politics.
God. See,
Nah,
that's
what
All right.
that
he's
I'm
saying
done.
stupid
is
shit.
facts, bro.
I'm done.
You
I'm
can't
done.
But
argue
we
what
I'm
he
do
done,
have
just
yo.
money.
said,
I'm
brother.
done,
No,
yo.
what I'm
I'm
saying
done.
is
I'm
all
done.
Anthony
I'm
does
done.
is sit on his ass. I know you do not
Nah,
go
but you
outside to
can't
talk
say,
to
bro.
your
You don't know
community.
that man, man. You can't say that,
Me,
bro.
no, 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 no. Me and Anthony have already had a conversation. Yes, I do. Anthony, what do you do for the black community?
Not a goddamn thing, man.
Exactly. I don't know what the fuck we be talking about on this panel.
Nah,
I
but
went
brother,
20 minutes of my
he's been to me.
conversation with a
I
bunch of
think he
groups that
being
don't do shit for
facetious,
the
brother.
community.
I think he being
Hey,
facetious.
what you do for the
He
black
don't do
community, you
nothing, bro.
fucking faggot?
The fact that he's here is something. I don't know why
What do
we
you do
always
for the
ask him.
black
I
community,
don't
you
get it.
fucking
I
faggot?
don't get why he's
I
still in here.
organize locally. I work with nonprofits,
No,
and I
you
work with.
work in the Rainbow Coalition, you fucking faggot. Nobody don't respect that shit.
Nobody respects you,
Come on,
Bro,
sir.
man.
I was handing
Everybody's
out
about here
turkeys to
Nobody,
trying to
homeless
Respects
nobody.
you,
people
sir.
while you was
No,
getting
it
your
ain't
ass
not. It ain't
You
not
you're
one
pretending like you
movement.
a
don't.
hurt
It ain't
animal
not
right
one
now.
movement in
Somebody hit you
America
and hurt
that
you.
Yo,
black
yo,
people follow
Toto.
that's
The difference
goddamn
between you
sponsored
and
by a faggot.
Somebody
I've
hurt
actually
you,
canvassed in
and now
marching projects.
It
you're
ain't not
I've
striking
actually
one
out.
gone to the projects and done work
organization
for them.
that black
Somebody
people
hurt you,
will
sir,
follow if
and
a
you need to
faggot is
go and fix
leading
your
it.
problem. Whatever problems you have with
Toto, you've
homosexuals, you
never
It's
need to
been
not
go
to
and
the
deal
hood
with
one
and
that,
done
sir.
any community
organization
work.
in the
Back to the
United
You've
conversation.
never
States
been to the
that
hood.
black people
Nobody
follow
knows
Back
that's
you.
to the
You
ran
a
by a
conversation.
faggot.
non-factor. You just intimidated by somebody who actually
Why you
does the
think that
Let
work.
people
me let
stop
me
You
fucking
don't
with
do
Black
no
let me
type
tell
of
Lives
you
Matter
work.
when they
let me
found
I'm
out
tell
the
not
two
you
interested
bitches
in the
was
opinions
faggots?
of men
let me
who
tell
Why
don't
you
you
raise their
think
children and
Black
don't put in
Lives
work.
Matter found a way when they found out the two women was gay?
Toto, don't
Nobody
you
let
need
me
to
black
tell
clock
you
community
out?
ain't following no
Toto,
faggots.
aren't you
let me
at your
tell you
job
how
right now?
disingenuous that
Black
question was, man.
women,
Let me
black
Don't you need to
women
clock
and
explain.
out or
faggot
clock in?
Let
ass
me
men,
explain.
nobody's gonna
Let me
follow y'all nowhere.
let
That's
me
Nobody
why
is
you
explain.
try to come
concerned.
in.
Nobody
That's
cares
I
why you
about
want the
what
try
you're
to come
viewers
in
of
and
the
get on
panel to
somebody
listen
else's
to this
shit.
shit.
Don't
Because we
put
got
a
a bunch
hole
of
in y'all
passionate
faggots
men,
Hold on.
anywhere.
and then when you
Hold on
ask
a
them what
second.
they're
Hold on a
actually
second.
doing, they're not doing nothing.
You know how disingenuous that question was, man? Imagine me asking my father that goes to work every day, take care of his black family, what is he doing for the black community, man? Come
But
on,
you
man.
got
I
Y'all
go to
people
gotta
in
work
stop
too,
here.
this,
bro.
Listen, you
man.
We
got
all got to
people in
Y'all
here
work.
gotta
calling
stop
other
this,
people
man.
I'm gonna give
homosexual
you a
faggots and
congratulations
shit,
I
for
and you
didn't call
working.
don't
nobody
know shit about
homosexual,
nobody.
man.
Anthony, you not black American and you don't put in work for the community. Like, why should I honestly care about your
Okay,
opinion?
all right. So
Man, come on, man. Like, what
all right.
is that,
No,
brother?
no, no,
Like,
hold on,
come on, bro.
no. What do you suggest I do? Should I go back to Africa?
I suggest you shut the fuck up while I speak,
All
take in
right,
the
go ahead, man.
advice,
Man,
Go ahead.
hey, bro, you
and follow
extremely
Go
what the smarter
disrespectful,
people are
man.
telling you
Like,
to
ahead.
do.
Man,
I'm
this
gonna
is
Because
shut.
you ain't done
I'm gonna
nothing.
shut the
disrespect.
fuck
And
up.
Y'all
I'm
this
gonna
speak
is
shut the
way
fuck
too
why
up.
confidently on
black
this
men
I'm gonna
should
do
doing what
should
the
never
brother
have
with
a
a
said.
little
I'm
bit.
conversation with
doing
No,
I'm
faggots.
doing what the
you
brother
ain't
says,
coming
man.
at you
I'm
with
gonna
that
do
type
what
of
the
Wait,
brother
energy,
says.
Deported.
man.
I'm not
And
black
I'm
This
tired
is
of the
American.
why
bullshit.
black
I'm not
men
black
should never
American,
try
so
to
I'm gonna
have a
shut the fuck
conversation
up
with
and let him
faggots.
speak.
Thank you, Anthony. You should have been done that.
This is why. This is why
Nah,
black
we
men
don't want
should
to
not
hear it,
try to have
bro.
a conversation with
Your
faggots.
credibility is messed up now.
Boy,
You really
look,
don't have any credibility,
soon as
sir.
anybody find
Sir,
out
you
you a
have no
faggot, yours
credibility.
is done.
No,
And
sir.
It's
Toto,
not
You have
one. It's not
issues.
one
I
That's
pray to
not our
organization
God,
issue.
in
Toto,
the
I pray
We're
to
trying to
United
God
have
you
a
not a
States that
dad,
black
conversation,
bro.
people
and
follow
your
that a
I
issue
pray to
does
faggot
not
God you
run.
fit
never
the
come to New
conversation,
York.
Nobody.
sir.
Hey, that's a conversation you got
Your
to have with you and
issues
your
is not the
God.
conversation,
Hey,
sir. You got
hey,
But
personal
as
hey,
I was
issues you need to
saying,
deal
that's
with.
something you got to have a
what
conversation with
your
God
new
You
about
can
biggest
being
deal
a
with
issue
faggot.
with
that
the
on
black
your
You
own.
got
community
to
This is
answer to
not the
that
are
when you
white
get to
platform,
white
sir.
Americans
heaven.
and
You
Black
got to,
Americans.
you're gonna have to answer to that when you get to
And
white
within that
Sir,
Black
supremacy.
platform,
American
You
sir,
problem,
know what
I
I'm
say
saying?
for
black
your
men are the
personal
number one
issues.
Like
issue.
it's
The
amazing. It's
dumbass
amazing that
conversations we have
faggots
on this
still talk
panel,
about they believe in
the amount
Jesus.
of disrespect that we
Like
have on this
it's
panel,
Sir, did
amazing that
anybody
the
call you
lack
faggots
of
gay, man?
talk about
education
they
we have on this
Christians.
panel
Anybody call you
is
You get
gay,
what I'm
man?
exactly
saying?
part of the problem.
Right.
But
It's
I
brother,
mean,
amazing that
When
y'all
the war
faggots
gets
still
heated
say
unhalf
and
of
we
the
shit.
see
you were
each other
disrespect
in
robbing
real
though.
life,
people
Y'all
and
just
selling
real
dope
y'all
in the
shit's
just
black
gonna
skip
get real.
community.
over. Y'all
I
just
You were
skip
promise you
over
robbing
that.
the
people
goddamn.
and
Y'all
selling
just
dope in the black
And
y'all
community,
Dinah
just skip
sir.
still has
over the
not played the
abomination
You
video
part,
said that
right?
out
of
your mouth.
Donald Trump denying the
Y'all
election.
just skip over the
Y'all been running
abomination
this
You
part,
entire
right?
day.
you were selling
Huh?
dope in the black community, crack and
Y'all
heroin
just
probably
goddamn
in
y'all just
Atlanta,
skip over the
Georgia,
abomination
and
part, right?
you're disparaging other people in here that
Hey,
you don't know
what?
shit
Hey,
about.
Toto, you a
hey,
maggot, bro. You a
what the
black
Bible
Is
maggot.
saying
that
Shut
your
about
up.
problem?
abomination?
Shut your
Is that why
bug
you
What the
crashing
insect
Bible
out,
ass
say
sir?
up.
about faggots?
Is
Hey,
that why
what
you
does the
crashing
Bible
Go
say
out?
eat
about
some
faggots?
wood, bro.
Is that why you're crashing out, sir?
You
Why?
fucking
Because you
lizard.
What
used to
does
be
the
a dope
Bible say
dealer
about
and
faggots?
you were a negative to the
What I'm just
community.
talking about what does God? All
Right.
Toto,
y'all
you've
niggas
You were
never
believe in
negative
opened the
to
God.
the
Bible. You
community.
probably
What does
burned.
God say
We're
about
trying to
faggots?
fix the shit that you were messing up.
What
People
Toto,
the
like
you
you
raise
Bible
your
says
kids.
selling dope
about
in the
faggots,
community.
man? That's all I want to
Right.
know.
Is that the
So
issue?
back to
Huh?
my original conversation, right?
Huh?
When we're complaining about black
Bro,
people,
you
it should.
are
I mean,
a
when we're complaining about
abomination.
white people,
Nobody
it
want
shouldn't
to
be an
listen to
issue.
that faggot shit. Go on
You're
the
Complaining
an
about
faggot
white
abomination,
people
station.
sir.
allows us to
Go
know
on
how
You're a
the
white
dope
faggot
people
dealer.
station.
are
None of y'all
manipulating
don't want
us
to fight.
so that
You
we can
want to
get
sit up and
You're a
talk
dope
about
solutions.
dealer,
fight. You
sir.
want to sit up there
Don't
and talk
sit
about
down,
fight
be
Anthony and
silent,
You're a
want to
dope
and
meet
have
dealer,
up with
no
sir.
Anthony.
solutions.
Like y'all bipolar as
Y'all have
fuck.
no
1 minute you
solutions,
want to ask him a
and y'all don't
question,
want to
want to meet
complain
up with
about
him and
I
shit,
fight
really
him,
don't want to
and
have
and
the
this
y'all
next
speak
minute you
conversation.
so
want to have a
confidently.
conversation with him, you fucking faggot.
We
Y'all get
can't organize
confused.
against white supremacy
Yeah,
if you don't acknowledge that there's white
nobody want to
supremacy.
organize with a faggot.
Donald Trump
Nobody
is a
want
white
Bro,
only
come
the
supremacist.
people
on,
that want
man.
to
It's
organize with
unfair now.
faggots is
Hustle. Everything's
Dinah,
Marfacts.
about
Dinah,
the
can
I
you
want
get
the
this
ethnicity.
panel
guy
to
out
hear
of
this.
here? He's messing
The
up the
panel hears
conversation.
how he
Nobody
talks to
wants to
me.
organize
Dinus,
with
The
a
panel
faggot.
can you
hears how
remove
this
him,
man talks
please?
to me.
Nobody.
Whatever
Can
happens
you
to this
remove him,
man when I
Dinus?
meet him,
He's
I
Nobody.
don't
messing
want
up the
anybody to be
conversation.
sorry.
But wait,
Because
Nobody.
this
the
constant,
panel heard how you was
Nobody.
talking to me though. The panel
Yeah,
heard how
that's
you
what
Anthony,
was
I'm
we can
talking
get
to
saying,
me.
that. We
man.
can get that. I'm not
You
backing
doing the
down.
same thing to everybody else. Like you not
Bro, I'm
you
not getting no points off of arguing with you with the internet and being a tough guy on the
facts.
internet. Man. I'm
No, I
old
said
Facts.
we
enough
can
to
meet in
know
real
that
life,
shit,
bro.
man. I'm
Yeah,
not
No,
you
but
know,
you
but,
you can
already
but
have
told
this
that's
you
not
Let's
what
get
we
already
on
here
here
to
told
conversation,
you that.
then.
do.
but you ain't
I
got
already
shit
Let's
to
get
told
on.
say
you
You
to
said
on this
That's
me.
not what we here
139th
to
platform,
Street
man.
and
do.
Broadway.
That's the
Wait.
thing.
I'll take the A train.
Neither one of y'all are saying shit about a shower saying all this stupid shit.
No,
But you're
Exactly.
talking
I will
about
take
I
the
other
mean,
ASD
faggots.
train.
I'm
I
not
done
Beat
said
your
telling
it
that
fucking
man
already,
how
ass
to
but
and
talk.
like,
report it.
I'm not
Stop
telling that
playing
man
with
how
listen,
to
me.
talk, man.
both sides not finna listen, so it's really
I'm,
pointless.
I'm
I'm
just
not going to
telling the
listen to
truth.
people who call me a faggot. Y'all need to check
That's
him.
what you are, though. That's what you are,
How
though.
do you
Exactly. When
know?
you get your ass beat,
That's
I don't
what you
want
are, though,
nobody
boy.
How
getting
do you
mad at
know,
me.
sir?
I'm
Don't
You
old
call
are
me
enough
a
to
born
let
that
savage
Bubba
when
life,
I'm
bury
Go
boy,
ahead,
talking,
himself,
boy.
bro.
man.
bro.
He gonna bury himself, man. I ain't got to
You're
bury
not
you.
in
You bury
prison
yourself, man.
anymore,
You
David.
been in his
You
bedroom?
are a boy.
You been
You
in
You're
his
not in
burying
bedroom,
prison
yourself,
sir?
man.
anymore, David.
You
Cause
and Anthony need to lower your
everybody get
tone when
hit.
you talk to me. And
Everybody
The
y'all
get
need to
fuck?
hit.
change the way
That
y'all
you're
talk
the
to me
one that
too.
triggered
triggered, man. I'm not. I
I
haven't
am triggered, which
disrespected
is
you.
why I'm stomp on you guys
I,
if I see you.
I haven't disrespected you. You're the only one
You
that's
said you
been
was gonna bring
disrespectful, man.
1,000 Jamaicans to fight
And
me
I said,
after
I
Toto
said,
called
I
me a
said, cap.
faggot.
I said,
It's
cap. I
up for
said,
both of
cap,
y'all.
man.
Unless you apologize for that shit, it's up for
No,
both
I
of
ain't
y'all.
apologize.
Nobody
Man,
Hold
come
on.
apologized for
on,
no
Take
man.
that
faggot.
shit back, bro. If
Yo,
I
this
catch you
dude
on
is crazy, man.
139th Street
This
and
dude is
Broadway,
crazy, man. This dude is
it's gonna get
crazy, man.
down
Like
real
you
Yeah,
ain't
quick.
gonna
brother.
do shit,
I hope you
boy.
don't have
That's
kids,
crazy, brother.
You're a
This dude is
bipolar
crazy,
faggot.
man.
because we're gonna have a
Tripping,
You're a
boy
brother.
young
father.
bipolar faggot, bro. That's all you is.
Yo,
Sir,
yo, bro,
can you
bro. Before you
please
get to me,
refrain
You
from
I'm
a
gonna hurt
before
the
serial
both of you.
killer,
before
bro.
bullshit?
before you get to me, you got to get to a thousand Dominicans, man. You got to get to a
You
thousand
don't got
Dominicans before
1,000
you get to me,
Dominicans.
man. All right, man.
You
He
don't
Keep
have
want
a
to eat
practicing,
thousand
him.
man.
He
Dominicans.
want to
Keep
beat him.
thinking that, man.
At
Anthony,
best,
he
you're a
Keep
really want
dad
to
thinking
with
that.
a
fight him.
son, and I'd have to
He
beat
just
your
wants some
son's ass.
physical
But I'm gonna beat
contact,
your fucking
man.
ass.
You just
All
want
right.
some
Lower your
you
tone
just
when you
want
come to
some
this
manly
Bro,
channel.
physical
Don't
contact.
come to
I
this channel on
understand.
that gangster
We've
shit.
been
bro,
on
If you
here for
didn't
bro.
want it
four
to get this
hours.
hot,
Bro,
you should have never
I will
mentioned a
get one of
thousand
my,
Jamaicans.
You want some
Don't
manly
ever
physical
mention a
contact,
I will
thousand
man.
get my
Jamaicans. I don't
little
want to hear a
cousin to
thousand
talk you
Jamaicans.
up, man.
I don't want to
I
hear
will
a
get my
thousand
little cousin.
Dominicans.
I will get my little
A
cousin to
real
talk
man
you up,
handles his
man.
problems by himself.
I will get my
I
little
ain't gonna
cousin
lie,
to
The
for
talk
this.
you
This
up,
conversation
this
is
By
man.
no
this
longer
myself.
sound like some
productive.
shorty shit at the
That's why
park,
you
bro.
run
I
it,
ain't gonna
bro.
lie to you.
Oh
Conversation
my
is no
God,
longer
this is too
productive.
This
We've
funny.
this
been
not
on
no
here for
grown
4
man
hours.
conversation right now.
It's
Right.
not, man.
We
not,
the
yo. It's
conversation
not,
is no
man.
longer
It's
productive.
Nah,
It's
childish
because
as
y'all
generated
hell.
It's
always
for
get
not.
4
uncomfortable when I
hours.
start threatening
But he
you. You
The
need
always
to stop
does
doing
it,
conversation
that.
is
Nah,
man.
You
no
bro,
always
what
longer
you
happy.
doing is
productive.
childish,
This dude
bro.
Because you always
always
Like you
does
threatening
grown,
it.
Conversation
you
is no
me.
grown as
longer
hell, bro.
productive.
Nah,
The
nah.
This dude
conversation
always
is no
does
If
it.
longer
you disrespect me
productive.
like that,
Every
I'm
The
gonna threaten
time
you. You're gonna
conversation
somebody
have
is
to
no
deal
says
with
longer
that
something,
shit.
productive.
every
It ain't
time,
nobody on the
Hold on. When I
internet that's
see
finna
4
you,
that's finna make
hours.
me
every
it's
jump
time
out like that,
somebody
brother. You
says
tweaking.
something, every time somebody says something this guy doesn't like, he's talking about fighting, man. This is not
you
the
Yeah.
said
first
you were
time,
gonna
man.
bring 1,000
This is like the
Jamaicans.
third
Started
time, man.
it.
And I said, chat,
Anthony,
man.
You
you
can't
put
You
your
keep
life
saying
at
that.
risk.
you
Anthony,
Man,
you
he
put
said
was
your life
put
at
he
you
risk.
was
You
said
being
you
can't.
said
The
facetious,
you
first thing
said
you
man.
said was that,
Anthony,
Anthony.
hold on.
Anthony,
You said if Hustle
I'm
Smart
from
came to
Brooklyn. I
you
don't
said
care
if
about
Hustle
no excuses you make.
you said if
I don't,
Hustle
no,
Smart
you're
came
not
to New
changing the
York,
situation. We already
you
got
said
beef.
if Hustle
We
Smart came
already
to New
got
York,
problems.
you was
I don't
gonna
care about
beat
your
his ass.
explanation.
I came on
I
here.
don't care
All
about
right,
your
but
explanation.
it was a joke, man. Come
I don't
on,
give a
get
fuck
Yeah,
over
he
it,
about
was
brother.
jokes.
clearly being
Don't joke with me
facetious,
like that.
brother.
Get
You
over
keep
it,
He
saying
brother.
you a
was
It's
man.
not
clearly
Do
that
being
men joke?
serious,
facetious,
Do
man.
man.
men joke like that with each other? Do men joke
Bro,
like that with each
bro,
other?
Man, come
bro,
on, brother.
bro,
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 if
bro,
we being
Yo,
honest,
y'all
bro,
bro, you
soft as
not
fuck,
putting
bro.
yourself on no man town right now,
And
bro.
when
You
I
being
see you, you
come
gonna be
on,
straight.
extremely
son.
disrespectful and
Y'all soft
childish.
as fuck. Y'all
Men don't
panty
Bro,
comport
sweet.
themselves like that, man. Men
bro,
respect
come on.
men,
Last
brother.
Just
time I
squash
checked,
that.
You
I'm the
Squash
only
tweaking,
it.
brother.
person willing to
Squash
stand on
it,
it
man.
by himself
Squash
and
it.
meet y'all in
Squash it.
person. If y'all not
Squash
Nah,
it.
willing to
but
do
it's
that,
Squash
it's
y'all
it.
need to
not
get
Squash
that,
less
it.
brother. It's just
disrespectful.
we
It ain't
having
that
a
Cause you are
serious. I
conversation,
smacking
bro.
don't
We
know
can keep it
you.
disrespectful.
respectful, folks. We can be on man time, brother.
Exactly, man. I don't
I'm
know
with
you. You
that.
don't
I'm
know
with
me,
We
that.
gonna
man.
be
Just
on man
squash
time when we
But
everything,
see
man.
each other
how we
if you
gonna do
keep
that
playing
when
with me like
Showers
that.
in the room
All
Man, look,
right.
talking
bro,
stupid
I'm
shit?
not on
See,
that with you, brother. You black. I'm not on that with you. On T,
he's
Then
like
still
tell
you
him
tweaking.
to
drinking,
be
man.
respectful.
All
Cause
right, brother.
if somebody
Can we
called you
vote?
a faggot to your
Can
face, how would you react?
can we
Hustle
be
Smart called
No,
just
no,
you
be
no,
a
no,
just
no.
faggot,
comport
man.
Let's
yourself
Let's
have
and
that
respect
acknowledge
Hustle
what
Smart
men?
conversation,
happened.
called you
bro,
If
a
with
somebody
faggot.
called you a faggot
Shower.
to your face, how would you react?
Look, bro,
You
if
are a
somebody say,
faggot in
bro, if
your
somebody
face,
say
boy.
that to me on the internet, I'm not finna do nothing because I know that ain't me. I'm not finna do all that,
We in the
brother.
same city,
It's the
so it can
internet.
go
What
up.
can
If
I?
somebody said that
Bro,
to you in your
if I
face,
don't got a mute button, if I'm not in control of the panel, what is the point of me arguing with somebody talking about Lincoln? Like that, that's not finna do nothing for the conversation that we trying to have. It's counterproductive and emotional, brother. Come
bro,
on,
when I
brother.
beat his
Oh, do
ass,
you
it's
Be
gonna
feel
on
make
the
me
man
feel
emotional
time.
good.
physical
He
contact from
knows
a
that.
man?
It's not about the
See,
conversation.
the sad
It's
part
about casualty.
the sad part about it, he knows that, man. Come on, brother.
Yeah,
We
Yeah,
but
trying
like
to
you.
y'all,
raise,
you know, the
Nah,
listen,
I'm
conversation
tired of you
we
running.
trying
Y'all
to
want to be
raise you up, man.
disrespectful,
no,
We
stand
no,
on
trying
your
to
no,
raise
no.
you up,
disrespect.
man.
The
This
conversation
is
has been
this is called.
hijacked by not just, him. At least he's got he's having points that he's making that are legitimate points. The distraction and the dissent in the conversation is from a shower. It
Okay, but
distracts
You
from the
are
Nah,
being
that's
And
it's
not
until
it's
that's
y'all
not
making
he.
sense
acknowledge
though,
that,
brother,
That's
because
how he
because
Bring
talk,
up
he
the
man.
my
he
bro,
bringing
beat
that
his
to us,
fucking
brother
conversation.
ass and
Anthony.
stop making excuses for him. I don't give a fuck how you feel. If
Ain't
you
no excuses
disrespect
for
me
me,
and
you
I see
fucking
you in real
faggot.
life,
All
you're
right,
gonna
buddy.
catch that.
I
And
don't need
Anthony,
no
we've
help.
had this conversation
I'm not
already.
mediating no more, buddy. You
Anthony,
I
we've
got it.
don't
already
need
had
no
this
help,
exact
you fucking
conversation.
faggot. You just better go get your prep
Oh, you
pills, bro,
stay safe
and
in
stay
Georgia.
prayed up.
But I
Go
pray to
get your
God you never
goddamn
on
blood, get
Dynasty's
your
live in
blood
New
work
York.
done. Go get your blood
I pray
work
to
done,
God
you
you
fucking
never come to my
faggot.
city, bro.
No,
All
boy,
right.
you know what? You should
So
never pray to
and
God.
and now
It ain't no
Anthony,
it
another
ain't
brother,
nowhere in the
quiet
word
while the
God
shower was
listening to
Nah,
talking
you.
but
shit.
I see. My hands are tied, man. I'm not. I already know I'm not even finna try to regulate, buddy, because I know how he coming. That's him on the regular. I'm trying to get dude to stop engaging with it.
Yeah, you
It
should,
ain't no
bro.
Nah,
way
cause
You
God
should
y'all
gonna
stop
never
listen
y'all
to
engaging
you,
never
with him.
checking
faggot.
Ash.
You
Y'all
should
need to
stop.
check this
We should
dude.
stop engaging with him because
It's no
he's
way in the
ignorant on
world
his
God
own.
will listen to you, faggot. So don't talk about God. You get what I'm saying? Nowhere in the world God will listen to you, abomination ass
And,
faggots.
and you know what?
And this
I
is
mentioned his
exactly what
mother,
I'm
and I
talking
shouldn't have
about.
done that. I said
Uh-huh.
I made some comment about his mama, which I shouldn't have done
Yeah, that was
because
on
Okay,
You
so
camera.
said something
we
about
that's
always
you
wrong.
stepping
said
We
something
down.
about
always
my
wrong,
That's
mom.
man.
stepping down to
We
his
all
level,
I don't
and I
we
even remember
shouldn't have
you
always
done it.
saying
wrong,
it.
yeah.
Say it again. I didn't hear you. Say it again. I didn't hear you. What you said about
Listen,
my mom?
listen, we always wrong, man. But y'all gotta let Hustle Smart talk, man. That's how he talk, man. You
Yeah,
can't you
that's
can't
just
Oh,
out
how he
fuck
be,
that.
bro. Like,
you ain't
Fuck
gonna
Hey,
that.
out
y'all
talk
That's how
you
he
listen.
ain't gonna
talks.
out
Fuck
talk the
that.
brother. You ain't gonna
I'm not gonna change him. I know, but I'm not gonna also
all right though, man. But
condone
it
this shit or
but
just be
nah,
You don't
but
have
that,
to
but you,
condone it.
about it.
at the
Say
same
the
you
time,
gotta
truth.
just rely on the mediator to
Hey,
do
at the
that,
But can we
same
have
brother.
a
time,
conversation
at
though
the
without
same
that
time,
though?
hey.
No.
but
We
I
doing
don't
at
all
want
the
to
this
have a
same
back and
time,
forth.
conversation
Let
while
me
he's
let me
saying
ask
stupid
As
you
a
this
shit.
man,
though.
you
Let
should
me ask you
understand
this.
that if you take
Because
it to a certain
even
point
when
with a
he's trying to
man,
be intelligent,
you
he's
can
not,
get
which
hurt.
I'm surprised
Let
because
me ask
And
you
usually
a
I don't
question.
care
he
how
has
Are
you
you
some good
feel.
points.
I
are
don't
you a
care
But he
what
doesn't have
bottom
any
are
good
you a
points
say.
bottom or
today.
a top?
Unless you apologize when I
Are you
see you, We're gonna have a specific type of conversation.
Who
That's it.
you
I don't
want
give
to
a fuck how you
apologize to,
feel.
sugar boy?
So
Who
wait,
you
wait,
want
wait.
to?
I'm talking to you and I'm
Are
talking
you
to
coming?
Anthony.
Are you? Are you?
Hold
Are
on,
That's
you
the
hold on. You
only
want
two
to?
people who I can
you
be talking
coming
to
to?
right
Are
now.
you coming to Harlem?
Unless you
Anthony. Hold on, let
Coming
me
to
apologize
Harlem, or you
when
apologize.
I
going to
see y'all
Hold
Atlanta?
in
on, let me,
person,
Anthony.
we're
Are
gonna
you
have a
going to
very
Harlem, or you
Hey,
specific.
going to
let me
Atlanta?
apologize then.
Where
Damn,
you
give me a
going?
chance to
Where you going, man?
apologize. Give me a chance. I'm trying to leave. I'm sorry that you woke up and decided you wanted to suck another man's dick, you fucking faggot.
Yeah, I
That's
knew
what
that
I'm
was
sorry
coming.
for. I'm
I knew that was
sorry that
coming
you're an
too.
embarrassment to your daddy, boy. I'm sorry that your daddy is goddamn probably goddamn crying himself to sleep that his son is a professional sugar mama. That's
Black
what I'm
Magic.
sorry
I'm
for,
about
boy.
Pan
And
Africanism
you
too.
would
Black
never,
Magic.
I
you
don't
would
give a
never
fuck
say nothing to me, boy, in
what the
person,
man
boy.
who doesn't
You have
raise his
no
kids
idea
have
who
to
you
say.
talking about,
You
boy. I'm
keep
a
talking about
gladiator out here,
dads
boy.
because you
I
was
let you
raised
sit up
around
there and
them
talk
and
because
you
you
don't
think it
raise your
sounds
own
good,
kids.
bro.
I had to get my son. I'm back. I'm back.
Man, look, bro, you gotta mediate this. It done went
Hold
off
on,
camera crazy.
hold on. Let me pass the mic to T. Khalid. Go ahead, T. Khalid.
Yeah, nah, man.
Yeah, but next Wednesday
It
I'm
done
gonna
went
take a
I
crazy.
picture
ain't
on
gonna lie.
139th Street in Broadway for you, Anthony.
Man,
Nah,
yo,
nah, I ain't
Yo,
gonna lie.
you still
But
you
nah,
still
but
coming
nah,
at me,
man, because
brother?
I'm
You still
working. That's
coming
why I
at
got to
me?
sign off at times. But nah, but nah, back on topic. On real talk, man, no one really cares. Like I said before, we don't care how Trump is going about getting these illegal immigrants out. We don't care. Like liberals, y'all have to stop making this argument about the rule of law. We're not worried about that. When we voted for Trump, we understood that he was not a conventional politician who was by the book. That's why the people voted for him. They want to change. If you look at and look, I'm not saying there's some massive revolution going on in America, but if you look at revolutions around the world, there's always someone who's doing things that's not by the book. It's going to upset the system. I think what Trump is doing is upsetting the system. That's why the judges is getting all upset. You know, that's why the Supreme Court is having to come in. Every time Trump comes in, there's a disruption. This is why we voted for him. We don't care that there's no due process for illegal immigrants. They're not here. And yes, unfortunately, I do admit there could be 1% of a legal American getting caught up in this. That's just like there's a small percentage of Americans going to jail for crimes they don't commit. That is unfortunate, but I'm pretty sure if they got the paperwork, they can resolve it. But at the end of the day, man, this legal immigration serves no benefit. And to Nigel, you're not from the country, and I do respect you, but you cannot speak on Black American issues when it comes to Latinos because you never dealt with them.
Yes,
You
he
don't know
can.
what's going on with us economically for you to speak on it
He can
way
speak
over
on it.
there talking about no, you don't know nothing about what we're going through. You
He,
go to the Negro in Chicago, in New York, who is getting sick and tired of these illegals getting all the benefits and taking all their resources and taking their parks, schools, and everything and turning it into migrant shelter homes. Go ahead and tell them, hey, you need to go ahead and ally with the migrants. They're gonna tell you, hell no. So you can't speak on Black American issues way over there.
should he
It's just
ally with Black
impossible.
Americans? Should Black Americans ally with Black Trinidadians and Africans? Should we? That's a question for you.
Of course we should. Of
I
course
mean,
No,
we
no,
should.
no, no, no. That's for
If the
TK.
interest aligns, if we have some type of aligned interest, but I don't want a situation where it's always
If
African Americans putting out and like other people stepping over us. But like if the
that's an
interest
SBA
align, cool.
talking point. That's an
Yeah,
FBA
dude
talking
It
sound
point.
like
doesn't
he on
matter
that
because
America
that's what's
First
always
Can
though.
I
happening.
speak?
That's
But it
what the
isn't.
legal
It
There's so
immigrants
isn't
are
much
what's
doing.
male
always
energy. Can
happening.
I speak?
First of all, Black Trinidadians and Jamaicans, they in a Black Americans neighborhood anyway, man. What are you talking
That
about,
doesn't
man?
mean that we're working together. That
Yeah,
doesn't
we
mean
all working together,
no, we're
Can
man.
I
not working
speak?
together. Black Americans are not even working together enough with each
Bro,
other.
what does
Hey,
this
guy,
have to
guy.
do with these Latinos getting up out of here, bro?
Because the point that
Exactly,
you were making
exactly.
is
You're
that an
absolutely right,
African
man.
should stay out of Black
Y'all
American
don't care
business.
about the
No,
facts.
because
We
Bro,
he
because
already
do
right,
Nigel's
explained
right.
not
why
even
it's a
in
Too
fucking
America.
problem,
This the
and then you
second
act
day.
stupid.
This the second day. Naja came up here and talking about stuff that he don't understand. And the brother,
Exactly. He's not from
another,
here.
Can I can I can I
another
Hey,
brother.
clarify,
hey,
Hold
hey,
on,
hey,
guys?
hold on.
guys. Let me pass it to Wildflower. Go ahead, Wildflower.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you for coming back.
Here come
So
that mammy
I
babble.
was just going to say that the panel just went a little bit wild. There was just a lot of like slurs being, used, and it was just not really the topic. The topic is quite important.
So getting back to the topic is, I believe that there's something called the Heritage Foundation. I don't know if you guys have
I'm
heard
familiar with it.
about it.
I'm familiar with it.
Yes, so this is a right-wing white supremacist think tank, and they're the ones that published this whole Project 25. And if you have a look at that and look at the ideas of these men, it really just explains what's really going on. And they're obviously going after illegals and so on, but they also have other people in their target as well. They might not get the Black Americans on immigration issues, but they are setting the precedent where they're not going to follow the rule of law like America used to or pretended to. They're just going to ride rough shoulders of over the law, and they will use this case study of, like, remember the time we threw out the illegal Mexicans, Venezuelans, and all that? We didn't follow the law. We shouldn't have to follow it now. And you were on the sideline cheerleading. So you better eat whatever we're going to have to force down your throat. So while I understand people are excited, and, I'm also I'm not a fan of Latinos, the way they treat Black people. But at the same time, to protect Black people in the future, we need to say the law has to be followed. Yes, these people came into the country illegally, but that doesn't mean that they should be treated now as we should act the same way they've done, just chuck them out without following the rules of law. If that was to happen in the UK and Europe, we do get a lot of illegal people coming in. And the government cannot just pack them up and say, oh, look, we're going to send you to Rwanda, we're going to send you to Libya, we're going to send you back to your home country. We have to follow the legal process. And yes, a lot of illegals that come to the UK abuse the legal process, but it's because we try to say we are a country of rules and laws. Yes, people come here illegally, but that doesn't mean we should also act in illegal ways and chuck people out willy-nilly without actually following the law. So a lot of people on here say, yeah, just throw them out. Who cares about the law? They came in here illegally. Da, 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 da. When they're gone, they're gonna turn their eyes onto you. If you read the
Man,
Heritage Foundation,
oh
a
my
lot
God,
of
I
black
told you,
a lot of
Negroes
black
being
patriots in
scary, man.
here
The
do
cowards.
not
Women are the
read,
Just let her
worst,
do
finish. Just
man.
not
let her
know
finish.
the
Women
They're
are the
ideas of
worst
the
cowards.
at it,
Heritage
That's
bro.
not
Treat
true.
black
Foundation.
people
If you
like we're
did
just these
know,
scary
Let
women
them
in
little
this
finish,
Let
y'all. Let
country
them
are
people.
trying
finish,
to
y'all.
Boring
snatch
as
people
fuck.
away from
Let her
slavery and
finish.
from
Let her finish.
sexuals and
Let
women.
let her dig her
You'll be
own
able
ditch.
to
Let her
know
finish.
that the people who wrote the Heritage Foundation Project 25, they also don't like black people. So just prepare yourself. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay. And the
Okay,
Democrats
so let me ask.
like
Let
black
me
okay.
ask.
people.
Hold on. Let me ask the sister a question. Let me ask her a quick question, man. You talking
Go
about the
on.
UK? You talking about the UK got to follow these laws and America should follow these laws? Who wrote these laws?
Who who wrote the laws? The laws are just here because we're a
Who
country of
wrote the
laws.
laws? Who wrote the
White
We are a
people.
laws?
country of the
Congress.
laws. It
Who
comes
wrote the
from the
laws?
House of Laws. We have
Congress.
case
So
studies.
who
We
can
have
change the
statute
laws? Who
laws.
can change the laws?
Congress and Senate.
Did the black man write the laws?
What do you mean?
See,
It was
hold on.
written
Let
on
me,
Okay,
let
white
me,
y'all
people.
y'all
see,
don't
see,
be
see. Hold on.
disingenuous, man. Answer the
Let me make
question.
my point.
The
Let me make my
laws
point
are
real quick. Let me
here.
make my
We
point real
have
quick.
laws to
Let me make
we're
my
not gonna
point real
it's not
quick.
gonna
Let me
be
make my
sweet
point real quick.
justice. I
Let me,
know a lot of you
oh,
guys are
sister.
supporting
Let me make
sweet
my point real
justice
quick.
to be used
Sister,
in the
let me.
You're
United
dealing with
States, but the
unhinged
United States
women, man.
must
You're
play the
dealing
Sister,
with
same
let me make
country
my
unhinged
of
point.
women.
laws.
Let
It
me make
goes
my
around
point
You
the
real
should have
quick.
world
never
Sister,
telling
asked those
sister,
everybody
hold
how
on,
to
questions,
hold on.
behave.
Anthony.
America
Let
goes
me,
around the
let me.
world telling everybody how
All
to
right, all right.
behave
I
and you should do
understand
this
that.
and
I
that.
She's
But
understand
then
that. But
when it happens
unhinged,
in their
let
Anthony.
own
me make
country
my
and it
point.
looks
Let me make
bad,
my point.
here in
Let me make
Europe,
my.
we're looking
She's
at America
Sister,
as
hold
unhinged,
very
on.
bro.
shameful.
Sister,
You
hold
She's
on.
pretend to
Hold on.
be a
Hold
unhinged,
on.
bro.
country of rules
Let
and
him make his
laws,
Ash, shut
point
the
but
before some
fuck
yes,
up
they
and
toxic
let her
illegally
finish.
masculinity
came
come
into a
out.
country illegally, but you're
Unhinged.
treating them without
Don't
following
do
the
that.
You
rules
see,
of
if
Don't
the
come
law.
rest
on,
of the
That
man.
men
means
of
you
the
should
panel
treat
Unhinged.
checked him when he
African and
interrupt
Asia
people, we
and
wouldn't be
South
having this
Americans also,
conversation.
Unhinged.
or you should
It's
be
about
Shut up
democratic.
while
victim
she's
You should
speaking.
misogyny.
follow these
Shut
values,
up
And
while
this
these
she's
what
values
these
speaking.
about
and
rule of law, and
this
you're
is
not
where the
following rule of
faggots get
law.
it
You
from.
have
This
Ash,
to
where they
shut
you
get it
the
have to
fuck
from.
up
practice what
while
you
she's speaking.
preach.
Acting just like this. This how these faggots
You
be
don't
acting.
raise your kids and you interrupt black women. Shut up while
Man,
she's speaking.
please don't
He's
make
not
the
letting me
conversation
speak.
go
He's got a
left,
lot of
man.
feminine
Why
energy.
can't
I
we
don't
have
know
Why
why.
discipline?
don't you talk
He's
when he's
he's
interrupting
on
people?
here.
Tell him
He's
be
not
Bro,
quiet.
valuing
everybody's
anything
interrupt. That's what I'm
because
saying,
he
bro.
doesn't have
I'm
an
just trying to get a
argument.
piece
He's
so
very
everybody can just talk, bro.
emotional.
Let her finish, bro.
Somebody that is suppressing his
Hey,
homosexual
Anthony, I thought it
urges
was your
and
turn to
lashing
lot
talk,
of
bro. Tell you the
people.
truth.
Wildflower, we can't hear you
Listen,
if they're talking while you're talking. So all that
Boy,
It's
talking you're
shut your
doing
going
faggot
nowhere.
underneath,
ass
It's
up,
very
boy.
all of that
disrespectful. The
talking you're
same way
doing
they were
underneath the
shitting on
Shut
conversation,
up.
we
Bush.
can't hear it. So can you
listen.
complete
Hold
your
on.
thing?
No,
Yeah,
I ain't.
yeah. As
No,
I
go
was
ahead,
Let
Anthony.
saying,
Man,
let
Everybody
what
did
Wildflower
the
ask
finish.
was
a
the
reason
fuck
they
are
But
you
question
can't
with
adding
a
that
full
implement
shit?
my
honor
point
she
because
didn't
they
she
know
didn't
I'm
stop her
right.
Man,
talk
They
though,
can't
brother.
drown out my
All right.
voice
She
because
didn't
they
stop her
know I'm
talk
Let's
though.
let
right.
her
And I
well,
land
she
her
believe
just
in
plane,
talked
and
over
then
reality.
Let her
everybody.
land
She
and
Anthony
got
got
to
a
then
quit.
question
then,
if
trying to
brother.
get
Man,
off,
Pope
nobody ain't
man.
listen to
Pope
that
Let her
asked
land
to
her
goddamn
shut
plane.
up,
old lady,
he would shut
old
up.
foreign
Listen,
chick babble.
listen,
Why don't you
listen.
leave then, sir?
Can you
I
hear
just
how
want to,
he's so
I just want,
emotional? He gets
I
so
just
very
wanted to,
riled up because the
I
truth
just wanted to
triggers
make a
him.
point.
The
I just
truth
wanted to make a
is
She's
point.
not
triggering
gonna
something
stop
within
talking,
you,
Anthony. Let her
and
Anthony,
you
finish,
lash
Anthony,
please.
out
let
at
her land, and
people.
then y'all let's let Anthony make his point as soon as she lands.
Okay, I've already concluded my point. America likes
Thank
to teach
God.
other
Thank
people
God you
around the
concluded your
world how
point.
to live, how to follow
Fuck.
the rule of law, democracy,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and they're not
Yo,
practicing it
worry
at
about
home.
white
So
people in Project
it's very
2025. We
Adonis,
got
triggering.
it
why do we
in our
Wildflower, if you
allow
understanding.
concluded
Triggering
your
Anthony
him,
point,
feeling
can
interrupt
you allow
himself
Anthony
everybody?
being
to speak,
Yeah.
please?
rounded up
Wildflower,
on
if you
social
All right,
concluded
so
your
media,
let's
point, can you let
y'all
Anthony
Adonis,
let's
speak,
yeah,
let her
Adonis,
please?
listening
land,
to
and
us
then let
and
Adonis,
Anthony
we
blaming
need to
speak.
get
those
some
who
mods
follow
for this mic.
you.
One mic. I'm
Read the
still waiting.
Heritage Foundation.
Hold
Read the
Wildfire.
Heritage
Hold on.
Foundation. You know what I'm
I'm
talking
still
about.
wait. I'm still waiting for Wildfire to answer Anthony's question. I just
What question
She
is it,
We
Dennis?
didn't
You want
stop.
She
me
They
to
don't
was
even
all
answer?
talking
Lord.
remember.
over each other.
She don't even remember. She just babbling.
No, because the guys are shouting over me. I
Oh,
can't
yeah, it's
hear.
everybody
I
else's
asked
fault
the
you
No,
question,
babbling.
the
she's
Nah,
question
right.
I asked,
What's
he
the
the
said he
question
was
I
question?
All
asked,
breaking
right,
the
come on,
law.
y'all.
Shout
She's
it.
still over
the
Let
Shout it
talking.
like we're
question,
let
hold
Anthony
on.
get his question off, y'all.
Hold on, Anthony. Ask your question.
the question
Wildfire,
I
you got
asked
30
you
seconds to answer.
is who made the laws and who can change the laws?
Well, men make the laws. The country makes the laws. People in charge make the laws, and it gets voted in.
You can't do
Okay,
that,
so
sister.
why are you telling people in America and people in the UK they gotta wait for the process, man? It's the white man conquered
No,
this
because we
country
have
for a reason.
laws in
The
place.
white man
We have
conquered the white
immigration
man
laws in
conquered it.
place.
Listen,
I
the
don't
white
understand
man
what you're
ain't
talking
hold on, let
about.
me finish. Let me finish making my point. The white man ain't sail over here in ships and conquer these Indians and Native Americans for no reason, man. You know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
we have laws now.
That's what that's
We're
what
not living
see
in the past.
that's hold on,
We're not
hold
living
on.
in the
You
past.
being hypocritical, sister.
We're not
Hold
living in
on,
the past.
hold on.
Hurry up.
This is why this is why you gotta respect authority, man. You know what I'm saying? People
No,
don't
no, no.
conquer people don't
Authority,
conquer nations
authority
and
is authority is
people
following
don't
the
She
law.
people
unhinged, bro.
people don't conquer nations and countries to turn around and give that power back to the same people that they conquered, man. This is
Preach.
what
What's that got to do with following the law?
this is what Africans on
What's
the
this got to do
continent
with
miss.
following the
This
law
is what
and due
Africans
process?
miss on this
But
continent.
you're
They feel
talking about no, you're
Africans
talking
Africans
about
Sister, stop
feel
you are
interrupting him.
talking
Let
about
him
people
talk.
conquering
Africans
Sister,
Africans
using
you
Unhinged,
gotta
bro.
have
violence and
discipline.
force
He
Africans
as a
on the
finished your
reason to
thought. Let
continent
him
follow the
talk.
law.
Africans
You don't have
Africans
an
on the
argument.
Africans on the continent feel like they can appeal to the laws and appeal to the United Nations, appeal to the Geneva Convention, appeal to the world courts in order to get shit done, man. You gonna have to do just like how the white man did to you. You got to do just like how the Arab
Get
did
it
to
in
you.
blood.
You got
Right.
get it in blood, man, and
Are
Get
you
it
sign it
in
in blood,
blood.
supporting
man.
You
violence?
You
Are
can't
you
can't get it
police the
no
supporting
other
police,
way,
supporting
Anthony,
man.
man.
you're
violence?
not is
doing
she going to
Are
anything.
you
respond or is
saying
You
somebody
you
what
else
is
going to
the
you need
point
speak
to
of
work.
now?
having laws
You don't
then
do
if we can
any
all just take
grassroots
whatever
Hold
work.
we
You don't know
on.
what
want
you're
Is
and
she
use
talking
going to
about.
violence?
respond or
You know,
is
can I
somebody else going to
respond?
speak now?
Can I respond? Because he's saying that we should do what they've done, use violence to get our way. Then what's the point of having laws? Yeah, what is the point of that? That
But
we
you, but this is
they're
my
supposed
thing
to
with
be
y'all
they're
when
supposed
y'all
to be
make them type of
civilized.
statements.
A
Y'all can't
Let her
on
civilized
one hand
nation
finish.
say that the
follows
Let her
white man
law.
is
finish.
evil,
Just
bro,
because
but
Let her
these
then
people
y'all
finish.
are
expect him to follow the
barbarians,
laws
they
that
are
he made when he break them.
savages, it
Through
would
all
be
throughout
bland
history, historical
and
precedent.
more
That's
It
they
don't
not
make
want
what
no
us
John
to
sense.
be
I
Oh,
said.
you
civilized, and
you finally found it out that
they
these people
haven't
are
mastered
hypocrites,
it.
right?
Yeah,
They
it's
haven't
hypocritical.
mastered it, and
These
you
Wildflower,
want
people
us
are
not
to
talking
hypocrites.
Shah and
repeat
underneath.
I
regress
ever
to their
said. Y'all do not
behavior.
listen
Is
to
that what
English.
you want? You want
We
us to
don't hear
regress
you,
to being like
Wildflower.
them?
We can't
Because
hear
people
you
are
because
talking
people are
over
Nobody ain't
me.
talking
listening
over
to
People
you.
are
that
talking
old
over me
lady
because they know
babble.
I'm right. They know I'm
Nobody listen
right.
to
Wildflower,
no
we
old
cannot
Yeah,
lady
hear
babble.
you.
yeah, yeah. You could
No,
hear that
Wildflower,
he's
No.
trying to
Wildflower, we
drown out
can't
my
hear
voice
you
because
because
he
people are
doesn't know
talking
how to.
over you.
You babbling. You
Thank you.
babbling and you
No,
Can
wandering. Now you need
somebody
to take
no,
please
your
no, you're
mute
not
medication.
his mic so
babbling.
I
You
can
need
mute
to
Ash,
drink
him?
stop
you some
interrupting
warm milk.
women.
You need
Dynasty,
to
can
get
you
you some
make? Can you
warm
mute
milk
his
and go to
mic?
Ash,
sleep.
stop interrupting women.
You need to
Okay,
Thank
goddamn
you.
get you some. You need to
Dynasty,
get you
can
some
you
who
mute
has
warm
his
the
milk.
mic?
floor?
Because I really want to
You
make
need to
my
get you
point
some
before he come
warm
off.
milk.
Okay,
You
hold on,
know
hold on,
what I
hold
mean?
on, hold on,
You've
hold on,
been
hold on.
talking for the last 15 minutes.
Wildflower, Wildflower, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead, make a point. 30
Okay.
seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. So as I was saying, we cannot
Uh,
We cannot be a civilized nation and say we're not going to follow the laws. We're just going to go back to barbaric, savage behavior. Just take what you want, conquer who you
Yep.
want. That's how we got this land. Why do we need to
Yep.
follow? Why do we have judges? Why do we have laws? We pretend
Yep.
to be civilized.
Yep.
You see this kind of behavior, this kind of
Sister,
barbaric behavior
they're
that
not
they
your
kind of
laws,
picked up
sister.
from the
It's
white,
not
from the
they're
Yeah.
not your
Neanderthals.
Can
sister,
you
they're
give
not
her
your
30
laws.
seconds? The host said give her 30 seconds. Okay,
Shut your
she's
sister
done.
ass up,
You see,
Shy.
he can't even be quiet enough for me to make my
We
point.
need to
This is
mute
so
And
What you
Ash.
you
mean
Like,
can't
30,
be
I want
30
Ash
quiet
to
seconds,
act
either.
sister?
like
it's so
You're going
the
disrespectful.
further
panel
than
is
30
gonna
It's
seconds.
explode
almost
if we
half an
mute
hour
Yeah,
Ash.
you
answering
are
whatever your
exceeding 30
nonsense
seconds,
about
Here
sister.
come
freedom.
the Bible.
No,
Here
no, no,
come
no,
the
no, no, no,
wandering
no.
off, man.
No, no.
I got to pass the mic.
All right, Dallas, you can pass it
Go
on.
go go ahead. Go ahead, T. Go ahead, T.
No. I mean, no. I was just kind of listening, but the thing is, I'm sorry, man, because this panel, everyone's fighting each other. It's kind of hilarious. But no,
It's not.
I hear what she's saying, but I'm sick and tired of black people. Why do y'all take us as just scary ass race? Where the
Scary.
only way you can get us do is like fear mongering. They gonna come to you next. Read Project 2025.
We gonna
None
put
of
you
y'all
in
predictions come
chains.
true. Exactly, bro. Like in 2016, y'all were saying that he was gonna deport us in 2016. We're
Yep.
in 2025. We got black, and I'll be honest with you, it'll be hard to untwine black folks. We got a black Supreme Court Justice, Clarence Thomas, who the right loves. And then we got a bunch of black judges around the country. It's just impossible, man. And like, I'm not trying to hear this fear mongering. Nothing is going to happen to African Americans so far as when it comes to like immigration. Everything Trump has campaigned on illegal immigration. You guys, for some reason, y'all just want us to be out there fighting because you hate white people. That's
Yep.
why you want black
And
people
you
out. You
love
Nobody
just
white
told you to
people?
hate white
protest.
people.
And you
That's
love
it.
Nobody on this
That's
you
panel
love
why.
white
has
And
people?
you're
told you
and
to
you're being
protest.
ignored.
This is a
That's
Do you
why
recorded
you're
love white
being
people?
ignored.
conversation.
Do
That's
you
No
love
it.
one
white
told you
people?
to
No,
protest.
I don't have this. I don't think about the white man every day like that. No, I
Yeah.
don't.
No,
No,
that's
Nobody
no,
the
I
Talk
told
thing.
don't.
about
you
The,
Trump
to
the,
all
the
you
white
No,
like,
protest.
man
we
is
hate
not
man.
holding
him,
me
and
back.
you
I am
you
chilling.
equivocated
I'm
that with
chilling.
you're
I'm
not
T,
chilling,
concerned
bro.
with them
T, you
every
need to
day.
acknowledge what I'm saying. Nobody told you to protest.
He talk
Name one
about
person
Trump a
that told you
lot,
to
bro.
protest.
Can I have the floor, Dinus?
Damn, the every time he come over here, he talk about Trump. But
Can I have the floor, please? I
He's
want
the
to.
one enforcing the laws. Like, of course we are.
no, I'm talking about other buddy. He said he don't think about the white man every day. I'm saying, bro, you talk about Trump damn the every time you come on here, but that's
Because, bro, the topic is on the illegal immigration issue, and yes, Trump is the only. And
And
look, man,
he's
if
been the
Trump was a black
president.
man,
no, but
I
it
would be
done been
happy.
other
You know
topics.
why?
It
Because
done
I'm
been
like,
other topics.
about
I
time
ain't
a
never
black
heard you
man is
come on
about
and
it,
speak
about it.
on him.
If Trump was a black man, I would be ecstatic because I would be like, yo, it's about time a brother is about it, about it. Don't give a damn and looking out for the country. I would love a black version of Trump.
Like, what you
He
mean
don't
looking
gotta
out for the
talk
country?
like Trump, but I would love it. I would
What you
love to
mean?
see
Look,
it.
so
Seriously.
what is your ideal thing for looking out for the country? What you mean by that?
No, just like putting the country first, getting rid of illegal immigrants, trying to fight to get these trade deals back in order, lowering
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Hey,
the trade
hey,
deficit, things
hey,
like
T.
And
that.
Khalif, you know what I realized? I don't think they think that getting rid of 11 million illegal immigrants will help black people. I don't think they agree with that.
Bro,
I don't
because they
think you're
think
but
we are
listening to
going to
what
war
people
with
are
the white
saying.
man with them,
We
bro.
keep
Yeah.
And they
saying
think
do
the
so,
immigrants,
but
protest,
it's on our
here's
and
team.
here's
you're doing
the
a
I
duplicity
violation,
in it.
definitely don't think that. I
but you
know they
don't
not.
care about the
So
laws.
can
Just
I
say
say
that.
this? This is
The
the
immigrants,
contradictory part of it.
the immigrants
Excuse
were
me, sir.
happy when we were getting gunned down by the
Let me say
cops,
this,
bro.
sir.
They
No, I
like,
agree with
you
that.
Here's
I
the
agree with that.
here's the duplicity in it
Yep.
is that white folks let them in, Republicans and Democrats, for their benefit, not ours, and now they're putting them out for some reason against their benefit. So you
So
have to
let
ask
them
the
do it
question.
then.
No, you have to ask the question.
political, bro.
Why? You
No,
have to
ain't
ask
no
the.
asking no questions. Let them do it.
Okay, so
If
You
they
know you
let
don't
them
ask
in,
questions because
okay,
you're
all
a
right.
fucking
if they
fool.
let
I'm in the
them
So
in
now
middle.
for
let
their
I'm in
me
the middle
benefit,
of
finish.
making
well,
my
why they
point.
can't
So
get them
let
out there
now
for their
No,
benefit?
Can I
hold
finish
on.
my
Shah got 30
point,
Come
please?
seconds.
on,
Can I
man.
finish
Shah
my
got
point,
Let
30
me
please?
ask.
seconds.
Let me
May
ask
I
y'all a
finish my
question. Let
point,
me ask y'all a
please? May I
question.
Let
Let
finish?
Shah
me ask
finish
y'all
his
No.
a
May I
point.
question.
finish my point? Thank you. Like everybody else gets a chance to finish their point. Fascism is a far right, authoritarian, and
Oh my
ultra
God, bro.
nationalistic political ideology and movement. It is
Bro, these
characterized.
faggots,
Can you allow me to
these
finish,
faggots can't
please?
stop.
Can you allow me to finish?
As soon as you stop being a
Ultra
faggot,
Can you allow me to finish,
As
please,
soon
sir?
as you stop talking like a
He's just
faggot,
gonna
An
keep
ultra
talking,
national
and they don't
political.
understand what these words
as
Excuse
soon
me,
as
mean.
you
sir.
stop talking
Excuse
like
me,
a
sir.
female,
Excuse me, sir.
hold on,
Excuse me, sir.
let
Hey,
him
let,
Dynas.
process so we
let
can
him
Just
finish.
continue.
Go
finish your
ahead,
point.
Tell us
They
about
don't
Dynas.
understand
fascism.
what
Go
you're
ahead.
saying.
Dynas, thank you for
Tell us
interceding
about
in that.
fascism. Go ahead.
Spit them
Ultra
balls out.
fascism is a far right, authoritarian, and ultra nationalist political ideology and movement. It is characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized control, militarism. That's crucial.
You
Suppression
stumbled on
of
that word dick, didn't you?
Come on,
suppression.
brother.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Suppression of opposition and a belief in a natural social hierarchy. These are all the characteristics.
Shaw, you know, Shaw. Let's take it step by step. All right, let's start off. Go through the definition again, and let's stop after each
Okay.
point, and then we can
All
just
right.
see. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead again. Go ahead.
Fascism is a far right. Would you agree that it's far right? Authoritarian.
Okay, authoritarian. What does that mean?
Okay. Let me get that up. Because remember, I was supposed to give the definition of that?
And
Yeah,
what
what's the
stopped you?
definition? All right, what's the definition of
Because I can
authoritarian?
barely talk about anything.
Get the definition.
It's a strong, centralized federal government.
What's authoritarian?
I'm going to get it right here. Authoritarian meaning.
Strong, centralized
Favoring
government.
is favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of the government, at the expense of personal freedom.
What freedom have you lost, Shaw?
Okay, so what freedom have I lost?
Yeah.
That if here's the potential right here.
No,
So
Oh,
Shaw. What
potential.
freedom
so
have you
okay,
lost?
let me tell you.
Shaw, what
Let me tell
freedom
you.
have we
This
lost?
is
Shaw,
authoritarian.
no, Shaw. What freedom have we lost?
We have lost the ability to teach black studies in schools. That's fading. In the state of Florida, any black culture is like black culture is under attack. They want to, and it's symbolic though. The Black
That's not a
Museum is symbolic.
freedom, by the
That's
way.
not a freedom,
You
Shaw.
want the white man
Yes,
to teach you
being
your
able to
history.
teach,
Perfect.
our history in
Freedom.
Exactly.
public
That's not.
schools.
That's
Why
not
you
a
not
freedom,
teaching your
Shaw.
children
Nah,
that shit at home,
but
man?
I,
Guys,
you
if you're
should.
not in
I
No,
agree.
agreement
You
no.
on
should.
what
what he's
Shaw's
saying.
saying, then
I
stop
don't even agree
interrupting.
with. I don't even agree with public schools for us as a people. We should have private schools. I
But the
taught
white
in
man
private
should
schools.
teach us black
But
history.
as long as we pay
Shaw,
taxes,
that's okay, but Shaw, that's not a freedom. What freedoms have we lost?
education is not a freedom.
Shaw, them taking whatever you're saying out of the schools is not a freedom. What
Why?
freedom have we lost?
Why is that not a freedom?
Shaw, what freedom
No,
have
it's
we
not a
lost?
freedom. It's a privilege. Education is a privilege, man. It's not a
Shaw, what
freedom.
freedom
Freedoms
have
and
we lost?
privilege are the same thing.
It's
You
a
guys need
right
to
for all
justify why it's not a
American
freedom.
citizens.
Josh, so is the
So
LGBT
that's
community,
one.
if they start
Oh, hold on,
complaining that California is taking
Don't
away
don't address me with
grades
the
and
LGBT
guys,
community. I don't know about the LGBT community really
Shaw,
that
that's
much.
not a freedom.
Does this brother realize it's up to the government to educate their citizens, man?
No, but hold
Right.
on, but we're all over the Shaw. Them taking that out of the school is not a freedom.
It's
I
damn
don't.
sure ain't.
I would
yeah,
say
bro.
that it is a
The
freedom.
But
LGBT
it's not.
people are
It is.
mad
It
about them
is.
Hold
taking
on, but
away
It
Shaw,
is
it's
teaching
not.
limited.
kids
Shaw,
sex
it's
at
not. It's
at
The
third
not.
grade.
ability to be
Shaw, it's
represented in
not. It's not
education
a
should be there
freedom, man.
historically.
Them taking that out of the schools is not a freedom. Them removing a drag queen night from school is not a freedom.
Facts,
That.
exactly. It's the
So is
same
that?
thing.
Wait.
Exactly.
It's
So
not a
Facts.
freedom,
is that
man.
the same
The
as lying
ability
about
to
Dynas, what's
history
the
and
freedom?
choose
omitting
whether to have an
history?
It's not a
abortion or
freedom.
not
Taking
is
a
not a
drag
I
freedom.
queen,
do see
you're
what
going to
he's saying
compare
because
taking
Abortion is
drag
not
Japan,
queen
What
taking
is
away
a
with
from
freedom?
women.
omitting and lying about history, and lying about history to the point where they talk about critical race theory, which is only taught in graduate
Okay,
school level.
So the LGBT should teach kids how to have
Shaw,
sex.
let's do this. So
nah, he's not saying that, brother.
hold on, one mic. So Shaw is in schools telling me that a biological man could be a woman. Is that a lie?
Yeah, I would say that
Okay, so
that is a lie.
that was
So
going on under Biden.
what does that have to do with them trying to take away black
Dynas
study
just wants to
stuff?
talk about
So
Biden. Dynas, we're
is
talking
that a
about Donald
freedom?
right
I'm not.
Is
now.
that a
Let's focus
What
freedom?
does
on
that have
Donald.
to do with them trying to eliminate black history?
Shaw, how is one a freedom and one not a freedom?
I'm not speaking on that. I don't know about that
No,
really.
but
They're
I don't
both
know about
freedoms.
that.
They
man,
are
come
both freedoms.
we
That
gotta
is not
move
history
on.
though.
Whose
No, that's not
responsibility?
history. We're talking
Donnie,
about
you
Whose
can't
facts.
take them
We're
responsibility?
talking
serious,
about
bro.
lying
Them
about
No,
kids
but
take
facts.
these
We're
damn
talking about
serious.
taking
teach these
away
children
people's
about Black
contribution in
history.
history.
So
Whose
Shaw,
responsibility
how?
is
Okay,
it
so
to teach?
Shaw, what you're saying? So Shaw, how is lying to us or teaching in schools that a biological man could be a woman? How is that per your definition of freedom and fascism? How does that not follow the loss of freedom and fascism?
How does that not follow? Because first of all, I don't know enough about it because I don't
Oh
think that it's
Lord,
for. I don't think
Brother,
it's
the answer
it's
is
I don't
the
think it's
answer is
nationwide.
No,
that
it
that
is
move
part.
the
on,
other
I
It's
don't think
part
side.
it's
of the same thing.
nationwide,
we
but
gotta
I
move
do
on.
Oh
know
my
that I
gosh.
do know
We
that
gotta
that
move
was
As
on.
something
fuck.
that's
We gotta
new.
move on. We gotta move
But
on.
but but Dinus, that's something
Silly
that's
as
new
fuck.
that's been
Dinus, I already
Shaw,
introduced.
sent you
Shaw,
Can
multiple
y'all shut the
articles
fuck up?
Silly
He's talking to
as
me. He's
surrounding
asking me a
fuck.
question.
conflict
Shaw, you're being
with the
disingenuous,
Supreme
Shaw.
Court and
Dinus,
Shaw,
that
you're
was
constitutional
something
orders.
that's
disingenuous.
new
We
that
gotta
was
move
You
on.
don't
introduced
get
for
no
You
black
guys are
sillier
studies.
than
not
this.
actually
Black
Shaw,
studies
interested
and
in the
black
facts.
contributions and
You're
things
not
have
Shaw.
been happening. Hold on, has
No,
been
Shaw,
happening for a
you're
long
being
time.
disingenuous. We gotta
Now they're
move on
trying
to
to
the
take it
next
out. That other shit is
point.
new.
We're going to the
Silly
next
as
point. We
fuck.
gotta
No,
move
but
There's a
brother,
difference.
we
look,
gotta
brother.
It's
The answer is, bro. Both sides, like they got an authoritarian agenda with that LGBTQ stuff too, brother. I mean, both things could be true at the same time. I think it's a little
An
overblown on the.
hold on.
insurrection
Hold
is
on. If
not
Shaw
the
were to
same
admit
as
that,
this
hold on.
LGBTQ stuff.
If Shaw were to admit that, I would say okay.
Yep.
but
I
I'm
That
mean
would have
saying
been
that's
correct.
I mean, I
undeniable.
that's
agree with
They
you,
something
forced that
Donis,
down
but we
new.
your
can't
throat.
run away from the
That's
Oh
fact
my
something new
that
that's
lord.
Donald
introduced.
Trump is
That's
going
something new that's been
That's
Supreme
introduced.
what
But
Court,
that's what
black
and you
shows
have
you that
no
studies,
regard for
argument
that,
is
black
Dinus.
disingenuous.
history
And
is
Dinus, you
something
were
that has
supposed to
been
play a
Oh
in
video of
man,
in
Donald Trump lying
that
about
has
the
been in our
election while we did
curriculum
it.
to some degree.
Hey, Dinus. Hey, Dinus, didn't I tell you that every time they have a talking point, if it
Shut the
goes
fuck
against the
up,
Democratic Party,
Shawo, because
if
you
it
ain't
goes
saying
against the
shit.
Democratic Party, they would
That
never
was
admit
hella
to it. You
disrespectful.
get
What
what I'm
was
Dinus, you
saying?
that?
haven't asked me
So
that
just
question.
like the brother,
guys, one mic. So Shaw, just for the record, you're saying them removing Black history and revising history is affecting the freedom, our freedom. So it's part of fascism. But them lying and them teaching in schools that men could be women isn't.
Isn't fascism?
Oh Lord, man, come on, Shaw, stop.
I
Wait,
told you, bro.
I would
wait,
even
wait,
say
wait.
that
I
So
on their
them,
told
side
you.
so them
they
lying
going
about
further
men
with it.
being women is are you saying that is a fascist
So
or
how
not a
can
fascist?
Shaw, my point is how can you give an example for one and say that's contributes to fascism, but the other doesn't? That's my point.
Because I think it's some new shit. I think the other
Oh
is
My
some.
man,
God,
Nah,
come
bro.
I
better,
on,
think
better,
the
man.
other
better,
is
better, better.
some new
You can't
shit
do
that
that. They
I'm
both
not really
do it.
with it
Dinus,
though.
they
Man, come
They
both
on,
both
man.
done
I
do.
don't think it's.
fascism.
I don't think you can compare the
That's why
two.
it's fascism. That's why
They
this
I
fascism.
don't think you can compare the two.
both of the
Embarrassing,
parties have
man.
engaged in fascism. Yes. Why is that so hard to admit?
What?
Okay, the
Embarrassing.
man is
Both of the
asking you which
parties.
one. The man is asking you which one you prefer. Do you prefer to
No,
be taught
I'm
how to
not.
be a woman, or
That's
how to learn
I don't think it's
how
a.
to learn
I don't
Black
think it's an
history?
equal comparison. It's
hold on.
not an
No,
equal comparison.
stop. It's clear. It's clear as day because Joe Biden he tried to and Donald Trump um did a addendum to it, amended
He
it,
repealed it.
appealed it as far as Title IX. That
Yep.
basically transgenders have rights under Title IX. So if you're a transgender athlete, you say, you know what, I want to play. And if I'm a transgender, I guess the term would be woman, but I'm a biological man and I identify as a woman. If I want to use the same facilities, playing the same sports as women in college, I would have to if that school is federally funded. And you're saying that, okay, I don't know nothing about this,
I
but they're
I'm
removing,
not with it. I don't agree with it. I don't.
them
Yeah.
removing Black history and revising history is fascism. But telling us that a biological man to be a woman isn't.
Fellas, oh God,
Right.
close it down to be
I
fair.
don't make the same compare. I don't think it's comparable really. I
Oh
don't.
man,
Both parties are fascist.
The
Of course
rainbow
they don't see the
stuff is even worse
comparison.
though, brother.
Why
To
do
be
you keep keep saying they. I keep agreeing. Both parties are fascists. I don't know why that's so hard to admit. They're all white people.
Okay,
Yeah, I
okay,
agree with that.
okay. So I
I
respect
agree
something
with
like
that
Tatum
too.
would say. So Shaw, do you agree, Shaw?
I agree with what they just said. Yeah, both parties are fascists.
Okay.
They just got
So
different
then
ways of
what
going about
makes
it.
one fascist? So what would make one fascist worse than the other then?
No, Dinus likes to
The
compare
methods
Democrats
that they
to
use.
Republicans and
Nah,
makes
but
it a
I mean,
Democrat
you
Republican
could
issue.
argue that
I don't
the
make it a
Democratic
Democrat
methods are
Republican
worse,
issue.
to be
I make
honest.
it a
But
power issue
You
that
know the
the people
Democrat,
in
all
power,
black people
the
know,
people in power
all
are
black
both
people know that
Democrats
the
and
Democratic
Republicans.
policies are worse for black people. All of them know. They
It,
still just vote. But black people so dumb, even though they know that the policies of the Democrat has hurt us, but our hate will make us vote against our best interests. We've been doing it for 60 years.
the
We'll vote
policies of
against our
Republicans
interests
have hurt
All
us
right,
if a
well,
too.
white,
we
if a
got to move on to the next point. Go ahead, Shaw. What's the next point?
The policies of Republicans have hurt us as well as the policies of
Shaw, I'm talking about
Democrats.
the definition of fascism.
Oh, okay. So the next one is
So we can have closure on that. So would you say that both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party can be fascist?
yes. Okay, so the next one is so it says fascism is a far right authoritarian
So
and
why are we
ultra
having this
nationalist.
conversation? If we agree that if you're saying that both could be fascists, why
yeah,
are we having a
the
conversation?
conversation should have
Because,
stopped right
Yeah, the
there.
well,
conversation's over.
but it was never argument about Democrats and Republicans being fascists.
Yes, it
Not for
was.
me. Not for
Yes, it
me.
was. Y'all was
No,
sitting here. Y'all been sitting
no,
here
No,
talking for
no,
no,
sir.
hours
no. To be
No,
about
fair, it
that
no,
wasn't.
Trump
I
was a
said
no,
it from the very
fascist.
no,
beginning.
no.
It's not about both sides can be fascist. Both sides can be
No,
bad. We
Nigel.
said it
Right.
from the beginning. To be
You
Do
fair,
said it,
Nigel.
and
Do
Nigel,
not
to
come in
Nigel
here with
said
that
that.
Obano soup babble.
no,
You
stop.
said clear
No,
that you
we said it from the beginning.
said that the traits for Donald Trump, the way that they're moving is a fascism. That's what you said out your
Yes,
mouth.
and Democrats can be fascist. When
No,
Dana
that
said
ain't what
here,
you said.
Dana
That's
said
what you're
something
saying
about.
No,
See,
he
now.
did say
We
that.
no,
weren't
no, no,
That's
no,
talking
no.
what
about
you're
the
I
saying
agree
Democrats.
with
We
now.
were
Dana's.
talking about the
Point.
current president. The current president is Donald Trump. Why do
These
we keep
dudes
doing
just
this
these
missing
dudes just
context?
Yeah,
mad that he picking
Is
at
Barack
Barack
Obama the
Obama.
president?
Well, hold on, but
Y'all
it
just
doesn't
mad,
matter.
yo.
Well, hold on, but per you guys, it doesn't matter if it's Donald Trump or if it's Kamala Harris. It's still fascism. So
Well,
Yes.
one is more
One could be
severe than
more
the other, though.
fascist.
Oh, okay.
One is more
I
one is
told
more
you,
It
severe
depends
Dinus.
than
on
the other.
perspective. It depends on
Wait,
perspective. Both
Dinus,
are
Dinus. We're acting
both
like
are
this is a
diabolical.
confusing statement. You can
And
have
you
somebody
know
who
what?
killed
You know
somebody,
what?
and you can have somebody who killed multiple people. There's a difference between a serial killer and a murderer. So
Nah, but
one of
they
you could be
both
Bro, that
killers.
fascist.
ain't
All of
Actually,
them
they
killers.
are
You
all
know what's the
killers.
problem?
stupid.
Yeah,
You know what's
they
the
both
That's
problem?
serial killers.
stupid.
See, that's
I'm gonna
exactly
tell
what y'all do when y'all have no response.
tell
But it's
y'all the
the truth.
problem.
They
I'm
Both
gonna
both
tell y'all
parties
the
serial
are
problem
killers,
right now.
fascist.
and it could be
I'm gonna
argued that if you talking about direct impact, that the other side, the Democrat side, has
listen.
impacted it more because we
I'm
are
gonna
more
I'm,
willing. We don't expect it from them.
I'm gonna
I
tell
can
y'all the
actually give
problem.
you
Exactly.
guys a great
I'm gonna tell
argument
y'all
about
the
why the
problem right now.
Democrats are fascist.
This the problem, man. Black people are tired of speaking English, man. They
But we
want to
like
speak
never
Spanish
get to
now.
the point where we can
They
have
want to
intelligent
speak Spanish
conversations.
now, man. Y'all don't want to speak no more English. Just say you want to speak Spanish, yeah.
No, like let's talk about the Democrats.
After you finish
Under
speak,
the
you know what
Clinton
I'm saying?
administration,
What do you want to
supported by
speak next?
the
You
Biden
want to speak
crime bill,
Spanish?
the
You want to
prison
speak Spanish?
population quadrupled.
What do you want to speak next? Spanish, Chinese,
Planned
So
or Russian,
Parenthood
man?
as
Pick
so
well.
one.
The
there's a
Pick
Clintons
one.
are
fight.
the
This
single
is
Pick
biggest
one,
really
y'all.
a
contributor
fight between
Just
black
say you're
between
tired of speaking English, man.
no,
You want
it's
to
a
speak
I
Spanish,
got no
bro,
problem
Chinese, or
two-thirds
admitting
about
Russian,
that.
to
man?
speaking English and
Barack
Spanish.
Obama was the first American like representative to use drones on its own citizens. That's fascism. I have
But
no problem critiquing
that's
these people.
corporatist fascism as opposed to an oligarch fascism. The
I mean, but it's
Oh
oligarch
still
Lord,
fascism,
fascism. I have no
oh
point
no,
oligarch
pointing out
no,
fascism,
fascism.
no, God.
These
fascism
dudes
is
got all the
more dictatorial.
ideological talking
Corporatist
points, man.
fascism versus
No, but
oligarch.
brother,
Right.
it's not different what they doing. Even though the means are different, but the ends are not different. So
That is when you hear them try to put more emphasis on one than the other, they're still leaning Democrat when they
yeah,
do it. Do
that's
you,
No,
do
true,
you
no,
brother.
notice
no.
that?
That's true.
Not
I
me.
actually
I
think
feel like you
Democrats.
guys are not
I actually
listening
think
to the
Democrats have
English
done far
coming
more
out of my
damage.
mouth.
No,
I
I'm
said
talking
they're
about
both
what
Far more
Brother Shaw
damage.
fascist.
just said. What Brother
And then
Shaw
I
just
gave an
said was
example
low key left
why the
Democrat leaning,
Democrats
brother.
are
Yep.
fascist.
No, I do
Democrats are
recognize
diabolical now. Come on.
that the Democrats represent corporatists, and that
But no,
the other group that has come about is more of
no,
the
but they
oligarchs.
both represent
That's
corporate. They both
Yeah,
represent
they
corporatists, but
both
they
yeah,
represent
but
do have
corporate.
but
Yeah,
they
but
oligarchical
here's the
fascism as
difference.
American
well,
The
foreign
brother.
policy does
difference.
not change whether
Okay,
you have
but
a
what is
Democrat or
what?
Wait,
Republican
it's just to
president.
say
It's all
something.
imperialism. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
Man, you
Okay, I
always
hear
sit
that.
up here
When
talking about
I
when
hear
is
budget
the
that.
2025.
okay,
when is
can
the
I just say
time
something
to?
Man, you
quickly,
know
please?
it.
Can I just say something quickly, please? Let me just say this quickly. Just to people that don't like Democrats, they will be happy to hear this. See, based if you analyze it, you will see clearly that Democrats have been far more diabolical to the black community than the Republicans. One, through Planned Parenthood, and
Correct.
through misaligning the family structure in the black community using the welfare system that they created, and then the drugs that came into the country. So if you look at their policies, they are actually very, very sinister to the community. That has cost far more lives and deprived us of the generational wealth than whatever the Republicans can do. Republicans, yeah, they did their stuff, but why is it that the black family and the wealth that we used to control before versus other groups was greater in the past than now,
because
when we
they
have more
terrorized
democratic
us and
influence?
they terrorized our communities
But
and
we shouldn't be
destroyed them.
talking about Planned
Don't
Parenthood
forget the 20
put
million
more
illegal
Americans in
immigrants that they
jail.
let into the country, man. Don't forget the 20
And
million illegal immigrants that they let into the country, yo.
and don't forget
Yep.
all the jobs they moved to the China and Brazil and India. So in the 60s and 70s, they
Yeah,
moved
that's true.
the
When did that,
corporatists,
man?
And
Did
the
it,
that's
that was
Republicans.
Bill?
corporatists
That was
moved
Republicans
to
did that
Biden.
one.
those
Republicans
That
did
was
that
jobs.
one.
Bill Clinton that did
Yeah,
that.
but
That
panel
Clinton
played a
did
huge
that,
that
No,
yo.
played a
sir, it
huge
happened in the
role
60s and
into crime.
70s. What are you
Hey,
talking about, Bill
Dinus.
Actually, it
Clinton?
was Nixon that went to China first. Nixon is a
Yeah.
No,
Republican, if
Dinus,
I'm not
Dinus,
can
mistaken.
the
That's in
Dinus,
the
panel
60s.
agree that
Dinus,
both
That's the
Dinus.
late
parties
Play
are
that.
60s.
fascist?
There's a clip, Dinus. There's a clip where Ross Perot is debating with Clinton and a couple of other nominees
Yep.
for the president that's telling these people if you let the jobs go to Mexico, there's gonna be a sucking sound, man.
Yep.
See if you can pull that clip up, man.
But
It,
it
it
Clinton
was
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 Anthony,
the
I
it
happening
one
was
agree
that
with
before
got
you.
him
it
for
then,
was
though.
president, yeah.
it
It
was a
was
Bill
happening
Clinton
before
that
then,
put it
though.
in overdrive. Bill Clinton put the overdrive
Anthony,
was sending
I agree
the
with you.
jobs overseas
I'm not a
and the
Democrat.
goddamn mass incarceration and follow with the help of Biden
That
and
was
his
the early
wife.
Ash,
90s. We're
that's
talking
literally
about
what
the
I said. That
70s
that
and the
was the first statement
60s.
I made.
We're
I'm
talking
not a
about the
Democrat.
70s and the 60s, though. That's when they start
And then
moving a
you
lot of those jobs overseas.
and you want to know the funny part is after election is over with, you ain't heard them talk about that Trump being a fascist, or they don't talk about Project 2025 now. The only people that still the only people that still bring Project 2025 up is black women and faggots. That's it.
Shaw, I'm gonna tell you why. Because Trump started suing those news outlets for
Yep.
um uh,
Which is
defamation.
literally fascism. That is
Oh my
no
God.
other president has done that to news outlets. I think minus
Come
the
on,
No,
so-called
How's
we
Corinthians.
that
shouldn't support
fascist?
that.
You can sue.
Trump is threatening news outlets and shaking them
Look
out,
at
shaking them
Harvard.
down for money
Look
all
at
the
what
What
time.
do you
Trump
think
is
we
doing.
I,
Look
I
at
tell you
look
what
at
Wait,
what he's
then.
Dinus,
doing
if,
I
to
if
tell you
the
what
Columbia
panel
and
then.
can
Harvard.
agree, if the
That's
panel can agree
Look
that
at
both
what he's
parties
doing
are
to
fascist,
Columbia and Harvard
what is the
Yeah,
problem with
University.
calling
exactly.
out
how is
Donald
it
Hey,
bad
hey,
That's
fascist
hey,
tendencies?
fascism.
guys,
okay?
can
Okay.
I
So how
chime
is
in
it?
on something that
Hold,
could
hold on.
that'll
How is it fascism to sue somebody for
If you're
it's
Uh,
the
see
president of the United States and you
Uh-huh.
sue
it's
media outlets and
Uh-huh.
journalists who disagree with you, it's
that's the opposite
fascism.
of
That's
fascism,
a
sir.
stupid question.
No, that's the
Well,
opposite
no,
of
no, no. You
fascism.
just
No,
like
that's not
saying
the
the
opposite
word
of
Dinus,
stupid.
fascism.
Dinus, you asked that
That
question
doesn't even make
confidently.
sense.
Name one
no?
other president
How
who's
do you
done that.
how is it
N-
fascist to sue
Dinus,
somebody?
It's not
name one other
fascist.
president
That's not
who's
It
fascism.
doesn't matter if you name another president.
Dinus, name one president who
It's
It don't
not
matter. It's
fascist,
not
sir.
and
fascism.
news
Stop.
Like
outlets
say
are not agreeing with
fascists
him.
would be
It's not
would be
fascist,
locking them
sir.
up.
Name
Stop.
one president who
Sending
has
the
sued
military
journalists.
in,
It doesn't
Who
matter. It's not
cares?
sending the
fascism.
It
military
does matter.
into
That's
the
literally
riots in
fascism.
LA.
Dinus, you
It's
don't
not
know what you're
That's
fascist,
talking
sir.
about.
a
Fascism.
militaristic move. That's
Dinus,
a
you do not
military's.
know what you're talking about.
Sending the military
You're
into
basically saying
LA is
you're
part of
basically
the fascism that we didn't
Outlets
even
is a
get
part of
well.
to.
Hold on,
fascism.
guys.
The
Listen to
definition
what
that
you're
we didn't
saying.
get to,
Hey,
one of the items that
let
you
the
wanted to
brother
stop
let the
at,
brother
Dinus,
Turk talk,
is
man.
militarism.
He ain't
And
been
that's what
speaking.
he's
Listen
doing
to
in
what you're
Southern California. He's
listen
sending the
to what you're
Marines
arguing.
into California
Or
to
Hey,
the
two.
Truth
rioters to
Teller, you
fuck
got
them
some
up.
you got a hollow sound in your background, Truth.
Yeah, I'm.
Right. So
Yeah, you
sending
got
the
an
Step
echo.
back.
military in
You got
is
an echo, bro. You
another
got
one
an
of
echo
those
on your
talking one of those
background.
No, it's
points in
not.
fascism.
It's
Dinus,
not.
Republicans are always complaining about censorship. If the president's
Guys,
suing censoring news outlets and journalists, is that not censorship?
You
No,
can say
No,
whatever you
it's not.
want. No, it's censorship if you're completely shutting somebody down. That's not
The
censorship if you're
president of the
somebody.
United States is suing and
Yeah,
threatening
you
media
can
outlets.
do
You
that,
don't think
Caleb.
that's
It's
weird?
not
That's
Now,
not
censorship.
censoring.
That is
It's
now
not
textbook
it
Look what
is
he's
an
censorship.
doing
That
to
is
aspect of
that is
censorship.
Harvard.
it
Look at what
doesn't
he's
matter
doing to
how you
Harvard
feel. That
University.
is censorship.
Guys, guys,
That's
guys,
It's not. It's
He's
guys.
not.
trying to
I
keep
wouldn't
the.
call it.
He's
I
trying to
wouldn't call
shut
it
the
fascism.
How
universities
you
down.
feel
Sorry.
He's
does
trying to
not
restrict their
matter.
money.
News outlets who Donald Trump does not agree with are not allowed to come to his press conferences.
Guys,
This has never
Yo,
happened in the
guys,
United States
before you,
people
before.
talked about Trump and
So
sir,
you
sir,
don't know
okay,
what
we
you're
heard you.
talking
We
about.
get it.
ain't
They're
that
not.
straight on the
Hold on.
news? They
You
talking
Why is
about
it
Trump.
so hard
wait.
for
Hold
you
on, y'all.
guys
Just
to
let me get this in because
that
I
you
was listening
haven't
to
read
y'all for
on?
like 2 hours, man. And you have to really think about what you say before you say something stupid, right? You literally read what the definition of fascism was. Then you said the dude is fascist because he's using the system the proper way to get what he wants.
No,
You
That's
got
not
to
what
not
we.
think about your.
no,
I
no,
don't
You
think
got
you've
to
been
no,
you
listening.
listen. Hold
no,
on, young
I
man.
don't think you've been. That's
no.
the
Look,
opposite of what we're
He's
saying.
not using the system.
young man.
He's abusing the system.
Listen, man.
Let him finish because we've been
You
talking all the
listen,
time.
my
Go ahead,
man.
Trump.
Yeah, you cannot just develop your own meaning of fascism and just use it whenever you want because he's the first person to do this or the first person to do that. That you take away the emphasis on the meaning of the word. Because hearing you talk, you already collapsed your own logic when you said how he should be treated because of January 6th. But then you were arguing immigrants shouldn't be treated that way. You killed your own argument
Yep.
as soon as you went with that logic for Trump. So at that point, nothing you said is valid. Everything you said after that point is invalid. You can't be taken seriously.
You can't
So
take
you
them
got to
serious.
think about what you're
how
saying.
how
No,
about
no,
No,
how about
everything that we
no,
said
let him
falls
finish.
in
Let him
line
finish.
with the definition of fascism.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Truff. Go ahead, Truff.
well, he's finished already.
How you know if he finished?
No,
How
no,
do
let
you
me
know if he
actually
finished too,
address
but
the
he
Roger? What's
point
muted
wrong with
his
of the
y'all?
mic.
argument.
But he
Listen,
muted his mic. That's why.
but you just
Eh?
can't use the word opposite of what it means and then say that's what
No,
it
no,
means.
everything that we said
How can you
falls
Oh
take
in
it
my
line with what
God!
we're
seriously?
Let that
talking about.
man finish
This guy
talking.
did an insurrection.
Good Lord.
He did
He
not
is
do an
censoring the press.
insurrection. He
He's
did not
trying
do
to
an
deploy the
insurrection. That's
military
not what
on
he
the
But
stage.
done.
so,
He's
but you
doing
James,
literally,
he's doing tariffs
y'all would.
without
So hold on, hold on.
congressional
I'll
Insurrection
approval.
with no weapons
He's
I'll
and,
help
trying to
and
you.
a bunch of
detain
I'll
troops.
help
student
you, man. I'll
protesters.
help you because
So what are you talking
here.
about?
Let me help you because you literally said
You can't help that
the
faggot, bro.
protesters couldn't be. You couldn't literally said that the immigrants couldn't be removed because they didn't get any charges, right?
No, I said that there's not enough lawyers and
Isn't that
judges
what
to
y'all were
process
arguing earlier?
everything.
Yeah, they was
No,
arguing
but
that
I
earlier,
think
So,
bro.
Brother
so there
Shao
was
was
no
They
saying the
ain't gonna
charges.
admit
process.
it. They ain't gonna admit it. They
I
ain't
mean,
gonna
it's
admit it, bro.
recorded.
Continue,
I
truth.
specifically said there's not enough judges and lawyers
Continue,
to
truth,
do
man.
this
They're not gonna
process.
be honest, bro. Just continue your point,
Right.
bro.
So they couldn't right?
You
Ooh,
cutting
you
out,
on that
brother.
basement?
You got
You
your
on that
Obama phone
basement boost
in the
mobile?
project
Yeah, so
stairwell.
no, we need to let me set the terms of the argument because we keep acting
Bro, you
confused.
go
All
say
right,
we on
we
that
haven't had
faggot
a
No,
set the
president
because
terms
if
of
we
who
nothing.
led an insurrection. We haven't had a president that changed it to the Gulf of America. We haven't had a president who doesn't allow journalists and media outlets to
Oh,
come
they
to the White
changed
House
the
press
Gulf of
conference
America,
unless you agree with
we
him.
should leave it Gulf of Mexico.
I'll play along. I'll play
This
along.
is
So what if he
all
did all those
along the
things?
lines of
So
something
what?
moving towards a fascist state. Yes.
So
So
him
it's
Oh,
moving
changing the
okay.
name to
towards
Gulf
it.
of America is a fascism?
Yeah, yes,
So
rewriting
it's moving
history,
towards it. I got
Oh
censoring
you.
the
my
press,
Okay.
lord.
and
The
enforcing
way
your own
it works, the way
programming against
America,
participants.
see, let me just add this: America is not going to go full fascist like the way you talk about historical fascist government. But the way they are going to do it is to institute
Uh,
fascist laws for less privileged people
uh,
like the minorities. They are going to do that because if you look at the birthright, this thing that he's going after, he knows he's not going to hit the nominal groups, and the way the laws that he's passing, like
Hold
executive
on,
orders.
No, Zionist, did
No,
Donald
okay,
Trump?
Let me list some of the things that he has done.
you're not. You're
I
not.
wanted to
Thank you.
list it now to show
You're
you
not.
evidence.
You're not gonna talk over me. Thank you. All right, so Barack Obama changed the official federal name of Mount McKinley to Denali. Is Obama a fascist, Cato?
Well, I mean,
Why
there's
did
no
he do
point in
that?
arguing that.
If
There's
he
no
did
point in
that
Oh
for
arguing
a
that
my
because
fuck up
that's
lord.
reason,
not
yes, I don't
oh
like
fascism.
Barack
shit.
Why did
Obama.
he do it? Oh my lord. Why did he
Trump
But
do it?
is
no, but
free.
what I'm
He can
saying
do
Donald
is,
what
for
he
hold on, hold
likes.
on,
president,
I
hold
bro.
don't
on,
Hold on,
care.
let
hold
me
on, y'all. I
respond.
don't.
Let me
Wait,
respond.
hold on, because you're just saying stuff now. That has nothing to do with the topic. I don't care if he renamed the Gulf of Mexico.
Exactly. I don't
Who
care what he names.
cares? It has nothing to. He has the power to do it, so he did it. How is that fascist? He literally has that in his
I
job
said he led an
description.
insurrection.
He had the
And
power to send
terrorists
somebody
He
to
didn't
the
get
prison.
convicted of anything, sir.
He's deporting people without due process.
Right.
He's censoring student
Hey,
protesters.
Let him
And
we
answer
there's
don't
a
care
that.
bunch of
about
other
these illegal
stuff
Answer
getting up
that.
that
out
you
of here,
guys
bro.
never addressed.
Answer that. Sending people without due process to prisons and
Dinus,
shit
Donald Trump
overseas.
tried to
Hey,
fix.
they came in here illegally. They can get their ass
Yes
up
or
out of here
no?
Nah,
legally.
that's not
He
an
is also
answer.
targeting law
Nah.
firms that are
No,
representing
we
people that
keep
are
running away
against
from
him.
this conversation. Did
Y'all
Donald
heard
That
Trump
that was no
I don't even know
answer.
what you're
try to
They
arguing
fix
enter
the
for.
election?
illegally, they get out of here legally.
That
No.
Did
law,
Donald
that
Trump
law
try
firm
to
I
said
fix
don't
the
they
know why
came
you
election?
are
illegally. They get
surprised.
their ass
Now
up
you
out of here
sound like a
legally.
fascist.
Absolutely. Hey, that's why we voted for Trump.
How you doing?
Well, that's
Because we
Yeah,
okay,
don't
because you
cool.
don't
care.
care about the black
We
community.
like
Yes,
You're
the
a
yes, yes.
coon.
chaos.
Then
We did not vote
If you
for
voted
Trump
for
for this to
Trump,
be
you are a
some Mitt
coon.
Romney, John McCain, Barack
well,
Obama, or Joe Biden. No, we want to change and we loving it.
You
That's why
are
we
a
well
voted for
here.
Trump.
coon.
So
This
Well,
is
I
what we
mean,
hold
voted
on. Can
for.
I ask a
I don't really
question,
Straight
care
up.
what you
guys?
love, and I keep asking a
Hold
specific
on,
question. Did
go ahead.
Donald
Can I?
Trump not try to fix the election?
If you voted for Biden, you're a coon.
Well, I
Did
want to ask
Donald
you guys a
Trump
question.
not try to fix the election?
No, go ahead.
I
Go
want
ahead.
to ask. I want to ask a question about the topic. Right?
Tell her.
You guys are making the case that they shouldn't get them up out of here. So my question to you is,
No,
how
we're
would they
not making
benefit
that
us
case.
staying?
We're not making that case.
So what's the case you're making?
Thank you. Go ahead, Cato. Tell them what it is.
That it should be a constitutional process. Like the entire time we have been complaining that the current administration is violating due process and constitutional rights, and this can extend further to other groups. I don't know if white Americans are going to get in trouble. Like maybe people who don't support Israel will get sent to jail. I don't know if you're going to get deported, but it's not up for debate that Donald Trump is violating constitutional rights and due process.
He's
It
not.
is
I,
up
so
for
quick.
If he
debate because that's
is,
why
we
they
got
got
to
a
Wait, wait,
House
hold
and a
Well
on.
Senate.
said,
The
Stupid.
sir.
Supreme
Well
Court
said,
ruled
Cato.
seven
That's
two
that stupid
against
shit you be
Donald
saying.
Trump.
Hold on.
The
Wait,
Supreme
hold
Hey,
on, hold on, hold on.
hey,
I have a
they
seven
question.
actually
two
got a
Let
Senate.
you tell us.
against Donald.
Let you tell us.
I do. I understand. I understand what y'all are saying about constitutional rights. Quick question: where were you on the other people's constitutional rights before this month?
I don't understand who are the other people? Are we the other
Us.
black people?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We talked
Like
about that too earlier.
I don't know what that means.
You know, we
Where were
discussed
you on?
that. We
No, I
discussed
don't.
that
I
how we have
When
not
black
been
people's
given.
rights get violated, I protested too.
Yeah,
so
and
quick
we have not
question.
had a
Exactly.
fair shake in this country. We have been
So
marginalized. We have been the laws have been
yeah.
not fair when it comes to black people. We've been sent to jail for no motherfucking reason at all. A whole
So
bunch of
quick
shit has
question:
happened to us.
Have you succeeded in your
Hold on.
efforts? Hold on. Have y'all?
What, Mike? So again, we keep
Sorry.
talking about this due process. Appeals court pauses order to give deported Venezuelans due process. So what's the problem?
After the
Dinus, do you
fact,
know what an appeal is?
Right. Yeah, and Trump has the right to appeal it. So what's
Yeah,
the
so what is
problem?
an appeal? Dinus, what's an appeal?
An appeal is there is a judgment made and he has the right to appeal it. He's going through the right process. So
So
what's
there
the
was
problem?
a judgment. Wait, let the entire panel hear this. There was a judgment already made.
Correct.
We have a conservative Supreme Court panel, right? The Supreme
Correct.
Court voted 7-2 against their own president. This
Okay.
is a conservative Supreme Court, and even they think Donald is wilding, which is
Okay.
why Donald had to appeal. So when I
Okay.
say it's unconstitutional, it is currently unconstitutional
There's an
until it is
appeal.
correct,
rehashed.
correct.
No,
When
it's
did the
not. It's
appeal?
Do
under
you understand
appeal.
No,
that?
What are you
no,
talking
no,
about?
correct. They
What
have
is an
already
appeal?
said.
Do you know what an appeal is?
No, they
What is an
don't.
appeal?
They don't know what it is.
Exactly. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why I get tight, bro.
It's appeal.
No, you
There's a
tight because you
It's
don't
Until
current
not
know
that,
ruling
anything. You're emotional.
unconstitutional.
until the
they're
Hold on,
gonna
appeal
hold
try to
on,
make
until
something
the
hold
else
on,
appeal is
happen.
approved.
hold on, y'all.
That
Hold on,
ruling is
y'all.
going to go in order.
No,
Tory
it's
Lanez
not
is appealing.
unconstitutional. It
Guys,
is
guys,
under appeal.
is
What the
Tory
hell is
Lanez in
wrong with
No,
jail? Is
y'all?
sir.
Tory Lanez in
They've already
jail?
ruled.
Who is
Is
that?
Tory Lanez in jail?
Who is that?
Oh my
Tory
God,
Lanez.
bro.
They've
Because
I
These
don't
already
Tory
know who
Lanez
that
faggots,
filed
is.
bro.
for an appeal, but he's still in fucking jail. I don't know what you're so confused about.
Is that a
These faggots,
politician?
bro.
The court ruled against Trump. It's not up for debate. You keep
That
proving
No,
so
yourself
what
they
you're
did
wrong.
not
saying is
rule
not
against them.
So
true.
now they're
They
gonna
did
try to
not rule.
argue their
Dinus,
point to
Read the
win.
second paragraph of the article I sent you.
The
Now
appeal
they're going to
means
try
they
Read.
stopped the decision of the judges. That's what the appeal means.
No,
until they
appeal means
prove
the
it,
decision
but
is
Oh,
it's
Jesus
paused.
temporary.
Christ.
It's
Correct.
temporary
There's
until
So
a
they
their
put a
difference
court
their
in
between
conclusion
place.
Guys,
It's
guys,
That's
this is
Conclusion.
different. Are
Hold
we
on,
temporary.
hold on,
stopping?
It's
hold on, hold on.
temporary until they
Yes, that
prove
means right now
that it is
that re-
so.
correct. That
That
means
means
right
it is
But
now
they may not
your
prove
currently
it though.
that
unconstitutional.
means in your reality right now their judgment is not effective.
We
That's what
know
that
that.
means.
We know
So
that
then what
it's
are you
temporary.
arguing? What
We're
the
So
hell are
we're
you
saying the
arguing?
arguing. We're
Supreme Court
arguing
said
that
it
they
was
made a decision.
unconstitutional. Do you understand what that sentence means?
Okay, but okay, let's read this. A federal appeals court on Tuesday said the Trump administration did not have to comply for now with a judge's order. It's I
We
mean
Right.
it's
know
an
that.
appeal. You don't have to
Dinus, you
comply.
keep proving
Di-
yourself wrong. You
Hey,
said
Dinus,
for
hold
now.
on, Dinus,
Dinus,
can
what
I
does
get
for
30
now
seconds,
mean?
man? Please, man. Can I get 30 seconds?
No.
Can I get
Go
30
go go
seconds,
go,
Dinus?
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna ask
The
y'all.
Go
Supreme
ahead.
Court ruled 7-2. It's not up for
Again,
debate.
what
It is
Can I
currently
get
does
30
this
seconds,
say
unconstitutional
please,
right
on
here?
this,
A
and is
Dinus?
being
federal
appealed.
appeals court on Tuesday said the Trump administration did not have to comply for now with the judge's order to give due
For
process.
now.
Dinus, what does for now
Okay,
mean?
so
Right.
Dinus, explain to us what does for now mean.
Oh
it
my
doesn't.
God. Dinus, can I get 30 seconds, man? Can I get
Definition
Because
30
of
you seem
seconds,
to
appeal.
be
Dinus?
For now,
confused.
Eh,
for now, Trump ain't got to do shit.
Right.
That's what
So
it
Hey,
a
means.
definition of appeal means apply to a higher appeal, apply to a
But
higher
I'm
court for
reading,
a
but I'm
no,
reading.
it's
reversal
not.
for a
No, it's
reversal
not.
of the
It's no.
decision
Hey,
of a
Dinus,
lower court.
Can I
Hold
explain it?
on, one
Hey,
mic.
Dinus, can I explain it
Hold
real
on, one
quick,
Doesn't
mic.
know
man?
what it means. The Supreme Court ruled 7-2 against their
You
own president. It is currently unconstitutional and he's appealing. The
one mic.
appeal did not go through.
It's not. It's not because a
It's
federal appeals court on Tuesday said the Trump administration did not have to
Dinus, what is the highest court in the United States?
supreme.
But what is this appeals
Exactly.
court for?
I don't know why you're acting
Okay,
confused, Dinus.
And
y'all.
an appeal is a
Dinus, we're
request to
just gonna move
reverse a
on
decision that was made.
if we act
For
So
dishonest
right now,
about this,
Trump ain't got to
we're just
listen.
gonna
We
ignore
got
the
to move on.
comments.
For right
an
now,
It's
appeal is a
not up for
request to
debate. It's
reverse a
right
unconstitutional.
now,
decision that
Trump
was
ain't got to
made. An
listen. We got to move
appeal, the
on. Go ahead,
definition of
smart.
appeal is to
All right,
request
Dinus,
to
all right,
do you think
reverse.
go
7
ahead,
Supreme
smart.
Court judges made a mistake?
Go ahead, smart. Go ahead, smart. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, what happened was that what it is that they sent it to a lower court because nobody can override the Supreme Court. So that's why they trying to get
Duh.
y'all with this based on some lower court. A lower court cannot override the Supreme Court. What happened was
Duh.
that they tried to use the
Fucking
act to
idiot.
say that they was terrorists to come in. And when they present their argument, what it is that they did a 7-2 judgment to send it back down to the lower courts. When they sent it back down to the lower court, the Trump administration revised the motion, and that's why it was stayed. So that the lower court's gonna have to review it, and Trump they're gonna have to come up with another motion to send it. Now, once they view it, then if it doesn't go the way that they want to go, then it comes back. But nobody can override the Supreme Court. So when they sit up there and
Exactly.
say,
So when we said
so
that
when
the
they say,
Supreme Court thought it was
hold on. Can I
unconstitutional, we
please
were
finish,
correct.
Dinus? Can I please finish, man? Can I please? So
Well, you said please.
if
Why should we
they
let
did
you
not
finish,
strike down
motherfucker?
because there's a different language with Superior Court. So with the Supreme Court, it's called strike down. They did not strike down. They sent it back down 7-2 to the lower court. They did not strike it down. Y'all
That's
have
the
no idea.
Yes,
intelligent I
they
shall
did
vote.
strike it
That's the
down,
That
which
intelligent
is
I
because
why
shall
he's
vote.
seven,
That's
appealing.
the
They
they did
intelligent
struck
I
not
it
shall
strike
down.
down any. They
They
did
vote.
not
struck
strike
it
Trump thing
down.
down.
They
They just
ruled
sent it
against
back
him.
down to a lower
They
court. That's
ruled
all they
How
against
come you
did.
can't
him.
talk like that all the
They did
time,
strike it
Ashawa?
down.
How come you
All
can't
right.
do that all the time?
Dinus, do you think 7 out of 9 of the Supreme Court judges were confused when they went against Donald?
Can you put your link? Is your link's in the chat room, right? In the back.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's a top link. Do you think
All they did
seven
was
out of the
sitting it
nine
down.
Supreme Court
It was
judges,
7-2
most
not
of
to
whom
take
are
up the motion,
conservative,
Dana. It was
made a
7-2
mistake when
not
they
to,
struck it
they didn't
down?
make a judgment on it. They did 7-2 to send it back down to
The
the lower
the
court.
judges
That's
didn't make
all
a
they
judgment
did.
on it. The
No,
judges did not make a judgment on it.
no, they didn't
Are
send
you
it
on
down to the
crack right
lower
now?
court. The only reason it went to the
Are
lower
you
court is
drunk?
because an appeal was requested. They made an
No,
appeal.
no,
That's
no.
why it
Ash,
went to the
did you
lower
just
court.
say the
They
judges
sent
did
it back
not make a
down to
judgment
the
on
lower
it?
courts.
No,
If
they
they made a
didn't.
The
judgment on it,
Supreme
it would
Court
be the law
judges
of the land, dummy.
did not
If
make
the
a judgment
Supreme
on it.
Court, if the Supreme Court make a judgment on it, it would be the law of the land. The lower courts cannot override, cannot stay, pose, or
The
mitigate a
Supreme
Supreme
Court does
Court
not
judgment.
enforce
It was not a
laws.
judgment.
The
They sent it back
Supreme
down to the
Court
lower
does
courts.
not
That's what the
enforce
Supreme Court did,
laws.
dummy.
The Supreme Court. We got three branches in America: the judicial, the legislative, and
Oh my God, that don't even make sense. That ain't even what we talking about, damn it.
it is what we're talking about. Shut the fuck up
That
and
ain't
let me
what we
explain.
talking
You
about.
just said the Supreme Court enforces laws. The
No, that
executive
is
branch.
not what I
Shut up.
said. That is not what I
That's what
said.
you said, and it's recorded.
Clean out
You
that
said if the
estrogen
Supreme
out your
Court
ear. That
ruled
is not
against
what
it,
I said.
it would
I
be
said they did
enforced.
not do a. I said the Supreme
The
Court did
branch
not
that
do a
enforces the
judgment on
Supreme.
this order. They sent it down to the lower court. That have nothing to do with the. That have
So
nothing to do with the House and
so
the Senate.
let me
Damn
ask you
it.
this, Ashawo. So if there was no appeal that was made, would they have sent it down to the lower court?
No.
What?
If no appeal, if the Trump administration had not made an
Well,
appeal, would they have sent it
hold
down
on.
to the lower
Hold on.
court?
Let me read this real quick. Hold on. I missed this part, and you guys can interpret this. While findings that 24 hours wasn't enough notice, the Supreme Court didn't say what notice the migrants were due. Instead, the justice returned to the Fifth Circuit for further proceedings.
Exactly. They just returned it.
Boy, y'all
They didn't
gotta
even
stop
take it
watching
up.
Oh my
CNN,
god.
bro.
So wait. No, you need to read that again because it said it was illegal, but they're not
No,
necessarily
I'm
sure
just,
how
I'm
much time
no.
they're due.
Let me read it again.
Yeah.
And this is from what you sent me.
Yes.
While finding that 24 hours wasn't enough notice.
Wasn't enough time.
Let me finish.
Wasn't enough
Okay.
time. What the fuck are we talking about right now?
Enough time for what though?
Let me finish, man. While finding that 24 hours wasn't enough notice, the Supreme Court didn't say what notice the migrants were due. Instead, the justices returned to the Fifth Circuit for further.
Maybe we have
Exactly.
like a reading problem. Can we read that first sentence, like that first half, a little slower?
It doesn't matter. It got returned
It
to the
said
Yeah,
wasn't
but it
enough
basically implied that it wasn't enough.
sinus. It said it
That is the
wasn't
clear
enough time. So you
decision.
just read yourself being incorrect.
guys. So
Enough
So
time
just
for
read it
what?
correct. You're still being incorrect.
let me finish. So the Supreme Court
Uh-huh.
sent it back down to the Fifth. Or the Supreme Court sent it back down to the Fifth
Yep.
Circuit. And the Fifth Circuit put it on hold.
Yep. That's what happened.
What did they say about the current process happening?
It wasn't enough.
Like,
It's
Donnie,
clear.
why
That's
are we
what he
acting
said.
stupid?
They didn't.
They didn't make a judgment on it.
Can you say specifically
They
wasn't
said
enough?
it wasn't enough
It wasn't
time.
enough.
Are
It's
you fucking
Okay.
judgment.
stupid?
It wasn't enough. It's
And then
It
judgment.
how?
wasn't enough time. That's
Then you
it.
know what? If
That's when the
the Superior
conversation
Court
ends.
wanted to, if the Superior Court wanted to, they could have said how much time, but they're gonna let them argue about how much time.
They said
Then
how
they
much
come up
time
and
was
make
too
them. They
little,
don't make.
and they said 24
They
hours
don't
was
make.
too little time.
Dinus.
So it's
Let me
not
help you
up for
out.
debate.
They trying
The current process
to goddamn
is
be
unconstitutional,
The Superior Court is
and
not
7 out
making
of
partial
9 of the
judgment.
court justices think
Hold
so.
on. Let me read the rest of this. Hold on. While finding that 24 hours wasn't enough notice, the Supreme Court didn't say what notice the migrants were due. Instead, the justices returned to the Fifth Circuit for the proceedings. The Supreme
100%.
let me finish. The Supreme Court also refused to
Yep.
address the legality of removals under the Aliens Enemies Act.
That
We
is.
recognize the significance of the government's national security interests as well as the necessity that such interests be pursued in a manner consistent with the Constitution. The court wrote, in light of the foregoing, in light of the foregoing, lower courts should address
Exactly.
the Alien Enemies Act cases expeditiously.
That's another matter. Alien Enemies Act is what Trump was trying to invoke that from back in the day. He's trying to invoke that.
Yeah, Bashar, listen, man, listen. So once that happened, it went to the Fifth Court, and the Fifth Court said, the Fifth Court said what I just read. Let me go back to it.
No, Donnie, you got it in the backward order. What it was is that was another judge said it was illegal. Then he sent it back up. Then the Trump administration did it straight to the Supreme Court. And then Supreme Court said, well, you know what? We're not gonna even take this because the procedure is not right. So they sent it down to the lower court, the lower Supreme Court, and they put a stay on it. That's what happened.
I'm about to read right now. It's the U.S. court pauses ruling allowing Venezuelans to challenge deportations to El Salvador. So that's where we're at right now.
Exactly.
So it's paused until what?
Until they hear it.
Okay,
So
then
they
and then
said
when the
the
hearing comes, then what?
original
So there's
process
so
Then
the
when
was
when the
not
hearing
the
comes,
due
then what? They're gonna
process,
make a decision about
and they
what?
gave them room to create
basically
a
there's
better process.
So
I
when
don't
the
because
know
hearing
what you guys
comes,
are
what
confused
happens?
about.
right. But what I'm saying is these folks Trump ain't got to do nothing until they decide what they're gonna do. They
Dinus,
got
my
pause.
entire point was that it was unconstitutional, and then you basically just
It
told me
No, it
that.
wasn't
wasn't
unconstitutional.
unconstitutional. They just said it wasn't unconstitutional.
They said 24 hours was not enough time.
Right. And so they have to determine what enough time is, and then until then, there's a pause on it. So
So they
It's
determined
nothing
what
in
was
the,
Yeah,
not enough,
but that is a
and that
ruling
was the
though. Why
current
do we
process,
ignore a
Dinus.
ruling?
Like, what's the point of
It's
having
already
these
made its
conversations if we're
judgment.
not going to be
that's
honest?
not a
I don't know why we are
ruling.
This
just
is
treating it
not
as
our
it's a
That's what
ruling.
ruling.
that's all they
listen,
understand.
That
And they just
it
sent it
it
back
was
down.
enough time.
Oh
I don't
my
know.
God! How can you?
You
This
don't know
is
what
common
ruling
sense now.
means.
Come on.
There's
So
no point in having these
if I'm
conversations
understanding
hold on,
right,
let me
if you
finish
guys
reading.
are just gonna
Let
like.
me finish reading this. U.S. court pauses ruling. Okay, there we go. U.S. court pauses ruling. It got paused.
because of an appeal, yeah. So now
U.S.
they go
court
through the
pauses
process
What
ruling.
of
did
the
they,
appeal.
Dinus? What did they say about the
Let,
24-hour process?
let me read. U.S. court pauses ruling allowing Venezuelans to challenge deportation to El Salvador. A U.S. appeals court on Tuesday temporarily paused the judge's ruling, holding that hundreds of Venezuelans the Trump administration deported to El Salvador under an 18th century wartime law must be given the chance to challenge their detentions. A three-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals
Yep.
for the District of Columbia Circuit issued an administrative stay to give itself more time to consider an appeal filed by the government earlier on Tuesday. Washington-based U.S. District Judge James Boasberg on June 4th also ruled that the Trump administration must facilitate their legal challenges though he stopped short of expressly ordering the government to bring the Venezuelan migrants currently being held at a mega prison in El Salvador back to the U.S. So you ain't got to do
Exactly.
nothing. Yeah, there you go.
And
So
you
he
know
stopped.
why he couldn't do it, Dinus? The reason why he couldn't do it because a judge cannot dictate foreign policy of the president. That he cannot do that.
But that
He
is
can
not
put a
foreign
pause in
policy.
it and it can be litigated, but they cannot stop it. You get what I'm saying?
But
Like a judge
they're
cannot.
not dictating foreign policy when they say that you should not have sent that person over there without due process and
That's
bring him
not. That's
back.
not. That's not foreign
That's not
policy. That's
that
immigration policy, dummy.
no, they're talking about law. They're not
Oh
talking
my
about
God,
any
bro.
We're trying
foreign.
to run away from the point. The court ruled that 24 hours wasn't enough, so they have to rethink the process. The
Yeah, but
current process wasn't
while they
correct.
repeat the process, they actually still in in El Salvador, and this is what it
Yep.
is.
That's true. But
I mean, I'm just not going to go back and forth. It's just what I said was correct.
Oh, okay.
We have an
If you
administration
think
that
you were
is at
correct,
odds with its own judges, and the head of this current administration led an
There's
insurrection.
really no
But you
at
don't think
odds. They're just
that
they just
there's
took it to a lower
something
court.
going fascistic about it.
They
Yes,
just
that's
no
something
at
to
odds. They
say.
just disagree on certain
Dinus,
things.
I sent you
They ain't mad at
multiple
each other.
articles with
man.
judges ruling against Donald.
I'm not getting into that's a whole different subject with the tariffs and with the universal.
Exactly, because you're running away from the conversation.
Hey, that's
All
Hey,
not
Dinus,
around, a lot of
Dinus,
what
have you ever
Donald does
noticed that?
is
Have
at
you ever
odds
noticed
with
that
the
they always
Constitution, and
claim
it's
that
not
they're
up for
not
debate.
Democrats, but they always talking to Democrats talking about those are Trump judges and these are Democrat judges. You get what I'm saying? If that's the case, then it wouldn't be no judges would never be impartial if they're Trump judges. They're just nominated. So you have judges that Trump nominated went against him. Same way with Obama. Obama had judges in there that went against him. The same way with Joe Biden tried to do with the school fees that he tried to the tuition.
Right.
It was some of the judges he appointed. But only
Right.
the Democrat talk. This is how the news
This is
people
not
talk.
a
This how the
Democratic
this
talking
is how the
point.
day Dinus.
Donald
This is how
appointed these
MSNBC.
judges
This is
with
how
the
MSNBC talk.
expectation
They
that they
talk
would
about
support
they're
him,
his judges
and
and
Right.
these
their
judges,
judges.
That's
Always
right.
in
talking that
multiple
just because
occasions,
just
have
because you
been at
nominated
odds with
somebody in
Donald.
office don't mean they
That's
got to
why
agree with
Dinus
you.
doesn't want to bring up the
Right,
tariffs.
Shavo, that's
Like
right
that
Because
doesn't even make
So
sense when
you're
they
both
say
right
that.
though.
the
No, but
Supreme
you're
Court is
both
going to
right.
go directly against them.
But you're both right because you nominate them with the thoughts that they're gonna go along your way. They're gonna vote in the direction that you want, but it doesn't mean that they're going to do that.
Exactly.
So then
I
you
mean, that's
can't
my
say
entire
that.
point
You
from the
can't say
beginning. It's
that.
a
You
mostly
can't say. You
conservative
can't say if
Supreme
they
Court.
decided against you. Shy, I'm gonna be honest. Right? Damn all the jokes. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're the president and you put a judge up and you say, "Hey, judge, I want you to give me the right to slap this child in the back of the head," and the judge go against you, but then the Democrat Party gonna say, "Well, now his judges is having tension with him." You see how stupid that shit sounds?
Don't appeal to me, nigga, with this
That comment was
No,
all
you
around
still a
stupid.
faggot, but I'm just
yeah,
trying to
no,
be.
don't appeal
That
to
I'm just
me.
comment
trying to
was
be
all
logical
around
with you.
Don't
stupid.
appeal to me
A
with the
logical
jokes
faggot can be
aside
right
and then
twice a
try to be
day.
serious with me
You
when
know
you're
what I'm saying?
intelligent the whole time and could be contributing to the
No,
Guys,
conversation
I said an
intelligently
It
like you
doesn't
entire
have been
matter.
in the
Everything
last
that
slate
I
of
said
15,
was
20
true.
complaints
minutes.
that you've
Everything
And
that I
never
said
you're
was
a
addressed.
true.
waste, sir.
Hey,
You're
hey,
a
hey,
waste.
An
You could be
insurrection,
giving us
Shy,
great
you still a
insights to
the
faggot no
shit.
matter
deportation
what.
Right.
It
You
process
don't
could
is
be
matter.
giving
That
us
twice
don't mean
insights
that
the
don't mean
that
you
are
national
can't be
due
right
valuable,
or
process.
but you
wrong
choose
about
to play
The
something.
games and
carrot
act
that Donald
childish,
Trump is
sir.
trying
Like
to
I don't
do
Stop
is
understand
acting
that.
childish
illegal.
and
Just
immature.
He's
because
trying
you
to
like
send the
just because you like
military
boys don't
into
mean you can't be right,
California.
Shy.
Stop acting immature, sir.
Yo, no,
He's
no,
and
stop,
and
targeting
stop,
and
media
and
stop
outlets
humping
contribute
that
to
on
the
men. That's what you
don't
conversation
need to
agree with
stop
in a
him.
doing.
meaningful way like you just
And
been
he's
doing.
How about you
targeting
stop?
That's
How
all I'm
about you
saying.
stop
students
humping on
Don't
men
do
and
that.
who disagree with his
disrespecting your father?
administration
How
and
about you
disagree
stop
with
doing that?
Israel. And he's trying to cut off grant funding for that. I don't know how anybody who actually knows what the fuck is going on thinks that Donald is going
Well, we
about this the
don't
right
went
way.
from America to Israel to Africa to Asia to
Do
Europe.
you guys support
Like this is
Israel?
these faggots go
Do you
all
guys
around
support
the world
Israel?
to try to make a point. These faggots go all the way around the world to make a point. They don't
No, I went to
goddamn
the
admit
Supreme
the
Court
shit, and
justice,
there's no
and you
accountability
still
at all.
never directly responded to what I've said.
Boy, you are a straight up
We've
faggot. You know what
never
I'm
had a
saying? You
president
aggressive faggot
who
too.
led an
You get what I'm saying?
insurrection.
And it's all
We've
good though.
never
You
had
can
a
be like
president
that, but you ain't
who
gonna
tried to
get
do
nowhere on
illegal
this
tariffs.
panel. You ain't
We've
gonna get
never
nowhere
had a
with this
president
with
who was
this audience.
censoring the press like this, minus during Red Scare.
Cato, if I can interject, that whole tariff thing is under appeal, and Trump could keep the tariffs in act
So
for
I'm
right now.
seeing a pattern of judges going against Trump and then him having to appeal,
Well,
but
well,
you guys are
well,
acknowledging that.
and that's why this is a fascism, because Trump has the right to do what he's doing and then
Yeah.
appeal. So it's not
Hey,
fascism.
Donnie, you know they finally did the budget with China today, right?
Yeah, he did it today. Got finalized.
Yeah. All
The
that,
tariff,
yeah. You get what I'm saying?
yeah. But yeah, but
And
that's
all
not
that talk about the
fascism.
rain was gonna fall, and
An
you
appeal
know,
means the judge has ruled against you.
No, but
In
okay,
the
Cato.
article that you read, they said that
Cato,
24 hours was not the
Cato,
appropriate
Cato,
time. Now,
Cato.
Dynas,
well, you
But
keep
he,
arguing with this
but
did
faggot
Cato,
for
Donald
he
Trump
whatever
not
does.
try to
reason.
lead an
I don't know.
insurrection?
Cato, he does not have to bring them back.
Did Donald Trump not try to lead an
He
insurrection?
does not have. He did not. No.
Well, he
Okay.
keep going to
So
that, don't
I
that?
guess
That
I
faggot
guess
I
won't
mean,
leave that
I
point
guess we want
alone.
to live in La La Land.
it's Joy Reid, MSNBC
No,
talking.
if we're gonna
So
be on this
if he
type of
loses
It's
the
discussion,
not.
then
appeal,
it's very
if he
obvious
loses the
that
appeal, will he have to bring him back?
The whole insurrection thing was shut down. I mean, we got to
it
move
was
on.
not shut down, Dynas. You did not read the articles that came out about it.
So why they didn't
We
charge him
we
then?
literally we literally
So
Did they?
have the
why
Why
didn't
did?
the
conversation.
Biden?
They
So
did
why
impeach
didn't
him.
the
He
We
got
Biden?
literally
Hold
impeached.
on,
have the
hey Titus,
conversations
hey
with
He was
Titus.
Donald
Let me use
Trump
that
impeached.
talking
asking
point.
for the
Let me use
election to
this
be
talking
fixed.
point for a second.
We
So why didn't
literally
the Biden
have the
Justice Department
conversations
charge
with
him with
Donald Trump
insurrection, Dinus? Why
asking his
didn't the Biden
constituents
DOJ?
to fix the
Huh?
election.
Why
Donald
didn't the
Trump
Biden
asked his
DOJ
vice
charge him?
president not to acknowledge the votes. Do you have any other examples of this?
You said,
Dinus, why
dude.
didn't the Biden DOJ charge him with insurrection?
They tried to,
What do you
but
How
mean
we've
did
try?
they
never
try
encountered
to?
something like this.
They impeach
How did
him?
they try?
He was impeached.
That's not, oh my God, that ain't charges.
Guys,
That
you're
ain't
running away from
charges.
my question. Did you read the
That's not
actual
legal, damn it.
conversations where Donald Trump said not to acknowledge the
Insurrection is a
votes?
crime.
Dinus, look it up,
Insurrection is
because I don't feel like
treason.
arguing
anything about this. I'm gonna just
It's
leave.
No,
nothing
no,
to
that's
look
just a
up.
Look it
He
up.
fact.
wasn't charged. There's nothing to look up. He
Insurrection
was
is
Put it
just
on the panel.
treason.
charged.
He was impeached.
Look it
Okay,
up.
but wait. What happened after the impeachment? What
Dinus,
happened?
look it up. We keep
Nothing.
asking all these other
Okay,
Nothing.
questions.
I'm talking
Dinus,
to our child. What was the outcome of the impeachment?
Nothing.
Thank you. We got to move on. We got to move
So
on.
we have moved on, and we're just noticing that this is a carryover from what he was. First of all, what he's about. Secondly, what he did in his first term, and it is getting worse and worse as time goes on. And we've already suffered enough of the bad
now the problem is people just want
the
to tap
bad
dance for
hand,
massa.
dealt a bad hand in this country.
We got
So
a bunch of
anybody that
Sambos
loves
in this
this
chat.
country and loves to be an American is a coon.
Listen, it's not getting worse.
It's not getting worse. It's getting worse. Yeah, it's getting
We
worse.
currently
For
have
who?
nationwide protests.
Oh
Oh
Lord,
yeah,
it's
'cause
getting so worse.
there are a bunch of adult temper tantrums. That's what it
Yep.
is.
We's next, Diners. We next. We gonna be in chains.
Yeah,
They
So
gonna
here's
yeah.
the
put us
thing,
in
though.
Y'all
He's
chains,
trying to
Republicans
Lord.
say he's trying
already
to save
attacking
money on the
black people.
debt,
Y'all don't
right?
have anything intelligent to say.
Right.
Oh
He
Lord, oh
didn't we
Lord, we so
didn't they
helpless,
didn't he
Lord. We
all of
so
these
helpless,
austerities.
Lord. Lord, save us, Lord. If we gonna beat us next, Lord. They gonna send us back to Africa, Lord. We
Honestly, like
don't
the
want
real
to go back.
conversation
Okay.
is like
So
we can't
all of
organize
these
with all of
cuts.
the black people. Some of these black people need to be left behind. Some of these black people need to be stomped out.
So
Because
all of these
honestly,
are
people like Ash are a bigger problem for our community than Donald.
so
So
isn't
what
all of the
about
austerities, hold on. Isn't
what
all of the
about? I tell
austerities
you what.
that we
Hey,
went
so
through, all of
hold
the
on.
cuts was to
When you
reduce the
put me
debt?
at a level,
Isn't
what
all of
level
the
am I? Top
austerities that we
three
just went through,
that
isn't all the
against black
austerities that
people.
we went through,
What
the
level
cuts
you
that we
think
went
I'm
through
at,
is to
Kato?
lower the debt? That's a
Huh?
question to anybody.
Hey, Kato, what level am I at against black people? 1, 2, or
Dinus,
3?
didn't
What
all of these
level am
cuts
I
that
at?
we made was to reduce debt?
Come on, talk, sugar boy. I know you got something to say. Kato, what level am I at against the black community?
Bro, I know you love the sound of my name. Stop yelling it.
Huh? So
He wants to be with you. That's all.
if
He
I'm the
wants
worst
you.
thing for black people, then what is two
He's a
men fucking each
homosexual deep
other?
down inside.
Then
That's why he
what
keeps
is
bringing
that
it up.
then? What is that against black people? How two men banging each other up here for
Were
the
you a
black people?
homo thug on the
We got to
streets, bro?
leave people like Ash behind or we need to check
How?
them.
Were you a homo
What
But
thug?
y'all gonna
right
do?
now,
Y'all gonna
people
come up
like
with a
Ash are
uh-huh,
basically the same as people like
uh-huh,
Donald Trump.
right.
Ash is
And
a white supremacist in black
uh-huh,
skin.
right. And then what the faggots gonna
He's
do?
a black maggot. You know what a maggot is? Like
Right.
that white termite that eats the
Uh-huh,
foundation of a house.
uh-huh.
You're a termite. You're
Right.
a maggot.
And
You're a
what is
cancer.
two men fucking each other called?
Why are you so
You?
concerned? Like we always talking about gay shit
I'm
with
just
you,
trying to
bro.
figure
That's
out.
because
You get
he's
what I'm saying?
It's
You
homosexual.
saying that?
weird,
You
bro.
He's
say
a
and this
homosexual.
You always
And he might
talking
be a
about
and
frustrated
this
gay.
homosexual.
abomination, boy.
Ash,
And this
He's a
chill.
frustrated
abomination.
homosexual. That's why he
You're
keeps bringing it
abomination
up.
and you're abomination,
And he
you're
was probably a
embarrassment,
homo
bro.
thug.
I know your daddy
Right.
hate to get that
He's
phone
a
call to
homo
hear your
thug.
voice.
Ash,
I
did your
know your
See,
father raise
daddy
you?
hate to, I know your
Ash,
daddy
were
hate
you
to hear
raised
the
your
by your
voice
cuts
when
dad?
that
you
were
call.
made was to
Ash,
save us
was
from
your
I
debt.
can
father in your life?
imagine.
Yet
I couldn't
the
imagine
debt
after
is
the
gone
phone
up
Ash,
call
more
and my
Ash, did you
goddamn
have a
son
dad?
sounding like
because
y'all
the
faggot.
rich didn't get a cut. They
I'm
didn't cut the
telling you,
rich.
bro.
Anyway,
I'm
I'm
telling
gonna
you,
just keep saying my
it would
point
break
about the
me
current
down if
administration.
my son called me and he started
Whether or
talking
not
like he's
black
one of y'all
people want
Oh
to
faggots.
admit
Lord.
it, there is a
What a
concentrated
I
fool.
wouldn't
attack
What a
give a damn
buffoon.
on
how
people of
smart
You're
he
a
color
was.
buffoon,
and
bro.
black people.
I'd rather my son be
Whether or
dumb
not
and straight than to be
You
smart and a
are
whether or
faggot.
a
not people want to admit
buffoon.
that doesn't change
Yeah,
the reality. This
never,
administration is attacking poor
never,
people. This administration is
never,
attacking working class people. It's attacking immigrants, people
never
of
would I
color, and black people.
take a
And
dude
whether
that
or
lay
not
in the bed
fools
with
like
another
Ash want
dude
to admit
serious.
that,
And the
it
black
doesn't change
community
the
don't take them
reality.
serious either.
But in
This is
terms
the
of
only
See,
space
we
where
organizing,
they
don't
can
take
come
you
we
on
should
here and
focus
talk.
serious.
on
This is the
grassroots
We don't
only
take
and
a
local
space.
former
elections.
dope
This
dealer
is
We
the
should make
serious.
sure
How
only
that
about
we're
that?
space
holding
that
our
they come
own
on and
black
talk.
politicians
As,
accountable, like
as
Eric
much
Adams,
wrong as I did in the
We
the
black
don't
the
take
mayor
a
of
community, they
gangbanger
still
the
will
serious.
mayor
accept
of
me. They
Baltimore.
will
We
still
don't
We should
take
accept
a
make
me
sure
over
that
you
gang
we're
dope
holding our
faggot.
dealer
black politicians
serious. We
As
accountable.
don't.
much,
We need to
You
stop
as
don't.
doing
much
this
fucked
We
up
don't.
shit that I
Democrat
don't
versus
You
did to
don't.
the
Republican
black
We don't.
conversation.
community, they still
Yeah,
Whenever
will
we
but you
try to
see, a
accept me
lot
hold
of
over
one
you
party
homosexuals in
faggot.
accountable,
positions of power.
people
Don't
You
always
get
you?
what
want to
I'm
bring up
saying?
the other party. I do not understand that. The current
You're
Make
a
it
president,
make
gangbanger,
sense.
bro.
the
Make it
current
make
And you're
sense.
president
probably
As
is
much
Donald Trump.
a homo
That is
thug
why I'm
too.
as
talking
much
about about Donald Trump.
dope I
If
don't
in the
sold,
next
no matter
election we
how
get a
much I You're a don't whole
Democratic
get in the thug, bro. streets,
president,
they
I'm
still
going to
would
be
accept
talking about
me
him.
over a faggot, boy.
But I'm not going to
The
talk.
black
I'm going to
community would
spend
never
most of
would
my
never
time
goddamn
on
choose a
someone who's
faggot
not in
over
power.
a straight
I'm
black man.
convinced.
I think the issue is y'all
It
voted for
just
Donald
is
Trump,
what it
so
is,
you're
man.
willing to make any excuses for him.
It just is what it
And
is,
you're a
man. You
race
know what I'm saying?
traitor. You're a
You
black
just
skinned
trash,
maggot
man.
race
You're
traitor.
abomination, bro. You don't even deserve to be breathing, tell you the truth.
You a
Just a waste
disgusting
of you're
creature
just a waste
that
of
crawled out of
time,
your
bro.
mother's womb in the
You're a
afterbirth.
waste of time, bro. Like
Probably
you came out your mama
probably
womb
ate
doing
the
the
stool that you
sachet,
was
bro.
connected to.
You you came out your mama
Next.
womb doing the
You a
sachet.
disgusting
They
human
knew
Next.
being.
you. Hey, they knew
I
you
don't
was
think
gay
you
from
grew
as
up
soon
with
as
Next.
a
they slapped
father.
your ass,
You
bro.
know what,
You
Kato?
told the
He's the
doc.
lower
You
level.
told the doctor, thank you.
You
Use a
start
lower
smiling at the
level, and
doctor
to
when he
engage
slapped you
him
on your
But
ass,
like,
boy.
further
people
is to
get
be low
angry
level
at
with
me
him.
for speaking violence against this man. Black men like this need to be removed or beaten.
Uh-huh.
Honestly,
So what
you
do gay
black
what do
men like
faggots
this
need to
are
do?
part of the biggest problem. You
Uh-huh.
see, he's intimidated by that comment because he keeps
Uh-huh.
bringing up gay people.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we don't fuck with gay people in the black
But he's
community.
a termite eating at the
Right.
foundation
Right.
of the
So
house of black
Yeah, we don't
moving
fuck with
Americans,
gay
on.
people.
So
And
moving
you
and
know
we
on.
need
that.
to remove
All right,
And
him.
you know that.
I gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass the mic. T. Khalid, you want to add to this? T. Khalid, you there? T.
Yeah, nah, man. I'm still here, man. I was just listening. Yeah, I don't know if we winding down or not, man.
Yeah,
You
we
know, so
winding
I'm just
down.
gonna kind of.
Yeah, we're winding
Yeah,
down because the
all right.
shallows fucking the room up
All right, I'm just gonna
Hey,
bring
T.
it. Just
Khalid, let me
yeah,
ask you a
yeah.
question before
with
you
that
start.
homo thug shit.
Hey, T. Khalid, let me ask
Y'all
you a
wild.
question.
Yeah. What's up, bro?
Is there any organization in the black community that black men will follow if it's gay black men leading it? Serious question.
Nah, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you,
No.
nah, bro.
I got one.
But you know,
The shower.
okay. Yeah.
CNN and the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's the only way
Oh
they're gonna go.
hey man, he's got a point, bro. Like
That's
seeing
the
it,
only
yeah, bro. Democrat
that's the
Party,
only
man.
way. That's the only way they're
Why
gonna
are
go.
we
And,
talking
and why
about
you
You know
gay
what?
why you think they've been
Bro?
losing?
and not holding the current administration
Well,
accountable?
And
hold on. You know, it would be interesting if we had a gay black male president to see if black men would still vote for him 80%. That would be
exactly.
interesting to see. That would be interesting to
We
see.
don't need
But
any more
T.
black
Khalid,
They
no,
was
presidents.
calling
T.
yeah.
Obama
Khalid,
gay. They was calling
T.
Obama
Khalid.
a homosexual. They was
We
calling
don't
You
need
saw
Obama
what
any more
they
that.
black
did. You
presidents.
saw what
Black
they
That
did
people
was
with
never
that
Andrew
voted for black
Gilliam.
That's
people.
what they were saying. Michelle was a man and Obama was gay.
Yeah,
Just
but
like
okay,
this
Barack
nigga
Obama
is
did
saying
but
nothing for
stupid
outside of
black
shit.
that,
people.
man, y'all are talking about the Supreme Court. I'm telling y'all, man, we don't care about that stuff with the court systems. In fact, we want Trump to win in these court cases. I kind of want the birthright citizenship to end because I don't
Yep.
like how you got two immigrants who they aren't from this country. And they come over here on the backs of black people and then create a kid, and now they are citizens. That 14th Amendment was for us. And I'm gonna tell y'all, if they wanted to get rid of blacks, y'all keep saying, you know, they coming for y'all next. Why did they get rid of us after the Civil War? Why even free us and then come up with
Because
an
they
amendment?
couldn't. Because
They
they
Whoa, whoa,
couldn't.
whoa, 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 whoa,
just
whoa,
throw
whoa,
our
guys,
black
guys.
ass
Let me
Because
on
they
the
address
ship,
this
couldn't.
directly. All right. So,
or
And
just
they
kill
needed
us.
us.
hold up.
But
We have the
listen, back in
They
Senate,
that
needed
time, there
us
was
and
no
they couldn't
guys.
do it.
DEI,
We
no
have the
nothing.
Senate
Kill us.
and we have the Congress, right? Within the United States, you get more representatives based on your population. That's why we had the
Bro,
three-fifths
bro,
rule.
we
They
got
didn't
black
deport us
faces in
all
high
because
places,
they
and the
wanted to
black community
integrate
is
us
still
into their
struggling
voting
about the
bloc.
same issues. We got
They
black
didn't
faces in
deport
high
us
places, and
because they
these
wanted
Negroes
to
are still
integrate
I
us
complaining.
agree with
into their
that.
voting bloc.
I agree with that.
So it don't
Are you
matter.
But
hearing what I'm
Trump,
saying?
white faces in high places ain't gonna make a difference either, because they all out,
Hey, you know
they
what? You
for
know what? If these
themselves.
white
T,
faces
did you hear what I
on
said?
But
this
for you, it
particular
might
issue,
because the
or
white man's got a
yes,
God complex, and
answer, I want this white
your
man to
Jesus is
get this
white.
illegal immigrant brown
Are you a
man right the
Christian?
hell about that country.
You believe in Jesus
I'm with
Christ,
the white man on that one.
right? Are
Hey,
you
look,
believe
let me
in
They
say
Jesus
this.
didn't
Christ?
deport
Let me
us
say
because
this.
they needed
You
our
believe in Jesus
population.
Christ?
Let me say this.
Are you a
I'm a
Christian?
Muslim. No, I'm a Muslim, but I don't care if Jesus is black. Okay,
That ain't too far away from it
I don't
either.
care about Jesus being black or white.
If
Let's say if
they
Jesus is
I'm
deported
black,
sure you
all the
don't.
slaves, what would have
the
happened to the
Negro
agricultural
situation
economy of the
won't
South?
change. What?
T,
What
if they
happened?
deported all of the slaves, what would happen to the agricultural economy of the South after the
It's
Civil
probably
War?
going to go. You know what? You're right. It may have went down, but still, even now. But the thing is this: nobody is talking about deporting African Americans. Let me ask you this:
I'm not saying
why
we're going to be
aren't the
deported. I
Indians
think
talking
we're
about? No,
probably going to be jailed
But let me ask you
illegally.
this: why aren't the Indians? Why aren't the Arabs? Why aren't the Chinese? Why is it that African Americans are the only ones riled up when something happens to other groups?
Cause they the
I'm not,
scariest.
bro. I'm
That
not
is
telling you
wild
to
to me.
They the
protest.
Asians are
cowardice.
minding their own damn business. Asians like, oh,
We
I'm
keep
not riled
okay,
attracting
get
up.
the
them out.
original
That's
argument.
what the
No one is
Asian is
telling
saying.
you
Get
to
them
go
out.
out there and risk your life.
Lee, come
Right.
on, man.
We're
No
not
one is
Hey,
saying
telling
that,
you
you
to
know
but
go
they
that
will
the
out there and
continue to
risk
Democratic
come
your
back
life.
and
Party
say
told them to
that
start
we're
Wait,
talking
guys,
about it.
No,
can I
we're
say one
upset
more
about
thing?
them being deported. They'll continue to say that, and we're not even talking
No, no,
about
no.
them.
I don't care, but bro, we don't. I don't care about none of
T,
this rule of law
T, a
stuff with them.
conservative
I
has
don't
Yeah, but
care,
already
that's
bro.
what you're
T, a
I
accusing
don't.
people
conservative
like
has
yourself and
already
Cato of.
introduced legislation to allow people to deport criminals. Now, I'm not saying that's actually going to happen, but I can see another world where they make
stop and frisk a lot worse. And now a lot of black people are going to jail and
Oh my
prison without
God,
due
bro.
process.
What
No,
did they
the
do to
Why
the
everything
Japanese when
gotta
Pearl
happen to
Harbor
black
got
people?
bombed? What did they
listen,
do to the
man.
Japanese when Pearl Harbor got bombed?
We
They put
need
their
a
Hey,
asses in
Tika
Can we
Lee,
get a
concentration camps.
Tika
conservative?
Lee. Didn't I
Yeah,
tell
hold
you
on.
they always
They put them in
when you push them
concentration
when you push them
camps.
on the point they always go back
They
50 or
put them in
60 years, bro.
concentration
They
But
do
camps.
it
Yeah,
every
exactly. Which is
time, bro.
can I
nothing.
respond to that? Ash, when I was 10 years old, 1 in 4 black men had been to jail or prison. To me, that's almost genocidal.
Bro, listen.
It
How
can go
about
back
this?
to 1 to 3. That is what I'm worried about. Us
Let's
going to
get
prison.
in 2020. When's it 2020? Is it 2027, 28? When the house is up, let's get let's get all the black folks. We're gonna vote a conservative house supermajority and a conservative senate, so we can get into law to get these illegals up out of here. And then
Yeah.
once we get that law in, black folks ain't got nothing to worry about. I
We
promise
need
you.
to vote
I can bet on
independent
I got
and
everything.
another
stop
There's
strategy
playing
not going to
for
be
you.
no
I got another
partisan.
addendum to
strategy
get the
for you.
African
I got
Americans.
another
I can
strategy
promise you
for
that.
you. Here's
We need to
another
vote
strategy.
independent.
40 million of us put $10
Bro,
in a
nobody don't
pool.
want to hear about your
40 million
faggot
of us
son.
put
Nobody want
$10
to hear
in
about
in
your
an
faggot
account,
son no
and we
more.
take those
You come up
billions
here
of
talking about
dollars
that
and we
faggot fund.
build our
Nobody
community.
ain't finna.
Wait,
Nobody ain't finna
T,
give
let
no
me
money
talk
to
to
No,
no
no,
T.
faggot
that's not for you.
organization.
That's not for you. That's for the
No, you
brother
need to
that
go
just said
sell.
that we
T,
Go
should
in
sell
vote.
like
that shit to the
I don't
gay
think we
black
2010
should
men.
vote.
and
Go
Voting
earlier,
sell
is
that
over.
shit to the
Voting
1 in 8
is
black
dead.
men
LGBT.
had been to
You're
jail
not going
or
to
Go do
solve
a
your
prison.
problem through
GoFundMe for the. Go
voting.
do
Are
a
you
fundme
not
with the
You're
worried
not
faggots.
gonna
that
you're
we
not
are
gonna solve
moving
your
back
problem
Ain't
through
into
no
a
black.
voting.
place
Ain't no black
where
people gonna
black
goddamn
people
give
are
no
You're
money
not
to
gonna
your
solve your
faggot
incarcerated
ass.
in
problem through
jail and
Hey,
voting.
prison
hold
unfairly.
on, guys. We gotta close out. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dynasty Mirror, search for Huru.
Stay away from the faggots.
Hey, y'all. Let's be respectful, man. Come on, y'all. Let's be respectful. You know,
That's
we love
that's
everybody
sweet.
here. All right, peace.
That was